for anybody who does any type of like audio work. So he could be running it through some type of filter. So it might be like one of like permanent people that's like been banned under like a stock account playing under a voice cloaking device. It's possible. Robert's been in. He joined and just didn't say anything. He was just listening. I saw his profile picture with a new name. I think he knows better than to engage.
Robert come back in again?
Yeah, he was in, not yesterday, but the day before. He might have been in yesterday. I'm not looking at the screen all the time. A lot of time I'm just on listen-only mode. Yeah, yesterday was a crazy day. I started like, I don't know, maybe like 7:30, and I didn't wrap up till like 9:30 p.m. And it finished somebody else's mistake.
Yeah, Robert told me that he wants to come back and join the debate, but if only he gets permission though. That's why he keeps coming back. But I said to Robert, you need to be honest. Robert, you need to be honest, and you need to stop over talking people. You need to be polite and respectful. And you won't get.
Yeah, bro, be respectful, like.
Oh goodness.
Bitches.
Hey, Guesty, you got to control your mic. Sounds like.
Okay, sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
What's going on, Roots? Yeah, I think, yeah, Robert got, I think he got banned, yeah, for over talking people and then calling people liars. Either way, he's been appealing to try and get unbanned, but he's barking up the wrong tree. I told him, I was like, I'm not the one with the authority to like unban you across all of our different guest species. You're going to need to take it up with the people that you really pissed off. You know, he's going to have to take it up with Indio and the rest of the senior. Oh my gosh!
You're gonna.
It's like the daycare for him. Holy cow!
That's not me, okay?
You on about Robert Utah, John?
Yeah. He messaged me probably, I don't know. Yeah, at least 20 times.
He's not getting unbanned. There's no way. I can tell you right now, nobody's going to unban him.
Yeah, well, it's not like I keep telling him it's not up to me, and if he's going to keep coming in, it's not a good look for him because I've already explained my position. I'm not in a position to unban him. You know what I mean? It's not up to me. He's like, oh, you're not your own man. You're not this. I'm like, oh, dude, now you're going there. I'm like, listen, if you could just be respectful, I won't have to, permanently ban you. Then you have to change your name and, you know what I mean? Swap accounts, create a new account just so you can come in and get banned again. I'm like, it's just, I'd rather save you the energy if you want to speak with other people on the server. Just create your own server and see if you can get people to come talk to you there. Hey, welcome, Arm Triangle.
Yo, I just have to ask, does anyone in here actually believe in flat Earth?
It's not a belief, it's a measurement, sir.
Yeah, we're flat earthers in here, yeah.
Like, for real?
It's a knowledge, it's not a belief. Like, you know how tall you are, you know your shoe size. When you measure things, you kind of know what they are.
Oh.
So, it's not a belief.
Do you want to know why?
People go into outer space would be a belief.
No, I was just wondering if anyone in here actually believed that, or I guess had the knowledge.
Triangle. You are also a flat earther as well. Did you know that? Because flat Earth is flat Earth by default.
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, you are, but you don't realize it. There's no such thing as globe Earth. It's always been flat.
Yeah, and a lot of people get confused when they hear the term flat Earth because obviously there's topography, right? There's mountain ranges, there's plains, there's mountain lakes, right? There's all types of stuff. There's vast oceans. But underneath those vast oceans, there's things called the abysmal plains, right? What we're talking about is a lack of exponential curve, an average exponential curve across the entire surface of both the waters and the lands. So without that, you don't really have a spherical shape, right, to your surface. That's where you get the knowledge, is when you start putting the globe to the test. A lot of people say to themselves, oh, well, it's just too big. Earth is just way too massive. There's no way we would be able to measure. When you find out how much exponential drop over distance you would need on average, you find out that, no, it isn't too big. You would have to be able to account for these values. These values would need to be present. And yeah, they're just not there. So if you want to learn more about it, we can present you with some evidence.
I don't know. I thought this server was like people who started like learning English. I'm native speaker, so I thought maybe I'd be able to help people understand English, but I've learned that the server is just endless debating about stuff that doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
Well, debates are a good way to learn English. So having a debate.
The owner of the server invited us here. Sorry,
John.
Yeah, the owner of the server invited us here for that purpose. Just like Roots was highlighting, debating is a great way to learn. Why? Because it engages people in conversation, and this topic, this subject matter, brings up different vocabulary that wouldn't otherwise be used. So.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
You'd be surprised how much you could learn from a flat earther. When it comes to perspective, when it comes to science, when it comes to the laws of nature, these are all arguments that sit on the flat earth side. And a good flat earther will be able to teach you a lot of things about the globe that most people had no idea about. Like, let me ask you a question. How big is the globe? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, we can tell you all these things because we know the globe model. And that's the problem. Most people who learn the globe model will run into the same issue. This model isn't appearing in nature and reality. So when we do observations, any industry, if you do aviation, ballistics, building, when you go into industry, you actually treat the Earth as flat and stationary and the atmosphere as non-rotating and the Earth as stationary. It's not a secret. That's high-level engineering. So what appears in nature doesn't match the model. It's a rabbit hole, brother. One you've got to be willing to go down.
We also hear that a lot too, that it doesn't really matter if the Earth is flat or curved. And in your personal everyday life, if truth doesn't really matter to you, I can understand what you're getting at. Like, it's not going to change how much money you make. It's not going to change how many friendships you have or your professional contact list. It's not going to change any of those things. But for me, and I feel like for a lot of other flat earthers, it gives you a sense of understanding that you didn't have before, right? And knowing that you've been lied to, it opens up your understanding to how many more things you may have been misled about by the education system. So I do feel like it's a helpful tool to make you aware, or to make oneself aware, right, of how important it is to scrutinize information before accepting it blindly. And you might think twice before just accepting information from someone just because of the hive mind, right? Or just being told that, oh, well, everyone's in agreement about this, so I'm going to just jump in line.
What made you join the channel, bud?
This channel?
Yeah. Why did you join?
I just got bored.
Okay. But why this channel? Plenty of other servers and channels. Why this one? I'm not saying you're not welcome or anything. I'm just interested to know.
Shit. I don't know. It's
Do you
just
think
cool
the
to talk
topic's
to other
any-
people.
Do you think the topic's interesting though? This topic?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not a flat earther. But cool that other people have different beliefs than me.
Yeah, we tend not to call it a belief. It's more along the lines of we're going to be radically empirical. So, empirically, the Earth is observed as flat and motionless. And when we say flat, like John said, we don't mean no mountains, hills, valleys. We mean the overall surface of the Earth is water. And we know that that water is not curving into a ball. So in order for us to be on board with the whole heliocentric model, we have to deny what we observe in nature. So for us, it's not a belief. It's more of a, well, this is the empirical position. This is the logical position without influence from the mainstream. That's why we keep correcting you when you say belief. It's just an empirical position. We choose to hold the empirical position rather than the philosophical position that it's a globe.
So arm triangle, how much curvature do you think there would be in, let's say, 20 miles? How much should the Earth be curving on average in 20 miles?
Maybe like a third of a mile. But I don't know what I'm thinking. but like not like I don't know. I have no idea.
So you think it should be curving a lot. So if you were to see something that was completely,
Is
you were
it
to
like
see a
20
horizon
miles
completely
a
flat,
watt? I don't know.
like that's
The only
they
thing
say
is,
it's
like,
20
I've been on an airplane before. It clearly looks like it curves.
Yeah, that I would say that might have been something with the windows or mind playing tricks on you there. I have plenty of photos taken from planes. No curve.
Yeah, arm triangle. I posted in the site chat your globe claim radius. Do you know how to read it?
What did you? Okay, yeah. So yeah, I see. Yeah,
Can
the
you see it?
curves. Okay.
Yeah. Can you see how much it curves after 10 miles, after 20 miles, after 30 miles, after 40 miles, and so on? Can you see that? Yeah. Can you see after 10 miles, it should be
Yeah.
66 foot of curvature drop. 20 miles should give you 266 foot. 30 miles should give you 600 foot. 40 miles should give you 1,066 foot of curvature drop.
Dang. So there's drop. So a mile, 8 inches. So yeah, it doesn't seem like it is that much though. Right? Yeah, because when I walk a mile, I walked like 4 miles in a row before, but I feel like it would dropped not 128 inches. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like you're going to have topography, right? So you're going to have areas, like different areas of different lands are going to have different surface features. We're talking about an average, right? We're talking about an average across all of the land and water, right? So the best place to look for this would be a place that is supposed to have very little undulation, right? So like a plain, like a flat area of desert or a flat area like waters, lakes, right? Oceans. So looking across the large bay be a great place to do this observation. Why? Because you need that average, right? You need that average curved surface in order to get that radius value or get that circumference of the equator, or any of that stuff, right? So
Yeah.
if you're looking out on the water and you see, let's say, you see a city across the lake that's 50 miles away. That's a problem. You know, if you're up in a plane 30,000 feet and you have an infrared camera, and you could see 700 something miles away, that's a huge problem, right? That should not be possible if the Earth is indeed curving, which it isn't. So this is the reason why we say it's not a belief, is because it's been tested on multiple areas by multiple individuals, and the result comes back the same by every single person that looks and puts this stuff to the test. Is that the Earth is not curving on its surface. So it cannot be a ball, right? So now that radius value that everybody's talking about, that alleged radius, that's important. Why? Because everything's tied into that value. Like all of the information and data that they've given us as a matter of fact, right? They've presented this data to us as a matter of fact. In schools, on television programs, educational programs, documentaries, right? Space documentaries. everything's baked into that radius. So if that radius is wrong, right, it basically discredits not just the narrative, but it discredits all of the various government space agencies from all the different countries. Why? Because they're all in agreement about it. No one's come out and said, "Oh, America's wrong with their radius value." Right? America's NASA is wrong about the. You know, you didn't hear the Russians come out and say that. You didn't hear the Japanese space agency say that. So we have basically they're all cooked if one of them's cooked.
Good morning. Good morning to the 24/7 panel. Just checking in.
Hey, what's going on? Got Cyclone here too. Nice. Good morning.
Yeah,
to you,
just
Sporadic.
to give a little bulletin out. So we've got a guy coming in later, 5 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. California time. He's a PhD, so we're going to set up a stage debate. And at the moment, it looks like it'll be Indio speaking to him with DJ moderating. So it's going to be a general small panel that we're doing. But yeah, if you're available around then, join in, support in the chat, and there'll probably be opportunity for others to get up at times. But just letting everyone know.
Oh, cool, man. What time is it over there in your neck of the woods, Cyclone, right now?
It's 1 p.m., so it'll be in 4 hours' time, roughly.
Oh, okay. So it's lunchtime when I'm getting to work for you, huh? That's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice to know.
We'll see. I don't know anything
Yeah,
about the guy. Amish knows a bit more about him. He's done some modern day debate type stuff, so no idea what to expect. But I want to try and keep it chill, lengthy, no shouting, muting, and that as much as we can help it. So it's just going to be a small panel up at first, and then we'll see how it goes. And it's going to be in a stage room, so
That's great. Yeah, no, that's like the perfect place for it. That's what I was saying. I was asking Sporadic about it this morning myself. I was curious how that all worked out. I know Weirsa. I've been talking to him since we joined the server. The guy's kind of snaky, you know. He doesn't want to take a side. You know what I mean? He's one of those types where he's like, "Oh, I have no side. I don't care." You know. I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
When's the event? Wolfgang? Cyclone?
4
5
hours.
p.m. UK time.
Cool.
Yeah,
be there.
background
India
and
should have
context.
no problem.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Sporadic.
Yeah, done. Okay. Just wanted to offer some quick context. Ursa said that he's been trying to line up some high-end debate partners for a 24/7 panel member. And yesterday he came through kind of with something at the last second, caught us all off guard a bit on short notice. If you recall, he came in with Dr. Blitz and said, "Hey, Dr. Blitz is ready to go live in an hour with like 500 to 1,500 people on his YouTube channel." I was like, "Whoa, okay, hold your horses. Let's talk about this first." So I had him DM me, and we worked it out behind the scenes. Yesterday on the live stream, Dr. Blitz said that his other available time would be tomorrow morning his time, which is 9 a.m. California time, and asked if we could put something together. And honestly, I didn't think we could. I didn't think we had the resources and the right time zones to make it happen, but it looks like we did. We got it going. Thank you to Indio for being available to take this one. And we're going to make it one of the best events we've had in a long time. So there you have it.
What's going on
Thank
here?
you,
Sounds
DJ.
awesome.
Thank you, DJ, for moderating. DJ, big ups to you.
Yeah, DJ's not here, but yeah. Hey, Aptem, we're talking shopping here, but welcome to the room, man. All right. Or not. Yeah, Easy's cool is back. No, I don't think India will have an issue with him unless the guy's being just constantly interrupting and talking over him. I mean,
It'll be a
you have the
staged
winning hand.
event. yeah, not everybody
You have the winning hand. You have the winning hand.
is going to be able to speak.
Yeah, no, I think it's perfect having
We
DJ
plan to let the
moderating.
two speak.
He's really good.
This is really an exposition of our team and what we've kind of collectively put together behind the scenes and how we think about these issues. So it'll be important to just let Indio and Dr. Blitz have their conversation. Just let them talk. I know people want to chomp at the bit. Flat earthers love to get their hands on astrophysicists and things like that, but that's not what this is about. This is not about trying to knock somebody's head intellectually into the dirt. You know, we're trying to be academic and have modicum of decor as we do that. All right, this is a friendly event, guys.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Weirset just because I've spoken to him so many times and he won't even take a position. So it's like he's like, it's not important either way. It doesn't really matter. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, dude. It's fine. Take whatever position you'd like.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I've had a couple offhand conversations with Dr. Blitz in various servers. One of them might have been in MTD and some other place. He's not a mean guy, folks. He's not out to get anybody. He is genuine in his beliefs, his intellectual pursuits. You know, for what it's worth, I know he's striving to be honest. Okay, so let's keep an open mind with him as we go into that.
I'd say the only red flag that I can tell, I don't know this guy, but the fact that they turned up out the blue and wanted to debate within an hour sounds like a bit of a, I don't know, bit of an ambush. But no, if you've spoke to him before, then maybe it's not.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of had the same inclination at first, and you know, MC Toon recently did a show a couple days ago on Flurfs running from debates, and when Flurfs debate, they're all dishonest. And you know, I thought it was kind of trashy, and it's rather timely that this comes up out of nowhere, like it did. But you know what? If this is what it takes to get 24/7's name and reputation out there, then you know maybe we should embrace it, make the most of it. They have been very accommodating to our requests. You know, hosting a staged event, type moderation, allowing DJ to be up there. This, to me, that's a sign of good faith.
No, it sounds good. And I think you're right. I think the debates will bring people back. I mean, there's so many flat earthers that are just missing right now, and it's probably because there's not enough debates and organized events. So yeah, this might inject a bit of life back into the group, right?
Yep, I was saying the same thing. It's been a long time since we've had a high-profile event like this at all with 24/7. You know, maybe the last one was 2 or 3 years.
Where do I get to watch this debate?
It's going to happen right here in the English Hub. We're going to have a stage event, so it'll be at the top of the channel stack. English Hub moderators and admins have signed off on this, so it's going to be great. We're also live streaming it to YouTube. We're going to try and set up our bot to make sure we capture every moment. And I'm sure you can also watch it on Dr. Blitz's YouTube channel. You can find him at @BlitzPhD.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this morning might be best spent, at least this morning in U.S. time, might be best spent kind of talking this event up a little bit to get the word out there. We haven't had a lot of time to do advertising, you know. So.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's good to make it known that this is going on, and even you can go into some of the subjects that you know he's preferring to talk about. There's other ones I've not really seen him, but yeah, it'd be worth going over some of the concepts that he's going to bring up just to lay the groundwork. But I'm going to be in and out today with work and things, so I'll try and get in where I can and keep an eye on it if I can. But if I'm not there, yeah, I'm sure it'll go relatively smooth. Let's hope.
Yep, I'll be there. I'll be there logged in and listening, and I'll be able to step out for about an hour when the event begins, if I needed to discuss or to talk at all. So I'll be laying in the back a bit, but still coordinating behind the scenes.
Is it like 3-4 hours from now?
Yeah, in 4 hours, 3 hours and 50 minutes actually. So this will be at 9 o'clock a.m. California time for Dr. Blitz. That's 12 o'clock noon for those of us who live on the East Coast, and I think that's noon UK time.
I feel like I've seen this episode already.
No, it's 5 p.m. UK time.
Oh yeah, sorry. 5 p.m. I messed up. That's what I get for distracted driving. Thank you, Cyclone. Yeah, I mean, Crit, yeah, he's been around the debate circuit before.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's really talked to 24/7 yet. He spent some considerable time talking to the Ether Cosmology folks and Earth Awakenings. So he's probably going to be getting something a little bit different than he's used to. I don't know what he's expecting. But I imagine he's probably expecting something a little different. But we'll see. Maybe this will be brand new for him.
And like, it's not a LARP. It's not some guy like pretending.
No, he's a legit PhD. I think he teaches relativity at some college, actually, if I'm remembering the right guy. But he's a PhD astrophysicist. He's got a YouTube channel.
All right, this is
He holds himself out in real name.
Yeah, hopefully the globalists learn something. They'll hear an actual PhD tell them that what they're looking at is the big question mark.
Yeah, like the new moon next to Uranus. Maybe they'll learn about the new moon they discovered at Uranus.
I don't like the way that you said it.
It's the way NASA put it out there.
Yeah, it used to be that Jupiter and Saturn were constantly fighting to see who's going to get the most moons. And now a new contender, Uranus.
The headlines yesterday were off the charts. Like, normie people that normally don't pay attention to space news were sending me space news about Uranus's new moon.
Yeah, I missed that one. I have to see why it didn't pop up on the ground. What I use Ground News, the feed for that.
So who's going to speak on the stage? Is it Indio?
Yes, it will be Indio. Very likely it will be only Indio for the first part of it. And on the other side is a Blitz PhD, Dr. Blitz. You can find Dr. Blitz on Modern Day Debate. He's hanging out there. He speaks on the topics of atheism and cosmology.
Direct contradictions. Like, he's an atheist in cosmology?
Well, I think the prevailing cosmology for many astrophysicists is godless.
So they've like abandoned all of the Catholic Church, like Big Bang and all that.
Well, the question is, did the Catholic Church abandon them?
Oh yeah, that's kind of the same. You ask a lot ex-Catholics, and they're like, I ain't leave the church. The church left me.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think even atheists aren't truly atheists in the sense that theists think they are. The new atheism is really like a hardcore agnosticism, it seems, and not true atheism.
It's hard to believe that one of the modern day debate is still around after one of their moderators got caught up in a Chris Hansen style sting operation.
Oh gosh, dude. Holy cow. I almost wanted to bring it up. I chose not to. I'm kind of glad you did.
Well, it wasn't one of their moderators. It was one of the Globe Earthers.
Yeah, one of the biggest like anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
Atheist, like. Like, that meme where it's like, this is a Discord mod. It shows a guy with a fedora, neck beard. Yeah, that's virtually the guy. Except for instead of a black suit, it's like a purple suit and all kinds of weird shit.
It's a near 100% overlap with Reddit mods.
And he was busted for that before he started doing those debates on Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, they let it go. They let it like he was already under investigation, and they let it go. They didn't say anything. And finally, when he's like, "Okay, well, you're convicted. Now you got to get off the internet." Well, where did he go?
I don't think it was Flat Earth police investigators that arrested him either.
No, it was his own crew of people that found out, right? He lied to them and he said, I'm going to be going away. I've got a job on an oil rig, right? This is according to his own people that were working on his YouTube channel with him. Okay, so he's told them, he's like, I'm going to be away. I'm going to be on an oil platform. I got a job and there's no internet. They're like, okay, that doesn't quite make sense, right? So they had a shared Canva account with the guy and they were able to dig up his name in the Canva account details. And then they did a search and they found all of that information about the Chris Hansen style thing. And and it kind of spiraled from there. And then he ended up deleting the channel that all these other guys had put all of this work into. And it was a whole big ordeal. There's a whole YouTube video all about it from the guys that he was working with. Ozian. The guy's name's Ozian.
Yeah, his handle, not his name. His pseudonym.
His pseudonym. Here he is in the side chat.
I'm looking forward to this for many reasons. And one of them is for the Flat Earth community at large, outside of 24/7 Flat Earth, to hear what our group, what our little corner of the world brings as far as, how we think about Flat Earth, how we argue its points, and so on. And I think the wider Flat Earth community or world would stand to benefit from this because there are a lot of issues right now. You go to TikTok, you go to Facebook, Twitter, you do hashtag flat earth, and what pops up? I mean, a lot of nonsense, a lot of science fiction nonsense, things that would make me turned off if I wasn't already in the knowledge of flat earth itself. It's almost like a form of escapism for people, like the Q-tard revolution was. People that were upset with the status quo, people looking for explanations in a world that doesn't make sense. People flock to Q for hope in a brighter future where all the world evil and corruption is locked up and imprisoned. And then people flock to the idea of flat earth, which is, a new cosmology, one where they get to reconcile their biblical beliefs and in the world around them, and also hate the government at the same time. And that's really not what we're about here, at least 24/7. And I don't want to blow smoke up Indio's ass too much, but Indio, you're a freaking legend. And I think the wider community will learn a lot from you today. If they haven't heard of you before, they're going to after this. So thanks to Indio for taking one. Not that he shies away from this. I mean, this is going to be a walk in the park for Indio.
All right. Well, I'm setting up the event now, like pre-booking the stage time and all of that sort of thing. So just to double check, so I don't make a massive blunder, 9 a.m. California time would be 5 p.m. UK time. Is that right? And that would be 6 p.m. in Poland, where I'm at. Is that right? Basically this afternoon.
Prime time, baby.
I had a fun dig at ourselves last night when I told Dr. Blitz that, it's really been tough kind of pulling this together because all of us flat earthers are in different time zones. How do you have time zones on a flat earth?
Yeah, you should have said political time zones.
I put a funny emoji at the end, so he got it. The derp.
So sporadic.
No.
If you've spoke to this chap before, what's his because everybody has their own little area which they like to focus on. Have you debated with him before? What's his arguments?
I mean, I have spoken with him before in a voice chat. He may not remember me or know me from Adam, but I remember him. I've also seen him earlier in content. He actually debated against Witsit and a few others in like a 3 versus 3. You can find that maybe on Globebusters channel on YouTube. But anyway, that's if you want to go find out for yourself. He's also got his own YouTube channel, but he is an astrophysicist. He understands relativity, mathematics, geometry, classical physics to a very, very large extent. He's got breadth and depth in these areas. And from what I gather, his main contention is that scientific progress itself has dispelled flat earth myths, that scientific discoveries and demonstrations in the fields of relativity and the fields of space technology and even things you can do here on Earth have all proven that Earth is not only a globe, but that Earth is also in revolution around the sun and spins on an axis. So he's not afraid to talk about things like the Sagnac effect. He's not afraid to take that bull by the horns and drive it into the ground. He will probably discuss things like Hafel-Keating and the Pound-Rebka experiments, where they measure basically the phase shifting of light in reference frames to affirm relativity. He might bring up things like the very long baseline interferometry construction projects around Earth, which are basically like really big Sagnac effect machines. So he's got the technical depth, and I think he will leverage that to his best, and he will want to show his audience that that flat earthers generally lack this kind of scientific knowledge and education, technical knowledge, and he will use that to show his audience that basically, if you're a flat earther, you probably don't know these things. You don't understand the technology or the science, and if you did, then you wouldn't be a flat earther anymore. I kind of think if I were to take a guess at what's going on ahead of time with this, that's probably what's going on through his mind right now. But no, of course, this is all speculation. And this is also, I want to reiterate, this is a friendly event. I think we should definitely be on our best behavior.
Yeah, it's going to be a very moderated stage, right? We're not going to just allow anyone that puts their hand up to jump up on stage, right? It's going to be super moderated on both sides.
I was going to say, who's going to be on the panel? Because obviously Indio's going to lead, but Sporadic, are you going to be heavily involved?
I don't know yet. I mean, I can very likely, like 90% certainty, say that I can be there for an hour at the prescribed time, from 12 o'clock my time on to 1 o'clock. I don't think I'll be needed. This is mainly going to be Indio showing down with Dr. Blitz, and I think there will be time for additional panelists afterwards towards the end. What I really hope 24/7 gets to see, and the wider flat earth community gets to see, is that it's okay to be an academic flat earther, right? You can have academic integrity. You can study all the mainstream science and physics and technology and engineering, whatever you want, and still be a flat earther. That nothing that you can do in these fields can take away the fact that Earth has not been measured as having curvature or spinning as a globe in an outer space vacuum. So being able to partition your mind as a flat earther is very important for navigating through this flex world. You don't have to be an outcast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I hope you're there. I hope you get involved. And you say he's going to lead with relativity. I mean,
yeah, it's my suspicion.
Not all flat earthers are well versed in relativity. I just want to make sure the right people are around, the ones who have done, the right work.
It's essentially going to be Indio versus this guy. I think that should run for an hour and a half at least, right? And then we can start, somewhat of an after show where we open up the panel. People can come up, ask questions from both sides, and then do it that way. I'm going to be mostly just moderating, right? Trying to be unbiased moderator. We want to keep it like a free-flowing conversation, but there might be times where we need to say, hey, you need to let him finish, and then you can respond, and that kind of thing, rather than actually sectioning it into timed segments and things like that. Would try to keep it like a good faith, free-flowing conversation for the most part.
Yeah, I think you're a good choice for a moderator, dude.
Yeah, hopefully I won't have to do much, because Indio's he's not one of those hot-headed type people that are going to make the other guy aggravated. I mean, I'm sure the other guy will get aggravated at some stage, but yeah, I think it'll be pretty good. I think it'll go pretty well.
Yeah, Indio knows how to talk to academics, and that's, I think, why this pairing is very good to have and why it's important. There's a certain kind of way you discuss topics at various levels of abstractions in academia. There's a very high context approach to it, and so he can conceivably have conversations with Dr. Blitz using language that's very foreign sounding to us commoners, and it will make complete sense to them both. So if that happens, it'll be important to bear in mind that they're not just BSing each other. This will be very good for English learners too in the English Hub to hear lexical references that they may not get in their typical English classes, because this could go down some very interesting scientific rabbit holes. And one thing, if you haven't met Indio before, he's really good at taking the most insanely complicated, cutting-edge technological topics and breaking it down into analogies in ways that common people can understand. Not that many people have that kind of capability to do that. A lot of people who are in the academic world get so caught up in that world that they stay there and have a hard time coming out of it and translating what they've learned and how they understand things into plain English. But Indio's very good at that, and I think it's one of the reasons why he's a good champion for this debate.
Awesome. I'm getting pumped.
Oh, I am too. I'd love to sit here and hype it some more. I feel like I'm a hype man in hype mode, but I got to get to work to my Monday normal job right now. So I'm going to stay logged in so I can listen to you guys. And I'll be back in a few hours. And was it 4.5 hours?
Awesome.
Yeah. 4.5. Bang on.
3.5.
2, 3, 4. 4.5.
So I'm
12.
I'm in
12 UK.
What's the time where you're at?
Eastern.
What's the time where you're at, Roots? It's 1:30?
Oh, it's 1:30. Yeah. It's 1:30
Okay,
for me.
so I'm an hour ahead of you. Okay, so it's at 6 p.m. my time. I'm just making the stage event now, so I just want to make sure I don't mess it up and put in a blunder time. Okay, so start time 6 p.m., which will be 5 p.m. your time, which will be 9 a.m. California time. Okay, cool.
Right, so 3.5 hours.
Yeah. All right, and I've got it titled as Dr. Blitz versus Indio 007, and then I've got in brackets Flat versus Globe debate, and I have a nice thumbnail. Okay. And it's going to be on the FE stage, and our normal moderation commands will work, according to Vivek.
I'm going to post this in some of the other channels where there's other flat earthers as well. See if we can get a
Yeah,
good
I'm
crowd.
going to do that as well. Yeah, awesome. Okay, create event.
Indio's time to shine, baby. I've never really seen him lose a debate before, so this is going to be epic. I think Indio struggles with the, like the clowns and the people who come in who don't have any idea about the Earth. But when it comes to academics, that's where he shines against educated opponents. Easy is cool. Are you going to be listening into that? I think you'll appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I'm listening to everything today. I don't want to talk much.
Yeah, make sure you're around in about 3.5 hours. I think you'll like
Yeah,
that.
I'll be around.
Before you mute up, being as it's quiet, what did you make of yesterday? I know you were online for a good
I made
2
a
or 3
lot,
hours
actually.
after I left.
It was really mind numbing. Like I couldn't sleep the whole night. That's how much I was thinking about it.
So come on, give us a bit of feedback in terms of where your head's at now. Then we've been through all of these arguments for 2 days with yourself. So where's your mind? Where's your thinking now?
Okay, so now I'm in the bridge between thinking it's round Earth and confusion.
Okay, so you're still holding on to that ball.
Yeah.
And where does the confusion lie when it comes to your ball?
The confusion lies in all the evidence I brought and all the the drawbacks that came with it, and then that was stated, and all the things that all the flat earthers say.
So you mean the lack of direct evidence for the claims?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, just from a neutral perspective, don't you think it's strange how many claims there are for the globe, but how few direct evidences there are to back those claims? Don't you think it's strange as like a overall kind of overview of the whole situation? You'd think it'd be easier to just find some direct evidence for the globe, right? Oh, by the way, I just want to shout out the passing of Uber Flat Earth. I don't know if anybody knows Uber Flat Earth, but he passed away yesterday. May he rest in peace.
Oh no!
Damn.
Yeah, that's. I know who you're
Have no
talking
idea.
about. Yeah, he's like he doesn't come around here very often, but he's on a lot of the other servers. I didn't know anything was what was wrong. I mean, like.
Yeah, he's been ill for a while, apparently. He's had pancreas issues. I don't think he spoke about it to many people, but yeah, it kind of got the better of him.
Yeah,
but apparently he was in a good place before he left. Like, things were going well for him.
Yeah, if I got the guy right, he's the one that hangs around with Allison quite a bit, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, who was it, Roots? I'm sorry, brother.
Uber Flat Earth.
Brother's gone?
He died yesterday.
Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, he used to come to the PNR just to say hi to us all the time.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, rest in peace to him, man.
He was a young man. I think he was like 30, 35, something like that. It's a shame, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
But yep, he will be remembered. His legacy will live on. We will not forget.
My mic working now?
Sure is.
Roots, I go back with Uber Flat Earth back to 2016, the Hangouts, and I just wanted to speak up for him. He was an excellent human being, an excellent researcher, and his soul is where it's supposed to be now. I'm sure he's okay. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he was a really nice guy. He didn't really debate. I don't know if that was just his personality or because he was unwell. He was more of a community guy, come in and make friends, play games. He was pretty chilled, but he was a nice person. Yeah, I have to agree with that.
And I will speak up for him. He participated in those mirror experiments that's down in Southern California. I'm trying to remember where they were at, but you probably know what I'm talking about. They did like across the Salton Sea, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I
They
think
did like
with a guy.
18-mile mirror flashes and stuff. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, he just I think he recently did one too.
Life is short. Life is precious.
What happened now?
Uber Flat Earth passed away.
We lost another good truth soldier, Uber Flat Earth, if you remember who that is. He's been around for about 10 years or so. He's leveled up to the next level now, whatever that is, right?
Oh, man.
And I could throw in a speculation, and I'm going to say that wherever he's at now, they're not arguing about whether they live on the spinning ball or not. What do y'all think?
Yeah, he didn't really argue anyway. He was just comfortable with what he knew. He did his own stuff, his own, observations, and he just lived his life, man. He was just enjoying himself. Be pretty funny though if they were arguing about flat and globe Earth in heaven, right? It's still not high enough to see.
A lot of this boils down to just the general pride of mankind, humankind, thinking that they can get all the answers for everything, right? There's some stuff you're just not going to get the answers for. And you got to deal with that.
So back to business as usual then. Is it only Easy in the chat who's on the globe side, or do we have some others? And when I say globe side, we don't want we don't just want to argue, we just want to have a good discussion.
Bro, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, you want to know why the earth is flat?
We know why the earth is flat, because
You
it's
want to know
observed,
why?
measured and treated that way. We know
You
why.
want to know why?
We know why.
But do you want to know why?
We already know why.
But do you want to see my perspective?
Do we?
Do you? Yeah,
That sounds
of
like the
course,
beginning
man.
of a
This is a debate. Come on. The earth is flat, guys. For anyone who says the earth is round, that is incorrect. Because the earth is flat is because the roads on the traffic.
So do we have anybody coherent? Do we have anybody
guess so.
coherent
I got some.
on the globe side? Anybody coherent? Do we have to speak to this person?
Is she drunk?
I don't want to speak to her. All right, I'll unmute you. That was pretty harsh.
Let
Just a
me
girl.
talk, man.
Compose yourself. Compose yourself. We already know why the Earth's flat, and we already know you're not a flat earther.
Bro, I
The
am
jig is up.
You don't understand. You don't understand the best Earth.
Listen, are you drunk? Because you're not very coherent.
She's probably drunk.
We know you're not a flat earther. The jig is up. Just a girl.
Bro, unmute me. Damn, I'm not drunk, bro. Listen. Listen, okay? And the reason why the earth is flat, okay? Like, I've been in so many fights with people who say the earth is round because it's actually not, okay? I'm gonna prove to you why the earth is flat. Like, you say, anyone listen to me in here, okay? Anyone who says the earth is round, just say to them, the earth is not round because how are roads straight, okay? You think a road would be straight on a round, earth?
Yeah, that's extremely dumb. Extremely dumb. So we got Barbok just joined. What's up, Barbok? Welcome to the channel. SEG, welcome to the channel. Not sure if you've been here before, but welcome. Just a girl, I will unmute you. I don't want to leave you on mute, but please don't be dumb.
Wait, let me talk my shit, man. I wasn't even done talking. What?
Yeah,
I made great points. You're supposed to say, "Oh yeah, you're right, just a girl, Yani."
No,
okay.
you're saying dumb things. Just a girl.
Bro, you think the road would be round if the world was round, yeah? Right? Right? You see where I'm coming from?
No, you're just being dumb.
No, I'm not. Bro, this is the best, like, bro, you debunk all these motherfuckers who think the earth is round. You debunk them all, okay?
Step
Don't
away
say just
from the
me.
cocaine, madam.
Yeah,
Bro,
I'm gonna pop you back. Just a girl, I'm gonna pop you back on mute.
No,
You're not
Don't
You're
put
not
me
really
back,
helping.
bro. I just have ADHD and I have a lot of energy. I have a lot of talk.
Yeah, but you're
I
being
make
dumb.
good conversation.
That shit ain't ADHD.
But this is
That's
what
just
I'm
that's
talking
just
about.
Or drunk.
that's just no, that's just
young
dumb.
lady, you picked the wrong channel to come and troll that. Go ahead, Rhodes.
Really? You're gonna leave her with me? I don't even want to talk to her. She's
I
being
don't
dumb.
have any mod powers. Just somebody shut her up, and she's not going to. If you don't care about truth and the reality where you live, then why are you here?
Yeah,
She probably had 3 whiskey.
we didn't order a clown today. Just a girl.
Fucking head is a clown looking ass motherfucker. What the fuck you talking about? Look at it.
Yeah, that's the end of that then. Well, if Bork or SEG doesn't want to speak up, easy. I want to hear where you're at. I want to hear where the confusion is with your globe.
Oh, I'm here.
You said you between the globe and confusion. Why is Why is flat Earth still not an option for you?
I think I gotta stay here a little longer just to like see if I'm not really decided yet.
But when I asked you where you're at, you said you were on the fence between it being a globe and confusion. Why was flat Earth not on that? Why is that not on the table for you?
Well, so
sounds like you've ruled it out already.
What?
I said it sounds like you've already ruled it out somehow.
No, I haven't ruled anything out. I'm just looking for more stuff and then I'll decide. I've been here only 3 days after all.
Good answer.
Thank you, sir.
Do you think there's anything exclusive to a globe in terms of evidence?
I think since the amount of globists in the world outdoes the number of flat earthers, there might be like a lot more evidence that people might have made or discovered or whatever.
But that's just an appeal to the mainstream, an appeal to the majority. You get that, right? That's not a logical argument.
Yeah, but it could still pass as like an experiment done by somebody, right?
Well, as you know, when you quote these experiments, we can very simply and quickly point out where the problem is, where this doesn't equate to exclusive evidence for the globe. It's usually riddled with pre-assumptions, fallacious reasoning.
What about the experiments that Globers can do and we can do at home?
Like what?
Um um uh
Like
yeah, fair
looking at the
point.
sky. We can look at the sky.
Okay, and what does that prove?
Well, the sky's motion is different in different parts of the planet. So in the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates around Polaris in a counterclockwise movement, and in the south hemisphere, it rotates around the constellation, the Southern Cross, right, in a clockwise movement. And if you went to the equator, you see the sky going up and down, literally. So we see the pattern
Yeah,
of
that's
rotation is
happening.
going differently. And the stars that we see close to the northern Polaris we cannot see them in the south hemisphere because we obviously have a planet in the middle. So that's really easy reasoning why the Earth is a globe.
Is it though? I mean, yeah,
Yeah, it is.
it can fit your model. I agree.
Yeah, well,
But
it's the only explanation.
is it? Excuse
for
me.
this to
Don't
work
interrupt
this
me.
way.
Don't interrupt me, Doug. I'll let you finish. You let me finish. So yeah, you can say that matches your model, okay? But is that exclusive to a globe? Does that only work if Earth is a ball?
Yes, and it can only work if the Earth is a globe. It cannot work if the Earth was flat.
Oh, really?
This wouldn't happen in the sky. No.
And why is that?
It
Because you
uses
would
the
see stars
magnetic
going-
poles of Earth.
No, that's not even the reason. Because we would see a different pattern of movements. So we would see the sky rotate around one single direction, right? Or we would see the sky just static, and that doesn't happen.
No, you're making a lot of assumptions here about what the flat Earth is. How
Then
do you
tell us,
know?
what's the flat Earth?
How do you know that you would only see one set of stars, one convergence point or one central rotation point on a flat Earth? Why do you assume that? Do you know a flat Earth model? Do you have a flat Earth model that you're referencing?
Well, no, but even if you use that, if you explain, oh yeah, you can have different rotation points in a flat Earth, it doesn't explain, right? It doesn't make sense. And the globe provides this explanation because you can exemplify it yourself.
No, I've seen and heard plenty of explanations, like a dual pole model, like a perspective convergence point based on reflective nature in the sky in the south. There's lots of different alternatives and explanations of how this would work on a flat Earth.
No,
Sir
it
Roots.
doesn't.
Yes, there is.
It can only work. It can only
There's
work. in a
all
globe
types.
Earth.
No, there's all types of flat earthers, and there are some flat earthers who have models. Yes, we don't back their models because we have no way to verify them. But there is, like I said, multiple models with a southern star rotation in the south, and just coherent reasons why that would happen due to perspective.
No,
due to
that
due to
doesn't
the
work.
atmosphere, due to you can invoke all sorts of things as to why that would work. But yeah, go ahead. Whoever that was, easy.
Oh yeah. So I want to know what flat Earth we were talking about. Are we talking about the one with Antarctica in the middle, or the one with Antarctica as an ice wall?
Say that again.
Neither. Yeah, neither.
Okay, go ahead, Crit.
Yeah, neither of those. This guy is talking about the sky, which if he's worried about points of rotation, okay, how do you bring that back to the ground?
Well, because it's the only explanation. It's if you are rotating and your perspective, like the same thing as you are in a car or in an amusement park, right? It changes while you are moving. Your perspective changes with motion. That's the only explanation for the globe Earth, and that's why the sky changes if you change locations in different parts of the planet. Because we change our perspective. And you were talking about perspective, and this is all about perspective. I totally agree with you on that. This is all about perspective. But for perspective to change, we need to change our position, right? So that's why the sky is different in the northern hemisphere and in the south hemisphere and in the equator, because we change our perspective.
So not because it is a globe, then. Perfect.
Yeah, because it's a globe, and then because we go to different parts of the globe.
Hold on. You didn't say anything about the globe when you said you're just changing perspective. You said I go from here and I go from there and I go there and I go there, and it changes because of your position. Your perspective changes because of your position, not because of a globe.
Well, no, can you say that again? Can you formulate is it a question that you're asking or just a statement?
I'm just stating what you just said. You said that the positions of the star changed because the perspective of the positions that you're in on Earth, not because of the globe.
No, the movement of the stars in the sky changes.
Yeah, because of where you're at, not because it's a globe.
Exactly. But where you at? But where are you at? If you are in a flat Earth, it wouldn't behave this way. If you are in a globe, it would behave this way.
How do you
That's
know
my
that?
point.
I mean, it will behave the way it does now just because you're on a flat Earth. What are you talking about?
If you put yourself, I'm going to give you a practical example. If you put yourself, for example, in a rotating plane, and if you are in that rotating plane, like as in a shopping mall, right? I'm just giving you an example. Like, imagine that you are in an amusement park. It's a flat plane and it's just going on in circles, right? You look up and you see the sky and you just see it going on circles. I'm talking about the practical example of you being in a flat plane and just going on a circle.
All amusement parks are in a flat planes.
Exactly, but I'm talking about an example of you being in a flat plane and going on circles.
I'm still waiting for your globe example.
You'd see the sky behaving differently than what we see in the globe Earth. That's what we see literally in reality.
How do you know that?
Because you can literally look at the sky in different parts of the planet. We'll see the sky behaving differently.
What is the sky doing?
The sky rotates in a counterclockwise movement in the north hemisphere, in the clockwise movement in the south hemisphere.
The sky is moving.
No, we are moving, and that's our perspective. The same thing that you are in a car.
Contradict yourself again now. I just asked you what is the sky doing, and you say the sky is rotating or the sky is moving. So the sky is
in
moving,
our perspective.
Not the Earth.
Well, if you are in a car, you technically you see all your environment around you moving backwards, right?
No, you
don't see the car moving by itself.
You're moving.
Yeah, but you don't see the car moving because for you the car is static. You just see the environment going around you.
When you're in a car, yourself, you know that you're moving. You know that the stuff
when you are in a car,
you're passing stuff by. The stuff ain't passing by themselves. You're moving. You know you're moving.
Can I finish my point?
Hold on. You have no point because you're trying to make an analogy which is incorrect because when you're in a car,
it's the same analogy.
Dude, let me finish. You know that you're moving and the stuffs that are outside are stationary and you're passing by them.
So my point was when you are inside of a car, you're not aware that the car is moving. In your perspective, you're static, and the car is static as well.
Yes, you are.
Because you don't see. Can you stop interrupting? So you don't see the car moving in a third.
You're saying stupid shit,
no,
bro.
because you don't see. No, because you don't see the car moving in a third person. The same way you don't see the Earth moving in a third person.
Oh, bro, you do so. That's ridiculous. Stupid.
Well, it's just a matter of perspective. Well, the Earth is moving,
I
and
don't
then
feel
that's
like
why
the
the sky
car's
moves.
moving. I don't see the car moving. Bullshit.
That's
What
how
are
you guys
talking
behave in
about?
Flat Earth. That's
What
what
are you
you guys
talking
behave
about?
as Globe Earth. You guys behave the same way.
You really think that when you're in a car, you don't experience the car moving?
You really think when we are in a planet, you don't experience the planet moving? It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, and you're just an hypocrite.
Did you board Earth
You
and
have
then
a double
start
logic.
it up?
You have a
And
double
then
logic.
did you put your foot down on the pedal and get Earth going?
Again, you just have you have double
Did you?
standards. That's fine.
Did you? Did you?
Your double standards are fine because
You can't answer
you cannot
questions,
explain.
right? You can't answer questions.
Your double standards are completely
You can't
fine.
answer
It's okay.
questions, bro. You can't answer questions. Bro, it's not like you were born in a car that's moving and has never stopped,
Again,
and you
your
were
double
never
standards
aware
are
of it.
completely fine with me.
Well, who measured the Earth to be moving? Dog?
I don't understand why globe earthers always try, when you talk about the movement of the earth, they always try to compare linear velocity to angular velocity. Something that is going in a straight line compared to something that is going in a curved line, making a circle. So you will
Talk about angular velocity.
you always feel yourself inside a car or a train that is going around the circle. That's not that's not a good analogy when you compare the Earth movement to a car going in a straight line or a train going in a straight line. When it's turning, yeah, it will constantly push you toward the wall that is opposite to the direction of the turn. Constantly.
Is this you talking about angular velocity? I wouldn't mind saying that. Well, it's a fun fact. You guys probably you should try it for yourselves because when you are in the equator and if you check your weight, you'll weight less. That's because of the centrifugal force.
Did you?
caused by the
Did you
angular
do that?
velocity.
Did you do that? Did you do that?
I did, yeah. I just came back from Cape
bullshit.
Verde.
What a load of...
I
What
did.
a liar.
That's wrong. So you're just following the claim that mainstream science were making, but it's not the case anymore. Mainstream science doesn't
I
say
did that. I did it by myself. I did the experiment.
on the equator compared to northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that's not.
Yeah, I have it already. I play it through my mic, so he can listen to.
I did the
correction.
experiment for myself. I weight less.
That's bullshit.
It's not because I did it for myself.
Yeah, dude, you're still missing the point here. You haven't got to curve or rotation yet. All you've done is says if the Earth is rotating or if it's curved. Do you have a model or a map or what are you using this? What are you demonstrating for your if?
I mean, what am I demonstrating?
Yeah, so when someone says if the Earth is flat, you can say certainly. Can you show that? Yep. Here's observations. Here's measurements. Here's practical demonstration. We got tons of things if we invoke if a flat Earth. Do you have anything if globe Earth? What does that look like? What does a globe Earth look like? Where are you at with that?
Just a globe, pretty much. It's like it's not a perfect globe, but it's pretty much a globe.
So let's bring your own cosmology day.
Excuse me?
Just bring your own cosmology day. You just invent a new globe and say, here's something new. See, if you go down that route, it's very easy. At this point, you've rejected some 3,000-ish models. I've just rejected one more, yours. Also.
No, it's a oblate spheroid. It's not like really a globe. It's not very perfect. It's not like it's a smooth surface, but I mean, it's pretty much close to a globe as it is.
Okay, well, sure. Yeah, so you've rejected some 3,000 models and then added a new one, your own, and I've rejected that one too. We're just one model apart, dude.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think there is enough amount of evidence that's going to convince you guys that the Earth is a globe.
We could try. What convinced you?
I mean, I've honestly checked the evidence for the flat Earth, and it,
Well,
it's
don't
just
worry about
impossible.
flat Earth.
And
What about globe Earth? You want to convince someone the Earth is a globe? Would you talk about the globe, or would you talk about a flat Earth if you want to convince someone the Earth is a globe?
I'll just give you an example, and the other guy, Roots, was saying that it's just a matter of like different points. I don't even know what the guy said, but he just made up a completely explanation for the rotation of the sky, and that doesn't happen in the flat Earth. It can only happen in the globe Earth.
So show the globe Earth. What do we got?
Well, for once, I mean, you can literally see globes, right? So if you buy yourself a telescope and you look at the sky, you can literally see planets, and you can see their moons orbiting them. And if you watch their
No, you
positions
don't.
in different days,
That's
you'll see,
another lie,
you'll see
bro.
their
You're
moons.
full of lies.
You'll see the moons in different positions. So
yeah, there you go. And you don't even know if they're moons or not. They're just points of light. You don't know that they're moons.
Yeah, see, that's exactly my point. I mean, I don't know where I was. I think I was talking to Crit.
How
So
do you know they're
see,
moons?
I just gave you
How
the
do
evidence,
you
and
know
he said it's lights in the
that
sky.
they are moons? How do you know they're moons? That's what I thought.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem, man. I mean, it's just pointless. I'll give you arguments, and you're just gonna say, "How do you know that?" You know?
Yeah, and
Well, yeah,
what's
you
your
should
answer?
answer that. How do you know? How would you know?
How do you know that?
Because it's a large amount. It's a large mass of solid.
How do you know that, dude? He's asking how it's that you're giving him the explanation. He wants to know how you know that information is true. How do you figure that out, bro?
I mean, because we have direct observation using telescopes.
You see something, yeah, you see something, and you can say, "Hey, that thing's a giant marshmallow." How do you know what it is?
Because like you keep saying that, like what kind of evidence do you want? I think it's easier if I ask you what kind of evidence do you want. You want to
Something
go
that
there.
tells you what elemental structure the thing is made of directly. What is it made of?
But what kind of evidence? You want to go there, you want to come back.
Yes, we want to
What
go there.
convinced you? You said nothing's going to convince me. Well, what convinced you? So far, you said you looked into a telescope and you saw a giant floating rock. And someone said, "Oh, really? Well, how do you know it's a giant floating rock?" And you just said, "Trust me, bro. You know this." Well, how do you know it? How would you know that?
It's just based on deduction, right?
Deduction? What are we deducing?
Well, you're deducing that. Well, everything that we look at the sky and you see that there are just lights in the sky. I mean, that's fine. I think it's a really stupid and simple explanation for something. But
Yeah, okay.
when you
then
look at the
what is
sky
it?
and you see,
So you can tell me it's something else. And if you say it's something else other than that, then how do you know what it is? We're getting down to the heart of the issue. Is that you just believe what someone tells you it is? You don't know.
no, I don't. I don't
Okay, then
believe
how
that.
do you know, dog? How do you know?
Because we have direct observations, and we have space probes that go there.
Dog, we all are directly space probes. Really?
Exactly. Yeah, we
Okay.
do.
Okay, so how do we know the elements are what they say they are based on these probes?
Because we can make geological studies based on the.
Okay, name one geological study of anything that you can see in the sky, like that.
For example, when you do some close-up studies of the moons of Jupiter, for example, when we send space probes there, we could even with our
Which one? Which one?
For example, Voyager.
Okay, what did Voyager tell us when it went to the moons of Jupiter? What did it say?
He told that, he took photos and he discovered even more moons than what we already knew.
What
that
elements were on there, dude? What is it made of?
Well, it discovered a surprisingly active geological activity. For example,
Yeah, like
in
what elements, dude?
Europa.
I'm talking about elements. Do you know what elements are? What elements
Water,
were on
water,
there?
for example.
Yeah, water. How do we know that water exists on these moons?
Because we see water.
We see water. Where did you see water?
Yes.
You looking through your telescope.
We
and
see
seeing
we
water?
see massive.
Or are these space probes telling
We
you
see
that there's water
massive.
there?
Not only space probes, but we see massive bodies of water extending for much.
What?
Kilometers in the atmosphere of
this is
Europa.
fantasy
It doesn't
story
really
time.
have an atmosphere,
Yeah,
but
this is fantasy story time. You're looking at images from a space probe, according to you, and now you're saying, I know there's water on the moons of Jupiter. That's what you're doing, right?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that's
Yeah,
what
you
we
are.
know that happened.
Yeah, you are saying that because we're asking what elements are up there, and you said, well, there's water.
Isn't Jupiter a
moons of
gas
Jupiter.
planet?
Yeah, let me talk to this guy.
It is a gas planet, but it has moons. They're rock.
So the moons of Jupiter
Solid
have water
moons.
on them based on your explanation
Europa
right now.
has water.
Yeah, so that's a cool story, bro. How did you verify that? What's the verification
Because
process?
for example, in our planet, we have similar things that happen in nature.
I want to examine.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you so mad?
Because I'm examining your claim that you're moving away from. You're running.
Okay, can
away
you
from your
just
claim.
calm down?
No, you're running away from your claim. Your claim is that there's water. On
If
the
you're
moons
not,
of
if you just said no, if you're not gonna calm down, I'm not gonna talk to you.
So you're refusing to tell me why there's water on the moons of Jupiter and how you validated that.
No, I refuse to not talk to a not calm person. I mean, I'm talking calmly and
really?
respectfully.
He's very calm. He's very calm. He's very
Conditions to your context of conversation. If the person is trying to get you to prove the thing that you're saying, you won't have a conversation with them. You just want to talk about nonsense, things that you can't prove. So I want to know how you made the claim there's water on the moons of Jupiter and how you provided evidence of validation. How did you validate that?
I mean,
You can
just
go back
told
to
you.
talking to me if you like.
What?
Yeah, I want to everything.
I
you're
mean, honestly,
saying
the conversation
is
with you
not
was
validated.
going more.
Yeah, everything you're saying is not validated. Go ahead.
Just answer
validate
the
water
question,
on the
bro.
moons of Jupiter. I'm not going to move from this point until I hear validation. Validate it. Water on the moons of Jupiter. You brought it up. Now let's see you validate it. Don't look at me. You painted yourself into this corner, bro. Now you're going to have to validate the thing you said is there.
I mean, we have spacecrafts.
Yeah.
That
You said that before.
I mean, they can detect
Go on.
signs of water molecules.
Yeah, with what detector? What are they using to probe? Give me the detector that actually is telling us that.
For example, Cassini.
Okay, you said
We
Voyager.
have Cassini. We have Chandrayaan.
Is it
We have a
Voyager or
lunar
Cassini?
renaissance
Which
orbiter.
one is it? Voyager or Cassini that's telling us there's water on the moons of
No,
Jupiter?
Cassini is about the moon. That's why we discovered there was water molecules on the moon as
Yeah,
well.
but you're talking about the moons of Jupiter, right? I'm not moving from that point. Go on, validate it.
I mean, the point is, we sent we as a species, as a whole, we sent spacecrafts to the outer layers of the solar system.
Yeah, that's great.
And we discovered.
That's great. You were involved. You were involved in creating a.
So you're
spacecraft that
interrupting
went to
me
the
again.
moons of Jupiter. Yeah, you were involved. You were involved in the creation of the craft that went to the moons of Jupiter and validated that.
No,
there's
I'm
water
talking
on
as
them.
a whole, as a species. We all, as a whole.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not them. They are them. You are you.
No, we are the same.
No, we're not.
We're all
Yeah,
humans.
because somebody,
we are all
if somebody
humans.
wins a football championship, they're the winners, not you. They won, not you.
Well,
They're
yeah,
the
but I'm
athletes,
talking
not
as
you.
a achievement as a species.
I proved that
You didn't
Earth
achieve.
is not
Didn't achieve
flat.
anything. Thank you for
Earth
that.
is
Yeah,
round.
yeah, thank you.
I mean, yeah, I'm talking about the collective achievement.
We are
Thousand
looking.
foot
We're
I
looking
have
to everybody
given
who's
with
making claims like
evidence
you,
that
dude.
Earth is
Just
not
because you
flat.
jump in
Earth
and
is
interrupt us,
round.
you're not
All
going to help
right,
your
I'm
friend.
going to put you on mute if you keep talking through people.
You're
Pack
not
that
going to
in.
help your friend. Your friend needs to right now.
I mean,
Get down to business.
I'm able to talk to anyone, but this guy just,
Just
he
what?
needs
Just
to
want
calm
you to
down, man.
get to calm down. I want you
He's
to go
calm.
ahead and tell the audience why you are saying there's water on the moons of Jupiter, and you said Voyager when to go verify this, and then you said Cassini. You're not really sure which space probe went to go do that, did you? We're not moving.
Oh,
from
I
this
know.
point,
Cassini
dog.
went.
This is going to be like a bad dream until you actually and you admit that you don't know. Those words are going to come out of your mouth. I don't know. Then I'm going to continue to pursue. You're going to give us I don't know, or give us the verification method of how you know there's water on the moons of Jupiter. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Well, we have. I mean, I'm not going to even talk about space probes because you don't really believe that there were
I
space
don't care
probes.
what you say. Listen, bro, I don't
You
care
just
what
interrupted
bring
me
up.
again.
I don't care what you bring up. You can use space
Yeah,
probes.
you just interrupted me again. I was talking. You said the floor is yours. The floor is yours, and you just interrupted me.
Yeah, because you're saying I don't want to use space probes. I don't care what you use. I need validation of water.
Okay, so you don't really believe that we went sent space probes to the moons of
Dude,
Jupiter.
listen
So
to me.
I'm going to talk about ways to detect water in the moons and also in the moons of Jupiter. So, for example, how do we know in Europa, right, there is a thick icy crust and you can see it? For Hubble Space Telescope can see it, and magnetic field data can see that as well.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Your accent's a
he's
little.
asking you for your.
Yeah,
He's asking you
accent's
for
a
your
little thick.
personal
What did
knowledge.
he just say? His accent's a little thick. I'm trying to get what he's saying. What did you just say right now?
He was talking. He was talking about Europa. He was saying that we can see it. Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
So
we
he's
just have
asking you,
lots
how
of
do you-
ways
how
to
do you know-
analyze it
no, but
without
no.
sending probes like spectroscopy.
Give me
We
a
have
second,
magnetometers.
dude.
We
Just
have
1 second.
imaging,
1
gravity
second.
measures.
Dog, can you hear me? Dog. I'm just trying to help you, man. I just want to give you some clarification here. I don't think you understand AV's question. He's asking you, how do you personally have knowledge that any of this stuff that you're saying is true?
Yep, like water.
He's saying, have you used the telescope?
I know it's true. I believe it is true.
Okay, you know
Works,
it's true.
science works.
Water on the moons of Jupiter. How did you verify that?
Well, with spectroscopy, with magnetometers, with imaging,
What? Wait, hold on. Wait. Spectroscopy.
gravity
of what?
measurements,
You're saying these words-
magnetometers.
Magnetometers. Okay,
Exactly.
Go for the first one. Everybody look this thing up.
Spectroscopy?
Hold on. I'm going to do an exercise for the room. Everything that he just said right now, we're going to walk through each one and verify whether or not he's saying the truth. Go to the first one.
Okay.
Spectroscopy.
So
look that
it's
up. Everyone look it up. I'm going to see if everyone, you don't have to chime in. Just you can look up what he's saying. Spectroscopy. Now go ahead.
so. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll be happy. I'll be happy to do it for you. So just don't interrupt me. So I mean, spectroscopy. I mean, we studied light. So we have electromagnetic radiation, and when light hits a material, it forms a wavelength, right? So it can be absorbed, reflected, or emitted. And every single molecule has a unique pattern. That's why when we burn helium and hydrogen in our planet in the lab, we can see it's emitting a specific spectroscopy emission. And then when we look at the sun and we look at with the same we look at the same data, right? And by comparing the same elements that we burn in a lab, and when we look at the sun, we can know and deduct that the sun is burning helium and hydrogen. So that's an example of spectroscopy because we compare it and it's the same. That's how we know that there are elements in the sun and there are elements in the moons of Jupiter, for example, and in Jupiter itself.
You're giving us what spectroscopy is and how it's being utilized. It's utilized in a controlled environment, according to what you just told us. Yes.
Well, no, because in a controlled environment, we burn the specific elements and we get the specific result and a specific spectroscopy result. And that specific spectroscopy result resulted of specific elements that are burning.
Yeah,
and when
you
we
said
look at the
that
sky,
already.
we
Yeah,
have the
you don't
same
have to repeat
data.
yourself.
It
You don't
means
have to repeat
that
yourself.
it's exactly the same elements that are burning.
No, incorrect. What I'm trying to get
Or
you to
emitting or
realize-
reflecting light.
Yeah, what I want you to realize right now is that the environment that you're testing these things are in a controlled setting. Yeah, in a lab. You
Yeah,
said
so what?
yourself.
Yeah, so what?
So now we're gonna go to an uncontrolled environment, which is the variables could be.
Yeah, explain.
anything. Hold on a second, dude. You now.
Yeah,
you're
explain how it's different.
Me now,
explain how it's different.
Yeah, you're complaining about
Answer
interruptions.
my
That's
question.
what you're doing. You're interrupting me now. So what you're doing? You're doing a controlled environment, right? So you got a controlled environment, and you're utilizing what elements are in that controlled environment. Now you're moving into an uncontrolled environment, meaning that the variables that the person is trying to test are unknown. So if the distance from us to the sun, that was your example, is something that is known, then we can know all the variables too, what elements are being seen through this spectroscopy. Now, this is a problem, right? Because we don't know the distance from us to the sun, nor do we know the elements that are coming from the sun. We can only use this to educated guess, but it's not going to go past an educated guess. It's only going to be just that. So if you're trying to utilize this in an uncontrolled environment, which would be outside, then you don't know all the elements between you and the object or the target you're looking at. That's a problem for you and anybody using spectroscopy. Do you understand?
I just said what I said in the chat. I'd rather talk to someone else, so I'm then talking to you.
We're not gonna let you choose your character. This isn't a video game.
I'll be able to talk to a respectful person.
You're going to engage. No, sir. You're going to engage in the topic based on any information you have to substantiate your claim. Now, spectroscopy.
I can talk about the same topic, the same issues, but I'm going to talk to someone else because you're disrespectful.
No, absolutely not. This isn't choose your own character. This isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way. You're going to engage with the topic and give us specifics, or you're not going to speak about what things you think you know, because you don't know. And I'm showing the room that. The room is going to know that you don't know what you're talking about, and you don't choose your own character here, sir. Sorry. So, spectroscopy, uncontrolled environment, and you just declaring that somebody knows outside what elements are on the sun. That's incorrect, because you used a controlled environment against an uncontrolled environment. So now you can't use spectroscopy for something outside, because you don't know all the differences of the variables between you and the target. That's obvious. Now then, we can move off into another topic, which was the first topic.
You just said a bunch of lies. You're just making things up.
Truth. I said the absolute truth, and you know it.
You didn't.
You can't rebut what I just said. Uncontrolled environment to a controlled environment. Because
that doesn't nothing to do. You cannot change light. When you look at the light,
He's
it's the same light.
He's 100% accurate, and you know why he's accurate is because you all, and I mean everybody that claims that these things are specifically accurate, right? They haven't thought about any other possible reasons why they're getting.
You can't change light.
Like, you understand any of this stuff, brother? That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
You can't change light. Even if it's in a controlled environment, the light is the same.
You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. You have no idea.
It's the same light.
Yeah, you don't understand something. That light could be, there's elements in the world that people haven't discovered yet. Or do you think that we discovered every element, dog? You're laughing, but answer my question. Have we discovered, what's the verification that we discovered every element?
I mean, theoretically, we could make infinite elements, but they're
theoretically, so there could
unstable.
be a possibility that there's elements we haven't discovered, and you're already
when the atom has too much mass, and when you add them too much protons and neutrons, it becomes unstable and it breaks up by itself.
Yeah, how do you know there's elements that exist in nature that you don't know about? How many of those?
Because we tried to put more protons and more electrons, and they'll just break up by themselves because the atoms in the outer the electrons in the outer layers, they get in the excitement state and they get to just leave the atom.
Dog. You're claiming absolute knowledge with what you're saying. Absolute meaning that we know for certain, 100%, unequivocally, that the elements that we're seeing are exactly what the spectroscopy.
There is always room for wonder, but
that's what I'm trying to tell you. How would you know know is the key word here. That the elements that you're looking at are exactly what you say they are, because the vast distance that between you and the sun, the target, is going to be the elements that you declare they are. You don't know that.
Yes, but because when you look at the spectroscopy data, it's exactly the same.
Very carefully. This is an educated guess.
Because when you look at the spectroscopy data, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's not knowledge. It's an educated guess. It's what they all say.
No, it's exactly
They're giving you the best guess.
No, it's exactly the same. When we look at the spectroscopy data, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, the data could be whatever it is, but they're giving you a guess. They don't
exactly
know
the
the
same.
element exactly.
But you cannot cheat light, mate.
Yeah, they're telling you.
You're just embarrassing yourself at this point.
They're telling you this is what it could be, not what it is. They never declare that.
Oh, by the way, I talked to a flat earther the other day, and he was actually admitting that. The sun can be made of helium and hydrogen,
listen to
but
me very carefully, dude. I spoke
he was
to
saying that,
PhDs,
actually.
many PhDs, many academics, and they never claim absolute knowledge on what the sun is. None of them do that. None of them. You are doing that right now, dog, because you're a person who's a layman, and you only claim this because you think the answer is already there. You're calling it settled, and they don't ever say that. PhDs never say what you're saying right now. The academics that you actually are appealing to will never declare this.
I don't have a
you
PhD.
are doing it right now on a Discord call because you think that this confidence level that you have is going to make you feel good to sleep at night, and it's not what the academics say. Yeah, the academics never say what you're saying. Never. They only say it's their best guess of what it could be, using this method that you're talking about with spectroscopy.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, this is the truth. And so, and now,
okay, so as much
now going back to the premise, you're trying to verify whether.
Okay, so as much
the moons.
As much as I disagree with.
Hold on, dog. The moons of Jupiter have water on them based on this element discovery with spectroscopy. Now, spectroscopy is going to be used at a more vast distance than you're saying, than you could imagine, right? Because the moons of Jupiter, according to the heliocentric paradigm, would be a lot farther than any distance that you've ever known. So, over that vast distance, we're going to have a very uncontrolled environment, like extremely uncontrolled. There could be in between you and the target a vast number of different things occurring, causing that light to be what it is. So you're now declaring that the light that you're seeing is absolute 100% unequivocally knowledge that the light is that you're seeing is a specific element, and you're wrong because they never claimed that. The people that you're advocating for, the scientists or people using spectroscopy will never say that, and that distance that they're going to claim every element is exactly what they're saying it is. So you're wrong. Let's just start off in saying that. So back to.
I mean, okay. So as much as I disagree with flat Earth, I need to say that I was.
How there's water on the moons of Jupiter.
I mean, it's just exhaustive, mate.
No. I'm taking you through every step that you think. Is
You're exhaustive. It's exhausting having a conversation with you. It's really impossible.
You know why? Because it's not the truth, dog, and you know it.
No, because I mean, even as much as I disagree with flat Earth, I think I was talking to Roots, and I was mildly enjoying the conversation, even though he was giving his points, and I would disagree with him. And I was enjoying, but you're just exhausted. You're just an exhaustive person.
Are you giving up on proving that there's water?
I'll be able to talk to someone else. I will just don't talk to you anymore.
This isn't choose your own
I'll
character,
be just
dog.
listening.
You're not going to choose your own character here. This isn't that, right? So the thing that you haven't done is verify the information you're speaking of, which is there's water on the moons of Jupiter. I'm going to keep saying it until you say, I don't know. Do you know that there's water on the moons of Jupiter? Because spectroscopy didn't help you. Not even a little.
Hey guys, I need to break in real quick for an admin announcement. Today's event isn't a formalized debate. I know we've been talking it up that it is one, but it's more of a casual conversation that will be debated. But this is not a formal debate like you see on Modern Day Debate or anything like that. Anyway, sorry for the break-in. Carry on.
Thanks, Braddock. All right, back to Dog and his ideas of what he thinks are out there as far as elements go. Spectroscopy didn't help you, and you mentioned magnetometer or something. What? I don't even know what you're talking. I think honestly, all these
magnetometer.
Let's go to that thing, because spectroscopy, like as I mentioned to you, was not something that you can use in a controlled setting over vast distances. It's not controlled. It's uncontrolled. There's many variables that you can't control for. All right. So that being said, spectroscopy is out the window. Now, this other thing that you're bringing up, how can we verify that that's going to show us the elements on the moons of Jupiter, telling us that there's water on there? Your silence will be a concession as well. You know that, right? Once you're engaged and you're locked in, you can't move away from it. Silence is a concession, meaning you can't provide evidence, and the audience will know that. Yeah, this is what they call like a stubborn child when he crosses his arms and just like shakes his head. This is you. So, nothing.
He doesn't like the fact that you're not going to accept. Yeah, he doesn't like the fact that you're not going to accept his knowledge claims that are you're just using the wrong words, dog. You shouldn't say you know things that you believe. They're called beliefs. They're not. It's not knowledge.
And
you're
that's
mistaken.
That's what the people who tout this information, that's what they say. It's their best guess. It's a belief. They believe it to be this thing. Yeah? That's all they say. You're taking belief and turning it into knowledge. You can't do that. Because the ones that you're advocating for, these academics, they don't say that.
Just to tell you something, Doc, it's not about Alpha, but anyone that you will talk to here will hold you to your claims. So you just have to pay attention to your own claims. If you claim something,
that's not the problem.
It's not about Alpha, so you can validate your claim to Alpha and everyone, because we are all listening.
I mean, of course, yeah, but I mean, I'm just exhausted talking with these guys. I mean, I'll talk to someone else though.
No,
I mean, the guy just exhausted me.
Sorry, this isn't choose your own character, dog. This is you providing evidence for the claim that you.
I mean, see, you're mental, mate. You just keep interrupting. It's impossible to have a conversation with you. I'll just talk to someone else.
Yeah, that's all you keep saying over and over again. So somebody might feel sorry for you and be like, well, let him talk to someone else. Maybe, perhaps he'll.
That's hilarious.
He'll chime in with something. But this is a problem, right? I asked you nothing but the evidence of your claim. That's all I've been asking for. And I wanted you to be specific. You're not doing
That's so disrespectful, AB.
Well, I think it's disrespectful to just stop someone from talking and just bombing him with statements and questions without even letting him answer
asking
or
you
talk.
to verify your claim. Yeah,
No,
sorry
you're just a mental person. You keep talking.
I apologize.
No, you claim stack. You claim stack. You can't keep claim stacking when we're trying to.
I would be happy to talk about the claims that I said, and I would be happy to provide evidence with someone who's calm and talks in the same way. Right?
Okay, dude. Listen to. Okay, how about this? Try very simply. Why do you think you're in on it? If NASA, the U.S. federal government, sends a probe to Saturn or Jupiter, how do you think you're part of that? Do they know? Do they know you're part of that? Like, if you were to call up NASA and be like, hey, it's me, where they could be like, who the fuck are you? Or do they know who you are? Do they know who...
Of course not. Of course not. That's not the point. The point is, it's as a species, we have achievements, right? And of course, it's personal achievements for some people that work in NASA, and of course, there is a personal achievement, an individual achievement. But as a collective, as a species, well, we are developing and knowing more, and just researching further. So when we discovered the fire, it was an achievement for everyone. When we discovered the, agriculture, it was an achievement for everyone. When there was a cognitive revolution, it was an achievement for everyone. The same thing as industrial revolution, right? As a species, we developed, and it's the same thing with space exploration. So I don't know why you guys are so skeptic about it.
I don't care about that. I want to know the evidence of your claim and how you back it up, and you haven't done that. You've only produced.
It's not really that big of a deal, man. You guys don't really believe in space exploration.
They did that. They sent probes. They did this. So we're not really finding out how you know what you know. That's the
Yeah, it's
most
not-
important part of this.
It's not about
exercise.
believing. Yeah, sorry, AV. Dude, it's not about believing. When you say that you're part of that we, no, I'm not. I've looked into NASA. I've looked into the things they've done. I've looked at some of the horrible, disrespectful things. I've looked at they photographed Iraq. They claim there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I've decided
I
that
agree with you on that.
I do not want to be part of that group. No, thank you.
Dog.
I mean, yeah, I totally agree with you on that. I honestly, it was disgusting what they did to Iraq. Yeah, I mean, I completely
Dog,
agree
do
with
you
you on
know
that.
that you just debunked everything that you said about knowing something there out in outer space? Because you just said the answer. You said the problem is that you guys don't believe about outer space exploration. So it means that it is something just to believe. It's not a knowledge. You don't know anything about space exploration. You just believe.
No, not
That's
exactly.
the difference.
That was my point.
No. Just listen. Don't interrupt me. The difference between us and you believe space exploration to be real. We don't. You don't have any proof. You just accept that to be real without having any proof for that. So that's what Alpha was saying every time earlier, and you couldn't understand him because you had a personal problem with him.
That's it.
Well, that's not exactly the point.
Oh, it
If I could say,
it is.
The point is, you need for you to have knowledge in any sort of field, you need to have a belief on it. So
No, you don't.
Believing is intrinsically part of knowledge.
No,
so you need to
you
believe.
don't, dude.
You need
No,
to
you're
have
wrong.
evidence, and you need to
do.
have an explanation.
No, you're wrong. You're
You
wrong.
need to believe.
You don't need to believe something that's true, right?
You do need to believe.
Knowledge would be the information that you
That's
see
hallelujah.
to understand how you can know something to be, right? So whatever it is. Now, you could talk about a subject that you learn, right? In biology or in any other field that you study things, right? You study something, you can know something because it's something that you can test, verify, and or falsify.
No,
But
that's not true. And you need to believe.
Yes, you can know.
Belief
You
is a
don't need
nece-
to believe,
the-
bro. Like, listen to me. Bro.
Belief is a
None of it-
necessary but not sufficient part of knowledge.
Okay, so then you're telling me that people that believe in different types of religions, they're all true. Everything is true. Every belief
People
that
that-
people have,
people
some people
that
believe
have-
that they can cure
people
themselves.
that
Some
have-
people believe so many different things. And anybody that
People
believes
that have a
has knowledge-
justified true belief, they have no knowledge. They have
yeah,
knowledge.
but you didn't
That's
justify
the definition of
you
knowledge.
did not justify the fact that you think there's
And
water
I did
on Jupiter,
justify it,
the moons
but
of
you
Jupiter.
don't consider the justification because you just don't believe it, and that's the problem.
No,
That's the old problem
though.
with
Belief
flat
is
Earth.
not. But listen,
Sir.
it's justified. It means that you didn't justify that there's water.
That's
on
the
moons
old
of
problem with
Jupiter.
flat Earth knowledge.
trying to
It's
get you to
justified
justify-
true belief, and you guys don't believe in
Dog,
in
you
science.
did
So
not
it's impossible for me
no,
to
you did
provide you
not
knowledge
justify there's water
or
on
to
the moon of
provide you
Jupiter.
justification because you just won't believe it. So it's a circle argument.
Your overtalking is not
You
going
guys
to
just
help
won't
you,
believe
dude.
in the science.
Yeah, your overtalking is not going to
Not
help you.
believing, not believing.
sorry.
You just don't acknowledge the evidence because you don't believe in
know
it.
there's water on the moons of Jupiter. It's not justified. I was giving you the floor so you can tell us all these different tech that you were mentioning.
Knowledge,
If
knowledge
any
is
of it-
justified
you
true
see how
belief,
you're
and you
overtalking
don't
me now,
believe
bro?
in any of the
You see how
knowledge.
you're doing that to me, and you're saying you don't want to talk to me? You're overtalking me, bro. So really,
No, you're over talking.
Here
No,
you go
you're
again,
over talking
bro.
me.
You're doing it
It
again.
goes
You're
both
over talking
ways.
me. I was talking. You're
So
over talking
all-
me.
Listen,
What do you
there
mean?
were people that were listening
Why
to
are you
all
over-talking me?
the tech that you were talking about. Everybody was looking that up, and as they were looking it up, they were also putting it in the text chat. I don't know if you knew this or not, but the technology that you were speaking of, you didn't want to say. You crossed your arms and said, "I'm not going to talk anymore." Everybody was
Anyways,
posting
I'm
stuff.
done talking.
You're
Did he leave?
he was completely wrong. To acquire
Technology
knowledge,
he said
you
he
don't
was so
need to
wrong, it's
use
funny.
belief. You don't need to acquire knowledge. You don't need to use the belief. To know that Wolverine's animals exist, you just need to verify that by using your senses. See a Wolverine, touch a Wolverine, listen to the sound of the Wolverine, and use your senses. You don't need to believe that Wolverine exists before encountering one.
Yeah, that's
It's
the
not
problem
me.
we're
What about
having, though.
believing,
what about believing Wolverine
the
had
problem we're
adamantium?
having is that when somebody makes a claim, whatever claim that is, If they cannot substantiate it by verifying or evidence that they verified it, then their claim is unsubstantiated. It goes in the way of belief, and that's all it is. It doesn't go into the realm of knowledge. Knowledge would be something you can test and verify, and you can know for sure that what you're saying is true. And he mentioned a lot of technology, but there's no way that he verified at the end that technology shows us with 100% unequivocally true that the elements are what they say they are, because of the thing that he was declaring is at a vast distance, and it's not a controlled environment like here on Earth in a lab. So this is the problem, right? So we can't get to the information that he thinks is true because there's no way to substantiate it. So it's not a knowledge claim.
Way too many inferences being made with his claims. That was the main problem. He had way too many things that you would have to infer, right?
That's
you'd have to, and you'd have to presuppose that all of the data that you're basing your inferences upon is all accurate and truthful. You can't independently verify any of that stuff, which is the problem. It's like you can't independently verify that there's a satellite in outer space and that it has the proper technology to be able to send signals in these crazy environments that you can't even verify that the environments themselves exist.
Yep.
It's so nuts, the amount of stuff that he doesn't even realize is all faith-based.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nuts, man.
So the degree of knowledge that he would have to get to is so far removed from where he's at, like from where he would make the claim, that it would be impossible to make that claim to substantiate it. And I was getting to the fact that the issue is he'd have to only like make a guess. That's as good as it gets. And that's all the academics say. They're making guesses. They don't say, well, we know for sure the element is this. They don't ever say that.
How do you know the angle from where those elements are coming from? And how do you know that it's from the sun and it's not from in between the sun and the earth? How do you know that it's not some ionized hydrogen and helium in the atmosphere above the atmosphere? I'm talking about their globe idea. So it's like you said, it wasn't a controlled test to see or to know that those elements are coming from the sun.
That's the point. So that's all these, like I said, these people that they advocate for, all they are just people that say this is our best guess. And they make the statement very clearly. Yeah, of course. We're just saying this is what we think it is. Yet we get folk that come in here, they're so staunch in their position, and they want to make a claim that they know what they're talking about, and they really don't. So this is where we're at in life, getting people to realize that they don't know what they think they know. That's why this VC exists. I don't know. Oh, do we have an event going on, or we're just going to wait for the major event? The PhD that will be coming in here. I did want to partake in that. I don't know if he's going to allow other than people to talk other than Indio.
Yeah, it's going to be stage only. I think it's Sporadic and DJ as moderators, and then only Indio and PhD, whatever, will be on the stage.
Okay.
And then I think at the end or something where they ask questions, but I think the questions are going to be text. I don't know for sure. I just from what I've heard, I haven't been part of organizing it. There's going to be text questions that then Sporadic or DJ is going to read off.
That's wonderful. I think if anybody's ever been a part of like a conversation or debate or whatever it is with Indio involved, you'll know what to expect. We already know the opponent, what he's going to bring to the table. So much of the same that we usually get from academic types. Nothing really spectacular.
Yeah. If I got it right, which I wasn't part of organizing it, but I think it's this guy's from Modern Day Debate, like Ether Cosmology and Earth Awakenings, and he had some terms and conditions that he wanted to show up here, and one of them was that it is a stage event with just two speakers, kind of like a convert debate, a conversation mixed in with a debate. So they're going back and forth, presenting sort of evidence to each other. Not so much like an audience or something like that. I mean, I'm sure I don't got it exactly right, I'm but it's going to be more kind of like an open dialogue between the two.
He's a glober or a flat earther?
Yeah, apparently he's an astrophysicist, dark matter, ether cosmologist, atheist. So he's got some really interesting
nice.
identities.
That's kind of a weird mix right there.
Yeah, it is.
Think about
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you square that circle, man? First of all, just that title alone, man, it's like square peg in a round hole, right? Like, I don't know.
Everything that you said, create about himself, what he is, what his background. So it's all just pseudoscience.
Yeah, but the people don't know that. They think that because he's got a PhD, he's going to hold some type of argument that's going to be able to prove that the Earth is a globe in some way.
Oh, no.
Whatever.
Well, not just globe, but it's also looking at that he's repping ether, like ether cosmology, like that there's some sort of unknown element in the vacuum.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, and it's not something bad. He had the highest degree in a specific field. It happens that field is pseudoscience, so it's not a problem. We get that. Like a historian, someone who had PhD in history and those things, doesn't mean that those stories are real.
Yeah, bro thought he'd come in here and choose his own character. I don't like
I
you.
don't wanna
I
talk
want
to
to
you.
talk to. Let me just choose another guy.
I don't like the way this conversation is going. I'm gonna control it now. No,
Peter held to the fire.
Yeah.
This toes burning thing, it's not working for me, man.
They basically just
It
said,
was like
I
Mortal
want.
Kombat.
He's like, get off my lawn, and you're like, what?
The stupid thing, when he got the question from Alpha, and he said that he don't want to answer Alpha, he want to answer someone else. Just fucking answer. No one. Just answer. Don't give the answer to someone. No, just answer. He couldn't understand simple things, so it just was some block caused by cognitive dissonance.
I should have said, well, the species wants to know. The human species wants to know, man. We're collectively wanting to know this all together. Maybe that would have made it better.
Yeah, just say it. Don't tell us the answer. Tell it to your microphone.
Yeah, we're collectively going to the moon, Crit. You know, back.
Yeah, all of us.
The
Even if
Nixon
you say no, even if you say no, thank you, you'd be like, no.
I don't care if you say you're not involved in this. You're going, buddy. Like it's like a parent driving a car and like pulling over. Look, man, you guys need to settle down. We're all going to this destination together. You just have to take it.
Yeah, that's what Carl Sagan said. The moon mission was the most ironic token of all of human history. You got old boy Nixon talking about, I'm going to the moon for world peace. You are? You really? Aren't you carpet bombing Cambodia because you're at war with Vietnam? Yeah, I know. Like what the fuck, dude? You know?
It was a hot mess, wasn't he? That guy.
Oh yeah, Nixon. Yeah, he's boy. I mean, if you look at everything he's done, you talk to a globalist, be like, do you agree with domestic surveillance? No. Do you agree with the militarization of police? No. Do you agree with adding high fructose corn syrup to food? No. Do you like all these things? You go right down the list. Every single thing that Nixon did. No. Moon mission. Yes.
Yeah.
Like how? How'd you like? This guy was 99.999% scumbag, and you think somehow this one thing is good, and that he saved America by and then you say, well, didn't you know that Eisenhower, the guy who signed NASA into law, then warned everybody about the growing military-industrial complex, and didn't even and Nixon, his vice president, didn't endorse Nixon when Nixon ran for office. You think that's a clue? Maybe you think you might have a clue there that like the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower was warning you of was his vice president via NASA. And as soon as Nixon leaves office, manned spaceflight is over. It's done. Never again. It never happens again. Not even close.
Yeah, the stupidest thing to do. Because we know that in the 50s, they could just send like that pencil, the rocket. The fuel that was in that rocket, so it wasn't so much fuel. Just remember that the size of that rocket that went to the moon. So the fuel was sufficient to make the rocket go to the moon and come back. With 6 people inside, I don't know how many people. And we know also that those people can drive those things from here. So they sent the Jeep to Mars, so they can drive those things from the surface. So you just need to put 6 people inside the rocket, send them to the moon. They will make their trip. They will put their tents there. They will have the weekend there. So from the 50s till now, I think that we all went to the moon at this time. But no one went to the moon. You pay and you don't benefit from anything from those space agencies. There is no space hotel, there is no space pool, there is nothing where you can't go.
What's ironic is the guy who said he's not a crook is actually a crook. That's crazy.
Yeah. And he said because it's not illegal. Like at the time when he got busted, he goes, okay, so you were surveilling your political opponents. You covered it up. You did some really crazy shit with like, the cleaners, like huge conspiracy theory of trying to manipulate the media and whatnot. Then when you finally got caught red-handed, your only defense was it wasn't a crime because the president did it. And everyone on both sides of the aisle fucking laughed. They're like, no, dude, it's worse. It's a worse crime if the president does it. And now you fast forward to Make America Great Again, which is what they're talking about, the space age. Okay? They're straight up, when you talk about these MAGA people, yeah, the high watermark of American exceptionalism. MAGA. Yeah. Then you get the guy, Trump, come out and says, it's not illegal if I do it. And people clap. Like, what the fuck?
That's like, dude, that's Nixon's dream. He's like, dude, bro, I tried to get him to do that. They like,
Nixon's like, what the?
Supposed to show you, man. Trump actually accomplished the thing that Nixon didn't do. So
yeah, and it just took a few years of constantly eroding our liberties, Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fifth Amendment, inserting loopholes, like ways that the police state can monitor you and watch you, and now people just accept it as fact that is just the way things are. The government has virtually unlimited power and authority over you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
They went to the moon without studying outer space, but after going to the moon and coming back, they started building that not outer space station, international station. They built it to study what's not outer space. What the heck was that?
They were talking about like the Van Allen radiation belts. Oh, those things? Oh, we didn't know about them back in the 60s, bro. That's something. Yeah, you're mentioning that now. Well, if they knew that there was dangerous radiation, Van Allen radiation belts, then we would have probably thought about something to prepare for that. But they didn't have knowledge of that, so they went to the moon. It really didn't affect them. They didn't think about it, so
straight to the moon.
Yeah, because they didn't know. So then, obviously, the Van Allen radiation belts weren't affecting them because they didn't know. So, had they known, they would have prepared, but they didn't. So it's just fine.
Yeah, but because it's like that quantum theory. Van Allen belt wasn't observed at that moment, so it happened to work differently. But when it was observed after the moon landing, then it started working against going to the moon again.
All right, let's see if there's anybody in the chat right now. Guys, if you're listening to this conversation, we're just kind of having a banter. But if you want to have a discussion about the topic of the room, which is, do you know if the Earth is a globe and have you tested it?
Yes, sir.
Anybody
Sir.
can come forward and speak on it. Go ahead, Easy.
Okay, I got another textbook, so my 4th textbook so far. This page I'm on is page 16. What is magnetism? It states here that magnetism is an... Yes?
You said magnetism?
Yeah, magnetism.
Okay, go on.
So it says magnetism is an invisible natural force generated by some metals called magnets. The force affects a certain area around each magnet, which is called its magnetic field. Every magnet has 2 poles, a north pole and a south pole. If the same poles of 2 magnets meet, they push away from each other. If opposite poles meet, they pull together, right?
Okay.
So that's really understandable. So now under it, there's another subtopic. Is Earth a magnet? It says, Earth is a giant magnet, and it behaves almost as if there were a giant magnet running through its middle from pole to pole. Earth's magnetic force is generated right at its core, which is composed of iron and nickel. Since the outer core is liquid... Yes?
What is the Curie point of
Yeah, hold on, Necros. I know you want
those
to ask
metals?
that, but let him just read through the end of that. Then you can go ahead. Just finish what
Okay.
you're saying, Easy.
Since the outer core is liquid and the inner core, they rotate at different speeds. The current produced by these rotations turn the core into a giant electromagnet. Earth's magnetism not only affects magnets on its surface, but it also affects electrically charged particles out in space. The region of space it influences is called the magnetosphere.
Oh, was that the end of that?
That's the end.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have another...
Yeah, well, let Necros wanted to bring a point up about what you just read.
Oh, okay.
What is the Curie point of those metals that you said earlier?
The Curie point?
Curie point.
Could you
type it in
definition?
the text chat, Necros, what you're saying.
CURIE. CURIE. Here it is in the chat. Curie point.
Yeah, type that in your Google so you can get information about what it's saying. Yeah, but
yeah, the temperature, the maximum temperature, which where those metals.
Yeah, hold on, Necros. He looks stuff up. So specifically, the Curie point.
Oh, the temperature at which magnetism will be low.
Yes.
So
is that put that in the
Guys, look in the side chat. Look in this tech chat. He used the definition feature of the English Hub server. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's that's what I want him to do. For everybody who's in the text, they can see.
Bro, is this dude researching from an actual like real life book with pages?
Yeah. He's got encyclopedias that he's looking through.
Hats off to you, bro. Hats off.
That's
man.
what I was saying, man. Like nobody's doing that as far as the Globers go. That's great. He's from Ghana, by the way. He said that yesterday, so he's very I guess adept at understanding knowledge by reading and such. So it's admirable.
Okay,
your English is great.
Even though it's still a bit the information that you're reading is not solid, but it's still admirable.
It says can iron lose its magnetic properties here about the Curie point?
Yeah,
yes.
please read that.
At above
700.
Yes, at above 700.
Yeah.
At above 770 degrees Celsius, which is known as the Curie temperature.
Yes.
Above this, heat disrupts the spontaneous arrangement of atomic magnets in iron and loses its magnetic property.
Okay, now Necros, hold on. Let Necros come in with his point. Now that you read that.
So now you can compare that temperature with that those metals loses their magnetism, and to the temperature that in your core and the lava inside the the Earth. And by the way,
Mm-hmm.
the temperature is not the melting point. It's just the Curie point of the metal. It's not the
Yes.
melting point. So the melting point is hotter than that. So when you
Yeah,
talk
but
about
it's only
core and the lava inside the Earth, that's more than the Curie point. That's the melting point of those metals. So they are not magnetic anymore.
some melted metals can still attract, I think.
At all. Hot metals can't attract, not even molten metals. So just hot metals. I'm telling you that the melting point of iron is 770 degrees Celsius. It's lower than the melting point of iron.
So
And
then
also,
Go ahead, Easy. What were you gonna say?
okay. So about
no,
the thing that
I'm so sorry to interrupt you because there is someone called Ben
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
right in the side chat saying that the Curie point only applies to permanent magnet. No. In the video I just
but Earth isn't a
sent,
temporary, is it?
it's not even the magnet that is getting hot. It's the piece of iron. So the Curie point is attributed to the metal, to the material that you are using. So it's the iron that is not magnetic anymore, so it's not attracted, so it will work like if you put a piece of aluminium there. So it's not the magnet that is hot, and it doesn't. The Curie point is for metals, not for just magnets.
Oh. So huh.
Well, he's just
My book just contradicted
Yeah,
itself.
I know. That's exactly why he's pointing it out, because there's information that by tests has been proven, things that have been said have been proven to be debunked. Not what we're saying as flat earthers, but by testing the information that what Necros is bringing up. Basically, the Curie point debunks the idea of magnetism being the Earth is causing that because of these metals.
Well,
And the idea that the center of the Earth is made of this hot liquid metals that are causing magnetism is incorrect.
There's another thing. The mantle, I think, also produces magnetic stuff because it's metal as well. So it could be the mantle.
Well, that the metals that are well, the ones that they say that are there are still hotter than the temperature that it would be.
We don't know the exact elements that are there. That's why science is so intriguing.
Oh, is that what the book says?
It's not being sure about anything, just like me. It says most likely and stuff like that.
Yeah, but think about it like this, Easy. You're one person that reads this information off a book, right? And you take it in as like, okay, we figured this out. But another person, and you could say, and then you could do research like you're doing now, and then you could speak to Necros. Necros can show you examples of how metal loses its magnetism if it reaches a certain point, right? Certain temperature. But others who read that book are just going to read it for what it is and believe it. So you won't be able to, they're not going to have the mind to think about how to test it. However, you're doing that right now. The other people don't have this information like you do. They're just going to read it and think it's true without any test, without any verification. That's what we're saying is the issue with knowledge these days. People aren't they're not testing the information that they know. They're not challenging themselves. They're just accepting whatever's being put out to them. That's the issue that we have. That's the only issue that we're bringing up to everybody in this room who accepts things just because it's in a book. If you don't test, then there's really no rigor that you're applying to any of the knowledge that you have, which is a problem.
That's absolutely correct.
That's the problem. Somebody had a question?
Yeah, just for a second, if you don't mind. Oh, go ahead, Easy.
Oh, okay. So, if the magnetic field doesn't work, then why have experiments people have done in the northern and southern hemisphere line up with the magnetic poles and such?
Well, these are just they're basically they're concepts, right? So to say that the Earth is a specific thing like an oblate spheroid that has magnetic poles like north and south, or these are just ideas that people have of like an overall like world that has this specific like nature's doing this thing as far as like, so it's not like they know that this is what it is. They're just using it as a concept, kind of like it's a way to project an idea to somebody else. Like they would give to you like, oh, so we have this magnetic field based on the North and South Pole. And so they're just telling you an idea, but it's not something they know. They're just using it as something applied to what they want to relate magnetic fields to. It's just an idea. But the gentleman wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, it's 2-inch analog. Thanks. I think I'm sort of coming from the same place as Easy as Cool, but my question, and I think it's already answered though, is that there is no argument with the empirical observation that a compass, for instance, can be used for navigation. There is no argument from Flat Earth that magnetism is valid empirically at the poles.
Yeah, it seems like it's a one-way question to Flat Earth. Like we haven't validated something that the globe Earth is saying is the truth. But the problem that with that one-way question is that it's not giving the due diligence to the premise. Has it been established that there is a North and South Pole? That I ask you, sir.
No, well, maybe
it's a one-way question, but it doesn't give you the understanding of the premise, which is already a foundation that you think you might have right now. Like you're standing on a premise. The premise is we know what magnetism is based on the convention of knowing what the Earth is as a globe, and turning it around to flat earthers. They don't have an explanation of what magnetism is based on an overall worldview. So that means that they don't have an answer, and I do. So the one-way question is not giving due diligence to rigor applied to the thing you're talking about, which is you think you live on an Earth that's a globe with a North and a South Pole.
I think you're really missing the reason why I asked the question.
Yeah, you're asking it as in like why don't we have an answer? And I'm telling you,
no, I didn't even. You didn't hear me say. You did not hear me say that. I did not say that.
Yeah, you said flat earthers do not have an answer for this.
I did not literally say that. No. I said, would there be an argument with the empirical evidence of me, for instance, walking toward the pole and using a hand compass?
Is a pole? Yeah. Okay. So is a pole something that you can verify?
I think so.
Hold on, Easy.
Well, can I personally? Well, I can't go there.
No. I'm asking this convention of using the word pole. We're using it like it's something that exists for real. What's a pole?
All right, let's drop the word pole.
No, we're not dropping the word. It was used, so I want to know the context of the meaning. What is a pole?
I don't even think I used the word pole in my original question. I said, is magnetism valid in an empirical?
I'm gonna continue to use the word pole until you tell the audience what it is. What does pole mean, sir?
I don't. No. I'm asking you: is there such a thing
I'm asking
as
you the question? So you now you have to at least be honest. Just tell people here what a pole is and how it's used in relation to magnetism. Because that's what we have to know. See, Easy described that magnets have a north and a south pole. Didn't you say that earlier, Easy?
I have a page on what is a magnetic pole. Can I state it?
Well, I want him now.
I know she read it. I know, and my point is that I can listen to what she read. I listened to it as well as you did.
Yeah, but I want you to tell people how you know that.
I didn't say I know.
Works. So you don't know.
I said that. No. Look, there are things in the world called compasses. You can put them in your hand and you can navigate. Great. And you can.
That's great.
My argument, if it is an argument, isn't where the pole is or trying to explain the pole. Does the fact that we can use magnetism for navigation exist or not?
It is a form of navigation. Yes, it can be used for navigation, but it's not the end all for sure.
Hello, everybody. I thought I'd introduce myself. Is that sorry?
Can I?
Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my name's Mark. I'm a A320 pilot. So I thought I'd just answer any questions that you guys have as well. And
Mark,
yeah.
can you get a little bit closer to your mic, sir? You're a bit.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my name's Mark. I'm an A320 pilot, so I thought I'd jump in and answer any questions you guys have. So if you guys have any questions, feel
that's
free
cool.
to throw it at me.
Yeah, that's great. But this gentleman, I don't know if you want. I'll tell you what, Mark. Do you have any indication of using navigation using a compass?
Yeah, we use compasses. It's like an electric compass on RMFD, but yeah.
That's great. Now, can you tell us what a magnetic pole is? Because the gentleman was refusing at the moment, so I don't
That's
know
out of my area of expertise, so I won't answer that.
So you can't answer that. Okay. So, and that's because, listen, it's good that you mentioned that you're a pilot, right? And you fly a specific craft. But also for the people listening, what's even more important is that you couldn't explain what a pole is. And a guy who's a very young person, Easy, could. Two individuals who are, I think, are adults and far past the age of like educational systems cannot explain what a guy or young person could. Interesting. Anyways, as a conversation
they were reading from a book, though. They were reading from a book.
Sure, but you didn't have.
I've memorized the whole book. I've memorized the whole book. I'm just reading it to you guys.
Hey, just reading a book. But the problem is, in that book, it gives the example of what a pole is, as far as like what it can be described definitionally as. Now, you didn't do that, so.
I did not agree to it. I did not agree to what I said. She read it from a book. I did not even agree to it.
Oh, you don't agree to the definition of what a pole is? Is that what
no,
you're saying?
I asked you. I mean, if you want me to ask you for the third time, you want to make it an argument.
Yeah, but you
and
didn't agree. You didn't agree with what the person was asking. You said, "I don't think that's."
No. I came in with my question. I didn't really. All I said is she read it. We all heard it. We all heard it.
Didn't we answer it? We already answered it. That we utilize, magnetism for navigation. We've already said that's everybody utilizes it. It's a tool. It's a form of.
I know
one of the things.
I know.
I even have a paragraph on who made the first magnetic compass. So should I read it?
Well, no, not. I want to get to what this guy wants to ask, because obviously I'm not disagreeing with the fact that a compass is being utilized in navigation. So I don't know.
No, I think my point is that we actually don't have to have the conversation that you insist we have, because I'm not asking about poles. I'm not making any claims about poles.
You don't think the Earth is a globe?
I think it is.
Okay, you think it has poles?
Besides what she read, I have no evidence to doubt what I've been taught all my life.
Do you think, answer it straightforward so the audience can hear very clearly, do you think the Earth as a globe has poles?
I do, because that's what I grew up. That's what I grew up with learning.
Okay, so North and South Pole is something that you think is true. According to what
I have
you
no
said,
reason to doubt it. I have no reason to doubt it.
The reason to doubt it would be there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe to have these alleged poles that you think exist.
And those who claim that it is a globe have been misleading us.
Agreed. All right, so
okay, so that's where we stand right there.
Well, this was a conversation about really absolute nothing. Then, if we're all agreeing on everything, so if anybody has any,
can I read now?
If anybody has any information that the Earth is an actual globe, I would like them to come forward. Like the gentleman Mark said he was a pilot, but in his pilot days, I would like to ask him a specific question, because I think 2 in change log was pretty much done with it, because we all agreed Earth is not a globe. But do you think the Earth is a globe, Mark?
Yeah, that is my belief.
Okay, in what way did you provide evidence that it is one, utilizing the specific field that you're in?
God, that's caught you a bit off guard.
What'd you say?
In general, in aviation, we do make a lot of assumptions that the Earth is a globe for flight planning, navigation.
Do you treat it as if it is a horizontal plane that's non-rotating?
No.
You don't treat it that way.
Well, you can in that instance if it's just 2 objects, you and the Earth, but a lot of things also do assume the Earth is a globe and not flat.
Interesting. So, in what way can you tell me that you plan to navigate? What I'm trying to ask? How do you plan to negotiate over curvature over a distance of like point A to point B? Like if you're saying I'm taking off from this airport, landing on this airport, I have to factor in the amount of curvature that I'm going to be traveling over, because it would be something to be factored in, or at least know that you are going to travel over this distance that's a curved surface. So how is that factored into your plans? Do you know? You can tell everybody here.
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
Okay, so you're a pilot, right? Do you
Yes.
figure out the flight plan from, where you're going to leave from?
So we
where you're
review the
gonna
flight
arrive?
plan, but most of that's done by the dispatcher.
Okay, so you don't really handle that information.
We do, like we review the flight plan, but the flight plan itself comes from the dispatcher, which is then
Is there-
verified with Eurocontrol.
Is there anything in that plan that shows you're going to be traveling over a curved surface, such as one that you would be if the Earth was a globe?
I never really thought of it in that way, so I'd have to pull up a flight plan really quick and tell you.
That's great.
Mr. AV.
Validation is the key,
Mr.
right?
AV.
Yeah, go ahead. Easy.
Okay, so you're saying that in the flight plan, is there anything to like about the curve and stuff? But that thing shouldn't be put into like thought, because the planes, they're being pulled by Earth's gravity, so they can travel in a straight line like it's flat, even though it's curved.
Yeah, well, we're asking.
Says it in the book.
Yeah, we're asking the pilot. Well, that's a great answer, though. But I'll tell you, if you're saying what you're saying, that means we're treating the Earth as if it were flat, according to what you just said.
No, we're treating the Earth as if it's a globe with a magnetic pole.
No. We're treating it as if it were flat. Read that statement again. Read it again.
I said that we have to, if we are looking at a flight plan and such, we we don't have to put that into account, since we can just travel in a straight line, since Earth's gravity is pulling it down.
So essentially, you're treating the Earth as if it were a horizontal plane.
Yes, we do have to do that in flight.
Yeah, I know that. I'm waiting for the gentleman to actually agree with that. He's looking.
Mr. Mark, do you please agree with me?
Well, you can't make him say what you're gonna say. He'll say what he's
I'm
gonna
just
say.
reading through some flight plan stuff right now.
So go ahead, Mark. Take your time. Yeah, just hurry up.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. But yeah, Mark is a pilot, for anybody that's listening right now, and I'm asking him a specific question, whether or not he can detail to us during the plan of his flight if he's going to negotiate over any specific amount of curvature. It'd be interesting for him to say what the answer would be to that. I'd like to hear it. I'm pretty sure inquiring minds would like to hear
Mark,
it too.
please agree with me.
I wasn't really listening to what you said though. Sorry, you'd have to say it again.
Oh my god.
No, you don't. Easy. That's all right. You don't have to repeat. Just wait till he gives you an answer. Like you've already said it once. You don't have to go through it again. Now all you can do is just wait for his answer. Well, we'll all wait. But in the meantime.
Yeah, I was just reading into how our flight plan software works, because a lot of our flight plan software does a lot of these calculations for you. So at my company we use something called Lido, which is by Lufthansa. And Lido essentially uses a coordinate system based on latitude and longitude.
Okay. What is that coordinate system based on?
Latitude and longitude.
Yes. No, but what is it based on? What is it referencing?
It's referencing latitude and longitude points.
Yeah. What does longitude
Of the map.
Yeah, what does it reference? That coordinate system, what type of coordinate system is that? I don't know if you know this information. I'm asking you as if maybe you might know. If you don't know, just say
Yeah,
you know.
I'll let you explain what do you think it is first, because
I need to know. This is a confirmation coming from you as a pilot. Either you know or you don't know. I have to. This like for me to tell you. I wouldn't. If you know, and you
it's
just
a
want me to
coordinate
tell you.
system that uses, well, you could say imaginary lines would be one word I could
Yeah,
think of to
imaginary
describe it.
lines on what?
On pinpoint locations on the Earth, it runs east to west, starting, I
As
believe,
if
in
the Earth
Greenwich.
were a.
Yeah.
As if the Earth were a.
Globe, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As if the Earth were a globe. So a spherical.
Mr.
coordinate
AV.
system. Hold on, easy. Let me talk to this gentleman for a sec. So as if
Okay,
the Earth
sir.
were a globe. So as if the Earth were a globe, the spherical coordinate system of longitude and latitude are the basis for navigation, according to the flight plan. Yes.
Yeah, that's what LiDAR uses, yes. We use waypoints, which do have a latitude and longitude value to them. Historically, these waypoints might have been fixed radio positions that you would tune into and fly to the next beacon to the next beacon until you got to where you were going. But in the modern day, there's not really any fixed ground infrastructure other than native runways. So it's all based on coordinate system, which uses navigational systems like GPS, INS.
I am chomping at the bit to talk about the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold here while you finish up what you're doing, Sprague. You might be busy, huh?
I am busy. I can't really talk, but the Adiru actually takes Cartesian Euclidean geometry from azimuthal headings and pitch and uses mathematics to conform it to WGS 84. In one data route, it goes to what's called the transport rate, which calculates in curvature, and the other is Coriolis. And then it applies Schuler tuning to provide range-bound conditions to make sure that your airplane doesn't fly off the globe that's presented to you on the screen. This means all your distances are calculated, not measured.
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go.
There you go.
Yep, you can use any coordinate reference system. And it will work. You can use a
Mr.
potato
AD?
chip or a dinosaur nugget shaped coordinate reference system or a globe.
Yeah. Let's just hear a response from the gentleman. What do you think? What he said, Mark? True or not
Again, my actual understanding of how a data inertial reference uses actually works. Sorry, my God, my brain's not working. DI reference units actually work is quite limited. Again, I'm not an engineer.
No, you're fine, man. I guess your knowledge, based on what you know at this current time, is limited, according to you. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I know we have 3 of them.
That's fine. But I guess the greater point here is that whether or not you know for certain in your field that you're traveling over a globe. That's the question. Using these instruments, using the information and the knowledge that you have based on you being a pilot, do you know you're flying over a globe? Yes or no?
I mean, again, when we're flying, we're going to trust instruments, and all of our instruments do inherently assume the Earth is a sphere, not flat.
Yeah, but I'm asking you personal experience in navigating across the surface of the Earth.
Right. So,
do you know
as
you're
if I
flying over a
wasn't using
globe?
my instruments, if it was just me looking out the window.
Mhm.
I mean, if you look out the window of an aircraft, it does appear to be flat. Well, curved, but that's just because the windows are a bit not exactly.
What's your
flat.
altitude,
They're
by the
curved.
way, Mark? What are you flying at? What's your cruising
Depends
altitude?
on our weight and range and where we're going. If we're going on like Gatwick to Greece, it's probably going to be like 34 to 38,000 feet. If we're flying from like Gatwick to Amsterdam, it's going to be like 22, 21,000 feet.
Thank you for that. So that's like a min-max type of deal you're giving us.
It really depends. It depends on how heavy the aircraft is. The heavier the aircraft, the lower you can fly, or the lower your optimum flight level is.
Okay, so
if we bring loads of passengers, let's say, to Greece for their sunny holiday, and we've got a crap ton of fuel on board and passengers, and we're fully loaded, we're not going to go much higher than 34, 36,000 feet.
Interesting.
Sure.
Just wanting to know, based on your experience, and how long you've been doing this, Mark. You're not just some kind of like average Joe that just started becoming a pilot, or you're not an amateur.
About 9 years, 10 years.
You fly commercially, yes?
Yeah, A320.
Okay, so for the people that are listening right now, I do want to put out, the gentleman just said, being a pilot for 9 years, and without using the instruments that he's relying on telling him that the Earth is a globe, his experience is from that altitude, the Earth looks flat. He's not trying to say that he thinks that the Earth is a flat plane. He's saying it looks this way. All right, because I could say that he probably thinks the Earth's a globe, but he's just a regular person. But his experience as a pilot for 9 years is saying that, well, I've taken many flights from that altitude at 38,000, I think he said, is, where I can see the Earth, and it doesn't look like a globe to me. It looks flat. Very interesting. Thank you so much, Mark, for being a part of the panel and kind of really going over we've had arguments, over the many years that we've been doing this, and I've talked to not just you, but many pilots who've said the exact same thing that you're saying right now. And it's really no different. And I always tell them, these guys are just doing their job. They're doing their job and they're flying from one place to the other. They're not going up there going like, wow, man, the Earth's really a globe up here. Like, it's not. And even, I put it this way, academics will also side with the fact that the Earth is not viewed as a globe from that altitude. But there have been some misinformation out there that people have been saying. They come in here and say, dude, I've been on an airplane and the Earth's such a globe. When it's been up, it's like, dude, you have not seen the Earth as, and it's been an argument for a while. But it's good to hear pilot come clear the air, pun intended, with you being a pilot. But yeah, thanks for that, Mark. Anyway, if anybody else in here wants to go ahead and say anything about the conversation, or
Okay, Mr. Avy, you said something about people not knowing what the magnetic poles are, and I didn't read my paragraph on it, did I? Or did I do?
I think
I forgot it.
you read it, but the guy wasn't paying attention to you. So the other, not Mark, but the other guy that we're speaking to, he's not here.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I have another paragraph.
Go ahead.
Okay, so at the end of the second paragraph I did, it ended with the word magnetosphere. And this one is, why is the magnetosphere important? It's only like a sentence long. It says, without its protection, Earth will be exposed to the solar wind, a lethal stream of charged particles whizzing from the sun. And there's a picture of Earth and then the solar wind.
What is it a picture of? Two spheres?
No, it's a picture of the Earth with a magnetic field and then like a burst of solar coming and then the Earth blocking it with this
shielding
field.
away. Yeah, but what I'm saying,
Yeah.
the image that you're looking at, is it like of two spheres? Like, looks like two globes, the sun and the Earth?
No, the sun isn't shown. It's only the light.
Oh, okay. So, but do you
Post the
see the
source
Earth?
of the picture.
He's reading a what's the name of the encyclopedia, by the way? I think maybe people are interested in know what you're reading from.
Oh, it's Ultimate Questions and Answers Science.
So the picture, though, where does it say the source from the pictures from?
I don't think it even says that. Well, what?
The picture does not have a source.
Easy. Type in the name of the encyclopedia again and type it into text so we can all maybe look it up. Just to know what you're looking at.
Is the picture animation?
No, dude, it's a encyclopedia he's reading from.
No, but he said there's an actual picture there in the.
Yeah. Well, I think it's better just to maybe take a look at whatever he's looking at, his encyclopedia. I'm pretty sure we can find it online, and then we can look at what page is that on?
Hello, guys.
Welcome.
Thank you.
This is page 17 I'm reading.
Okay, 17 on the book that he posted in the text channel. You guys can look that up at your leisure. Go ahead with the gentleman. Ripper has just come into the chat.
The cover of the book is purple, by the way.
Thanks for that.
Guys, I have a question. Yes,
What's your
I'm
question,
here.
man?
Is the Earth flat or circle?
It's a horizontal plane, indeed.
What?
It's a horizontal plane. Horizontal.
It depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you guys, all of you.
Yeah, well, all of us in here are not.
We will all give different answers.
Yeah, not everybody's a flat earther in here, so.
So you are all agree about the Earth is flat?
No, I just told you not everybody in here is a flat earther, Ripper.
Ah, okay.
No one agrees.
No one agrees. That's good. That's good. I don't agree as well.
Okay, so what is your point for not agreeing?
No, like some of us agree, some of us no.
I agree because it's in Quran. In Islam, that's like circle.
Yeah.
So I agree.
But if you're arguing from a standpoint of a holy book, then you're going to have to be able to substantiate the words. So if you're saying that in the Quran it's saying it's a circle, is a circle a 3D shape or a 2D shape? Ripper.
4K. 4K.
No.
No, I don't know, bro.
You said circle. Is circle a 2D shape or a 3D shape?
I don't know. I don't know, honestly.
I think you do. You don't want to answer
2D or 3D. I don't even know 2D or 3D what it is.
Okay, so two-dimensional, meaning that a circle could be something that is is round and flat.
I understand right now. No, 3D. It's 3D.
So 3D means it's a sphere, but the word
Yeah, sphere.
Yeah, the word used is circle, not sphere.
No, it's sphere.
No, it's not. You read correctly from the Quran. Are you now? I don't want you to do this. Are you misrepresenting the Quran?
No. I am.
You are. If you're saying that the book by Muhammad is saying that the words in that book are something other than what you're saying, if you're making it say something other than what Muhammad said, then I think you're incorrect. Yes.
Wait. I will tell you. Wait. I will ask right now, ChatGPT. In Islam, is the earth is 3D? Yes. In Islam, the earth is 3D, spherical, round, not flat.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. What verse? Speak to the
Wait.
verse.
Let me. Wait. Just a second.
Because circle didn't help you. It's not 3D.
Just a second. Yes, here. Surah Az-Zumur, ayah 39.
What did it say?
خلق السماوات والأرض بالحق يكور الليل على النهار ويكور النهار على الليل وسخر الشمس والقمر كل يجري لأجل.
Okay.
It doesn't talk about the earth being spherical. It does say
He created the heavens and the earth in truth. He wraps the night over the day and wraps the day over the night.
Yeah. When I wrap the black towel on the white towel, does that mean that the table is a ball?
Bro, it is spherical.
He's saying he's wrapping the day over the night and wrapping the night over the day.
Wait,
so when I say I know it.
He knows it.
I know it. So when I tell you I wrap the black towel over the white towel and I wrap the white towel over the black towel, does that mean that the table is round?
Bro, don't be so philosophical.
Just answer me. Does that mean that the table is round?
No.
Yes or no? No, it doesn't mean that the table is round. So wrapping the day over the night and wrapping the night over the day, does that mean that the surface of the earth is round?
Bro, I told you what is in Islam, bro. Yes, in Islam.
I know what is in Islam.
Yeah.
He knows that.
I know
Are you Muslim? What is your religion?
Because I'm Muslim.
You are Muslim, yeah.
I submit to Allah. So I know the scripture, I know the Quran, and I know what it says. So I'm asking you, don't tell me about people. Tell me about what you are reading now. You are giving us an example of what Allah is saying, what Allah is telling us. So Allah is telling you, He's wrapping the day over the night, and He's wrapping the night over the day. Does that mean that the surface of Earth is round?
Yeah.
No.
So wrapping the black towel on the wrapping the black towel on over the white towel and wrapping the white towel over the black towel. That also means that the table is round because it's the same sentence.
Yeah, well, look at what it says there and what you posted, Ripper. I want to point out something where it says the word, and how do you pronounce that, Necros? Yukawir? I don't know. It says it. You guys.
Yeah, Yukawir.
Yeah, okay. That one says to roll or wrap. Yeah, to roll or wrap something around a sphere, like wrapping a turban. This strongly suggests the Earth is round. Strongly, it doesn't say that it is, because it's more of a suggestive way of thinking. You can think about it like this: it's what it's suggesting. It's suggesting. It doesn't say it is. Yes, you need.
Or you can consider it like some people, like that sign that the Chinese made, so the yin yang. So think about that.
Guys.
Wrapping the day over the night.
Scientific, okay. Maybe you are. Yeah. Wait, I'm gonna, guys, give you some scientific examples. You can see them in the chat.
Go ahead.
Look.
All right, we can start with number 1, day and night cycle. The Quran 39:5 says Allah wraps the night over the day. We've already showed that it's only suggestive. So let's go to number 2. During the lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow appears on the moon. The shadow is always round, no matter where you are on Earth. The only shape that always creates a round shadow from every angle is a sphere. Muslim scholars like al-Biruni is used to exact argument 1,000 years ago. Okay, do you think that this argument still stands today?
Well, I'm not like 100 like percent with this one, but like it's.
Do you want to skip
it's
it?
like, yeah. Let's go to 3.
Let's skip it. Let's go to 3. Horizon and ships disappearing. When a ship sails away, you see its bottom disappear first, then the top. This happens because of the Earth's curvature. On a flat Earth, the whole ship would just get smaller, not disappear bottom first. Okay, now this seems to be. Are you want to land right here with this one? Do you think this is
No.
Skip it too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so number 4, different stars in different places. Travelers notice that when you go north or south, the stars change in the night sky. For example, the North Star Polaris is visible in the northern hemisphere but disappears when you go far south. This can only happen on a curved surface. Do you want
Exactly.
to on that one?
Yeah. That one is like, yes, like close to the right.
Okay. So we skipped all the other ones, but this one I think is going to substantiate the Earth as a sphere, right?
I mean, not skip them, but like,
we only want to stop on what's going to give us the evidence that the Earth is a sphere. That's the only. And if you want to stop on 4 and say that this is the one that's going to show us the Earth is a sphere, then we'll stop here. So number 4 being that travelers notice when you go far south, stars change in the night sky, like the North Star Polaris being visible in the northern hemisphere, but disappears when you go far south. So in what way is that showing that we live on a sphere? I'll let you explain, Ripper.
Bro, like it's round. Like if it's not round, so you can see the stars. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can say that, but I want you to tell us how that shows that the Earth is a sphere. What the
bro? Let's say it's flat. Let's say it's flat. So if you can see the stars, and it's flat, so you can see all the stars, right? Yeah, but it's not flat, so you can't.
I get what you're saying. No, that's not true.
How? Okay, tell me why it's not true.
Oh, it's a function of perspective. So the way we see things in the natural world is that our eyes are converging everything to a specific point off in the distance. It's called a vanishing point, right? But off horizontally, if let's say you look horizontally across the surface of the Earth, everything converges to the eye line. It moves at an angle. So how can I make this?
Okay, give me your angle. Give me your argument about the Earth is flat. Okay.
Well, I'm just going to talk about this perspective for a moment, right? Because different stars in different places and the way we see things converging to the eye line. So, I don't know, what country do you live in? I want to use an example that you can see familiar.
Tunisia.
Okay, do you have street lights like on the road?
What?
Street lights. Like if you drive on a road, there's street lights.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so like if you're underneath the street light can be right above your head. You can call that 90 degrees, right? Like if you're using a degree of angle, right? And the street light that's in front of you, like distance away, would be at a lower angle of degree than the one that's right above your head. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not very much.
Okay, do you know what let's see, a protractor is?
What?
A protractor. It's
what does that mean?
It's a way. It's like to use, like if you're gonna be talking about angles and measuring angles, you can know what degree angle that you're using.
Okay.
And so it's just a simple like ruler type deal. It's got a flat bottom and a curved like top. So all it's gonna do is show you a degree of angle from a horizontal plane. So let's say the light above you is at straight up from you vertically 90 degrees. That's what we consider that vertical to horizontal, right? 90 degree. And then the street light that's in front of you is going to be at a lower angle. Like let's say if you put your hand straight up right now, right? You put your arm straight up into the ceiling. That's 90 degrees. Now, if you bend, if you let your arm fall forward a little bit, pointing a little bit like at an angle, that's a lower angle of a degree. You follow me now?
Yeah.
Okay, that lower angle of degree is where you see the street light that's farther in front of you. Do you understand now?
So you want to say, bro, don't say that the Earth is flat. They're gonna laugh at you. I swear, bro. Don't say it. You can say
No,
it in
no, no.
Discord.
Listen,
You
listen.
are,
You don't understand what
you
I'm,
are,
what
you
I'm
are.
telling you.
Wait. You are like behind the screen, so you can say it. But like in the real life, I don't advise you to say it. They're gonna
Yeah,
laugh at
because
you.
maybe people that don't understand things will be afraid to talk about things. That,
No. Like
yeah, that's what
there is like a scientific said that it's right that the like, and he gave like scientific argument, and they killed him. Like the church, they killed him. Do you know this? Do you have an idea
Yeah,
about this?
there's a lot of things, dude. Okay,
They killed him because he said
let me
like
ask
it's
you. Let me
it
ask you
is
this:
it is.
Do you think
What?
that you should be fearful all of your life about speaking truth?
What?
If you are someone who speaks truth, should you
Mm-hmm.
be fearful about speaking truth?
No.
Okay, then we're not either.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But like he said the truth, and the church killed him. Do you know? You have idea about this, right?
I know what you're saying, but you're warning against like speaking truth, and I think people that know truth want to tell others about it, which is what we're doing in this voice call. But beyond that, like I just wanted you to get to talk about what angle of degrees is, because
Okay, wait.
the only evidence you had was point number 4, which is like the star Polaris moving away from you if you go to the south, and it lowers in the horizon. You're asking, how does this work if the Earth is a horizontal plane? And I was trying to show you, but you diverted off into this other thing, this other topic.
Okay. Where are you from, AV?
America.
Oh, America. You're Christian, right?
Well, I mean, you can call myself Christian, but yeah, I would just say a follower of Yeshua.
Yeshua. Japanese.
No. That's Jesus.
Ah, Jesus. Okay. In name of Jesus, it's right. What I'm saying is right.
Well, what you're saying is you want people to be fearful about speaking truth, and I don't think people in the old days were. Even if they knew that they weren't going to be around, but they still kept speaking truth.
It is round. It's round.
No, that's what you've been brought up to believe, Ripper. But the Quran in no way speaks of this. The Bible in no way speaks of this. None of the holy books speak of this. Modern day people think that the earth is a globe because it's a belief system.
Bro, even NASA said that the Earth is a circle. Is right? I mean round.
They're telling you things to believe. They're showing you things to believe.
Bro, everyone said, bro, saying the like everyone is mistaken. Like all youths who saying the truth.
I would say they're not able to produce evidence of the thing they're showing you. They show you images, right? Like right now, if you go to YouTube, you can pull up a live stream from the ISS. It's going to show you like a curved surface, yeah? But if you say, okay, I see a curved surface from this video. Now let's go test that on the surface of the Earth. Let's see if we can test if the Earth curves in any way to have it measured. You won't be able to do this test because it's not curving in any way. So it doesn't matter what they show you. When you test the Earth, it never turns out that it tests like a globe.
Bro, logically, I can't understand it that it's flat, bro. You know what you're talking about, like flat.
Yes,
bro.
So
Doesn't
think
make
about
sense.
water. Yeah, what makes sense, it should make sense, is water. Water, when not disturbed, is a horizontal surface. It's flat essentially.
No.
Yes,
no,
it is.
bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And so
No.
you saying no, okay, it's this way in physics, man. Physics explains how the surface of water with the tension on the surface will form a horizontal plane because of that
Bro,
pressure.
there is some like scientific thing that they say that the Earth is round, and you're telling
what
no.
is that? What is that scientific thing, Ripper? Do you know?
Send you. Wait a second.
I want to challenge you right now.
Wait. Wait. There is for lunar eclipse. I think it's
think it's scientific.
Okay, you think it's scientific. What type of science are they utilizing here for this?
I don't know, but like it's scientific.
Oh, you can't say the word it's scientific if you don't know how it's scientific. That's a problem.
ChatGPT told me that it's scientific.
Oh, that's great. It's telling you a lot of things, yeah? But I
Yeah.
want you to show me how you know it's scientific. You, Ripper. You have to show me how it's scientific. How is it?
Me? Like me, my English is not that good, so it's gonna be hard for me. But like, I don't know. Like
practice
there
your
is lunar, yeah. Lunar. There is lunar eclipse. There is ships on the horizon and different stars in different places. Like those three are like all proofs that the Earth is round and
Okay,
it's 3D.
well, stop on one of those and prove to me how.
No, the third, three. I will stop on the three. This three.
Yeah, we'll go through each one and show me how each one proves it. Go ahead. I'm challenging you.
Bro, ChatGPT is American.
I don't care what it is. Provide evidence that what any of the things that it's stating to you is true by demonstrating that
Oh,
it's
why
a
I
globe.
can't? Too long spams the chat. Shit. Wait. I'm not spamming. They don't wanna let. Oh yeah.
Don't tell me that. I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not controlling that.
No, like. I don't know why you can't send.
You're trying to post the thing you've already posted. I guess it's probably telling you that you've already sent this. If it's something you sent before, it won't allow you to. You can just refer back to it. Like put a.
Too many characters. It only allows you to post a certain amount of characters, right? So
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Yes.
Sup, AV?
What up, DJ?
Why everyone is muted here?
Everybody wants to listen to the people that are speaking, which is you and me.
Ah. Okay.
They don't want to interrupt like other channels where it's just everybody has their mics open and interrupting.
Good.
But not
okay,
only
so
that,
like.
we want to hear from your side how you know that you can say that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, I'm going to stop on lunar eclipse.
Okay.
During a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow appears on the moon. The shadow is always round, no matter where you are on Earth. The only shape that always casts a round shadow from every angle is a sphere. You see?
Well, I see that it says something, but how did they verify this? How do they know, Ripper?
Like by the like the shadow, like the shadow is always round, no matter where you are in Earth. So like, it's probably showing that the Earth is round. You go what
how
I
do
mean.
they know? How do they know that shadow's coming from the Earth?
Where so the shadow, where is coming? What do you think? From where?
How do they
is
know? How do they know it's the shadow of the Earth on the moon?
What?
How do people know that the shadow on the moon is caused by the Earth?
I don't know. Like, what is the? I mean, I don't know how to say it or something.
Well,
I
the
don't
truth.
know.
Do you know the answer? Yes or no?
Well, I don't, but like,
Okay.
for sure there is.
Well, you saying for sure there is, but you don't know how is the issue that I want to highlight for you.
There is the horizon and ships disappearing.
Yeah. So we're going to not lunar eclipses anymore. You're going to switch to another topic.
No. It works. Lunar
No, it
eclipse
doesn't.
is-
You didn't prove it. You
Bro,
said,
I don't know how to prove it. Okay,
well,
wait.
what telling me how it can be tested? That they know that the shadow of the moon or the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon. How do they know that's the cause of the effect that you see?
Wait.
Do you need more time?
No. Okay, this. I hope it's gonna send. Be sent. Okay. What the hell, bro? I don't know why I can't send. Can I share? I can't share my screen. A screen here. but like there is what happens in lunar eclipse. Lunar eclipse occurs when Earth comes directly between the sun and the moon. The sun's light can't reach the moon because the Earth blocks it, forming a shadow.
Okay. How do they know that that's true?
Bro.
Well, I'm asking a
Oh.
question. Give me the answer. How do they know that's true?
How did you know that the flat
You have to ask me a question. That's interesting. Why
Yeah.
don't you answer the one I'm giving you?
because I don't know how to say it in English, bro.
I don't think that's the case. I think you can't find the answer.
No, I just can't say it in English.
Oh, look for it. We got time.
Okay.
How do they know it's the shadow that's causing the shadow on the moon, that it's the Earth? We got time.
Can you type it? Ask ChatGPT.
Now you're claiming you don't understand what's being said. That's very convenient. You know you're laughing because I'm right. You're using the fact that you can't speak very good English as a shield to not give the answer. We know all the tricks of people that come in here and try to use this. You're not the first one, Ripper. Not the first one.
No.
Yeah.
So no one convinced you about the Earth
Well, it's
is
simple.
round.
Look,
No
I'll
one.
give you,
Wait.
Ripper, it's
No one
simple. Just
convinced
say,
you. Wait.
just
Just
say this.
wait. Just
Look,
tell me.
Yeah, hold on.
No
Just
one
say, I
convinced
don't.
you.
You know what's easy right now? Say, I don't know. That would be the easiest thing to say. That you
Okay.
really don't know.
No one convinced you about the Earth is round.
Well, it's not about being convinced. It's about showing evidence for.
Okay, no one showed you evidence. No one showed.
No, there isn't any. Dude, I've been doing this for 10 years, brother. And I've spoken to everybody under the sun that you can think might have the answer, including every layperson, every academic, just thousands upon thousands of interactions with people.
And which one is the best? I think me, right?
None. No, dude.
Like the best evidence.
No, you're so far. You're basically telling me. You know the list that you were putting up there was made by somebody who was upset about flat Earth. That's the list that you're putting up there, that you keep wanting to put up, that the English Hub is rejecting because you're putting too many characters. Well, that list is one that people who were upset about flat Earth made for other people who are upset about flat Earth. So you guys are just repeating this over and over again, and I have to keep refuting it over and over again. So you guys are in like a closed loop.
Okay.
You can't get out.
Bro, and what's the importance of flat, or even though it's flat, even though it's circle, like what's the problem?
Well, the importance is that we don't know the truth about the Earth that we.
Yeah, but like you're traveling, you can do whatever you want, right? Wait. You can do whatever you want, right? But just like, why are you so interested or obsessed about the flat, like the Earth? Is it like flat or round?
All right, think about it like this. If everybody was saying, and I'm using this example because it's a little bit better for you to understand. If everybody was saying that Santa Claus is real, he's a real person that comes and drops gifts to little boys and girls who are behaving, that kind of thing, that's real. If everybody was saying that, no, Santa Claus is real, and you're like, no, he's not. He's myth. He's a myth. There's nothing real about him. Everything is just conjured up. Hold on. Let me just tell you. So everything's just conjured up, and it's nothing you can prove. And if everybody's like, no, you're wrong. Santa's real. I know this because we have milk and cookies we leave out, and the morning time, milk and cookies are gone. Like if they're saying all these things about evidence and you're like, dude, Santa is not real, and you're trying to show them this is exactly what we, in essence, are trying to do to you guys who believe the Earth is a globe. We're trying to show you that Santa's not real, and you're rejecting it based on the overwhelming amount of people that believe it. That's all, dude. That's what this is.
Yeah, but bro, like, so the importance is like about Santa.
No, the importance is about truth.
Yeah, bro, but like, what's the importance, bro? Go work, go have money. What's the importance of this?
So do you think? Let me put it to you another way. Do you think somebody learning the truth about your religion, the Quran, right, Muhammad and Allah and all this, you think that's important, right, for people to know? Ripper?
What did you say? Repeat.
You think that your religion, believing in Allah through Muhammad and the Quran, are important for people or not important?
Of course, it is important.
Okay, why? Why?
Because like without religion, like you can't like live like okay, bro, I will tell you just something like simple thing, like when you just pray to God, like you feel like you are really relaxed and so close to God, and God will
Well, that's
solve for
good.
you like
That's good.
a lot
But
of
why would you
problem.
tell
Yeah,
somebody
exactly.
else? Why would you tell somebody else? You think it's true, right? This is your true faith.
It is.
Okay. So would you tell somebody else? Hello?
Sorry, I'm lagging. Do you hear me? Hello?
Would you tell somebody else?
About what?
Muhammad, Allah,
Of
the
course.
Quran. Okay.
Like if
Why?
you ask me,
Why? Yeah,
of
but
something,
why?
I will.
Yeah, why?
Just to advise people.
Yeah, why?
Like
What's the purpose?
what's the if you ask me, for example, about Islam, why shouldn't I answer to your question?
Yeah, well, I mean, because the point that I'm getting to is that if you are saying that it's true, yes, and you want to speak true things, why are you going to tell people true things? Why would you be motivated to tell them true things?
Bro, because like just like for his benefits, okay, just for your benefits. I'm telling the truth. I'm
Okay.
telling what
There you
is
go.
right.
There
That's
you
the
go.
answer.
And
That's
you
the
can do
answer. That's the
and
answer,
at least
Ripper.
you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's the answer. You gave the answer that I wanted you to understand from my point to you. You just gave the answer.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the importance of
You just saying the
religion is
importance to me.
important. No, yeah.
So
Wait,
no, it's
religion
not.
is
Listen,
important.
no. It's not
Religion is
religion.
important.
No, think about it like this. It's
Christianity is
one
important.
word.
Wait.
Ripper,
Christianity is
it's
important.
one word. It's called truth.
Islam is important. Wait.
Truth is important. It's not about religion. It's truth.
Okay, yeah, but like, what's important? What's the importance about the truth?
Well, just what you said it was. You told me exactly why it's important. You said it. Now repeat the words back again that you said.
Okay, religion. Your religion.
No, it's
is important,
truth.
for example,
It's
but like
not religion. This it goes far beyond that. It goes far beyond that.
Does.
Okay,
Well, what if people? What if people? Hey, bro, what if people were running around saying, Allah is a blue-skinned, 8-armed man who hates you?
That's
Would
a
you-
Hindu
would
god,
you-
man.
Yeah, would you agree with that?
Allah has no specific shape or form.
It's
so
wrong, isn't
probably-
it? No, but the point is that description is wrong, isn't it? It's an incorrect description
Bro,
of Allah,
right now-
isn't it?
Wait.
So would you want to
just a second.
correct those people? Would you want to correct those people?
Okay, wait. Okay, just okay,
Yes,
let's
you
say
would,
that-
wouldn't
that-
you? You would.
Wait,
You would
okay,
want to correct
wait.
them because it's incorrect and it's not the truth. So
Just a
when
second.
people say
Let's
that the
say-
earth is a globe
say-
and we know that it's not true, we'd like to correct them.
That's it.
Okay, let's say it's flat. Let's say it's round. What's and what? Like then
You're
then
speaking
what?
truth. The people now are not in ignorance. They know and understand the world that they are on is not a sphere, and it is a horizontal plane. Knowledge is power, my friend. And with that knowledge, you increase with many things, right? And it goes into different areas, like physics, like science, like every aspect of reality. So truth spreads into many different topics. So it's important for you to know the value of truth. If truth has no value to you, then you don't care. And I don't think you're that kind of person that you don't care about that what truth is. I think you do care. Everybody does. Truth has a value. It's more precious than gold, sir. Anyway, I guess that was that conversation with that guy. If anybody else thinks that the Earth is a globe, please present your evidence.
Sir, I have another page.
Another page from your encyclopedia of big facts.
Yep. Yep.
What else you got?
Okay, so which one do you want? The one about Newton's stuff or the one about mass and weight?
Yeah, it don't matter. Whatever.
Okay, so what was Newton's breakthrough? In 1687, the English scientist Sir Isaac Newton realized something quite amazing, that all movement in the universe is governed by three simple rules. These three rules, which are now called Newton's laws of motion, were tested over and over again by many scientists until it was finally agreed it was true. The first law is the law of inertia. A body will remain at rest or moving at a constant velocity unless it's acted on by an unbalanced force. And there's even a diagram here. And then second is law of force and acceleration. The force experienced by an object is proportional to its mass times the acceleration it experiences. Also a diagram here. And the third law is law of action and reaction. If two bodies exert a force on each other, the forces are equal in magnitude but opposite in direction. And then there's another one here. What is the theory of relativity? It says this theory explains how space and time can only be measured in comparison to something else. This means that the measurements will change.
Hold on, easy. That's not Newton, though.
Really?
It's not.
Yeah, this is a bunch of different. There's a bunch of different
That's
facts.
Einstein.
So,
That's Einstein.
yeah, I finished with Newton. Like when I finished the third law.
Okay, so it jumped into another explanation of what gravitation is. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
It says what is the theory of?
Yeah, what we have though is two competing ideas, one superseding the other. So the first was the idea for gravitation to be explained by Newton's gravitation, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the one that superseded that, which is now what the rhetoric is, that Einstein's gravitational theory is the bending and warping of space-time. It's not mass attracts mass.
Mm-hmm. But remember, the book I'm reading, it's ultimate questions and answers. So the first question was, what was Newton's breakthrough? The second is, what is the theory of relativity?
Yeah, but
that's what it was.
What it's mixing your mind up in is that it's all put together, as in it's all working hand in hand, and that's not the case. It doesn't work.
Science does work hand in hand.
No, it doesn't.
But I just read it together accidentally.
Yeah,
I read it together accidentally.
That's great. The idea of the cause and effect relationship that's going on in what you're reading has nothing to do with the physical world. Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, how?
So we're talking about things out in nature, yes? So you say, I see an apple fall from a tree. That's gravity. Correct? That's what we see, you and me, when we see the apple fall, is called an effect. Now, the cause that makes the effect happen, how do they know what that is? So what's the cause in Newton's example? What's the cause for the apple?
They said that the gravity.
Yeah, that's a word, but the definition, or how we understand it, is a cause and effect relationship. Gravity, allegedly, is a cause and effect. So we see the effect. The effect is the apple falls. What is causing the apple to fall? In Newton's explanation.
Okay, what is causing the apple to fall? Gravity.
Yes. No. Gravity, again, is a relationship between cause and effect. When you say gravity, you're speaking of.
So I should mention the cause.
I'll say it again. We're speaking of a cause and effect relationship. So the answer isn't the same thing that's proposing what those two things are. It is showing you that it is a relationship between cause and effect. When you say gravity, what do you mean? Do you mean the cause or the effect?
I'm talking about the cause.
Okay, so what's causing?
The effect is the apple falling.
Yeah, and what would you say when the apple falls and we see the effect? What do you call that?
Gravity.
Okay.
As an effect.
Right. So when we say that the cause is making the apple fall, what do we call that?
Gravity.
Why is one word used to cover both things?
That's like asking what's it called? Why is the word wait, let me think of a word. Why is the word see and see sounding so similar in
No,
two
no, no.
completely
That's not the same
different
thing.
things?
Because we're describing two things happening. One is the cause.
Mhm.
We see the phenomena of something occurring. The cause is the
Mhm.
reason why the phenomena is occurring.
Yeah.
The reason why. So we see it
And the
happening.
effect is what happens.
Yeah, yes. So we see something happening. We all do, right? We see the apple falling.
Yes.
What is
Mhm.
causing it to fall?
What is causing it to fall is the Earth's gravitational pull.
Newton's gravitation, like what is it is claiming the reason why the apple's falling.
Yes.
Look it up. It's not just
I do
saying the
not
word
have it in my textbook.
Okay, can you have Google in front of you?
I don't have Google. I deleted it. I hate Google. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know how you search things up, but you need to search up what
I
gravity.
usually use other sources.
All right, Newton's gravity. What's the cause for the
Okay.
effect? Newton's gravity. What is the cause for the effect?
Newton's gravity.
Gravity. What is the cause?
What's the cause and effect?
Yep.
Okay. In Newton's model of gravity, the cause is the inherent property of matter, where every particle attracts every other particle with a force proportional to their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. The effect is that this force of attraction causes objects to accelerate, pulling them towards each other, which manifests as weight on Earth, planetary orbits around the sun, and even the ocean tides caused by the moon and sun.
Okay. So the cause and
Mhm.
effect are separate, right? Now that you've seen that?
Yeah.
They're not the same.
And it says the cause is mass interaction, universal force, and force depends on mass and distance. And the effect is acceleration and motion, weight, and orbits and tides.
Well, it's showing the effect is what you see. The cause is the
Mhm.
reason why.
Mhm.
So what do they say that let's go to the reason why? What is the reason why things are falling? Just only
Mass
the cause.
interaction.
What's it interacting with? What is
The
the
apple.
What is the apple interacting with?
The air.
No.
The tree.
No.
The ground.
Yes. So the Earth itself, according to Newton's gravitation, is that the Earth is so large that it's pulling the apple down to itself.
Yeah.
To the center of itself.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Mhm.
Okay. So they said that this is the cause. How can I test that this is true? That the center of the Earth is pulling the center of this apple?
By jumping.
Yeah, you're just proving the effect. I want to know how you prove the cause. How did you test?
Okay.
Not you, but anyone who tested for this.
Yeah.
How can we test for this? That we can know,
Um,
not just by seeing an effect, but proving the cause.
I
How do we
think
prove the
every cause. I think every cause has an effect. I think that's Newton's third law of action and reaction. So if there is a reaction, there must be an action.
Yeah, but where?
So we can use
How
the
can we
effect to
test?
find cause.
How can we test the cause? Easy. You've just
We
read
use
what it
the
says for
effect
Newton's
to find
gravitation.
cause. We use the effect to find cause.
Okay, so how do we find the cause for things falling down?
Okay, so if we drop something or do like an experiment on gravity, like dropping something or whatever, that's the effect. In Newton's third law of action and reaction. Yeah.
What's the cause?
Okay. Now, because there's an effect, there must be a cause. So that cause we're talking about is gravity.
Yeah. But you're just saying a word. You're not describing how you know it's this. Okay. The explanation of what it's saying that Newton's gravitation is relying on for the cause, the reason why, it's not proven. Mass attracts other mass, pulling itself to the center of something else.
Yes.
Yeah. How can you prove this?
Okay, using a pendulum.
Okay. Show me the method.
And then
What do you do?
Yeah, this is in my textbook. The movement of a pendulum is called oscillation. And we can use it to like do gravity and stuff.
Gravity and stuff. You know, it's easy if you say that you don't know how this is proven. You know that, right? I said to the other gentleman, you can say it as well. You don't have to continue down a line of things that you don't know.
So I can say I don't know and just go free like that.
You could say you don't know and then continue to do research, which is what I want you to do.
Okay. Then if we're being completely honest, I do not know at all.
Okay. That's very fair. And you can look up some more information. And, you know, you can do more research and then come back. But this is a big topic. So you need to actually do a little study on cause and effect relationships when in regards to gravity. And do some more digging like I was showing you. And cause and effect. Because you can't say, if I tell you what the effect is and you say gravity, and then I ask you, well, what's the cause? Gravity. That's not a explanation of how you know the cause and effect relationship have been understood to be what they are based on their interaction, the effects interaction.
Okay, sir. But Sir Avi, can you please tell me what to search in my textbook to find it?
I mean, I don't know what your textbook has. It'd be difficult.
I have 4 textbooks. I have everything.
Yeah, but the conversation goes into a more nuanced topics. But what you need to look for is the explanation of the cause and effect relationship that gravity has. So with gravity, you have to understand we see something happening, right? That's the effect. And the cause is the reason why it's happening.
Yep.
So look up those two things and then find out if it's been tested in your books and how they tested it. Yeah, we're just having a banter here, but welcome everybody who's joining the chat. Anybody else in here? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever it is you are on the plane. We got a few people that are joining us. We got Religious Zealot, some people that I haven't seen in here before. We got Vijay, welcome. We got Bess, welcome Bess. We got Fortune Green, welcome. We got Marf that just joined us. Welcome, Marf. And if you guys want to chime in, if you think the Earth is a globe or you want to have a challenge.
Sir.
What's up?
Okay, I got my second book, the 1000 Fantastic Science Facts book. Now 1000, yeah. So I don't understand which topic I should go to. Space, astronomy, or exploring space. Which one should I go to?
I'll tell you like this, man. Wait till somebody else chimes in. Meanwhile, you can look over your books, but if somebody comes in and says something, then you can look up what they're saying in your book and see if you could stay quiet and let them speak, but look up what they're saying in their book to kind of see if what they're saying is true or not. What I want you to do, if you have
I'll look in my book.
What I want you to do, because you have these books, is to remember the guy who was talking about magnetism, how he couldn't explain what it is. Like he had trouble doing it, but you had the answer right there. Why didn't he accept your answer?
Yeah.
This was like an important step for you to understand why people hold to these ideas and they don't want to speak of like just knowing truth. Like it's hard for them.
Yeah.
Because we've dealt with these people like not being able to be honest with themselves. And all we're asking for is if they know the answer, then say it. If they don't, just be honest and say I don't know. But it's a I guess a human characteristic of being prideful when you come into a call where you think you're more superior to the ones you're speaking to.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's the way they feel, and so they don't want to give up that ground, and so that's why he didn't want to tell us, how he knows what poles are. And you were ready to talk about it, but he was just rejecting it.
Yeah. Is that why I found it so hard to say I didn't know about the gravity and stuff?
Yes. Human pride.
Oh damn.
Well, it's everybody has it, dude. I'm telling you. I'm not immune to it either. But what the problem is, at some point, when you don't know something, you have to say I don't know. That's that's intellectually honest when you say I don't know. If you don't know something.
Yeah. I'll do that more often. I have to go and search in my textbooks now.
Certainly. We got Emma that just joined. Welcome, Emma. Or I
Hey.
am real. So the topic of the room is it possible to test the Earth? It being a globe?
To what? To test?
Mm-hmm.
When you say to test, you mean to measure?
Any test.
I just don't quite understand to test the Earth,
Yeah.
like to
So
to
if somebody
test what?
tells you, if somebody tells you the Earth is a giant globe, how can I test that?
Okay. So
Can
is
I
it
know?
just possible in a principle? Like, can you
No, is it
verify
possible
it?
is it possible in the physical sense?
So do you mean is it true, or is it possible to conduct some sort of experiment that might prove or disprove it? Like, is it even possible at all?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly that. What say you?
And what's the consensus so
Well,
far?
the answer from you right now. What do you think? Is it possible? Not possible?
Well, it should be possible. I mean, I'm not sure if it's possible in the way that I can go out, take a big ruler, and just measure something. But I don't see why it shouldn't be possible in
Okay,
principle.
well let's examine the claim. How is it possible to test the Earth for it being a giant sphere?
To measure the area of the Earth.
Yes. How can we do this? I don't know is a perfectly good answer too.
All that would depend how much of error we accept.
Well, I will accept the test first of all. What test can we do to perform a verification that the Earth is a giant sphere? What can you give us that we can look at?
No, I can't give you anything. I just say that in principle it should be possible, like to measure some values and then compare it to flat disk and to a globe as a sphere and see which one works better.
Okay. In which way, maybe if I rephrase what I'm saying, in which way was or has academia presented to you that the Earth is a giant sphere? In what way?
No,
How did they show
personally,
you?
I didn't do any experiments like to
I totally
verify it.
understand that. I'm with that. I know that you didn't do anything. What way did they present to you that they've done something to verify that the Earth is a giant sphere?
Well, I think I would divide it in two ways. Like the first one, just stories about someone doing something, and the second, some numbers that we should check and see if it if they agree with each other.
Okay, what did they do?
Well, they calculated the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, how did they do that?
I think they measured like they divided it in 24 like segments because the sun moves like makes the full rotation in 24 hours, and they say that like they calculated the distance of one of the segments, and it might be possible because one like you can find some segments that's totally on Earth, so you just like measure the distance and you can also divide this in more pieces if you want to, and then they multiply it times 24 and it's like the full circle.
Okay. They're dividing it into segments.
Yeah.
How do they know what they're dividing into segments? Because you're saying these are parts of a whole, right? These segments are parts of a whole. Well, the bigger question is, how do they know what they're dividing into segments?
You mean how do they know what's the shape of this line that combines the dots with the same latitude?
Well, think about it like this. If you have I'll give you a simple example. If you have a pie, you can see the whole pie. You could cut that pie into segments. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The pie is now into segments, but you see the whole pie. You see all of the pie. You can see it. It's the whole pie. Now I'm going to divide the pie into segments. The question to you is, how do they know what the whole Earth looks like to divide it into segments?
So if I give you one slice of a pizza and you never seen the whole pizza, and I give you just this one slice, and I think you could calculate the area of a full pizza having this slice, even if you don't know what this pizza looked like.
Okay, so now let's get into how they figured out that it wasn't the whole pie, but just a segment. Let's go now to the segment. So the segment, how did they figure out that it was a part of a whole of a sphere? That segment. Let's zero in. We're getting down to the segment. What did they do?
No. The segment is not a part of a sphere. This maybe it's not a segment. How do you call this? Like this one point, one piece of a circle. How do you call it? Like the arc.
Yeah, that's great.
Arc. It's an arc. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll go with that. But how do they know that specific arc is a part of a greater whole?
Circle.
Yes. How do they know that? Just the arc only, not the idea that it's a part of a whole. How do they know that segment is an arc?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I'm not sure, but how do they know that on flat Earth?
No, that's great. No, I just needed the concession that you don't know. That's
no,
all.
I don't know how they know it. Like, I can try to imagine in some stuff, but I'm not sure how they.
That's great. No,
it.
this is important, right? It's an important step in intellectual honesty, meaning that you couldn't possibly understand how they derive this information if you don't know the method. So you don't know the method that they use. So your best answer right now is I don't know. So, okay, so that means that this whole time you've been believing that the Earth is a globe based on some idea that you thought was verified. But upon further investigation and this argument, you realize that there is no substantiation to the idea that the Earth is a globe based on the idea that you think it's been already tested. It hasn't been.
Up to this
you proved
point,
it to yourself, essentially.
Yeah, up to this point, it wouldn't matter if it's a globe or a sphere because it would be the same assumption and the same results.
Incorrect.
Why?
Because people don't assume that the Earth is a globe when they're on the surface. We all experience the same Earth, which is a horizontal plane from our vantage point. You could call it in your
okay. I have a question then. Yeah. If you see this part and you see this part is flat and everything like this, how do you know the whole if you just see the part? Like it's exactly the same as with the globe.
Yeah, it's a fair question. What we'd say is the known territory is a horizontal plane. So known territory, hey, what's going on? The known territory would be the places that we've explored and we've been on. So every place that humans have traveled to and been on are all equal to a horizontal plane and elevation change from that horizontal plane. So elevation change would be land topography, mountains, valleys, anything that would cause a difference from the horizontal plane of the Earth, which is mean sea level. So any deviation from that. But
in the real world, it's like it's easier to find some deviations in the.
Naj, your hot mic. Naj. Najmuddin. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's easier to find like some hills and mountains, and like it's impossible to find a completely flat surface. And but still, like we assume that it's relatively flat. But if you would like take a big like when you say horizon, if you stand at some point and look to this horizon, I'm pretty sure that it's not like completely flat. It's just
Can we
another
test
assumption.
that? Let's test that. That's a great time to test. So you're saying that this could be an assumption that we are experiencing a horizontal plane, but it might not be based on what you just said.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we know that it could be not a horizontal plane?
Well, just today I had we had the rain and the water was going down the street, so that would mean the street is not horizontal because otherwise the water wouldn't like just.
Agreed.
So.
Yeah, agreed. But what we're talking about from what I said, mean sea level, right? There's elevation change, which means that on land. Just let me get.
That's something we don't see.
Yeah, 1 second. On land, there's land topography, which means that there will be elevation change, which means that you could be on a hill. But then again, the land that you're on could be a difference in elevation from mean sea level. So that means that you could be higher than sea level, which of course would make sense if the water was running downhill, or you could be on a hill itself, an actual hill. So we're not talking about the Earth being like flat as a piece of paper. We're saying that the horizontal plane extends outward based on mean sea level, and anything that deviates from that is known to be as elevation change from mean sea level, which could be land topography, which is the hills, mountains, valleys, and maybe where you live, probably on a hill.
How do you know what is the mean sea level? How do you calculate it?
Well, it's done over a 19-year period. So mean sea level is a vertical point at which the datum from they extrapolate over that many years of rise and fall of tides. The rise and fall of tides, they're going by where that average mean would be, and then they use that vertical point to expand outwardly horizontal to find out where there would be change in that elevation from that vertical point horizontally, which would make a perfect perfect plumb line. So now we have a guide. Yes.
So they have like a stick somewhere, and they see which part of the stick is covered by water, and they see that it's like it's not the same, and they take the mean.
Well,
the average.
Every place that you're gonna do an average for this over a 19-year period over the different cycles that happen, this specific extrapolation of information happens over a long period, which they're doing it so that they can have a great number of variances to have the mean sea level be what it is as a very specific numeric value. And then once they achieve that, they're able to say over this period that we have this cycles of the tides, we can now come up with an average of what mean sea level would be. Then going horizontally outward from that position, you could say, well, the land 20 miles inland would be at a specific altitude based on the vertical point that we take from mean sea level. So horizontally straight across, imagine like an invisible horizontal line. It would cut through all the land, and then you could stand on a hill 20 miles inland, and you could say you're above mean sea level at a specific point based on that horizontal plane. It's pretty straightforward, pun intended. But it's a process that plane surveying utilizes when they do their raw measurements of geological surveys and such. Because people that use this information rely on the fact that it's correct, because they have to account for the change in flow, which means like water, sewage, and they have to be exact on this. So like you said, you have water running down your street. Well, in order for that to happen and for the builders to know that they're going to create a system where water doesn't collect and pool, they have to know that the place where they're going to build at has elevation change such that the water will run downhill and it won't collect and flood your place. And that's also according to like sewage, rivers, and all this kind of things. You need to know elevation change and properly too. So mean sea level is very important. That makes sense.
I wonder if we could cut through all of this type of stuff by asking if mean sea level or sea level is flat or curved. Because ultimately, like that's the axiom you're basically saying it's a horizontal plane, and I can hear him saying, "Yeah, but how do you know that it's a horizontal plane beyond the horizon?" Then we can go, "Well, how do you know it's not?" or whatever. But like, we're going from knowing that sea level is an axiom to people questioning whether sea level is curved without actually saying it. So I don't know. We always devise new ways of saying things, teaching people. So I'm just thinking.
Is the gentleman willing to engage with your point? I think you left them without words. Anybody else in here? I think he's tapped out. I'm not sure if he's still there or not.
No, if you're talking about me, I'm still here. I didn't quite understand what Elijah wanted to say. If you could just say it in one sentence to make it easier for me.
Do you know what horizontal is?
Yes. Parallel to horizon.
Good enough for me.
So you already know what horizontal is like.
It's good enough for me.
Parallel to the horizon. The horizon is also horizontal. So my point is, if it's not horizontal in any case, how would we prove that? Because all we know is horizontal is axiomatic. Like, why don't we just accept that water at rest is flat, which is synonymous with level in that context? Because we're not talking, even though water at rest is also like flat, like the smoothness of the surface, like a flat screen TV. But when we're talking about water at rest being level, we're talking about the orientation of it. It will be horizontal to the plane of the earth or the horizon of the earth. Same difference. We're using synonyms still.
Will the gentleman respond, or he's not going to?
So if we're standing at some point and we look to horizon, so the line from like what we see from our eyes to this point that we can't see anymore, is this the one that's horizontal or the one that we're standing from the point where we're standing in to this point that we can see? It's not the same line. Is this one that's horizontal or the one that would be just parallel to the sea level? Well, in this case, it's just theory because it's the one that we can't actually see or measure. We just have to imagine it. Like if I'm standing somewhere 500 kilometers from the nearest sea, I can't possibly know what the sea level is.
Yeah, you're taking the extrapolation from the data that's already been put forward by people who have measured across the surface of the earth to have the elevation change. documented.
Yeah.
So you're taking the documented elevation change from others who have built upon the mean sea level.
So the
That's what you're
problem here is that I have to like decide which values I like and which one I don't like,
No.
because someone said like they give me the distances about like the like some distances on the surface of the earth, and I say I don't like them because they wouldn't work on a flat earth, and I don't trust them because I can't verify
But that's not the point though. The point
Yeah.
is, are they valuable enough to use for construction? The answer is yes. They have to be, because if people that relied on this information of the horizontal plane and used in construction, then they would get the building structure to be incorrect. So these values that you accept or that you use, they have to be in proportion to mean sea level from where it was taken.
Hold on. Let me question something. So I was questioning whether or not you thought that the horizon was curved, like ultimately, because either beyond the horizon, we're talking about sea level. We're talking about the sea. Do you think sea level is curved 8 inches per mile squared, or somewhere about that, or is it just horizontal the way horizontal is actually defined and experienced? Like that's what we're talking about, not different points. And matter of fact, I don't even know what you meant when you responded to me by saying, you go to these different points and measure. I'm just asking you simply, let's start at the beginning. Do you think sea level is curved?
Well, I don't see why it couldn't be on the globe Earth. It's like, I agree with the explanation that's given. It's like if it's, well, you have to start from some points, you have to accept some axioms. And if someone is said like we start here, and then you say, okay, and where would we go with that? And if it works, like why not? It's the same. I don't see the problems defining the horizontal on a flat Earth as the same.
Listen, in other words, is sea level curved? Yes, no.
Once again, I don't see the problem with that definition on a globe Earth. Like it's the same. It has the same logic.
So when you say I don't see the problem, is that a affirmative yes or no?
Can you
It's
just
very
give him a
simple.
yes or no, sir? Just to be clear. Is it curved? Yes or no?
I don't see why it couldn't be. Is it telling me that you think that sea level is curved? Because we have to get down to the beginning, the nitty gritty, because it's an axiom. Sea level is level. So if we have a discrepancy there, we have a discrepancy literally everywhere else, because that's where it begins.
Is sea level curved, sir? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't think it's where it begins, because it begins from the Earth, and if Earth is globe
Hold on. Yeah, you're gonna give an explanation. It's just give us an answer so we can move this conversation forward. Is sea level curved? Yes or no?
Is there something wrong with the way I'm speaking lately, AV? Like,
No, dude. It's just it's the obtuse
then I get
version of like
forceful.
the individuals. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it, not letting you do it, because then it'll keep you as a good cop. I'll keep you as a good cop. I'll be the bad cop for now. So I'll absorb the aggression side. All right, so I want you to answer his question specifically. Sea level, is it curved or
so,
not?
Yeah, do you mean if I think
or
it's
no?
curved or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Sea level is curved according to the gentleman. No, now that we're there, I'll let Elijah.
So that goes against the axiom that level is level. So if you believe that to be the case, how do you prove it?
So once again, if you said it's the beginning and we have to start from here, And if it's something that we accept at the beginning, it's not something we have to prove. We see if it works with all the other stuff that comes from this, like with all the other conclusions.
So
And
you're
if
saying
it
this
works,
isn't the beginning. This is not the beginning.
no, Elijah, wanted to say it's not the beginning. Elijah said we have to start from some point, and if we accept this as our starting points, that we don't have to prove it.
He's getting calmly feisty. Listen, my question was, how do you validate that sea level isn't what it's axiomatically and definitionally is? If it's not how we experience it, because when we experience it, we call it local as if it's just a personal perceived thing, but not actually the truth. If you're saying it's not actually the truth, how do you know that? What's your evidence?
If it was the truth, like with the sea level wouldn't change.
No, the change is with respect to a horizontal plane.
No,
So,
like when we discuss how the change, the mean sea level was measured.
Hello. So, mean sea level is taken from a number of heights with respect to one plane of reference. That's how you know it's higher or lower. So if you don't think that that's true and you think that sea level is curved continuously and exponentially, because that's what a ball is, the surface of it, then what is your evidence of sea level being?
Very
Because
straightforward.
you're saying we can't take it axiomatically.
Yeah, okay.
As it is,
Can we like?
How do you prove it's something else?
So can we stop this discussion as interrogation when you just ask me question and like even you decide that I have to answer certain question with yes or no? And for example, you asked me something and I also want to know your opinion, so I can ask you something in return. Because if not, it's not like a conversation.
Look, audience.
Yeah, if I have.
Oh no. Because remember, I didn't ask. My follow up wasn't a yes or no question. It was, okay, so since your answer is yes, sea level is curved, what's the evidence? You then responded with, well, axioms aren't proven. Well, the axiom is that it's level, not that level is not curved. I mean, not that level is curved. If you're saying level is curved, that's beyond the axiom. So how do you prove it then? You have to prove it if it's not just the axiom. I know you understand what I'm saying because you said these words to me. You understand what I'm saying because I'm responding to what you said. And I just put it in chronological order. Stop playing games. Nobody's being mean. Nobody's under interrogation. I'm a man trying to have a conversation with a man and you're playing.
Well, if you want to have an honest conversation, at least you have to assume that I should like have some approximately the same amount of time speaking as you do. You can't like combine your question with words taking 3 minutes and then just saying me. No, wait, just I waited. I listened to this question all this time.
We want to get back to the point. This is wasting time. Can we just get back to the point? Are you going to be able to substantiate the claim that sea level is curved as you so said it was? That's all we're getting to right now. Can you do this, sir? Perform the methodology by which you understand sea level to be curved.
You remember we started with you asking me if I think it's possible to prove something like this, and now 10 minutes later you trying to ask me to prove something that at the beginning of this conversation I said specifically I said it's impossible to prove something big like that.
Okay, so it's impossible to prove that sea level is curved. These are your words.
Yeah. Do you remember? Do you remember that?
Yeah, you believe that sea level is curved based on an idea that you think the Earth is a globe. So this is what you're amounting to say right now.
Yeah. Do you remember that already been said at the beginning?
So that's
like, why do we have to why do you ask me the same thing and I have to repeat it like once again?
So what's your
Eli wasn't here for the conversation.
So what are we talking about? So if your point is I can't prove that sea level is curved and sea level is an axiom because it's how we judge elevation. of all things, based off of a determined point. It's not a point. It's a level. It's a foundation. So if you've conceded that you can't prove that level is current in the beginning, then that's fine. That means I'm not even going to that. You can't prove that level is current. And when we say the earth is flat, it's because level is a level. So if you have any other questions or something, or any follow-ups or something, I guess you can ask, because I'm not going to force you to have an argument. You're telling me that at the beginning of the conversation, you didn't really have an argument. So what is it that you want from us then, good sir? What kind of conversation do you want to have?
Well, I didn't want anything from you. I was talking to AV, and then you like wanted me to answer your questions. I never asked you anything.
Being feisty because I didn't think I was being mean to you. However, you're in a public place where we're all speaking. So, I mean, if all you're saying is, I didn't want you to speak, I don't want to speak to you, I want to speak to AV. Fine, I can go on mute. Still, why are you here?
Oh, it's not like that. Don't put it like that. It's not, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to someone else. I was talking to someone else. And then you started asking me question and demanding answering yes or no, explaining. And that's why I said, like, maybe I wasn't, like, I didn't sound polite, but that's why I said it looks like it's interrogation, because you're asking questions and demanding answering in certain way, and I didn't have time to ask something myself. Like I had to answer to you for some unknown reason.
I understand how you're feeling from the conversation. And we fought through all that and we got through all that. And at the end of the day, your whole point was that you already said in the beginning that you can't prove the thing that I was for.
Yeah, because AV started with this question. He the first thing he asked me if I think it's possible to prove something like this, and then we like finished with the same question.
I heard. So I heard you, and it's okay. So all I'm saying is what you said. You saying so we go from you telling me you didn't want to talk to me, you want to talk to AV, which I said, and then you said, well, it wasn't that I didn't want to talk to you, it's that you were demanding things of me. So let's itemize that. What were the demands? For you to validate what you were saying. But before I could ask you to validate what you were saying, I wanted you to say what you were saying, which was that sea level was current. That's all I did. Now, you fought me on doing that. But if you want to call that a demand, me asking you to stick by your words, again, I don't know why it got weird, but you can call it what you want. This is all recorded. Nobody disrespected you or anything. It's a very odd way to respond, the way that you responded, but that's just my opinion. Doesn't matter. I can go on mute. You can continue the conversation with AV. I'm just now understanding that you can't prove that level is current. So I'm good.
Okay, so we so far have gotten from I'm real to get to the point where he's just saying that all of the things that he knows about the Earth being a globe or something that he has heard from someone say that it is, based on why he thinks it could still be a globe and sea level could be still curved, but not based on any empirical information or data, but just because he thinks it is. That's about the level of where we're at right now. So if anybody else wants to chime in, or perhaps want to have a conversation on what we just talked about, or if anybody else has evidence that the Earth is a globe, You can chime in.
Okay.
Talk to you.
Yeah. So, you guys were talking about how the sea level is not curved, but on a globe surface, according to like a book I own, which is basically my jotter, it says, and I quote, what's it called? Roughly, I quote roughly, the sea level is not measured by just the like average level of the sea. On a globe Earth, it's measured from the average distance from the core to the average level of the sea. That's how we get the 0 meter sea level.
Right. I guess you can pick where he left. So
Yeah, he said
my question is, what would your evidence of sea level being curved be then? Since that's what you're
Okay, so it's not about evidence. If I'm saying it as like an assumption, because if the Earth was a globe, if the Earth was a globe, then what's it called? We'll, of course, it can't be like flat because like it's a globe. So we have to figure out a way to say that the sea level is curved without it being curved. So we can take the like distance from the center of the core to the center of the like the average level of the sea to find sea level, and that will be like used all around the world since the average level of the sea to the core is similar everywhere. And yeah,
what's your evidence that 0 is the distance to what's the evidence?
You're trailing out, Eli. I don't know if anybody can hear you trailing out. I don't know.
Yeah, what's your evidence of 0 being a line from the center of the earth to the surface? In other words, what's your evidence of a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles?
that's like asking what's the like evidence for a kilometer. Like what the hell? It's a unit of measurement, so we can't really find evidence for it.
Is measured. So, what is your measure for the radius of the earth being 3,959 miles? For you to say that 0 is
Okay. Right now, I do not have the exact measurement of the radius of the. All I know is that. All I know is that we use the center of the earth and we correlate it to the average level of the sea to find 0 meters. Another way we could do it is by finding a coastal zone, like a place I live in, Accra. It's a coastal zone, the beach is near. So we can use that as the height of the 0 meters, since like that's the coastal zone and the average point of the sea.
Yeah, that's practically how it's done. Utilize plane. Now, the former one, the first one that you said, again,
they both correlate though.
Excuse me. One is using a plane. Okay. The surface of the earth is a plane of reference. That's the one you just quoted. The first one is one you have yet to prove. You're just reading it. You're just saying it. Who has measured the earth to be of radius 3,900?
That one I read. That one I read wasn't from.
If you say, and you did say, I can't prove that, then it's just an assumption that actually has no bearing on reality, because that's not how sea level is actually measured.
You're saying I measured you're saying I got my sea level stuff from a textbook, right? I did not open any single one of my textbooks when I told you how to find sea level on a globe Earth. This is my personal research and study as a physicist.
Okay, so if it's your personal research, then where's the measurement? It's not research if you didn't. Right?
Right now, I have the hypothesis. To put it into play, I have to go to an actual physicist and asked them for the radius of the Earth, and by that I could find an sea level.
How did they measure?
How would they know? Using what's called seismology, as I said in Nicholas what's his name? Nicholas something.
Copernicus.
About it in the chat.
Copernicus.
Can you post something about it in the chat? Since you're saying seismology can measure the
Okay,
radius.
Nicholas Copernicus. I have 2 books on him. 1 and then 2 and then 3. Okay.
So you will,
Nicholas Copernicus.
so you will be open to text. You just said, which is fine. I just thought it was weird that you would be telling me you're not reading from anything, but I know that you will. It's just
I'm now
ridiculous.
because you're asking about.
Yeah, hold on, gentlemen, real quick. Yeah, I'm interjecting for a specific mod reason. So, are we going to be moved to a different channel, or is this going to happen in a different channel?
Yeah, this is going to happen on the FE stage in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Everybody, I was
Go
just saying,
ahead.
for everybody that's listening right now, DJ's going to drop some information on what's going to happen in 5 minutes. So we're basically, I would say everybody in here can move to that other stage channel. So sorry to interrupt.
Can you move
Eli.
Yeah, just quickly. So it's going to be a discussion between Dr. Blitz, PhD, versus India, right? For the first hour, it's just going to be a general discussion only between those two. Okay, after that, we're going to start bringing other people onto the stage that can participate in the event as well. You know, and it's just kind of going to be casual. It's going to drag on from that point. Okay, so no need for any flat earthers or anyone to really try to get a word in during the first hour, right? We've got an arrangement with the guy that's discussing this with Indio that it's just going to be those two talking for the first hour. Okay, and yeah, so anyone that's not moved over to the stage in the next couple of minutes, we're just going to move people over manually.
Well,
if you want to come back to this channel, then you can just leave the stage and come back here. So
is the stage up already?
Yeah, stage is up and running. Everything's set to go.
Unfortunately, I'm a gym, so I can't hold my tongue for an hour. But I'll give you a solid 59 minutes. 59 minutes.
It's not my decision, but 59 minutes sounds good.
He's gonna be circling in his room, pacing, like fuming. Like just...
Yeah. I guarantee it. Awesome.
Sir DJ.
Yep.
Where's the invite? Like, where's the invite code hole? Where do I join?
Okay, so just if you scroll up to the top of the server, right, and click events, you'll see our event, and you can just click join or you can click interested.
Oh, okay.
Hey, DJ, Dr. Blitz said that he needs somebody to help move him into the right place.
Yep, okay. Well, I guess we can start moving everyone over to the stage now, seeing it's only 4 minutes away. All right, so is Dr. Blitz in this chat right now, or where is he?
He wasn't.
This was in. I don't see him.
Yeah. By the way, I can't see the stage either.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't either. That's why I was gonna tell you. Like, I can't see it.
All right, give me a sec. I'll just get a hold of Vivek right now. I'll try giving him a call and see what we can do. And hopefully we can just drop a link in the side chat there. But I can manually move everyone over to the stage. Like any of the mods can do that. Just right click on the people in the panel and move to FE stage.
Oh, okay.
Also, drop the link that if you can.
Yeah, we can't drop the link. I think only the server admins can drop the links. Oh, Vivek's Vivek's typing to me right now. So just a second. All right, back in a sec.
Weird. 223 people are interested in this chat. Oh, I like it a lot. Hope to see everybody there.
Babe, today's the day.
Hello, sir.
Let's watch. I'm pulling that card today. Today's the day. There's an event going on that I want you to listen in on.
All right, so everyone should be able to see the stage in a second as soon as I hit start event.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just do that now.
There, now it popped up for me. All right, see you guys at the stage. Toodles.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. I don't hear you, DJ, if you're talking.
Glitch, you got to hit the hand icon with the 3 dashes on the side.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, good. Okay. No idea what happened there. All right, welcome everyone to the event. We just need to bring Dr. Blitz up here. Okay, I don't see. Oh, there he is. All right, so I've sent you an invite to speak, Dr. Blitz.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear. Excellent. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, of course. Just as a double check, I want to make sure that my audio is not doubling up because I'm grabbing both the Discord audio and I'm grabbing my own mic audio. So I just want to double check with my chat if that's okay. Chat,
Yeah,
can you
go ahead.
confirm it's not doubling up? Okay, it sounds like it's fine on my end, both on TikTok and on YouTube. So we should be good to go.
Yeah, awesome, right? Okay, so it's 5 past now, so we'll go for an hour with you chatting with Indio, and then we'll start bringing some more people up on the stage, and we'll just play it by ear, keep it super casual and chill, and yeah, everyone try not to interrupt each other, and I think everything should go smoothly. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Let's go ahead.
Sounds good to me. Where do you want to start, Indio?
Oh, I don't care. I'll start. I'll start by asking you a question.
Actually, do you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah. I mean,
because you're not my audience doesn't know you. So
okay, my username is Indio7. I've been debating this topic, Flat Earth. I run the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord for about 8 years now. We have about close to 30,000 members. This is actually the second iteration. There was a previous one with about 32,000 members. Yeah, I'm well versed in this topic. I've probably debated maybe, I don't know, it's got to be close to 10,000 people at least. Yeah, so I guess that's my background in this.
Yeah, 1 sec. It sounds like you're kind of quiet on mine, so let me turn you up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I can adjust my.
No, it's fine. It's just audio issues are always audio issues, and I can actually turn you up on Discord as well. Okay, I think we're good to go. So you think the Earth is flat then, yeah?
Yeah, I would say I know it's flat.
And just as I'm sure that you know my model. I think that the Earth is not flat. I think that it's quite fairly spherical. What would you say that you have a model that you subscribe to?
No particular model. I mean, when you say model, what do you mean by that?
I mean, some particular
a model for
kind
phenomenon, or model for
like a framework, like a mental framework that you use to understand like the shape. Like, do you have an idea as to like where the sun and moon are, or like what happens if you go up high enough? And like, do you have a model that can answer these questions?
Okay, so what the sun and moon are? I'm not exactly sure what that has to do with flat Earth.
Well, I mean, like it's all part of the cosmology, presumably, right?
Yeah, they exist. Certainly, we see them.
Or sorry, I don't mean like what they are.
When is it?
Where are they? Like, what are they doing?
Well, I mean,
how is it that they're doing what they're doing? Those kinds of things,
Okay, you're asking about phenomenon, right?
Mm-hmm.
About the celestial bodies, which does not determine what the Earth is. It's not even possible. It just as a matter of logic, it's not possible.
I understand that. I'm asking to try to get a feel for what your worldview is, because maybe you're just like, well, the Earth is flat, and I don't know anything else, and like, fine, I guess. But I wasn't sure if you have more stuff that you believe.
Yeah. So my viewpoint is, it would probably be more like the viewpoint of the ancients, where let me start here. So a couple things about celestial bodies, right? So if you look at the sun, you can't look at the sun and say measure its distance by simply looking at it, right? There's even in the astronomical journals like Astronomical Leaflets of the Pacific says can't measure the distance of the sun using just the sun because there's no measurable solar parallax. So using a typical method like parallax, right? Parallax method of figuring out how far something is away, you can't get the distance of the sun. And this applies to every celestial body, that you can't just simply look at it and do a naive observation and say, hey, that's this far away. So the ancients knew this, and their I guess you call it their paradigm was that the rules that apply to things in heaven and the rules that apply to things in the earth are not the same. They didn't take the uniformitarian view that everything was uniform, right? They considered the earth is unique and the things in the sky were the things in the sky, and they weren't separate. And this matches what we observe in reality. It seems that the rules of things in the sky don't match what's on the ground, right?
Sure.
We can easily triangulate how far.
This isn't answering my question at all, though.
It is, because you're talking about the sun and the moon, right? You ask where they are. How do I determine where they are?
I didn't ask how did you determine where they are. I just want to establish.
How would I get a distance then?
Maybe your answer is I don't have one. I'm just trying to figure out what it is you believe.
Well, nobody has one.
That's cool. We can talk about that. I just want to know what you believe. And if you want to say I don't have a distance under my worldview, that's fine. I just need to establish what you believe so I can know what who I'm talking to.
Okay, so I thought I explained it well.
I mean, you were getting
paradigm
into
under which I'm operating. The paradigm which, you asked what the sun's, moon, and distance was, right?
I asked, where are they? What are they doing? How are they doing?
What does that mean?
Do you have answers to those questions under your worldview?
Okay, where they are is a distance, right?
Well, I mean, you could say that they're beneath the firmament. You could say that they're above the firmament. You could say that they're embedded in the firmament.
I believe in the firmament?
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. I'm trying to establish what it is you believe.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to explain it to you. So, when you say where is it, I have an observer-centric worldview. Okay, just like we experience reality, we observe it from our eyes, right? Out, first-person shooter, not a third-person shooter. So when you ask me where it is, to me, you're asking me what's the distance. Where is it in 3D space relative to my location? Right?
It can be more vague than that. You could just say that it's, if you believed in a firmament, you could just say it's above the firmament. For example, maybe you don't, but that's the kind of, I wasn't looking for a direct, I wasn't looking for an exact distance. I wasn't looking for certainty. I was just looking for what it is your position is.
Okay. It's immeasurable.
If your position is we have no way of establishing that, fine.
That's all you have to say. It's immeasurable.
Okay. So, do you have any way of understanding the motions of the celestial bodies?
Well, yeah.
Your worldview?
Yeah, we just, take your pick of models, right? We have several models. We got the, we got the Ptolemaic model. We got the Copernican model. We got the Kepler's model. We have Tycho Brahe's model. So we have a bunch of models to position them where we see where they are and predict where they'll be at some future date. But as to the true causes, as Copernicus said, these can never be attained. And why they're doing what they're doing, or we can only describe them.
So under your worldview, and look, I'm just trying to establish what your worldview is. If I'm strawmanning you, please correct me. Under your worldview, these are just fundamentally unknowable.
No. What I said was, we can plot where they are, and we can use a bunch of different models to do this. But I don't reify models and say that the models are physically real. That's fallacious reasoning.
I'm not asking for saying that a model is physically real. I'm asking, are you able to explain the motions with a mechanism, with some sort of physical mechanism? Like when I push on a block, the reason, if a block is on a hill and I'm pushing on it, the reason why it moves up is because I'm applying a force to it. That is the mechanism. There's a force that I'm applying to it. Well, the point is I'm asking for some sort of mechanism.
Though. But saying it moves because you apply a force, that means the same thing.
No, it doesn't. That's a mechanism. In principle, you could have, if you didn't know anything, you could have things moving without forces.
Is force a concept?
Sure. It's a concept that we use to describe a physical phenomenon.
What physical phenomenon?
It's a very broad physical phenomenon. Essentially, the set of physical phenomena that can cause motion. They don't have to, but that can cause motion.
Okay. Does a force exist if there's no motion?
Does a force? It can, yeah.
In what way? In what way would it exist? How would you measure the force that exists with no motion?
You can measure it with springs, for example.
Okay, so if the spring doesn't move, it's in motion?
The spring can be stationary and be measuring a force. That's
how
like
so?
The springs in a scale, like that you, when you're standing in the scale in the bathroom, those springs
I
are
understand
stationary
that.
and they're measuring a force.
But you're You're measuring the displacement of a spring, right? That's your measuring.
Yeah, sure.
Displacement of a spring. Okay.
Yeah.
But when the spring is not moving, you're saying if there was nothing on here, there would be a motion, right? The spring would expand or contract or do something, right? That's why
that
I'm
can
saying
happen.
for a motion, motion forces cause motion. It's a tautology because that's what a force is, right? It's a change, right?
Well, forces don't have to cause motion.
position.
That's the point. Forces are things that can cause motion.
It's defined that way.
Forces are perhaps defined as that which can
In
cause
physics,
motion.
they're defined.
Maybe.
It isn't. There is no qualifier.
No, I mean, forces don't have to cause motion. Not all forces cause motion. For example,
that's
if you have
cool,
two
but
forces that are
that's how it's
opposing each other,
defined in
then
physics.
you have no motion. I don't
There's
think
no
that's
quote
correct.
unquote net force, right? That's what they say. There's no net force.
Yeah, that's what we would say when.
Why is there no net force? Because there's no
the two
motion.
forces sum to give you zero.
Yeah, because there's no motion.
I think that you're getting it backwards. We say that there's no net force, and it's as a result of there being no net force that we have no motion.
Okay. Is no net force a force?
So just to be clear, do you not think that the notion of force is
You can
useful?
tell me zero pressure is a pressure?
Just to be clear, are you going to tell me that the notion of force is not useful, that it's not useful in
No,
explaining
that's
things?
a different argument. Utility is a different argument.
Well, I mean, we're talking about like explanations for things. How do you provide an
These
explanation
aren't
for something?
explanations. These are descriptions.
Okay, what do you qualify as an explanation then?
Okay, so an explanation. So a description would be.
I didn't ask what a description is. I asked what an explanation is.
I'm going to give you examples.
I don't want examples. I want a definition.
A definition of description? Do you want
of explanation?
The dictionary definition?
I want a definition of explanation as you're using it, in the sense that forces aren't good explanations.
Explanation
for
is
their
the how and the
motion.
why of why something happens. So you observe a phenomenon and you can describe it, right? What you're actually seeing, what it actually does. And the explanation is why that happens, right?
So explanations are whys, not hows, in your worldview?
Well, no, the description would be, well, yes, how would be an explanation.
Okay. So if I gave an explanation of how something happens using the language of, say, forces, or
a description
dare
of
I
how
say
something
fields,
happens?
or if I gave a description
Did
of
you hear
how
what you
something
said?
happens in the language of those things, well, how something happens.
You went
said,
back
is
to
a fine
description.
explanation.
You're going to bounce back and forth.
Wait,
this is common that you guys bounce back and forth, but you guys bounce back and forth between description and explanation and try to use them interchangeably. I'm not confused.
You said an explanation. Your definition of explanation.
I haven't
was a
insulted you
description
yet,
of
but I can
something.
stop.
Indio, your definition of explanation was a description of how something works.
It was a description?
If I remember correctly, that's what you said. What was the phrasing that you used?
A description would just be a straight observation in describing how it just appears to the senses. Whereas an explanation is the abstract idea, like a mental model of like the how and why that happens.
So,
so we can have a bunch of explanations. If I drop something, here's one explanation. Mass attracts mass. Here's another. Magic elves with magic rubber bands. Here's another. My mental powers project telemetric freaking forces. Like I can come up with all sorts of explanations as to the description.
Yeah, and how do we determine which explanation is the most likely to be correct?
What do you mean most likely? That's a probable. No. Okay. Most likely is a probabilistic statement.
Yeah. Can you answer the question? How do we figure out which explanation is most likely to be correct?
That's subjective, isn't it?
It doesn't have to be. No, you can use like Bayes law. Or Bayes formula, rather.
Okay, you can great. Use Bayes theorem to.
It doesn't have to be
to
subjective.
get some confidence level that your explanation is correct, but you don't actually know anything, do you?
That's why I asked. How do we figure out which explanation is most likely to be correct?
The one that makes you feel good. Whatever you subjectively feel like is the most correct one.
Okay, so your view of explanations towards physical phenomena is based off of what makes you feel good?
Well, no, that's yours. That's your criteria.
I didn't say that.
Mine.
You did.
That's
you
your
just
criteria,
said it. I didn't
though.
say that.
Your
That's not my criteria.
Your criteria is what you think is most likely.
I'm sorry. Are we reading minds now? Because that was what you said, not what I said.
No. You said explanations should describe what is most likely, right? Should tell you
No,
why.
I didn't say that.
Okay, then
I
tell me
didn't
what you
actually
said.
give a definition of explanation. I was
Then
using
tell me
your
what you
definition
said.
of
Then
explanation.
tell me what you said.
I asked you how do you establish which explanation is most likely to be correct? Given your definition of
can't.
explanation. Oh, you can't. So there's no way
No.
to figure out which explanations are good and which are not good.
Well, I mean, that's subjective.
So if I said,
let me give you an example, a specific example. There was
Let me
the
give you an example, actually.
there was the epicycle model of
Let's suppose-
astronomy. There was
let's
no, hold
suppose
on,
that I
dude. No,
dropped-
stop. You're not going to steamroll me.
You've
there was
been
the
steamrolling
epicycle
since our
model of
conversation
astronomy,
began.
and there was the Keplerian model of astronomy, right?
Okay.
Why did we abandon one for the other? It wasn't accuracy.
It was simplicity.
That wasn't the reason either.
I mean, that seems like a good enough reason to me. Do you know the historical reason?
Well,
is there some historical
yeah,
reason
actually,
that's, like,
yeah, there
written
is
down
a
in the text?
historical
Go ahead,
reason.
tell
There
me.
was one guy that didn't
Go
like
ahead
the
and tell me.
idea because, okay, there was a guy. So this was in medieval Europe, and I don't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. He preferred the Keplerian model because it gave some sort of hypothesis, right? It gave some sort of
That can be
hypothesis
tested?
explanation as to why things happened. Whereas the epicycle model, though it gave right predictions, there was no explanation for it. He preferred a hypothesis,
okay.
and people in Europe adopted this view. We prefer the explanation, but this is just subjective.
Well, so do
This is
you?
just a
So
subjective
on the one
preference.
hand, the epicycle doesn't provide an explanation.
So
the
what?
Keplerian model does. So if your goal is to find explanations for things, then you would want to investigate the thing that presents an explanation, right?
Okay, so you have an explanation. Now what? You feel better?
Well, then you can check to see if it's a good explanation or not. You don't seem to think that that's possible, though, right?
No, no. I'm saying the evaluation is subjective. Are you not understanding?
How do you? So, I mean, in some sense, like the entirety of human experience is subjective, but like we can set that aside and we can do our best to do objective science, right? Unless you don't think that science is a valuable method.
See, you're trying to conflate two things. Science is useful. Science is valuable. Science pragmatically does useful things for us. That doesn't mean the scientific concepts are true.
Okay. So the scientific method is you make an observation. This celestial things move in a certain way, right?
Okay.
Then you form a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a potential explanation for your observation, right? Now, that hypothesis is going to have implications if the hypothesis is correct, if it is the correct or true explanation of whatever it is you're observing. And so then that hypothesis will make predictions based on those implications. And then you can go check if those predictions come true. If so, that is, at least in the Bayesian sense, evidence that your hypothesis was a correct explanation.
Okay. Congratulations.
You disagree?
You insert. No, I agree with all that, but it's logically fallacious as it affirms the consequent.
Yeah, so science is based on induction, not on deduction. So
Okay,
do you?
so
do
you're
just
saying you
disagree
can't
with
prove
Bayesian reasoning
anything?
then?
So you're
So
saying you
science
can't
is
prove
not in the
anything?
business of proof; it's in the business of evidence.
Okay, so you're in the business, not in the business of proof. You're in the business of evidence. But then, what good are the explanations?
The explanation
is the explanation
come
the
to
evidence.
Explanations.
Is the explanation
No,
the evidence?
No, the experiments and the observations are.
Okay, so we don't even need the explanations to do science. We only need the experiments.
No, the explanations are the goal of the science bit. The experiments don't provide you with any understanding.
Science was the observation, so we don't need the explanation.
I didn't say science was the observation.
Yes, you did. You
I said the scientific method involves 4 steps. The first step is observation. The second step is forming a hypothesis. The third step is testing your hypothesis. The fourth step is analyzing the result of your test.
And then you spit out
So
an
there are 4 steps,
explanation.
not just
Go,
one.
I affirm the consequent because I used inductive logic, and I don't actually know anything because someone else can come
it's
along
Bayesian reasoning,
and come
right?
up with a different So what? That's an
So
pure probability fallacy.
Do you reject Bayesian reasoning?
No, it's useful, but you still don't know anything because it's an appeal to probability.
Okay, well, look, if you're going to come on here and just say, well, we can't actually use Bayesian reasoning to try to come to any conclusions, to come to the best explanation of the data. If that's your view, then you're just not.
You can't use Bayesian probability to reach the best explanation. That's a circular reasoning.
I'm sorry. What do you think Bayesian reasoning does?
Does it give you a probability?
Yeah, it gives you a probability, or rather,
what does a probability say?
A probability is, I mean, it depends
Is
on your
likely or
interpretation, if
not
you're
likely a
Bayesianist or if you're
probability?
frequentist.
Okay, is likely or not likely a probability statement?
Yeah.
Okay, that's circular reasoning. You use
Where's the
Bayesian
circle?
reasoning to just because you used Bayesian reasoning to justify finding what is likely or not. That's a circle.
But no, Bayesian reasoning is how you determine what is likely.
Yeah, I know it's the methodology. Okay.
Right. So where's the circle?
Oh my God, dude. Do I got? I don't. Okay, I just explained it. Why do I have to explain it again?
Yeah. So can you point out the thing that I had to assume to get to Bayesian reasoning?
That Bayesian reasoning is useful because it tells you what's likely. Well, I think you went further than that. So you're using what's called an appeal to probability. Great. You have a thing which you can tell yourself, well, this is more likely than not. Congratulations.
Yep.
You don't know that. You just
What do you mean by
that.
no? What do you mean by no? I'm not an absolutist when it comes to truth, are you?
Okay. So what do you okay.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He might have dropped out for a second. I'm sure he'll be back in just a second.
Okay. In the meantime, how are things going, DJ?
Good. Yep, hope's all well with everyone. So, yeah, we're about 20 minutes in so far. So what do you think after the first hour is up? How about, would you guys like we could get some people to ask you guys questions from the audience, one globe question, one flight question.
Sorry, DJ, someone kicked me or something.
Oh, you're right. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, after the first hour, if there are any other, I don't know, big name flat earthers that want to come up and do another 30, 40 minutes, I think that'd probably be better / more interesting than just answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
If possible, if that's available.
Okay, so
after, however long. Go ahead.
Can I finish what I was saying? Okay, thank you. So if you're saying you're not an absolutist and you can't know anything, why are you trying to convince people of something you're not positive about? Why should they follow you into your uncertainty?
Just to be clear, are you an absolutist about truth?
Yes.
About knowledge?
There is absolute truth. That's right.
Okay, so how do you know that you're anything more than a brain in a vat?
I don't start from the presupposition of the internal world. Okay, I start from the presupposition of the external world has primacy.
Okay, how do you justify that?
By Descartes.
And so you can't. So that's just a belief without justification, then, right?
Okay, no, it's not a belief without justification.
What's the justification?
You're talking to me right now. Are you talking to yourself?
I'm not an absolutist about truth. You are.
Are you talking
You're
to
the one that has
yourself
to
right
provide So you have to provide a
I
justification
am not
for your
talking to
worldview.
myself. You're correct. There is an external world, and I'm not talking.
How do you know?
Because you're asking me a question.
How do you know it's not an illusion?
Am I interrogating myself right now?
Could be.
So
How do you know?
You guys have to take an absurdist worldview and borrow from
this is your worldview that's absurd.
No, you have to borrow from my worldview to even have a worldview.
I don't even know what your worldview is. You're claiming absolute certainty, and you won't tell me what you're certain of.
Okay. Yes, I am certain that you are talking to me right now, and you're not me. Okay.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Okay, because that is the only way we can communicate. It's not possible.
What if it's an illusion? Why couldn't you be hallucinating?
Okay, because I couldn't have made up this interrogation.
Oh, why not? People have whole ass conversations in their dreams, in their hallucinations.
Why not? You can't be a part of my imagination.
Why not?
Is that what you're asking me?
How do you know that with absolute certainty? Yes.
Okay, because I'm not talking to myself. I know that with absolute certainty because there are certain transcendental categories which exist. We're going to end up going way down something that you're not ready
certain
for.
Transcendental. Oh wait,
yes,
are we doing
like the laws of logic
tag right now? Are we doing tag right now?
No, we're not doing tag. Like the laws of logic.
Yeah. So how do you know that the laws of logic
exist?
are true?
Because we wouldn't be able to communicate without them.
Oh, how do you know that with absolute certainty?
Because you're speaking to
How do you know
me
you're
and
not
your words
mistaken?
because your words have meanings, right? And we assign those
Do they,
things.
or are
those
you hallucinating those
Oh,
meanings?
dude, those meanings have an identity. Why you like? If you believe what you're saying, you wouldn't. Every word you said.
You are forced to believe these.
If you believe what? Listen. Every word you said would have no meaning. It would mean everything and nothing all at the same time.
This isn't my
That's an
worldview. I'm not an
absurd-
absolutist. You are.
Okay. You have to borrow from my worldview where there is a law of
I
identity.
don't even know what your worldview is.
I just told you, okay? You have to borrow
logic
from
is
my worldview and say
transcendentally
words.
true?
You know, you're trying to steamroll me. I'm getting about fed up with it. And I'm going to put an end to it because I'm going to just start being a dickhead. Okay?
So,
I mean well,
me pressing you on your worldview is steamrolling?
Hold on, son. I point something in the background. Listen, you're talking to me. You have to use the laws of logic to communicate with me. You ask me what's the justification. You even asking that is the justification. You're in a performative contradiction to say they don't
Questions aren't
exist. You have to use the laws of logic to argue against them. You would understand that, right?
So I'm happy to agree.
You're in a
that agents have
performative
to-
contradiction. Acknowledge that you're in a
Indio,
performative
I know
contradiction.
that you've been listening to Jay Dyer and Darth Dawkins for a long time.
Okay, so I don't even know who
point
Darth Dawkins is.
Okay, so you've been listening to Jay Dyer. Good. So
Yeah, I know
I'm
he is.
happy to.
Yeah,
I'm happy to agree that absolutely agents, by their mere existence, agents have to accede to at least one law of logic, perhaps two, perhaps the law of identity and perhaps the law of non-contradiction. But I don't get how you then
Are those
justify that
absolute?
there's an external world.
Well, I'm of the vein of Thomas Reed, so
can you make the argument?
you're in a performative contradiction to deny the external world. Okay.
Oh, what's the contradiction?
You're talking to me. You're using things. You have to borrow my
By the way,
worldview to
I
communicate.
think there is an external world, but I'm also not an absolutist about truth. You, on the other hand, are an absolutist about truth, which means that you need to provide a justification, a deductive justification for every single claim that you make.
Your performative
Otherwise, with no
contradiction.
justification,
The
otherwise, with
the
no
justification is you're
you
in
can't
it.
believe anything.
Okay.
If you're an absolutist about truth, you can't know anything, rather.
Okay, your word count is off the hook. You're gonna let me answer any of the questions you actually ask me, or are you gonna answer
Go ahead,
them for me?
please.
So, the justification is the law of identity, in and of itself. The mere fact that we're communicating puts you in a performative contradiction. Even if you say you're talking to myself, even in my fucking jar, the law of identity is still true.
What does that have to do with an external world existing?
Oh my God. Because the law of identity exists in the external world, there's things separate from me, which have their own individual identity that is separate. Okay, that means
I'm
there's
sorry,
an external
where does
world.
the law of identity exist?
Well, it exists it exists as a transcendental category. It doesn't exist in mind. It exists in the mind of people.
Oh, it exists in minds. So
Yeah,
you have
that's
a
right.
mind, right?
Yeah, it exists in my
So
mind.
it could exist in your mind.
It's how
even
I
if
make
there was no
sense of the external world.
So it could exist in your mind even if there were no external world, right?
I need something to apply it to.
You could apply it to thoughts in your own mind.
Well, that would be circular.
No, it wouldn't be circular. Where's
So
the
what
circle?
create? Well, actually, it's like an infinite regression. Well, how did I
Not an
have
infinite
thoughts in
regression
my own mind to identify with to create the law of identity to have objects that are also internal? It just ends up into a circular loop. You don't actually believe the stuff you're
there's no
saying.
Circle.
So this is
Under my worldview, the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction.
Is the law of
arise from
identity
the mere
true?
Fact that there exist agents.
Does the law of identity
Did you
objectively
hear what
true?
I said?
Is the
Did you
law
hear
of
what I-
identity? No,
I don't
did
think
not.
that it exists in the absence of minds. So
Okay.
if that's what you
So
mean
the
by
law of
objective,
identity is
no.
objectively true. Yes or no?
Well, no. In the absence of minds, I don't think that it exists. So I don't think it even
Is
makes
that
sense to talk
objectively
about its
true?
truth value.
Is that objectively true? That statement.
The
you just made?
proposition is true insofar as propositions exist in minds.
Okay.
So I'm a nominalist. I get that you're some sort of, well, actually, I don't even know what your worldview is. Are you some sort of like
No,
Platonist or something
I don't.
like this?
I don't have a standardized worldview that you can stick a label on, bro.
That's fair. I mean, so it seems like you just take Jay Dyer's worldview and then try to mix it into flat Earth.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not mixing anything, dude. Okay.
So
my worldview is based upon the philosophy of time history. It's called direct realism. In his argument, and he refuted Descartes a long time ago. Okay, I know you guys haven't caught up yet, but Descartes was refuted by the very fact that he bothered to publish a book in the fucking first place. If he's just a,
Sorry, is that a deductive contradiction that you've derived?
He published a book. Everybody read it. You read it. Maybe you didn't read it, but everybody read it. It is a delusion to sit there and pretend that this book wasn't read. This is just
so to be clear, is this incredulity that you're just saying, well, it's stupid, therefore I think that I'm justified in believing in an external world? Is that your view?
It's a fact that this book was read, okay, and that people read it and that it was
written. How do you know that's true?
You're arguing against it.
How do you know that I'm not just a delusion? I'm not just a hallucination.
We already covered that.
You haven't sufficiently.
That leads to an infinite regression fallacy. Yeah, I really want to go back on topic though.
Yeah. Let's look. The audience and everyone wants to hear, right, empirical evidence for whether the Earth is flat or a globe, right? So if we could try to get it back on the actual topic of the debate, that would be great.
But he doesn't believe in science, so it's not. He doesn't believe in testing hypotheses.
What does that mean? I don't believe in science. Is science a belief?
You don't believe in testing.
Science a belief?
Please, I'm answering your question. You don't believe that there is use or validity.
I asked you if science is a belief, and you talk about me.
I am answering your question about
by talking about me.
Yes.
So I asked you if science is a belief, and you talk about me, and that's answering your question.
Yeah. So when I said you don't believe in science, I'm explaining.
How do you know what I believe?
Because we've had a conversation already. We're talking about it. I've established what you believe based off the conversation that we've already had. So
no, these rhetorical gimmicks aren't going to work on me, buddy. You're going to need to do better.
Summarizing what you've done.
So no, you're trying to mischaracterize me, and I'm not going to tolerate it. No, I'm not going to let you freaking monologue and meta conversation. No, we're not doing meta, bro. We're not doing meta.
I'm answering your question.
This is meta. You're trying to recharacterize the conversation and characterize me as not.
Do you think that it's useful to use observations and experiments to test explanations?
Yes, I already acknowledged they're useful.
To test explanations, to test, and I should clarify, to test the validity.
Yeah, they're useful to make you feel better so you can sleep better at night. Yes, they're useful.
Okay, so can we come to true conclusions that way?
You don't even believe in truth.
Sure, I do. I just don't have an absolutist view.
What does that mean?
It means that I don't think that there is a sense in which you can be absolutely guaranteed of certainty.
Okay, so there's a truth that's not true? Because truth means 100%
I just have a different notion. I just have a different notion of truth than you do.
There's the dictionary definition of truth, okay? That's the only one. So now you're going to make up your own definition of truth. So
philosophers don't rely on Merriam-Webster, right?
I'm well aware of that. So this is the funny thing.
Appealing to the dictionary definition is kind of silly.
So this is a gimmick you guys do, is that you try to portray as if you're making truth claims while simultaneously saying, I don't know what the truth is. So let's get to dispense with that, and let's get to like empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe. I was going to ask you if you know the Earth is a globe. Well, I was going to ask.
The Minos experiment.
Oh, the so-called neutrino experiment?
Yeah, Minos neutrino.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay,
I'm familiar with it. Which is more statistical nonsense if you really want to go through it. No one in this chat is going to understand it. You want to keep it simpler?
No, actually, because this is definitive proof that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, so definitive proof.
If you want to run from it, proof in the
No. I don't want to run from it. No one in this chat's going to understand it. Because we're going to start talking about No, you're explaining. I'm going to explain it.
I can absolutely explain it.
And you're going to omit about 20. And you're going to omit. You're going to omit a lot of information. I guarantee it.
I'm going to synthesize and summarize.
No, you're going to lie by omission.
Okay. Well, so if you want to, poison the well more,
how did they detect the direction of the neutrinos?
So you can actually track their momentum, which is correlated, or which actually tells you the direction they're moving in. I said the wrong word. Forgive me. The momentum actually is the direction that they're traveling in. That's what momentum does. It tells you about direction.
Okay.
And so, given the scattering, or given the transfer of momentum from the neutrinos to the detected particles, you can track basically by the way that the flashes of light appear in the detector.
You mean the reverse Cherenkov radiation?
I don't know why you're calling it reverse, but sure, and it's Cherenkov.
Oh, I was thinking something else.
So, so there's a fairly straightforward claim.
So they get the cross section of a cone of reverse of the Cherenkov radiation, and they infer the direction that the neutrino came from based upon this. But it's well known from the ice cube experiment that they did in Antarctica that neutrinos arrive out of the Earth.
Yeah. So do you want to let me explain or no? Because you've done some lying by omission now, actually.
Oh, so did the ice cube experiment in Antarctica, one with balloons,
Sorry, we weren't talking about ice
detect
cube, we were talking about
neutrinos?
neutrinos.
That they come out of the Earth?
They come from all directions. Fortunately, we can figure out whether or not the neutrinos that we're detecting produced by Fermilab are those produced by Fermilab by modulating the beam.
How many detections are there?
How many individual detections?
Yes.
Like the Minos experiment has run for a very long time. I don't know off the top of my head how many individual
It's about
detections
6.
the Minos
Last
experiment
time I
has done.
looked, it was 6.
No, the Minos detection has been running since 1998. The Minos
Yeah, there were
collaboration,
6 detections.
Last
Last time I looked, which was like 8 years ago.
Wait, you think that the Minos experiment has only ever detected
Neutrino
6
detection.
neutrinos?
Listen, it was 6 neutrinos. Okay, over
you think
the 3 or 4 years that it was run that I knew about.
Okay, hold on. So
neutrinos are hard to detect correctly.
They're famously hard to detect. Here, let me. I have a paper pulled up from 2013. The Minos experiment results and prospects, and I'm looking at a flux chart, which just tells you the amount of neutrinos that are detected at different energies. And what I'm seeing is that there's far more than 6. There's more than 6 bins, and they all have more than 1 unit in them. Now, we can actually probably search through this paper and find exact... Oh, yeah, so this is events per 8.2 times 10 to the 20 pod. So here's thousands of events per GeV. So I'm not posting it. I'm just like, I can post it if you want. I can pull it up if you want. But the important point is that the Minos experiment results and prospects by J.J. Evans. So I have a chart that I'm looking at literally right now, which is data of thousands of detections. Anyway, so do you agree that so I'm going to describe the Minos experiment really quick. Please don't interrupt me. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And I'll describe the relevant bits. So Fermilab is a particle accelerator in Chicago, or just outside of Chicago. And one of the things that they can do is they can produce neutrinos, which is a type of subatomic particle. They're very, very rare, or not rare. They're very, very hard to detect, and they don't interact with much. So one of the things that they can do is they take this beam of neutrinos that they produce in Chicago, and they angle them down into the Earth at an angle of like 3-ish degrees. I could work out the math. I think it's like 2.5 or 3 degrees or something. They angle it down into the Earth. And then 730 kilometers away in Sudan, which is a place in Minnesota, it's a town in Minnesota, they have a detector. And the detector is like 700 meters below the Earth or something like this. And the detector picks up those neutrinos that came from Chicago, 730 kilometers away. Now, if it were the case that the Earth was flat and that they were not trying to pass through the bulk of the Earth, the curve of the Earth, if you will, then they wouldn't have had to angle it down at 3 degrees. They would have had to angle it down at like 1/10 of a degree or something in order to reach the detector that was 700 meters underground. The fact that they had to angle it down that deep is very compelling evidence to me that the Earth is surely a sphere.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, you claimed that the source of the neutrinos, these aren't even direct measurements of neutrinos, these are indirect measurements of the weak interaction of the neutrino with the nucleus of an atom, right?
Yep.
And they're detecting they're not even detecting a particle. They're detecting the light that a particle emits when it travels faster than the speed of light within that particular medium.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using an avalanche photodetector to detect this light emission, correct?
Yeah, you're describing how the detection method works.
Yeah, okay. So, how do you know they came from Chicago?
You can turn it off, and then you stop seeing that many detections.
Is that what they did?
That's been done, yeah.
Okay.
I have a friend actually who's been there.
Well, I talked to someone that worked at the one in Japan, and I also talked to the one for the Minos. So I've talked to people about this, okay, that in the experiment, so-called experiment, actually, what's his name? Anyway, that's not important. Sorry, I'm trying to, I know who you're talking about. He's an anti-flat earther, isn't he?
Maybe. I've talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, Fokker. Talk to Big Fokker.
Okay. I have no idea who that is.
No, you talk to him. You might not know who it is, but you talk to him anyway.
No, I talked to a guy named Quantanaut, who's a friend of mine.
Oh, him too. Okay.
Who's
anyway,
a particle physicist. But yeah, I mean, like,
fantastic. And I've asked him the same question that I'm asking you. How do you know which direction it came from? And he didn't have an answer, just like you.
Wait, I gave you an answer. You can track the particle motion by looking at the momentum of
Can or did?
I'm telling you how you can figure out the direction of motion.
Can or did?
So to be clear,
I'll take that silence as the answer.
This is how calorimeters work. This is how you measure momentum.
Can or did?
Now, I'm not a particle physicist.
Did they get the
I'm not a
direction
particle
or not?
physicist, but the way that you determine whether or not you've detected something is by measuring momentum, and that includes direction. So surely, yes,
I
they did,
understand
if they measured momentum at all, which of course they did, because
yes, they did.
That's what they did.
Is this part of your Bayesian inference probability likeliness? Surely.
Okay. The muon produces a long track that curves in the magnetic field, the direction of curvature, identifying the incoming neutrino as a new muon, or sorry, a muon neutrino or an anti-muon neutrino. They also talk about the this information is used to determine the direction which the director activity is traveling. So that's another example. This is referring to atmospheric neutrinos. This is in the same paper. This is how they're selecting out for atmospheric neutrinos by looking at the direction in which the activity is happening. So yes, they do this.
Okay, so not really.
So yes, they do determine the direction.
They're not doing.
It just said so
determining
in the
it
paper.
came from Chicago. Okay, they didn't do that.
Yeah, you absolutely can. So
you can, but they didn't. Okay, that's great.
No, they did. They actually did. So you know how they did? So what they have is they have a plot of the background neutrino radiation, which you get by turning the thing off. And then you turn the thing on and you collect the data then. And what you find is that the data that you detect at the detector 730 kilometers away is exactly what you would expect if the neutrinos were coming from Chicago. And that signal goes away when you turn off the beam in Chicago. So I don't know if you think it's a coincidence that like space is suddenly more energetic when they turn off the particle collider in Chicago, but that seems like it's an awfully big coincidence that you'd have to believe in order to not believe the Earth is a globe.
Well, I don't believe the Earth is a globe, not because of that. That has no bearing on it. Has to do with how flat it is. How flat the Earth is.
How do you explain why there's a difference
How
in
do you
neutrino
explain how
background?
there's no measurable curvature? How do you explain that?
Why'd you interrupt me?
Because you're just asking me nonstop questions. Do you think I might get a turn?
I was giving a piece of evidence, and you haven't provided a sufficient explanation for that piece of evidence. That's
sufficient for what?
allowed.
What do you mean? What do you mean by sufficient?
What I mean by sufficient is
you don't like it?
Explanation. Any kind of explanation that can account for this data.
There's a greater beam divergence than they say. How about that? There you go.
There's a greater beam divergence than they say.
Yeah, that's right.
So how big is this beam divergence?
3 degrees. There you go.
Okay, and what's the evidence for this claim?
They'd make a detection on a flat Earth, freaking 500 miles away or 800 miles away.
So we're assuming the consequent?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the same thing
you're
doing.
assuming the Earth is flat in order to justify the view. But
and you're assuming the Earth is a sphere to justify that it's going through the Earth.
No. We can measure the divergence, right?
Okay. How did they measure the divergence? Do they have another
with nearby detectors?
So they have a nearby detector, 3 degrees in the air.
Yeah, there's a nearby detector.
3 degrees in the air?
No, it's underground.
Is it 3 degrees in the air?
It's pointing down.
3 degrees in the air?
Why would
no, I want the one that's 3 degrees in the air.
Why would there be one? Why would there be one that's 3 degrees in the air? What?
Okay, you said this thing's pointed down, right? So 3 degrees from the direction. You said it's pointed down. You said it's pointed down by 3 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a half width beam divergence of 3 degrees, right? That would be parallel to the surface of the Earth, right? Relative to the beam direction, the axis of the beam, it would be in the air, right? It's off axis.
Yeah. So where's the evidence that it is? Where is this evidence?
Because you make a detection on a flat Earth. Yeah, you had make.
So we're just assuming the consequent.
I'm doing what you're doing. I'm doing what you're doing.
I'm just saying, look,
I'm doing what you're doing.
We know what the neutrinos are pointing down.
I am doing what you're doing.
I'm exposing where did I assume the shape of the Earth at all?
So why, listen.
Where did I assume the shape of the Earth at all?
These are nice gimmick tactics, okay? But I'm doing what you're doing. I am affirming the consequent, okay? Just like you're doing.
When did I assume
and I can make up an explanation. Dude, how many times do you interrupt me now?
Can you actually just address the question? Because you're affirming the consequent. When have I assumed the shape of the Earth with regard to the Minos experiment?
When you said it goes through the Earth.
Well, I mean, it is underground, right? So surely it goes through the Earth regardless of whether you think the Earth is flat or round.
You said that the beam divergence was measured at other places, okay? One of those other places would need to be someplace that's within, right? If you want to eliminate Earth versus globe versus flat Earth, you have to go parallel versus globe, this direction versus that direction, and you have to test it at that direction.
You can just measure it nearby.
How close?
At the beam. At the beam.
At the beam.
Yeah.
So they got a detector right on the other side of the beam. What was it, like a super freaking huge tank? Because you already said it's hard to measure.
You don't have to detect all the neutrinos. You don't want to detect all the neutrinos.
What are they using to detect it close to the beam?
So the actual calorimeter, I don't know.
Is it under the ground?
What calorimeter they're using? The whole thing's underground. Yeah.
No, the detector, is it also
all of it's underground?
Is it in the beam path somewhere?
Yes, they have calorimeters along the beam path. Yeah.
Okay, so the beam path is underground, right? That's you said.
The whole thing's underground. Yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, buddy. Okay, you got the Sagitta. You're saying it's going through the core of the fucking arc, right? Through the core of the arc, arriving in Minnesota. Okay. Yep. Where in that cord is the detector to check the divergence?
It's at the origin, or near the origin, anyway. It's at the origin of the beam. By the way, I found a paper that actually talks about
you have to detect it further away.
Not really. I found a paper that talks about the divergence, and apparently it's less than 10 millirods.
Googling this on the fly? Yeah, that's a cool story. How do they know that?
Yeah. Do you want to read the paper together?
No, I don't want to read the paper together.
Okay.
This is called obscurantism.
How is it obscurantism? If I'm just
because nobody knows about neutrinos or how neutrinos interact with matter or anything about them.
I'm sorry. Is the science too sophisticated for your audience?
It's too sophisticated for your audience.
No, it's not. My audience loves this stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they do because they want to play pretend scientist and pretend they know what you're talking about, but they don't. Okay. You know they don't know what you're talking about. They're just like Goo Goo Gaga over.
I would actually bet that a big chunk of my audience does know what neutrinos are.
Knows what they are. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Everybody in this chat knows what they quote unquote are. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. So
then there's no issue talking about this. This isn't obscurantism. This is just a subject.
No, obscurantism isn't going into details such as beam divergence. How do you measure neutrinos? How would you even measure them right at the point of freaking emission? I don't know, because they need a big super fucking tank 800 miles away.
No, you just won't detect
They need a giant tank. They need a giant tank in Japan, but somehow they're detecting beam divergence neutrinos right at the point of the emitter. Somehow.
So you know what's lovely? You can also calculate the divergence
more
of the
sales
neutrino
pitch
beam fairly easily.
Yeah, great. You can calculate it. I can calculate and affirm the consequent too. So what, dude?
There's no affirming the consequent here. This is just standard Maxwellian electromagnetism.
So neutrinos are in Maxwellian electromagnetism now.
Well, no. So the source of the neutrinos are decaying muons, and so from momentum conservation, we can infer that the decaying muons have the same momentum.
Maxwell's electrodynamics has nothing to do with any of that.
I wasn't done yet.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with any of that.
I wasn't done with that. We can figure out the momentum of the muons and use that to determine the momentum of the neutrinos.
And that has exactly what to do with fucking Maxwell's equations?
Once you know, to determine the momentum of the muons, you use the Lorentz force law, which is associated with Maxwell's equations. You can do E cross B tests and things like this.
Yeah, fantastic. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, this is one of the ways that you can
get the beam divergence of the neutrinos.
That's a way that you can calculate it in principle.
Can.
Yeah. So I mean, I can do it right now on live if you wanted to. So it sounds like
as in can
is sowing doubt rather than actually presenting evidence or presenting contradictory evidence. It's just like, I'm
asking you very specific questions so that I can rely on the experiment that you say proves the Earth is a goal by shooting neutrinos through the fucking core of the arc, and I'm asking you particular details about how you know this to be true, and you don't know them. You just say could have been done, but it wasn't done, and you know it wasn't done.
So essentially, to be clear,
so more meta.
To be clear,
if you guys had to pay $1,000 every time you said you're doing X, you'd be broke.
So look, it seems like what you're interested in doing
And here
is
we
just
go again.
asking
Me?
questions until
Again?
I don't know an answer. Yeah, you. I'm talking about you.
No, I'm asking
Uh,
details.
The point is I could ask details about your model over and over until you don't know an answer, but that's not a good way to have a good conversation.
What model?
On the other hand, on anything that you say, I could ask questions until you don't know an answer because you haven't personally done it. Now, I wasn't on the Minos experiment. I know people who were, so I know some details about it. I don't know everything about the experiment. I don't know everything about the implementations that they used in doing like data accumulation, data tracking. I don't know everything about this. However,
Fine. It was
there are
your
plenty of
proof,
people
not
who do,
mine.
who would be happy to ask. Look, the point is that
the magic science guy fallacy.
What?
There's a magic science guy out there that has the information, just not you.
I didn't say that, but that's a cool straw man. The point
It's not a straw man. It's what you guys do.
I'm providing.
When you're asked particulars, there's
literally
some other
haven't
guy
done
with the
that.
information.
So the point is,
Do you
I
have the
provided
information?
evidence that there are detections.
No,
and
you
if
provided
you're-
claims. I asked for evidence,
No,
and you didn't have it.
I can provide you the data if you want right now.
The data
I'm
that
looking
doesn't
at it.
have the key things.
Well, no, I mean the
Key
point
things.
is that this
That
is
this
data.
path is it this
is
path
data
and
that we
only
would
this.
expect given Bayesian reasoning. We would expect to see this data if the Earth was a globe. We would expect to see this data when you angle it down. If the Earth was not a globe, you would not expect that.
Okay. That it assumes all the particulars are true in the first instance. It never assumed true because you
Bayesian
already assumed
reasoning.
that the Earth is a. But you are assuming your conclusion already that the Earth is a globe.
Nowhere in anything that I've mentioned have I assumed the Earth is a globe. Rather, I assumed that like we can figure out what directions neutrinos travel in, which of course we can. Even the
Well,
people
when
at
you
IceCube
figure that
and
out, I
the
guess
people at
use it as
IceCube,
evidence.
the people at IceCube and the people at Super Kamiokande have done that.
And what happened with IceCube? You want to talk about that? What happened to IceCube?
I was only bringing up IceCube to illustrate that we can figure out what direction.
Yeah, you don't
neutrinos
want to talk about that, do you?
If you want to talk about IceCube, you can. I just don't see
we
how
can
it's
talk
going
about
to help
how
your,
what they
help
thought
your,
would happen didn't
measurement.
happen.
Care to elaborate?
They did not expect to have neutrinos coming out of the Earth.
What are you talking about? Of course they did. Neutrinos come from all directions. That was actually
They say that now.
No, that was the whole point of the IceCube experiment.
No.
The whole point of the IceCube experiment was to detect astronomical neutrinos by looking at neutrinos that aren't coming from above but are coming from below. That was the whole point.
Yeah, they did not expect the volume of neutrinos that they got. This is all in all the published material.
Perhaps the amount, because that's what the point of doing science is to figure things out and learn new things. But they wanted to find neutrinos coming from below precisely because they wanted to characterize them.
Okay, I have to I have to stop this. We need to talk about flat Earth, not neutrinos.
Yeah. So just a second, just quickly,
go ahead,
just a moment, guys. Okay. So Blitz has had a good chance to present what he said is his best argument for the globe. It would be great if before the time runs out we could get Indio to present a case for the flat Earth, right, and to ask Blitz about that. So if you guys could sort of wrap up this particular argument and let India present a case, in favor of the flat Earth, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. If you want to present I only got to talk about one experiment, but if you want to present the best piece of data in favor of the flat Earth, by all means.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of pieces, but I would say the most irrefutable is the symmetry of the reflection at the Bolivian salt flats. So as you know,
Bolivian salt flats. So can you elaborate, please?
So the Bolivian salt flats are salt flats in Chile. It's about 43,000 square kilometers, I think. But every once in a while it rains and it fills up with water, about 2 inches of water. So this creates a gigantic mirror. The entire surface of the Bolivian salt flats become a giant mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And as everyone knows, that a convex mirror can't reflect an image that is symmetrical. So the object that's...
I don't follow the point. What do you mean it can't reflect a mirror that's symmetrical? If your mirror is symmetrical,
if you have an
symmetrical.
Not if it's curved. It'll create diverging...
I've looked in these things. It'll be symmetrical if your mirror is symmetrical. Like if your mirror is
if you're looking at it dead on, but we're looking at it but this is a side view, right? It's a side view of a curved surface. Right.
Sure.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a side view of a curved surface. Sorry, I just call. So you have the sky and the clouds, right? And you have the dividing line, the horizon, and then you have the reflection of the clouds in the sky. It is perfectly symmetrical between the clouds and the reflection of the clouds. The image of the clouds that's reflected in the water is perfectly symmetrical, and it should be distorted. Yes, perfectly symmetrical.
Did you measure it?
Well, I've measured it by counting pixels.
Okay, so you're just trusting the flat Earth guy.
Well, there's hundreds of images that you can measure, right? But
okay, and second question.
According to the mathematics, hold on, you're gonna let me finish. So there's the sky and the reflection of the sky, and those are that you can overlay them so that they're perfectly the same, right? Like you make a transparency and overlay them. They're perfectly the same. They're nearly perfectly symmetrical, right?
Oh, I thought they were perfectly symmetrical.
Well, I mean, perfect is probably the wrong word, right? So you want me to get sub-pixel accuracy? So
they're not perfectly symmetrical?
They're more symmetrical than the globe predicts. How do you like that?
Okay, how much would the globe predict?
Okay, so since the angle resolution of the eye, right, is 0.07 degrees, and if we were to use the camera with a greater angle
arc minute, isn't it?
Is that 0.07? Are you gonna let me? Why are you interrupting me?
I'm just clarifying.
You scared? Because you never heard this argument? You don't have anything in the canned answer to whip out?
I'm just clarifying.
Okay, so
if you have trouble with that, then maybe just don't. Maybe speak more clearly. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm speaking. Okay, so
go ahead.
There's a distance at which that the reflection will stop being symmetrical with the sky. That distance, according to the globe, on our Earth, the radius 3,959 miles, is 0.7 miles from the observer. The observer sees the horizon at least 3.2 miles away, right? So you have 2/3 of the distance between a point on the ground and further that should be distorted and get continually more distorted as it approaches the horizon. Okay. As anybody knows, a curved mirror, okay, because we have this thing called the law of reflection. Well, hold on.
I have a question, if I can ask.
Let him finish. Yeah.
Okay,
so we have the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the law of reflection. And because the surface is curved, every light ray is hitting the surface at a different angle, right? So you have diverging rays that reflect off the surface from any particular source. Any point that's in the sky, that light will hit the surface and the rays will diverge, okay? So if you have clouds or whatever is up in the sky, the sun or anything, that image will appear compressed compared to what you see directly by looking directly at it. Okay? This is not possible on a globe. You cannot have a symmetrical reflection on a curved mirror.
Right. So a few questions. So why'd you bring up the human eye when we're talking about camera photos?
Well, because a human eye is the best possible case.
But we're not talking about the human eye here. We're talking about photos because you haven't been there. Right?
Okay.
We're talking about photos that you've counted the pixels on, right?
Yeah. Photos, videos.
Right. So the human eye is irrelevant.
Okay. No. Okay. The human eye is not irrelevant because using this is what's called where you go. I'm giving you the best case scenario. If we go with larger apertures, it gets worse for the globe, not better.
Sorry, so the calculation that you did for the human eye, not relevant? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, okay. Do you want me to do a new calculation for a larger aperture and it's just going to get worse, dude?
Oh, yeah.
And so, get better.
I'd actually like you to, it would be great if you could, I don't know, paste a link or something, or show me the calculation that you did to establish that the curvature should be visibly noticeable at a given distance. That would be great. I'd love to see that calculation. Can you provide it?
I only have it for the human eye right now.
Well, I'm not asking for the resolution, because the resolution, that you can just use Rayleigh's criterion to find the resolution, the ideal resolution anyway. I'm actually asking for the calculation.
No, because you have to know
that the curvature is visible, or that the distortion should be visible at 0.7 miles. Where did that calculation come from?
Okay, you need to know the smallest angle that you can resolve, right? The difference, right? Okay, so because because the beams diverge, right? So the rays diverge. If the rays diverge, what's the smallest angle of divergence I can detect? When I look directly at it, it looks like it's like 1 degree. What's the smallest difference in angle between that and the object I'm looking at that I can detect?
Well, so it's a little bit more complicated than that, because when you take a photo with a camera, what you're doing is you're actually projecting, what you might call like your field of view onto a flat screen. And so that projection is going to introduce additional angles. So the calculation is not as simple as how much does the angle actually diverge from the surface of a sphere. You need to do a little bit more work than that, especially because you're projecting
I am well aware
angular view. Okay, so that's why I want to see the calculation so I can actually see how it works.
Okay, you're looking. So let me put it like this. Let's say we had a bunch of lines on this curved mirror, right? We just drew them. And we're trying to see the separation between the lines. There's a minimum separation that we can see based upon the angle that we can resolve. So, while you look at it with a human eye,
you can see based on the angle. Yeah.
So say they're parallel to the horizon, right? There's a bunch of lines that go up into the distance. Now, the separation between any pair of lines, the angle. So for the human eye, if it was smaller than 0.02 degrees, it would look like one line instead of two lines. You agree with that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So smaller than if the visual angle separating the two lines is smaller than the resolving power of the eye, it won't look like two separate lines.
Yeah, it'll look like one line. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic. Now, if I get a bigger aperture, right?
Yeah, you'll be able to resolve them better. Sure.
That's right. They'll separate, right? You'll see two lines.
Yeah.
How does increasing the aperture size make the distortion less visible?
You can give me the calculation for the eye. I just want to see the calculation where you go from human eye resolution to 0.7 miles. I want to see that calculation.
It's in the chat.
It's in the chat?
No, I'm going to post it, dude.
Okay. Let me know when you've posted it.
Yeah. Hold on.
I wish I was better at Photoshop.
Yeah, you could work for NASA then.
Well, see, because I'm actually checking your claim that they match pixel for pixel, and it doesn't actually look like they do.
Did you measure it, or did you just gawking at it?
I'm doing what you said, where you overlay one with the other, and then you change the opacity, right?
Yeah. So which one's smaller? Which one's larger?
Sorry, which one's smaller? Which one's larger?
Yeah, which one's larger?
I'm making them so. Well,
You're rescaling them? Why would you do that?
I'm working on it right now.
Why would you rescale them?
I haven't rescaled them yet.
Okay. You shouldn't rescale it at all.
I haven't. Oops. Okay, so now if I can take this, see if I can overlap it. Oh no, they don't overlap. What a bummer.
Go ahead, post in the chat, dude. Go for it.
Yeah, okay.
You're gonna cook yourself, dude. You don't even realize it.
Here, let me take a screenshot. Can I can post screenshots into the chat, yeah?
Yeah, I assume so, yeah.
So for reference, what I did is I overlapped perfectly one of the clouds, and then I'm checking to
Yeah.
see if the
Can you tell us
other
which
clouds
is
are the same.
which is in the sky and which is on the ground?
Sorry, it's processing. One sec. Okay, I'm looking at your calculation, by the way.
So this was
okay. So we set the angular difference to 0.2 degrees, converting 0. Okay, so you're converting it to degrees, fine. And therefore, okay, so you have it in radians rather. Then you calculate the distance. So you say that theta is the distance, or is the vertical distance or the horizontal distance divided by the longitudinal distance, fine. Converting the rate. Oh, you didn't actually do any sort of projection math, did you?
No.
Oh, okay. So you didn't do what I asked you to do. So by the way, here's the picture that I sent.
You didn't ask me to do anything.
I asked for like the.
So you want me to convert it into homogeneous coordinates?
Well, I want you to coordinate.
You want me to convert it into homogeneous coordinates? Is that what you want?
That's one way you could do it.
You said I didn't do any projection math. That means you want it in a.
You didn't project it to the what's it called? The sensor.
Okay.
What is it called? The field of.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry. Can you please stop interrupting me?
I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. Okay, what you want, what your complaint is. Okay, your complaint is that I didn't take the Euclidean geometry and convert it into projective geometry, such as homogeneous coordinates. Is that your complaint?
Basically, yeah. You didn't compute pixel location based off of.
I'll get back. I'll do it when I feel like it, and I'll get back.
Anyway, so I pasted in the like overlaying of two different opacities. So I took the top, flipped it, and then I pasted it over the bottom, and I made one set of clouds in the middle overlap. And you notice that the farther away they get from the middle, the bigger the deviation.
Okay, of the top or the bottom?
I didn't change the top at all. I just took the top and overlaid it on the bottom and changed the opacity.
Okay, that's fine. Which gets to store which stretches, the top or the bottom? You're trying to figure out.
I mean, it just
figure it out, and you just cook yourself.
Depends on which way.
Like I said.
The clouds are in different places, so it's not a perfect It's not perfectly symmetrical. There's a distortion away from the.
In the wrong direction. The distortion's in the wrong direction.
No,
the mirror should appear compressed. In the sky,
mirror should appear compressed.
That's right.
Why should the mirror appear compressed?
Oh my God! Guess what? I'll just show you.
And by the way,
show you photographs.
What we're actually talking about is we're talking about the position. The individual clouds are not big enough that we can actually see the change in size at all. It's just the relative change in position of like the individual points on the cloud. And so what we're actually what we're seeing is that the sky. It seems like the images in the sky. I'm looking at it right now. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like the images in the sky are further apart than the images down below. And one way you can see this in the image that I attached is that if you look on the left, there's if you look down here, that bottom bit, I don't know if you can see what I'm saying, but that bottom bit is from the sky. So the point is if you look on the left, all of the parts that are lower, those are from the sky rather than from the ground. So it looks like, yeah, it actually does look like the image is compressed as you want, right?
Well,
so why is it that
I can't see what you're doing? So,
well, I mean, just look at the thing, and then look at the overlap in the bottom left, and you'll see that there's like
I'm not watching your screen, buddy. Like you're not.
I'm not looking. No, it's in the image that I pasted for you. I put it into the chat.
In the FE stage.
Yeah.
In the stage.
Scroll up. It was right below what you right below what you sent.
Oh, that image?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know where you got this one.
I literally made it 5 minutes ago.
No, dude. I do not even know if this is a photograph. Look at the color.
It is a photograph.
Are you sure? Because there's a lot of what would you call it? Photoshop art of the Bolivian salt flats that aren't actual photos.
So hold on. Actually, explain this to me. If this was fake, why wouldn't they match perfectly?
I didn't say fake.
If it was photoshopped, why wouldn't they match perfectly?
Did you get this from a place that said the Bolivian salt flats?
I got it from a website that's in Spanish, and I found it on Google search when I searched Bolivian salt flats. I mean, I can do it again for another one, but now it's really, really funny because now what you're saying is oh well.
No, I never use that particular.
If you do it for these, okay. So which ones do you use? We can do this for any of them.
Hey, here's a cool one. Want to see a video?
Well,
do you want to see that?
I mean, we could screen grab the video if you want.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'll get your screenshot.
Because I just did what you asked me to do, right? All I did was I just took a photo from the Bolivian salt flats, and then I took
you don't even know if it's
inverted it over the bottom half.
Photo off the internet, dude. That's all.
Okay, so where do you think it's from then, my guy?
So if I don't know where it's from the Bolivian salt flats. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, It looks like all of the other pictures at the Bolivian salt flats. So like it, I don't
No, it
know.
looks
It kind of
similar.
checks out.
Look at the blue of the sky. Does that look like a normal
Look at the
color to
blue.
you? Look at the color
So-
of the blue of the sky. Does that look
So
like
just
a
to be clear,
normal
just to be
photo
clear,
to
your
you?
own piece of
Does that
flat Earth
look like a
evidence-
normal
It,
sky
it looks
color
like it
to
looks
you?
like it looks like it absolutely could have been like color corrected to make it look more pretty.
Correct.
But just to be clear, we took your piece, your best piece of flat Earth evidence. I just
No,
took the
this
first
was
photo
not
that I
my
found, applied it to, and it fell flat.
No, good try though. Good try. This was not my evidence. This was some shit you pulled off the internet, which is
Okay, so do you want to
obviously
provide a?
then- Yeah, I just did. It's in the chat.
Okay, where's the? Hold on, where's the link? I don't see it. Oh, okay.
Here's
All
one.
right,
I'll get your photograph too.
It's really low resolution. Can you find a better one so that I can? Because like I can hardly even see like the edges of the clouds.
Hold on, I'll find you one. Hold on, give me a second.
Also, by the way, before I actually even did this calculation, I was wondering if you've accounted for camera distortion, and I was wondering if you've accounted for any atmospheric distortion in your
Atmospheric
all these
distortion?
things.
What's that?
Yeah, have you accounted for any of these? You know what atmospheric distortion is, right?
Well, I know what it is theoretically.
Do you not think that the atmosphere distorts images?
Oh, I would say it distorts the way things look outside of the camera. Yeah, sure. Turbulence. Yeah.
So cameras don't see atmospheric distortion?
It's called turbulence. That's the name of it. It's not called atmospheric distortion.
Turbulence is a description of a type of fluid motion, and turbulence can cause atmospheric distortion. But atmospheric distortion is just the general name for a broad category of phenomena where things appear to
That's
look
a cool
different as a
story.
result
You
of
say
the
that so authoritatively, but you
gaseous
don't know what you're
haze.
talking about.
I know what I'm talking about pretty well, actually.
No, you don't. So this is well known within
Well, that's called
laser
poisoning the well.
optics, atmospheric measurement, surveying. It's called turbulence. Okay.
No,
It's not just
turbulence is a type of
dynamic.
fluid flow.
Okay, no, not in this sense.
Yeah.
No, it's the
That's
way
just
it's
what the word
modeled
means. It's type of
within
fluid flow.
Okay, it can be. That's under the umbrella of turbulence. This is like a word context fallacy. In the context I'm talking about, there's inhomogeneities within the air of varying shapes and sizes.
Yep.
In any optical path, they could be a kilometer in size. They could be freaking like little bubbles, a freaking meter in size.
Absolutely.
They could be smaller than that, but that's not a flow. Okay, it's not modeled as a flow. It's usually modeled as a.
That's not turbulence either.
That's how it's.
Turbulence is not inhomogeneity.
Okay. That's what they call it in the field of surveying, right? Maybe you call it that in your mathematical physics that don't exist somewhere else. But in the field, the people that actually do this stuff, that's what they call it. Okay.
Okay.
They called it when the Air Force shot a laser from one Hawaiian island to the other. They're modeling turbulence. Okay.
Okay. So then we just are using the word differently. Fine. The point is did you account for that in your
No,
calculation?
you're using the word differently than the way they use it in academia, and you're trying to play.
I mean, the way that it's used in academia is a type of fluid flow.
Okay.
You're talking about in the field. They use it a different way in the field, like amongst surveyors, which is fine. Words have different meanings in different contexts. You're right.
Not just surveyors. Surveyors.
You said surveyors.
That's one.
Okay, so when physicists talk about turbulence, they're referring to a specific type of fluid flow.
Okay. So characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149 kilometers.
Yeah, atmospheric turbulence effects. The effects
using
of atmospheric turbulence.
multi-wavelength laser propagation.
You're doing it. Bingo. These are the effects of atmospheric turbulence, which is exactly what I said.
They don't
atmospheric
model it
turbulence
as
can
a
cause
fluid flow, but they don't model it as They don't model it as a
turbulence
fluid
is
flow.
the fluid flow.
Okay. No, they're not modeling it as a fluid flow. They're modeling it as inhomogeneities in the air. Okay. That's how they're modeling it. Yes, in the air. I can send you diagrams.
So
you want diagrams?
fluid flow can cause inhomogeneities.
Dude, Have you read any literature on this?
Yeah. On my
yeah, that's it. That was a real competent yeah.
I mean, like I can show you a paper that I look at fairly frequently if you want. It's a paper published in an optics journal.
What's the title?
I can show you some papers that I've read with regards to atmospheric what is it? The calculation of the what is it called? It's Gauss's coefficient, I think is what it's called. It's the thing it's the letter K that's used to refer to the there's a word for it, and I'm blanking on it.
Okay, so you haven't, dude. This is just.
I can pull up the paper for you if you want.
That's great. You probably never read it. This is just smoke and mirrors.
I literally did. That's why I have it in my reference.
Trying to play, and you've been trying to play this dunk time. I know more than this guy because there's 3 letters behind my name. I didn't give you my background, and I'm not gonna give it to you. But you don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't bring up my background at all.
No,
So the letter that I was looking for, I'm sorry, it was the refraction coefficient. That was the word I was looking for. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the refract is an ad hoc nonsense, dude.
Well, I mean, it's just a coefficient. It's a way that you can measure, like,
it's coefficient based upon what?
Accumulate.
Relative to what?
Coefficients don't have to be relative to something. Coefficients are numbers that describe certain properties in equations.
It is in this case, right?
Well, it's trying to quantify the amount of atmospheric refraction. That's what the coefficient does.
Okay. No,
and
here's a deviation from the prediction of what you would expect if you had a straight light ray on an Earth of radius 3,959 miles.
Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine.
That's
I'm
what
just
it
telling
is.
you what the refraction coefficient is about. The refraction coefficient is trying to quantify how much light bends in the atmosphere.
No.
Like, do you have trouble with that?
I have trouble with your
By the way, I'm still waiting for the video. I'm still waiting for the video that you can send me so I can do the flipping thing.
I already posted it a long time ago.
I asked for a different one because it was too low resolution. I couldn't see the clouds.
Okay.
Maybe it was because you uploaded it to it was like a GIF that you uploaded to. Just post a link to YouTube or something.
I don't know why you just can't make a dividing line at the horizon and just see if it's symmetrical. Like, do you have
because the video that you posted? I don't know if this is a result of because it's being passed through Discord or something. But the video that you posted is so low resolution that I can't even see what the edges of the clouds are. Yeah, like this is like 480p. Like, we need sharp edges to compare, right?
You think I'm going to forget about what we were just talking about? You got nothing coming, dude. I don't forget.
I asked for a better video like 15 minutes ago, and you still haven't provided it. It sounds like you're running away from it.
Jesus Christ, dude. Y'all's gimmicks, dude, is all the same. It doesn't matter how many.
Where's the video,
dude? It's always
where's the evidence?
The same rhetoric.
So when I actually analyzed one of these pictures,
more meta
resolution. Oh, you have a screenshot. Great. Let me take this. I'm gonna grab this really quick, and then we'll put it into GIMP, and we'll do the flippy thing, and we'll see how it looks. Is that fair?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. So, what was I talking about?
That's a great question.
The K constant, right? The so-called K coefficient is based upon it's a coefficient relative to a presumed globe, and the reason they use it is that if you use this K coefficient, you match it to what's the size of a globe. Say you had a globe of your K coefficient is, what they use 7.6R, right? So 7.6 times the radius. What you do is you just take a globe, make it 7.6 sides of what the globe is, and then you just use straight rays and see what happens there. So this is just reverse engineering some observation and then applying a K coefficient. It's literally ad hoc. It's nonsense.
So just to be clear, you asked me about papers that I had read, and I gave you an example.
Yeah, but it's ad hoc. You gave me probably you probably read it from which one is it?
No, I found it myself. I've actually never heard of. I've actually never seen a Glober refer to this paper. So it's kind of like a really nice.
What's it called? Reciprocal zenith angle one? Is that it?
Nope, that's not the name of the paper. It is called monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle
That's
measurements.
what I just said.
The title, you got the title wrong. It doesn't say anything about reciprocal zenith angles. It says reciprocal vertical angle measurements
published in
by Christian Hertz, Sebastian Guillaume.
Yep, I also just said that.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say?
I also said by Hurt. I said that.
Okay, so I'm pulling up this.
I read it a long time ago. Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for reading.
Fantastic. Okay.
So just quickly, guys, sorry to interrupt. It's been quite a bit over the time that you guys wanted for the first hour. You guys can keep going as long as you want. I'm just letting you know. And also we've got AV who wanted to come up next to have a chat, but he was asking Planet Peterson, who we've got in the side chat. Blitz, do you know Planet Peterson?
I do.
Yeah, so he was AV was asking if he could come up and there could be a little bit of a 2-on-2 conversation happening, but I think
I got a
Peterson,
better idea.
By the way, I just took the image that you did. Just as a quick point, I just took the image that you did, that you posted, and I flipped it, and they don't overlap perfectly.
Cool story, bro. Anyway, they don't overlap perfectly. Oh my god.
No, they don't. There's distortions away. Like if you try to overlap two things, there are distortions on one side as opposed to the other side. I can screen cap the.
On one side is vertically.
So if you both.
Okay, and
so they don't match up.
Okay,
the top one is bigger than the top one is bigger than the smaller one. It looks like. So. Cool story. Your evidence is wrong. Your evidence is bad and wrong, I guess.
My evidence is wrong. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the good example, right?
I'll make sure I get the correct calculations for you, and I'm going to show you them. And will you concede when it shows that the distortion should be easily visible to any human being with a camera or with a human eye?
Sure. If you can do the calculations,
sure, you'll concede.
If that's what the calculations say, sure.
Okay. So, DJ, I have another suggestion. Me and unless Blitz wants to stay up here, we drop out, and AB and Planet Peterson go at it.
So I'm scheduled for. So I'm going to be live for another hour and a half. If nobody else wants to have a conversation with me, that's fine. I'll just drop out and I'll do my own thing on YouTube and TikTok and bring up other guests from elsewhere.
Well, I kind of like it that we have the interaction of like everybody in here. So if you're going to be on that long, I don't know how long Planet Peterson's going to take, but maybe he can give us a part of his time too.
I honestly wasn't even planning on coming up. I was typing and I got the invitation and I hit spacebar, and for some reason that like accepted the invite.
Yeah, it's impromptu, I know, but I think it makes for a good conversation if we can all be able to have it. I think it's great 2v2 material. So if you want, you can fire up your social media, probably get some impromptu kind of content going, and Blitz PhD can contact his.
So the plan was just to do 1v1s. I don't often do 2v2s, and I'd rather not. So if we want to,
you're not planning on participating in anything either. So
really, aren't you guys from the same perspective that the Earth is a globe?
We both think the look. I only do 1v1 debates. That's just what I do.
Oh, okay.
So
you're in a 2v2 debate though.
Yeah, we're used to all
Wits
types.
You and McGoldpace versus Witsit and Caleb.
Oh yeah, that was like over a year ago. Yeah, so like
you didn't do that, but you did do it.
So I do live streams 5 days a week in the morning.
Oh, anymore.
So on my own live streams, when I'm doing my own live streams, I only talk to one person at a time. So if there's some scheduled event like separate from my own standard live streaming time, I'm happy to do whatever. That's not what this is. At least that wasn't the intent. I never bring up guests like friendlies or whatever on my own live streams. It's just not a thing I do.
I got a sad clown face now. But here the problem is, dude, like we're trying to get to the heart of the issue. And it seems like throughout your discourse with Indio, you didn't provide or substantiate that the Earth is a globe in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, it was to the contrary. According to your epistemological worldview, or saying that the Earth cannot be a globe based on the fact that you could not know that it is one. So.
Sorry, so wait a minute, hold on. So I'm happy to talk to AV, but
sure.
If we're going to do that, I'd prefer it to be 1v1. Is that fair?
Little boys room.
Yeah, that's good. It seems like Planet Peterson's not keen, but look, just quickly, Planet Peterson, would you like to, come back another time? We could set something like this up with you.
Yeah, you could choose me, Planet, if you like.
I don't know. Maybe somebody DM me.
Yeah, I'll
Hey,
DM you, man.
Indigo, remember when you said that I go outside, it looks flat, therefore it is flat was a
Yeah, you're
valid
talking to Indio,
syllogism?
though, but I thought you said you.
No, I said that was a valid axiom.
Well, he wants to engage though.
No.
All right, let's pick that up another time. Let's have
syllogism, and that's what you
AV
said.
have a chat
Pick that
with
up
Blitz
another
because
time.
Blitz
This is
was the
time
one that was supposed to
See you
be.
later.
Yeah, we'll pick that up another time.
It wouldn't be a syllogism because it doesn't have two premises. I would never say that. Fucking dumb to even say something like that. I didn't say that.
So AV, what was your view? What was your point?
Well, my point was that from off the rip, from the very beginning of the top of this conversation, you provided no substantiation to the Earth being a globe. And as a matter of fact, you diverted away from that, and you actually proved that you can't actually ascertain any information empirically based on your worldview. So you couldn't substantiate the Earth being a globe if you tried, sir, based on the fact that you can't know.
My standard for truth is different from yours.
Yeah, let me just lay it out for you, right?
I mean, if you're going to straw man me, that's
it's not a straw
I'm not
man.
going to be happy about that.
It's an
It is a straw man, but go ahead.
It's an observation of your conversation, right? So the conversation you were having, and these are your words, not mine. You said, "I'm not an absolutist," yet you use words like determine. And so, in order to use that framework, when you're saying "I'm going to determine something," then you know it. Now, if you don't know it, you can't determine, which is your worldview. You can't determine.
So that that is. If you want me to clarify, I can clarify. That's not. So when I say determine, when I say no, I'm not invoking these in absolute senses.
Really? In what sense are you invoking them then?
High credence.
High credence. So it's a high probability. So that means that you don't actually.
Well, it's
know.
credence. Credence and probability aren't the same thing.
Yeah,
when I say no, I don't mean it in an absolute sense. That's just not what I mean.
Okay, so 100% sure that the Earth is a globe is not anything you're saying.
I'm not 100% sure of anything, except perhaps that I exist.
Includes the Earth being a globe, correct? Including the Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm as sure that the Earth is a globe as I am that I have hands.
Okay, so that means that you know that the Earth is a globe because you actually have hands.
Yeah, in the same way that I know I have hands, I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so that means that's claiming absolute knowledge.
Nope, it's not. That's just not what I mean by no.
Okay, if you have a hand and you put it right in front of you,
Mhm.
are you saying that's not your hand? 100%.
My point is that I don't think that you can have absolute certainty about these kinds of claims.
Really? So you don't absolutely
Really?
know that a hand is in front of you if your hand
I have a wildly high degree of certainty, yeah, but I am not going to claim 100%.
No, sir, it's important for the audience. Why would you say
Are you not familiar with like epistemic humility?
Yeah, I am. But see, the problem is you're using a worldview that borrows from a worldview that's laying a foundation for knowledge, and that is the.
No, I'm not borrowing from. I'm not borrowing from the Christian worldview at all. I'm not.
It's not a Christian worldview. It's a worldview.
I mean, it comes from like you're getting it from Jay Dyer too. I understand that.
Jay Dyer is whoever he is. I don't really know who that guy is. Indio might know.
I'm sure.
I don't follow these guys. I only follow logic and reason.
So what worldview am I borrowing from?
Let's see. It could be a fallibilist position. It could be a nihilistic position. Any of these characteristics might be something that you're akin to, like, talking about, which is like what you're saying right now.
I'm not a nihilist.
You can't know anything to be true 100%. So that means
I'm not a nihilist.
Including the globe, you don't know if it's 100% globe. So everybody.
Yeah, that's why I use analogies. That's why I use analogies. Please stop speaking for myself. Stop speaking for what I know.
From a standpoint,
that's why I use language like I know.
Yeah,
AV, please stop speaking.
Thank you for interrupting.
You keep steamrolling me,
guys. AV and Blitz, just one second, guys. AV, I just wanted to mention your mic volume is like half of what Blitz's is. If you're able to,
good.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Please control AV. He's been strawmanning my position and not letting me actually elaborate on my own position.
Yeah, look, both people like try to let the other one finish talking, and
he's just been steamrolling, telling me what I believe without letting me elaborate on.
Hold on a second. We're going to reset. We're going to start again. Hopefully, AV's volume's a bit higher now.
Yeah,
we can continue. And yes, that's much better. Way better, man. Okay. Awesome. Okay, and both guys, please try not to interrupt.
Yeah. So I was saying,
if he's going to straw man, I'm going to interrupt. I'm not going to let him misrepresent my viewpoint.
I wanted him to define what he said he knows based on his worldview, because what he says is a high probability is not a knowledge claim. That is just something he says.
That is a knowledge claim. That's what I mean by the word no.
Subjectively interpret based on what he thinks.
That's what I mean by the word no. If you mean something else, that's on you. When I say no, what I mean is that I have a high degree of certainty.
Yeah. So then,
and then it's
what that interprets to be is that you don't actually know like what we're saying. With
I don't know what you mean by actually know. When you say actually know, that just
I'm
means.
telling you, but thank you for steamrolling me.
Like,
I'm gonna take a
like
pause for
telling
a
me about
second.
my own
But
worldview.
you are over talking. Hold on a second, dude.
Look,
One second.
EJ,
One second.
EJ,
No.
he's been steamrolling me
Hold on
about
a
my own
second.
worldview.
Yeah, look, if he says something that you don't agree with, right, just wait until he's finished and then address it. And then he's not allowed to interrupt you while you're addressing that at the end. Otherwise it's just gonna be chaos.
Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just steamroll him about his own worldview too, and then he can't interrupt me when I do it. That's fine.
All right, let's just continue.
All right. So going back to you saying that you're claiming no absolute knowledge of knowing that the Earth is 100% a globe, I think gives the audience already an indication that you don't know if the Earth is an actual globe. You just believe it to be so with a high probability. That is a problem based on those who are explaining that the Earth is a certain set size of dimensions, right? It's got a radius, got a diameter, a circumference. All these numeric values have been established according to your paradigm with knowledge that actually is already something determined by the size of the Earth. Now, if you're saying there's a high probability of it being that, then how can we know that the Earth is a globe with these values? Go ahead.
Yeah, so whenever I say something like no, I'm referring to a high degree of probability, right? So when I say that I know the Earth has a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, what I'm saying is that with a high degree of probability, I'm confident that this is the state of affairs of the world, right? That the Earth actually does have that many, a radius of 4,000-ish miles, right? That's what I'm always saying when I use words like no. When I use words like, well, not necessarily believe. There are things I believe that have lower probability, but that's what I'm saying. So if you're going to make the claim that I don't know the Earth is a globe, well, by that same definition, by your definition of no, of some sort of absolute certainty, which is like a crazy epistemic lack of humility. But then in that sense, I don't know that I have hands. But I would say I know that I have hands because I have a high degree of credence in something that is absolutely, or that is likely to be true rather. A high degree of credence, justification, in a proposition that I believe is true. That's what I define to be knowledge. So if you are complaining about the way that I'm using no, and you're complaining that it doesn't agree with the way that you're using no, I would suggest that you take a look at your own worldview and then ask, how can you get out of the ultra nihilistic worldview if you require absolute certainty about everything? Because if you require absolute certainty, just like India was failed to do, you can't get out of ruling out that you don't live in a vat, that you're not a brain in a vat, right? Because you can't know that this isn't a hallucination with 100% certainty anyway. You can't know that you have hands with 100% certainty anyway. And if you're going to claim that you do know that, then you have to provide justifications. And I'm just going to ask, how do you know that? With 100% certainty for every single one of your claims. And you'll either end up in an infinite regress, which you won't be happy with, or you'll end up with something that's not justified and then you don't know it. So I think that it's actually probably better. You should probably take the move that, yeah, we can be epistemically humble and recognize that there are some things that we're not 100% certain about. In fact, most things that we're not 100% certain about. And that's fine. That's a fine standard for knowledge.
You done?
Yeah, I talked for like 30 seconds. You talked for like 4 minutes.
I don't think so. Your word count far exceeded mine. Anyways.
I talk faster than you.
Yeah, that's why it exceeded mine. All right, so the problem that we're having here is that from the beginning of the conversation, from you even entering this chat, from you being a PhD of any whatever you do, right, field that you work in, you're not able to substantiate or provide any evidence with unequivocal proof that the Earth is an actual globe. So you don't have that based on your worldview and epistemology of what you're saying that the Earth is. So all we're left with at the end of the day is your best guess. Well, tell you what, so does everybody else that thinks that the Earth is a globe. We're only given their best guess. That's all we have. And at the end of the day, we're trying to figure out if it actually is or not a globe. And you, being a PhD that other people look up to and appeal to, are one who cannot prove with 100% that the Earth is a globe. So that to you and to everybody else that looks up to you is going to feel like you left them wanting more. That's you, though. You can walk away from this stage today knowing that you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You just give a high probability that your idea could be a case of it being true if an imaginary globe were to exist. That's it.
So, to be clear, you're right. I didn't provide proof because we didn't make a deductive argument. I did provide evidence. The Minos experiment is evidence. It's actually really compelling evidence. In fact, it's so compelling that it should shoot your credence like way up into the 99.9 etc. % credence for a particular view. Like it's wildly compelling evidence for basically anybody who thinks and takes themselves seriously. So you're right. I don't offer unequivocal proof when we're doing science because that would be epistemically arrogant. And one of the businesses of doing science is that we remain epistemically humble so that we are open to new data. We are open to new ideas. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't come to a conclusion that is very, very, very likely to be true. That's the whole business of science. We refine, and we get to more and more likely to be true ideas. But if you're going to come and make the claim that, oh, you can't come to absolute certainty about anything, well, I challenge you. Prove with absolute certainty. Provide the proof, not evidence, the proof, the deductive proof that you have hands.
Yeah, I can give you a deductive proof of something that
Please.
with absolute certainty.
No,
Now, I'm
prove
gonna
that you
use
have hands.
I'm gonna use a different example.
No, I want you to prove that you have hands.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use your example. You can use your
Okay,
example.
so you're going to run away. Prove that. So you can't prove that you have hands. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I'm gonna use. Yeah, I can.
Okay, then do it.
So it's simple. I have hands, right? And let's say we meet in person, because this is going to be an example you want me to prove to you, right? I put my hand on your shoulder. I can push you with my hand. I can show other people my hands, and I can move things with my hands. They interact with the world outside that I'm interacting with. So they interact with the world, right? Anything that my hands touch, make it seem like my hands can do things that if I didn't have hands, I couldn't do. So me having hands proving to you and to the rest of the world is an absolute truth. It's not just me conjuring up an imagination that I have hands. It's absolutely provable by me demonstrating that I have hands, because I can place my hand on your shoulder and move you with my hands. My hands are real in every sense of the word real is. Now, you denying that fact and saying that it's just a conjuring of your imagination is just some fallacious reasoning that you've fallen into because you've been thinking about how people can think of an existence far beyond the one that you have right now. So this is your mental construct that you've fallen into, and it's a pitfall, right? That's you, not us.
So I'm gonna just get so I wrote down what you said, and I think I summarized it. So you have premise one: I can put my hand on your shoulder, I can push you with my hand, I can show other people my hand, they interact with the world outside. Premise two: me having hands is absolutely provable. Conclusion: my hands are real. Now, what inference rule are you using there to come to the conclusion that my hands are real from premise one and premise two?
These are absolute facts. They're statements made by observation, and also.
What's the inference rule?
So what am I inferring? That
Well, so a deductive proof starts from premises and follows some sort of inference rule to come to a conclusion. So what's the inference rule that you're using to go from premise one, I can put my hands on your shoulder, premise two, me having hands is absolutely provable, conclusion, my hands are real.
So you're saying that hands aren't real. That would be your argument.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying.
Hands. So the point is, in reality, if I say I have hands and I don't have hands, that'd be a problem. But if I say I have hands and I do things with my hands and I can see my hands and I can move things with my hands and they interact with the world outside, then yes, I have hands. For all intents and purposes, my hands do exist and they're real.
Premise? So what's the first premise of your deductive argument?
My hands exist in the physical world.
My hands exist in the physical world.
Yes.
Okay, what's your second premise?
That I'm just writing it down. Yeah, my hands can move things in the physical world. They not only do they exist in the physical world, but they can move things. They can interact with the physical world.
Premise one, my hands exist in the physical world. Premise two, my hands can move things in the physical world. Are there more premises, or is it just a conclusion now? What's the next stage?
When you're interacting with the physical world and everybody can see that your
hands... Is this a premise or is this a conclusion?
Yeah, if you see that your hands are existing, then the conclusion would be that because you substantiated, you didn't just say that you had hands. You didn't just test that you had
are
hands.
existing, then you can substantiate that you have hands?
Let's put it this way. If I say I see a dog outside, right? but I didn't prove that.
Wait, what's the conclusion from the?
If I listen, dude, if I said that there was a dog outside and I didn't prove that there was one outside, then that's me showing that it's just in my imagination. I could have conjured it up in my own thoughts. But if I can
So what's
show
the
you there's
conclusion
an
of the
actual
argument?
dog that's outside, then it's not in my imagination any longer. We're interacting with the thing that I said was there. It is actually there. There is a dog outside.
Just to be clear, so you had premise 1, my hands exist in the physical world. Premise 2, my hands can move things in the physical world. Premise 3, if you see that your hands are existing, then you could substantiate that you have hands. What's the conclusion of the deduction?
My hands are real. Not an imagination
And
of my.
So we have three premises. We have 3 premises and a conclusion. What's the inference rule that allows you to go from premise 1, premise 2, and premise 3 to the conclusion?
Dude, I mean, is this going to be more of you just trying to say that? What am I inferring to say that my hands are existing?
Well, no. The point is you're not capable of making a deductive argument. In fact, you don't even know what a deductive argument is. Yeah, you failed to do that twice now.
Dude. Your hands
What's
are
the
real.
deductive
You
argument?
clap your hands. They make a sound. Like
They
everything
definitely seem real. That means they're real.
They definitely seem
That's
real.
what you're doing.
Well, they are
That's what you're
real,
doing.
dude. You fall into the
Okay, what's the
pitfall of
deductive
thinking
argument?
imagination is the only thing you
What's
can
the
hold to.
deductive argument?
That your
How are
hands
you
interact with the
deducing?
physical world. Now think about it like this.
That's a proposition. That's not an argument.
That's really. So you're saying that if I'm telling you that my interaction with the physical world is not real, then where does that leave us?
AV, to quote a friend, I don't think you have the boots for this hike. You really shouldn't be engaging in like philosophical
you don't have the
absolutism
boots
here.
for this hike doesn't mean that you can't substantiate the thing that you're saying. I am. Because
No, I just don't think that you know what a deductive argument is. I don't think that you know what it means to come to absolute conclusions from premises.
Yes, it's a
I don't think you know what any of that means.
It's an absolute conclusion that if I tell you I have hands, think about it like this. It's very basic and simple, right? If somebody says they have something, like, oh, I don't know, they say, I have a rock. And you're like, you don't have a rock. And then they hand you a rock and you inspect this rock and you see it and you're like, oh, it is a rock. By definition of what you said a rock is, this is what this is. I'm holding it in my hands. It's not an imagination that I just conjured up. It's not these boots that I'm trying to hike up a mountain of imagination. No, this is an actual rock. These are my actual hands. And when I interact with the world in the physical sense, I'm moving things physically. This is not some kind of mental construct that you're making up to make it sound like these are all just our thoughts. No, there's real things that exist outside of your own
Can you
perception.
describe to me what a proof is?
Oh my gosh, dude. Like, what do you think the world that you live in is, dude? You think it's a simulation? Do you think that all of these things that you're doing right now are just
This is called an
figments of
internal
your
critique, is
imagination?
what we're doing right now.
Yeah, an internal
doing an
critique.
internal critique of your worldview.
You haven't done one of yourself. Why would you allow it to be done on something that's absolute statements, like things? That
So are you telling me that you're not willing to be internally critiqued?
I have been. You have been doing that. Now let's shift the focus back onto you.
Okay, so
Let's shift it, I've already done.
we
that.
can
I've
shift the
answered some of
focus.
your
I just want to
questions.
summarize what
I'm
happened
shifting
really
it now
quick.
to you. Yeah,
so
it happened,
we can shift.
It happened
so
that I proved my hands were real.
AV, we can shift it really quick. I just want to summarize what just happened. So what happened is that AV failed to understand what a deductive argument is, failed to demonstrate that the argument he provided was actually leading to the conclusion via valid inference rule. So he actually didn't demonstrate with 100% certainty that his hands are real. He doesn't even know how to do that even in principle.
Yeah, really.
So it's fine if you don't know how to do that. You can be epistemically humble like me and be not an absolute, be a non-absolutist about truth. And we can go ahead and you can
have to take a reset. Sorry to interrupt. We're going to have to try to get it back on topic. Maybe move past this particular thing. Right. So we've already established you think you can't prove anything. AV has a different opinion on that. Let's try to get it back to the actual shape of the Earth topic.
So the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
The shape of the Earth is something that's been proposed to the people of the Earth, and everybody who's listening to the information that the Earth is an actual globe, don't really know if it's a globe or not. And this gentleman, who's a PhD, would just go into, I guess, illogical circles.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt. DJ, he's doing meta again.
I'm not going to interrupt because I can do what I want.
He's doing the meta again.
Yeah, the meta is actually you trying to come into this room and
he's doing the meta again. He's saying, "Oh, he doesn't actually know. He doesn't actually know because his epistemology is bad." Like he's just doing that again. I thought we were trying to get away from that.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're going to stay on the fact that you don't understand what you're talking about.
Are we going to provide evidence?
Your whole worldview is
DJ, I thought you wanted us to provide evidence. This should be,
your whole worldview is based on not providing.
Are we not? We're not doing that. Okay.
Yeah, your whole worldview is based on not.
We do need to. AV, just a second, guys. Yeah, we do need to take a reset. If we have to take turns, we will. Right. So, I mean, let's present evidence, right? Evidence for the globe, evidence for the flat Earth. All right, who wants to go first out of you two?
It sounds like AV wants to go. So go ahead, AV.
All right, so evidence for the Earth being flat, the affirmation is water always is horizontal on its surface when in large bodies and at rest. So we can observe this simple fact in physics. So we can demonstrate that water holds surface tension on its surface when extended in large bodies. And when there's no motion on it, like any wind or anything, we're going to notice that there's a horizontality that's displayed. And not only can it be displayed, but it can be measured across. So this surface is a horizontal surface, and it can be shown in like calm lakes that are placid. We can see that this is shown in the example that India was given earlier to you with the specular reflection that he was trying to demonstrate within the Salt Lake flats, that they were showing the water is horizontal on its surface. Now, his analogy was that water itself is horizontal. And so he was using that, and then not just specific, but in any case, right? So any case that any body of water, so he was just using the salt flats as a particular example, but in any place that people have bodies of water that are calm, they can go witness this effect, right? Where the surface of water is always horizontal and creates a specular reflection that mirrors perfectly the image of the thing that is represented. Now, of course, it might look a little bit distorted because of like the little rippling of it, but it shows a mirror surface, not to be as a convex surface would, with it being like the surface of a globe. Now, the surface of a globe would then have to be something that would be determined based on like the distance between the observer and the target distance, and then the reflection that's on the water to be such that if it was not the case, or if it was, it would have to be determined with the specular reflection of that surface of the water, displaying whether the surface of the water was displaying a mirrored surface, a convex specular reflection. So that would have to be proven, and it has never been proven. All we see is a perfectly mirrored surface from what we see of the water of a calm lake or body of water. It doesn't have to be salt flats, by the way. So all of these things amount to the Earth is a horizontal surface, and water extends as far as the eye can see, and it is a definition for why we would say the Earth is a horizontal plane. That's the evidence right there. It's staring you in the face that it always has been. So for you to say that it's a globe, you'd have to prove the contrary.
Yeah, so I wrote down everything that you said. You said water is always, and so I'm just going to read through what I wrote down, so please correct me if I missed something, okay? Is that fair?
Go ahead.
Right, so you said water is always horizontal when in large bodies at rest. You said that you can observe it in physics, something about surface tension. You kind of mumbled a little bit, so I didn't catch the bit about surface tension. I assume you mean that when you have small things, you can have surface tension making things not horizontal? You said when the water is not moving, the horizontality is displayed and it can be measured. You say that you can see this in placid lakes. Then you mentioned the specular reflection with the Bolivian salt flats and how that is an example of horizontality. You said that in any place where bodies of water are calm, the surface is always horizontal and perfectly mirrors things above it, but it might be a bit distorted. You said that it's not convex like you would expect on a globe, and then you say that it's never been proven that it's slightly convex or whatever. You always see a perfectly mirrored surface. So is that a correct summary of your argument?
Pretty much.
Okay, so just a quick question. So would you say that there is ever motionless water on the Earth?
Motionless water? I don't know what that means, motionless. Did I say
because you said no motion.
I said
right?
Calm.
Earlier you definitely said the phrase no motion. I wrote it down. You said when there's no motion on the water, horizontality is displayed.
Yeah. So I mean calm.
Okay,
calm
so
would display the least amount. So it's not.
So if there's no waves in the ocean, would that be
I did
calm?
also, yeah. So you told me to interrupt you whenever you're.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I meant was calm. So calm would also mean that if the least amount. So like on a day where there's like hardly any wind, like images that are being displayed right now in the text, that sort of thing.
So when would you say the ocean is ever calm?
Yeah, we're not talking about ocean. I just said
okay, so we're not talking about the ocean. So we're only
no. What I said was large bodies of water. So wherever there's large bodies of water and water being at rest. Notice the thing that I'm saying.
Yeah,
Don't say things that are not what I'm saying.
I was just clarifying. So this doesn't apply to the ocean.
No, it does, but it's not at rest. So
so this whole discussion about water always being horizontal doesn't apply to the ocean.
It's water. So water behaves.
I understand it's water.
So
my question is,
are not gonna. It's not gonna. The mechanics of water don't deviate from body to body. So all we're doing right now is examining
I
when
understand
it's
that.
calm.
Right. Okay. So, but do we agree that the ocean's never calm?
Well, yeah, it's always stirred up, of course.
Okay. So we can't use the ocean to demonstrate this, right?
No, we can.
But I thought we just agreed that the ocean was never calm.
Yeah, no, the ocean's not calm. It doesn't mean that it's not horizontal.
But the argument that
Yeah,
you
because-
proposed,
so
the
let me
evidence
put
that
it
you
to- let me put it
proposed,
to you this way, let
only
me
says that horizontality appears
let me-
when there's no motion.
No. I'm talking about when it displays itself as a calm surface, then you can see the horizontality. But when it's like moving around, you can see waves and stuff. You're going to be like, well, we have waves, so then that's going to cause an issue for the argument.
Right. So we can't use the ocean for this argument.
we
I'm trying to
can't.
help
We
you here, by
can't.
the way.
I'm
We
trying to help
can.
you.
When can
I'm
you
actually
use the
trying to
ocean
help
for an
you.
argument?
I'm helping you. So what I'm talking about is water is being measured when it's like when it's calm, right? So we say, okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna put over calm water. We're gonna throw like lasers or whatever on top of it, and then measure from point A to point B. But water, the mechanics of which will always, the properties of water, right, will always remain the same body to body. Doesn't matter.
Right. So what are these properties?
Just because a lake is in motion or it's windy out doesn't mean that all of a sudden the lake is not horizontal. Do you understand?
Well, hold on. So I mean, like clearly, if there's waves, it's not horizontal, right?
No. Do you get what I'm saying though?
No, that's why I asked another question.
So if we're saying that when we're looking at a horizontal surface, right, like the body of water, and then there's wind that occurs, like you're going to be able to say, well, there's wind that's rippling over the water, so to say it's a perfectly horizontal surface, we're not going to be able to use that. But from measuring from point A to point B, the distance of which you're going to be able to ascertain whether or not the Earth is a curved surface, right? Like we're going to measure over this water. We're going to notice that the horizontality will always remain intact. So line of sight will always be something that we include over the body of water because we
Hold on, now I'm confused. Are we talking about the water or are we talking about like shooting lasers over the water?
Yeah, water displaying itself as a horizontal surface. And when we test, right, with either line of sight or lasers or any other type of thing that we're going to use to measure a distance, we're going to be able to say, okay, over the surface of this horizontal water, because we want to see if what we're doing is correct or not, right? We want to measure and test and verify that the horizontal water that we're seeing is not just maybe a conjuring up of our imagination as you might think it could be. So we're going to verify this. We're going to test and measure with line of sight. We're going to be able to say, okay, from me to the target distance that I want to put here, I'm going to see if the Earth would be displaying any convexity whatsoever, like in the case of the Earth being a globe. So if it is right,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Please, like I was just trying to get clarity. Can we run these tests? Can we evaluate whether or not a body of water is horizontal when the water is in motion? Can we do that?
Well, this has been kind of the thing that people have looked into when they try to figure out what sea level means. So,
you just answer my question with a yes or no.
If people are trying to figure out what sea level is, then that
was a yes or no question.
Yeah, listen to what I'm saying, dude. It's going to be the average.
Can the answer start with yes or no?
Yeah. So you just want me to answer you specifically without giving you?
I want you to answer that question. Yeah. I'm trying to ask a clarifying question, and you're not clarifying at all. You're adding more confusion. So I just want a yes or no. Is it the case that you can use like water that's in motion to determine that the Earth or that the water is horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, you can.
Yes.
So in the presence of large waves, like I don't know, a tsunami, would you say that the water is horizontal?
Yep.
Okay. What do you make of tides then?
Those are long period waves.
Sure, but then the water's not horizontal, right? It's higher in some places than in other places.
Well, think about it like this: as you pour more water on a surface, and as it accumulates, it's going to raise in volume. It's going to increase, and it'll decrease.
Wait,
but
are you saying that with tides we're adding water?
The way it rises, no, like we're talking about the rise and fall of tides, rise and fall.
Well, I'm just asking, like, how is it horizontal if it's higher in some places than in other places?
Because water's evenly distributed on its surface. It's evenly distributed. So as it's raising,
but
think about it like this. Well, just think about it like this, right? Think about it like this. If you put
the tides change over time.
Yeah. Can you just hold on for a second, dude? Can you hold your tongue for just a moment? So if you're thinking about like filling up it doesn't matter, like a swimming pool full of water, that water raises equally in all parts of it, right? It's all raising equally. Are you saying that at one point of that pool, that water is like higher or lower than another? Think about it like that. That's
no,
what I'm
but
talking
that's not
about.
what I'm
That's
saying.
exactly what I'm. That's what I'm saying.
Sure. I understand, but it's that. But tides would be like if there was like a lump of water on one side of the pool and a divot of water on the other side of the pool, and then they kind of just swapped places.
You said that. How did you?
That's what tides are, right?
How did you prove that?
Well, we know that it's high tide in some places when it's low tide in other places.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Like you can.
How do you
just
know
call
the difference? How do you know the difference is going to be that unbalanced and
well,
it's not even?
No, I mean you can just so like you can go to the ocean and you can observe that the water gets higher and the water gets lower with the tides, right? We agree that tides are real, and then you can call somebody in a different place in the world where their high tide is your low tide, and then you can be like, my water is at the low point and your water is at the high point, and then you can wait on the phone for 6 hours and see that your water is at the high point and their tide is
standing.
You can just call someone. What?
Yeah, who cares?
You can just go to the ocean.
The distance in between the two observers.
I'm not talking about the distance. I'm just saying they're far away.
I am.
The distance is irrelevant. They're far.
So, no, it's not. It's totally relevant because what you're doing here is you put one person in one specific geographic location. You put another person in another geographic location, right? You got two people standing on two different geographic locations. Now, what we have here is either you might believe it's a curved surface or it's a horizontal.
No, this has nothing. No. This has nothing to do with the actual shape of the Earth right now. I mean, it does, but it does, but only because it shows that it can't. That the water isn't flat.
If it does, you need to engage. If it does,
yeah. So, but the point is the distance isn't relevant. The point is we agree that there are places. Wait, hold on. I just got to make sure that we live in the same reality here. Do you think that there are places that have high tide at the same time as other places having low tide?
Yeah, that does exist.
Okay, so that's all I'm talking about.
Okay.
And then they swap every 6 hours.
Yeah, but what's your point?
But it's the same water. How can you have so this would be like a pool having a lump of water on one side and a dip of water on the other side, and they're just swapping places every few hours.
How did you prove that? That's what you're saying.
What do you mean? How
did you prove it?
It's the same ocean.
No,
it's all the same water.
We can see
how did I prove what?
Yeah, the basic mechanics of water is that water is evenly distributed. So it doesn't ever show what you're saying. What doesn't ever show what you're saying is true. We never observe that in the mechanics of water. Do you ever observe a hill of water on one side and a divot on the other? Do you observe
what
that?
I'm saying is that's what tides. What I'm saying is that's what we're doing when we observe tides.
Yeah, that's what
that
you
are at different
say,
places,
but
different
you
places.
haven't proved
Wait,
it.
so what do you think? What do I need to prove here? I mean, you agree that
there's
tides
a divot
that there
on
can be
one
high
side and there's a hump on another. That's what.
Right. Okay. So we can agree that there's high tide in one place and low tide in another place at the same time, right?
Yeah, evenly distributed. Yep.
But then they swap.
Who cares? They're evenly distributed. There's no hump.
Wait a minute.
Divot.
Hold on. If the water gets lower somewhere, right? That means that if it was evenly distributed, it should get lower everywhere, right?
It's moving. It's evenly distributed, moving.
Wait, what's moving?
The water.
So
what are you
the water was high here and then it got lower.
Yeah.
So you mean there was a hump and then the hump moved?
No. You're saying hump and divot. I never said that. I'm saying evenly distributed.
Wait, so what's the thing that's moving? If it's evenly distributed, look. So AV, using your example, when you fill up a pool, if it's not windy and so on, when you fill up a pool, it rises everywhere at the same time, right?
Yes.
But when the high tide goes, or when the low tide, I don't know what it's called, when it goes out, when it goes from low tide to high tide, that's not happening everywhere.
Yeah.
In fact, in some places, when you're going from low tide to high tide, somewhere else is going from high tide to low tide.
Okay.
So it's not doing like what the pool is doing.
So if water, let's put it this way: if water is not evenly distributed, which is what you're saying it's got a hump and a divot. Prove it.
I just did.
No, you didn't. Saying that there's a hump and a divot doesn't prove that there's one.
Maybe I can explain this a little bit better.
I want to see it in the
Let me use an analogy.
Water, bro. Let
me use an analogy. So I proved that it happens. Now, if you don't understand how it happens, that's on you.
No, you didn't. No, you did not prove that it happens. You just said it.
Let me use an example that is perfectly. Let me use an analogy that is perfectly in line with a pool, right?
No, you need to. No, wait.
Let's say that you and let's say that you and I.
Wait.
I'm not going to wait. Let's say that you and I. I'm doing that right now. I'm doing it right now.
Guys, we need to reset again. Okay, so
analogy.
Mm-hmm. So let's say that you and your friend are standing in a pool of water. You can't see what's going on at your friend's side, maybe because there's like, I don't know, maybe I don't know, there's something blocking your vision from seeing the other person's side of the pool. But you and your friend are on the phone, and you notice that the water is only touching your belly button. And for them, it's touching, I don't know, it's touching their neck. And then slowly but surely, you're still on the phone with your friend. And over the course of a few hours, the water is no longer touching your belly button. Now it's touching your nipples. And for your friend, the water is now at their nipples, not at their neck, right? So the water has gone up for you and gone down for them. So what explains the water changing level in different directions for the two of you?
You done?
Yeah, that was a question.
Yeah, it just moved from one place to the other.
The water moved from one place to another?
Yeah, it's just moving around. It's not getting a hump or
So is
divot.
it level?
It's evenly distributed. Yes.
So it's but it's not
But
it's not
what?
level because
But
it's
you didn't
higher in
prove
one
it.
place than it is in the other
didn't, but
place.
yeah, well, okay, go ahead.
I can actually yeah,
prove there's a
okay,
hump
okay.
and prove there's
I'll
a
give you a
divot.
deductive argument.
No, wait a minute. Wait. No, I need you to prove
Yeah, I'm
that
going to
there's
give you a
hump and
deductive
divot.
argument that proves it. I'm going to give you a deductive argument. So premise 1, at time 0, the water level is lower for me and higher for my friend. I'll actually write this down as we go, okay? So premise 1, at time 0, the water is low for me and high for my friend. Premise 2, at time 1, let's say, the water is high for me and low for my friend. Premise 3, if the water was horizontal the entire time, then when the water went from low to high for me, from low to high for me, it should also, or it also goes from low to high for my friend. Conclusion, the water is not, or was not, horizontal the entire time. So which of the 3 premises do you disagree with?
You've conjured up some kind of idea that the water is not horizontal, and I want you to tell me how
This
it's
is
not horizontal.
So which premise do you disagree with?
Yeah, I
can read them
disagree
again.
with your fact that you're saying that the water is not evenly
Premise.
distributed, and it's showing that some way there's a hump and then there's a divot. I want you to prove
Okay,
that.
so-
You haven't done so,
so
and you're
I
trying to. You're
just
trying to,
did it. It was a
wait minute.
deductive
No,
argument.
You didn't do it. No, that deductive
I
argument.
did.
Oh yeah, how did you prove it in physical reality? Did you go outside
You asked
and
for a
verify
proof.
this?
You
Did
asked
go
for a
outside-
proof.
Yeah, proof is verifying
This is a proof.
information. You didn't prove it.
I don't think you know what
just
proof
keep
is.
saying. No, I don't think you know what
So-
proof is, dude.
So
you didn't go outside.
do you
Did you verify this outside? Did you go to the
Have
field
you ever-
and test this? Did you go to
so
the field
so
and
do
test
you know
this?
what?
Did you go to the
Just to
field?
be clear-
Answer my question, dude. Did you go to the field and test this?
Yes. Now just to be clear,
When? When?
yesterday. Now just to be clear,
No,
AV,
no, you
do you know
didn't
what
do
a
it.
proof is?
No, that's a lie. He's lying.
Do you know what a proof
He's lying.
is?
I want nope. You're gonna stand by what
Can you
you
answer the
just said.
question?
You went
Do you
out
know what a proof
yesterday and
is?
you tested it.
Yeah, can you
You
prove
said
that I
that.
didn't?
Yeah, because you're not giving
Oh.
the methodology.
How
by
can
which
you prove that I
tested it.
didn't?
You
How
didn't
can you
show
prove
the
that I didn't?
methodology.
Did you go
Show the
outside and check
methodology.
that I wasn't outside yesterday?
Show the methodology.
I'm sorry,
the
can you
method.
prove that I didn't?
Yeah, show the method. I'm asking you to show the method.
No, you asking a question isn't proof that I didn't. Anyway, so
Yeah,
do
it
you
is. It's
disagree
showing
with
that you
premise
didn't provide
1?
a method. You didn't provide a method.
AV, this is
Blitz,
really
you didn't provide
embarrassing
a
for you. You
method.
can't even
Blitz,
engage with
you
the
didn't provide
premises.
the method. Blitz.
So AV,
Provide the method.
AV. Premise
the
1 is at time
Blitz,
0, the
provide the
water is low for me and high for my
Blitz.
friend.
Yeah. So
that
what,
possible?
dude? You keep saying
Okay.
things, but you didn't
Premise
provide
2.
the method of how you ascertain
At
that
time 1,
water is not
the water is
horizontal.
high for me and low for my friend.
Still doesn't. You're still not proving it.
Do you agree
You're
with
just
premise
making
1 or
more
premise
claims.
2?
You're still making more claims. You didn't prove it. You did not prove it.
These are premises. Do you know what a
Yeah,
premise
you
is?
did not prove it. You didn't go out into the field.
I
and test
don't
whether-
think you're
and
equipped to
test
have
whether
a
your friend-
conversation
Yeah, I
that
do.
involves
This
deductive
is equipped-
reasoning.
Listen, dude, your friend and
Do you know what deductive
Yeah,
reasoning is?
Listen, the only thing that your friend and you can do is test locally. Listen to
This is
the
really
words out of what I'm
embarrassing.
saying.
For the,
Yeah, it's
please tell me that
embarrassing
this
for
isn't
you.
the second best
Yeah.
of what the flat Earth
Yeah,
had. Because if you don't know what
listen to
deductive
what I'm
reasoning
saying.
is, this is
You
real
and
bad.
Your friend are testing locally what the water's doing, and in that
You want me to
local
draw you a
surface-
picture?
It doesn't matter, bro. The evenly distributed water where you and your friend
Do you
are
want me to
testing
draw you
is
a pic- I can draw you a
horizontal on the
picture. Let me draw you a
surface.
picture.
It is not a
gonna draw
hump
a
of
picture.
water and a divot on the other side. That
I'm
is
gonna draw you a
yours.
picture.
That is your claim. That is what you're saying is happening, and it's not that way. You didn't prove it. You didn't go to the field and test it, which you lied about, and you said you did. I did yesterday. That's what you said, just to move
Can you
the
prove that I
conversation
didn't?
forward.
Can you
didn't
prove
show
that I
the
didn't?
method. You didn't show the method.
The burden of proof isn't on me, buddy.
Speaking,
Can you prove that I
it is.
didn't?
A burden of proof
Oh,
is
it is?
solely square on your shoulders. You didn't provide the evidence that you actually had a method to test what you said is true. You didn't go out into the field and test this, did you?
Can you prove that I didn't?
Did you? Provide the method.
I'm sorry. Can you prove that I didn't?
Validate the method in which you did this, and then I'll say, okay, maybe you did do it. But what's the method?
Hold on, I have a picture for you.
No, I don't care about your picture. Go into the field and test this. What was your method?
1 sec.
One
Me?
sec. You
Sorry,
had the
I'm
answer.
typing something.
You and your friend didn't test anything. You saw on your
No, I
local
actually,
area.
in fact, I actually went to space yesterday.
Oh my God. Whatever, dude. See, is this the best you got? You're a PhD. You should be ashamed of yourself, bro.
Yeah. So
saying the things that you're saying.
No, I'm actually very confident, very proud of what I'm saying. Here, I have a picture for you. Let me copy and paste it into
Care about
chat.
your picture, dude. You lied about
I
testing.
know. You don't care about things that debunk your
lied about
worldview.
testing water
Here, so I sent a picture
on its surface.
Yeah,
I
made it up just so then I could actually bring up the point that I was
I'm
talking
glad
about.
you made a
Absolutely.
little picture. I'm glad you're.
So here's the picture. So
I'm
so
glad you're
this
great
is
at
this
drawing
is what's
on
happening.
crayons, bro.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So
How
this
did
is
you
this is not with
validate that?
crayons. I don't know if you know what
How did you
crayons are.
validate that?
So
How did you
so
validate that?
this is what tides do. Do you not agree that
Who cares what
tides
your
move up and down?
explanation is, Blitz?
Do you
How did you and your friend test this?
do you think that tides go up
How
and down?
did you and your friend
This is just
test
tides.
in the
This
field
is
that
a model
this
for
is true?
tides.
That's great.
I've
How did
seen
you and
I've
your
seen
friend
tides. I've
test
seen
that
tides
this is real?
before, and I've talked to people who have also seen tides before. Have you seen tides
That's
before?
wonderful. That's wonderful. You saw a tide locally. How did you and your friend test that image? Let me show everybody. Look at the image he just posted. A PhD, mind you.
Yeah. It was a drawing that I put together in like 2
it's
seconds.
a drawing that he posted. Did
Yep.
he go out into the field?
To illustrate a
Ask him
point.
this. I want to see if the chat.
Yes,
can
I've been
answer-
out in the
can
field
answer
seeing
this.
tides. Yeah. I have.
Did you test this specific diagram? That
Did I test that the tides are low at one point and somewhere else on the
like
earth
the
and it's high
diagram
where I
that
am?
you posted? Yeah, the diagram
Yeah,
you
this-
posted.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've
How did
talked
you
with
do that?
people. I've talked with people on the other side of the world while they are. Yeah, how?
I've
and
talked with people.
They reported that it was high tide. What are you talking about? Of course. What else do you want me to do?
The method to test in the field is not talking to people somewhere in another geographic location.
That's how you can collect data from multiple different places at the same time. Or do you not think that's possible?
Yeah. How did you do it in the field? How do you know water is doing
You can just
that
talk to
exact
somebody.
thing? See where it says
Wait,
me?
do you not think? Okay, just to
See
be
where it
clear,
says no,
just
hold
so,
on a minute, Blitz.
just so
Hold on.
all of the flat
See where it
earthers who are
says
listening
me?
to this, AV is
they are.
currently
They are.
denying
They're
the
listening to you
existence
not
of
provide
tides.
evidence.
He's currently denying the existence of tides, that it can't be high tide in one place and low tide at the same place.
Yeah, so
absolutely, because
yeah,
that's
what you're
all this
saying-
picture is demonstrating.
Yeah,
It's just saying that there are high tides in some places at the same time there are low tides at other places. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, you're demonstrating your inability to show how you tested the method by which you and your friend know that that's exactly what's happening, what you posted in the diagram. You didn't show.
To be clear, do you think that
how
that's not what's happening? Do you think that like the tides don't go up and down?
I said it's evenly distributed. How many times have I said that to you?
Wait a
And
minute.
now
So
you're
when
showing
it's low
something
tide for me
contrary
and
to
high
that.
tide for somebody else.
Yeah, you're showing something contrary to that. So I want to see the
So
field
just to
test.
be clear, hold on. I really need a straight answer from this, because if you can't answer this, it's
You
just
haven't
it just
given
doesn't
a
look good
straight
for you.
answer to the
So
test.
I already did. I literally told you that I've talked to people while on the phone while experiencing low tide. So AV,
That's not
I need
testing
a
in the
straight.
field.
I need a
Sorry,
I need a
I'm not
really
gonna
straight
answer
answer
you
from
because
you.
you're not testing
Okay,
in the
so you're
field.
going to avoid the question? Okay, if you're not
I'm
interested in having a
I'm
conversation,
avoiding
we
what
can
you're
move on
saying.
to
No.
another guest.
No. We're not, because you're not identifying to the audience how you tested in the field that this
I've already elaborated on it now. If
No,
you
you
don't
didn't.
want to
You
if
just
you don't want
called
to
your friend.
engage if you don't want to engage with my question, then this isn't a conversation.
Yeah, you're
just trying
only
to steamroll.
talking about.
So
you're only.
look,
This is your listen.
AV,
your
you should
PhD.
answer the question.
This
If you
is
don't
a
want to debate,
PhD's
if you don't want to
example of
debate,
testing.
that's fine.
Yeah,
if
I
you
am
want to walk
debating with
away with your tail
Listen, no,
between your
you're
legs,
walking away. You're the
embarrassed,
dog with the tail
that's
between
fine.
his legs. You
But
did
if you
not
can't
show the
even
method.
ask, if you
did
can't
not
even
show the
answer a
method by
question,
which
my
you
guy.
tested this. You didn't.
If you can't
show the
even answer a
method.
question, my guy, I don't know, man. It's
Yeah, my
embarrassing. to me.
guy. Yeah, you just said, "Hey, I'm going to call my friend over there in another geographic location," and therefore it's exactly like my diagram. Yeah, you didn't test in the field, did you, Mr. PhD?
That's what does testing in the field mean except
That means going
collecting data
outside,
from multiple
brother.
different places?
Then your feet touch sand. Yeah.
Wait. I told you that I was on the beach when I did this, right?
Okay. So now, what did you observe? Did you observe what you're
I
seeing
observed
your
low
diagram
tide.
showing?
I
Did
observed
you
low
observe
tide.
your,
Yeah.
Your little diagram.
Yeah. I observed low tide, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
other
yeah.
and then the
Yeah,
other guy, it was high tide.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take what what you posted as a little diagram.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to repost it for everybody here. Let
It's
me
in the
ask
chat.
Mr.
You don't have to
PhD. This is what
repost
I,
it.
this
Oh, I
is
guess
what I
you can if you
posted
want.
for what he posted. He said this is occurring. Now I asked him again.
I mean, it's
How
a
did he
rough drawing, but it's the rough
Yeah,
idea.
I don't care. How did he test that this is actually happening in the field?
Yeah, so it was low tide for me. It was the bottom picture. It was low tide for me, and then a high tide for my friend, and then we talked again later, and it happened to be around high tide. So then it was high tide for me and low tide for my friend.
Validation. No
What do you
validation,
mean no
that this
validation?
is the case. Yeah, you're not validating that this is happening.
That
in
is
nature.
validation. That's exactly
No,
what's happening.
not in
I
nature?
didn't draw anything in between.
Yeah,
this was
in
like the ocean. This was the
in
ocean.
nature. Did you go out into the ocean?
Yes, this was the ocean.
Yeah, you saw the ocean.
This was in the ocean. Yeah, I saw the ocean be lower for me and higher for him, and then higher for me and lower for him.
You saw the ocean higher for me and lower for him. How did you observe?
Yeah,
that from
I mean, like,
where you're at.
what are you asking? Did you want him to like video camera it to me? Like
I
he just
wanted
told me,
you
yeah,
to
it's high
video
tide
the
here.
whole- Yeah, show me the progress and the method by which you tested in the field that this is the case. That's
This
what I
is
want.
so dishonest.
Oh, this is you being.
You just don't think. Wait,
show
just to be
your
clear,
work,
you just
Mr.
don't think that. You just don't think that. You just don't think that
Yeah,
opposite
show your
tide's
work.
going to happen. You just don't think that
PhD?
opposite tide's going to happen. So to be clear,
Show
for
this
everybody who's
diagram
listening,
being
for all the
correct,
flat
Mr.
earthers
PhD.
who's listening, if
Yeah, they're
AV is
listening
the
to
second
you, not-
best you have, he's
your
currently. I'm
inability-
sorry, I can mic mug you.
inability- yeah, your
His
inability to
best
prove
that
that
he
this is
can
evidence,
do
dude.
is he has to deny that that high tides can happen at the same time as low tides and vice versa. He has
never
to deny
denied
that. Otherwise, he
Never
can't.
denied
He
that.
can't hold on to his worldview.
I never denied that. I
yeah,
denied
so
the
that's all
fact
the
that you
picture's
showed
showing.
that this is reality.
That's all the picture is. That's all the picture
this
is.
picture, I'm denying.
Hold on a second. AV, we're going to let AV respond to what you just said, right? You just accused him of a few things, right? So let's just have him respond to that. You said he denies tides and whatnot. So
I absolutely
yours,
do
AV.
not. I
He
absolutely
denied a
do not
specific thing
deny-
about tides, by the way.
Okay, bro.
Go ahead.
I absolutely do not deny tides are happening, right? And whether or not water is accumulating in one place and not in another, or however tides are occurring for your friend, that's great. I'm glad tides are happening and you can call each other on the phone and gab about what tides are doing. You being a PhD and having a big brain, you hadn't resolved the fact that you're not testing actual nature, which should be this diagram that you're posting. Once again, your little drawing for everybody to see is actually
posting
the
it.
case. You didn't prove that's actually happening. You just called your homie and said, "Hey, homie, how's that water over there?" "Wow, I'm getting a low tide. How about you, sir?" "I got a high tide over here." Well, therefore, you know what I believe? I believe we're on an incline or a decline, depending on what you think.
Or it's
little
some sort of
bump in
lumpy
the divot.
thing. Just to be clear, and just to be clear, the picture that I drew, I'm not saying it's like a straight like linear path from high tide to low tide.
Right.
It's
No,
just
you're changing.
no.
So now
I
you're
mean, it was an
changing your
illustration.
diagram.
It was an illustration to illustrate the point that there is a non-level surface, right?
Non-level.
It could be smoother than that. It could be.
So it's not
like
this.
there-
You're basically.
I mean, it could be smoother than that, but this is a
You're
diagram to
demonstrating that
illustrate a
water's
point.
flat on its surface. It's just at an angle. You know that, right?
Oh wait, would this count as horizontal to you?
No, I'm saying, but you're saying that the water is flat on its surface. It's just that it's running off into another something else. But you two,
I mean, like,
friend, you just proved flat.
I
Earth,
wouldn't
bro.
say that this is like actually the real life
just
shape.
proved flat
This is a diagram. No, this doesn't
You're
prove
proving
flat Earth.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Look at how flat the water is between you and your friend. It's just running off into a, you're pouring it out. I don't think that's the case, but you think.
So
you
just
seem
to
think
just to be
that's flat
clear,
Earth.
why does it go up and down in your view?
Up and down.
Yeah. Why does the water go up and down?
I have no explanation as to why it goes up and down. Do you know why it
Okay.
goes up and down?
I do. Yeah, I have an explanation.
What is it?
Yeah, it's the moon and the sun's gravity.
How do you know that, sir? Explain.
Because it makes good predictions about the.
It makes good predictions.
Makes
Yeah,
good
how do you
predictions,
know
and
it's
that's how we
true?
test. That's how
How
we
do you
test
know it's true?
explanations.
How do you know it's true?
It makes good predictions. That's how we test
So what?
explanations.
How many tides do?
That's
okay,
how
so-
you test. That's how you test explanations. You check
Yeah.
if they make good predictions.
So how many predictions can you make using this?
The diagram or using gravity?
Using the idea that the sun and moon are causing these tides.
You can basically predict the tide at any place on the Earth at any time.
Yeah.
It's messy, but you can do it.
It's messy. Oh, that's your
The
great
math
way
is
of telling
tricky.
us that. That's your great way of telling us that the sun and moon are producing the evidence that they're causing the tides. Ah, wonderful. Great job, Mr. PhD. Another round of applause and a great work that you've proved that tides are being
That's some
caused
cool
by the sun and moon.
grandstanding, but like,
Yeah.
you don't even have an explanation. My
don't
explanation
need
makes
one.
good predictions.
I don't need one because your inability to
You just-
provide
okay,
evidence.
so you
that
don't care
what
about
you're saying is
understanding
your
the world around us,
inability-
then?
Yeah, I do actually. But if I can't,
Wait,
if
you
I don't
do?
know
So
something-
understanding
if I don't
requires
know something, I have
explanation.
the humility to say I don't know. You, on the other hand,
Right,
don't,
right, but
because
but,
you're so
but I do
prideful
have an
being a PhD.
explanation, and you're not interested in hearing about the explanation.
Right. Your explanation doesn't mean anything if it can be tested in the physical world.
It can be tested. It makes predictions, and then you can go check that those predictions
really,
are true.
have you tested it?
Have I tested it? Oh, is that the standard?
Well, no. The standard is you're making a claim that these are so predictable. Yeah. Have you have you tested it?
Is the standard that I must have completed all of science in order to make any scientific claims?
Have you tested?
Can you answer my question, please?
Have you tested?
Is that the standard?
You haven't answered mine. Have you tested it?
I've tested that the tides can be at different levels at different places. Yeah.
Yeah. So is it due to the
gravity? Now, can you answer my question? Is that the standard? Is that the standard?
Gravitational
I'm not answering another question until you answer my question.
You should, because it's a follow up to.
I'm sorry. I thought this was a conversation, not a railroad.
Yeah, it is. It's a conversation.
Okay, so then answer my question. I answered yours.
Evidence that the sun and moon are causing the.
I'm going to have to appeal to the mod here. DJ, I just answered his question. Can you ask him to answer mine?
Oh. What was your question?
Look, let's go ahead, take turns with the question each now.
What was your question,
Cupcake?
Yeah,
so my question is the standard for being able to make claims about scientific facts or scientific claims that I must have done the science myself? Is that the standard?
Yeah, it needs to be verified.
That wasn't an answer. It was a yes or no question.
It needs to have the ability to be checked. So if you make a claim scientifically and it says it's something that was been done by somebody, then yes, validation is a key component.
So do I have to have done that validation?
You can. Is it possible that you haven't
that
done it?
Wasn't my question.
Yes, it's possible.
Do I have to have done it?
Yeah, it could be validated. Let's put it that way.
Can it be validated without me doing it?
Other people can validate it, yes.
Okay. So if I just give you names of people who have validated this, would you believe me?
No, it has to be tested.
Or would you say that have you done it?
It's not about a belief system. It's about me being able to check and validate what the work is. Because you tell me something, you might be somebody. Listen, you might be somebody who just believes on a whim. I'm not. I can say, wait a minute, let me see what effort has been done to prove that this thing that you're saying is true. So I want to check. Maybe you don't care about checking. I do. Does that answer your question?
Oh, wait a minute. So to be clear, somebody makes a claim and then somebody checks that the prediction came true. But then you ask me if I did it.
Yeah.
Why does it matter if I did it if somebody else has done it?
Because you stand with such confidence that it's true and you don't know if it is or not by validation. That's why.
So then I do have to have done it myself, is what you're saying.
Well, if you want to say that you're absolutely sure that whatever
I never said I'm absolutely sure.
Yeah, then you're just believing that it is. And that is not a standard.
I have high credence I have high credence in a position,
so
yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't validated.
What do you mean? So what? That's
so what? You haven't validated.
So your position is that I can't make any strong claims unless I've personally validated them.
No,
that's your position.
You can make whatever claim you like, but if it can't pass a methodology of being tested and validated and or falsified, then you really just have an idea. That's it. And that's good for you. You can have
if I tell you
ideas you want
that yes, this has been validated elsewhere.
That's great.
But then you ask me if I've done it.
That's your opinion. You can have all the opinions you'd like.
That's it. Do you think it's an opinion that like somebody else ran an experiment? That's an opinion?
Well, according to you, you haven't tested it.
What do you mean? What do you mean according to me? I never said the word opinion.
Yeah, well, your opinion.
Okay, so just to be clear, even though you said it doesn't have to be me,
I think the person that checked this out. I think the person that checked it out did what they should do, and they verified that. Yeah.
Just to be clear, even though you said no, it doesn't have to have been me that tested it. You're saying now that it's just an opinion unless you've tested it yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so have you ever been to Australia?
Dude, why do we got to talk about this? It's not talking about
avoiding the question.
No, it's not. This is just like
this is exactly pertinent to that claim, by the way.
It's other tactic that you use, but I mean it's
not a tactic. It's a valid question. Have you ever been to Australia?
Nope.
Okay, how do you know it's there?
Well, I can only believe that it exists.
Okay, but so you would never come onto Alive and say that Australia exists because that would be irresponsible because it's just your opinion.
The problem here we're having is that it exists allegedly in the realm that we all exist. So if I tell you about a geographic location, right? I'll give you an example, right? I'll say Middle Earth exists, and you've never been there, right? How would you provide to me evidence that Middle Earth exists? And I say,
well, I don't think it does. I wouldn't be able to provide you evidence.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I could say it's in the realm that we exist in. You haven't been there.
So, right. So, okay, I see what you're doing. So you could say, yes, you haven't been there, but it does exist. I would be like, okay, like, are there like photos of this? Can I see it from satellites?
Yeah.
I would ask for some sort of evidence. I wouldn't ask you to
I got
have gone
video
there.
evidence. I got
Okay, yeah, let's see it.
There's a movie about it. You can see the Hobbit.
But we know that Andrew Jackson produced those movies as fiction.
Okay.
So why would we
how
take
do you know-
those as
how do
pieces
you-
of evidence for the
dude,
real
like,
world?
This has nothing. What it amounts to is that you can ask any question you like about what
Mhm.
people say they know. They could say,
Mhm.
"Well, I know to a certain degree because of where
Yep.
I live, right?" But when I go and visit there, like let's just say my friend lives in Australia and he says, "Look, there's this beautiful plant that exists here," right? And I'm like,
Mhm.
"I don't know, man. Like that plant that you're talking about," and he takes photos of it. He videotapes himself watching it grow and stuff like that, and it could seem very real to me, right?
Mhm.
Until I go and verify it for myself, I will only have the understanding that what he's saying is true based on, like you said, a high degree of knowledge. But if I cannot,
that's enough,
let's
right?
put it this way. Let's put it this way. If I cannot validate, this is a whole different side of things. If I cannot validate that what he's saying is true, that makes what he's saying unfalsifiable. So if you say anything that cannot be validated, makes it unfalsifiable.
So these things can
That's
be
a problem.
validated. Fortunately,
Yes.
tide prediction models can be validated. You can just go run a tide prediction model and then go check what is the tide doing. So that is falsifiable.
That's
right?
not what we're looking into and what your premise was. You were talking about the sun and the moon's gravitational influence on.
Yeah. So those tide prediction models take into account the position of the sun and the moon, and then
Yeah,
they use
so-
Newtonian gravity to establish what the tides should be.
You didn't know if the cause relates to the effect, sir. So you're incorrect. You don't know that.
I don't know if I don't know if the sun and the moon cause the tides. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you don't know that.
Well, one of the ways that we can validate the explanation is by making predictions with that explanation. Right?
so a
you
high
make a
degree of
prediction and then you
knowledge-
check if the predictions come true.
So it's only a high degree of knowledge that you're going to be able to get to. It's not something that you know.
Yes, that's how we do science. We come to high degrees of certainty
Yeah, based on what? Your subjective interpretation?
based off of evidence. No, based off of evidence, off
what
of
evidence,
experiments,
dude?
observations.
What evidence? Observation. You just see the tides doing something. and then you
Observations
say,
and experiments.
"Well, I think it's the sun doing this. No, I think it's the moon. Well, how do we know that? We don't
Well,
know.
it's
We're
both,
just using
but-
our best guess, our subjective interpretation.
There's
It's
nothing
magical
subjective about
unicorns
making a
floating on the water.
hypothesis.
It's
That's a cool straw man.
It's the Leviathan making whirlpools.
Nice
in-
straw man.
in
I
the
appreciate
water.
that.
Yeah, so you can never
Good
come
meme.
to a conclusion based on your interpretation because it's subjective and it goes based on your.
Under your worldview, it's impossible to do science. Which,
No, under my
if that's the
worldview-
worldview you want to hold, I
Yeah,
guess,
it's
by all
empirical
means.
and strict. It's getting people to realize that they don't really know what they're talking about, like you.
Can you
Being a PhD.
outline for me what the scientific method is? Like, what are the steps?
Yeah. So what we're gonna do now is just talk about how you say that's not science. Science is what I think it is. It's my interpretation of the world based on my
Mhm.
feeling. So I can do science by looking at
but
planets.
can you answer the question?
No, because it's a fruitless endeavor, dude.
Oh, so you're running.
No, it's not running. It's a fruitless endeavor. I'm speaking to a fallibilist.
I mean,
I'm speaking to a
refusing
nihilist. I'm speaking to somebody who doesn't know
refusing
what
to
reality is.
engage with a question sounds like running to
dude.
me.
No, what sounds like me not engaging with you about that topic is me actually going on a previous notion that you said you don't even know if your hands are real. That's right.
No, you don't know if your hands are real. I know that my hands are real.
No, you don't.
I never said I don't know that my hands are
You
real.
have a high degree
You
of knowledge
can't prove
that
that
they're
your
real.
hands are real.
Yeah, they're absolutely.
I definitely know that my hands are real, though. Absolutely.
Yeah, with 100%.
Nope.
Yep, there you go. So then you don't really know. So you're like, I could
Nope,
have
that's-
hands.
In
I
order,
could be
what it
hallucinating
means
hands.
to know is to have a high degree of
I
certainty
could be
in a belief
hallucinating hands.
that is
All that's
justified.
happening right now. I think I have hands. Maybe I don't. There's a point
And again, to be fair-
0.0001% chance I don't have hands.
And we're doing it again. But to be clear, you couldn't deductively prove that you have hands either. So
I just did.
we can go back to that if you want. But look, I mean, why don't we take a step back? It seems like when I ask you to actually do something empirical, try to do science at all, you retreat back into this. Oh, but you can't know with certainty. You retreat back into the metaphysical commentary because you can't actually engage with the scientific evidence.
Yeah. What is science, by the way? What's
Well,
your
I actually asked
interpretation of
you
it?
to
'Cause I
outline
wanna
the
be-
steps.
We're talking past each other when we're in regards to science. What is science, dude? Being that you're
Yeah.
I
So
don't even know- what are you a P-
before I
hold on,
give you
Let's-
before I
what
give
are
you
a
my
PhD in?
my explanation,
I'm
I have a
even
PhD
asking
in physics.
the wrong guy.
I have a PhD in physics. Yeah.
What do you know about science?
Well, physics is a type of science. I don't know if you were
but
aware.
guess that's not relative to what I'm saying. What do you know about it? Like, do you know a lot about it? Are you just
So
dabbling
science
in
is a method.
of what?
Well, I asked you this because I actually don't think you know what it is. Do you want to give me your best shot and then I'll tell you what it actually is
You
afterwards?
haven't. I don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of
I
things
actually
that
laid
we're
it out with
talking past
Indio.
each other.
I laid out what the explanation, what the scientific method is with Indio. I actually think I did it with you like 30 minutes ago, but I don't know if you remember.
Well, what's your methodology? What are you just observing something? Are you hypothesizing
What's the next step?
first?
That's the second step. Okay, so first step is what?
No, you tell me. I'm asking you. What are you? What?
Oh no, you were asking. You were doing great. So what's the
No,
first
I'm
step?
not. I don't care about doing great. I want you to tell me what it is.
First step is make an observation.
Mm-hmm.
Second step is propose an explanation for the observation. The third step is test the explanation by running an experiment or taking new observations that are predicted by your explanation. And then the fourth step is to analyze your results.
So give me an example of one.
Of doing science?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So suppose that you observe that when you eat moldy bread, you get sick. Fine. That's an observation. Hypothesis. The mold produces toxins, and when you ingest those toxins, they make you ill. So, what would be a way to test this? Well, one way that you could test this is isolate the mold, and then feed it to a rat. Just the mold, no bread involved. Feed it to a rat and see if the rat gets sick. And if the rat does get sick, that would be evidence in favor of your hypothesis. So then you do the experiment, you see if the rat gets sick, you find that the rat actually does get sick, and you say, aha. So your analysis is, aha, as expected by the hypothesis that the mold is releasing toxins that makes me sick, it is the mold itself that is making other things sick as well. So it's not about me, it's not about bread, it's about the mold doing something. And that agrees with my hypothesis. So that would be evidence in favor of the hypothesis. That mold is what's causing the sickness.
What are the parts you put into this method? What are you using within the parts of the method of the scientific?
I just told you what the method was, and I told you what the method was, and I gave you an example.
So what are the variables that you're using here?
In this case, the independent variable is binary. It is binary. Is there mold being given to the rat, or is there not mold being given to the rat?
Mm-hmm.
And the dependent variable is also binary. Does the rat get sick or does the rat not get sick?
Okay, so you're saying that this method that you've talked about right now, using these variables, are a great standard, or you're saying it's not a standard to use in anything that you've spoken of so far?
So the scientific method is very, very handy. Observation, hypothesis, observation, hypothesis, experiment, data.
Okay.
It's a great method for coming to true things about the real world.
Okay, so what am I missing here? What have you talked about in the past?
I don't know. What are you missing?
With me or Indio that you've utilized this method on? Name one.
Well, so in a conversation, I'm not using the scientific method because I'm not doing science while having a conversation with people who are science deniers. I'm talking
you're not
about
doing science with science deniers. What is that? A bigot?
Please,
statement?
I was in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, it's a bigoted
I'm talking about the conclusions that the scientific method has led us to.
Yeah. What did you use in the whole conversation with me and Indio that utilized this method?
I wasn't claiming to use the scientific method in the conversation. So no
science is being used, according to you telling me what science is. Is that right?
I was describing the conclusions of the scientific method.
Yeah, based on what you said science is, you haven't done any science so far.
Yeah, I'm not doing science. We're talking about results from the scientific method.
Right. So no science is being done whatsoever to invoke
Nope, that's an equivocation.
Now, you said so yourself.
So,
you're not doing science.
So the scientific method wasn't being used, absolutely. Saying no science was done. Well, science is a very broad thing. Science sometimes refers to...
You just said what
really
it is.
Broad.
You just said what
no, I told you what the scientific method is.
Okay,
so the scientific method is the very specific thing that I gave you. Science, broadly construed, can be interpreted as the method, or it could be construed as the set of knowledge obtained by the method. There's kind of like two different senses in which it's used, and you're doing an equivocation fallacy by saying that when I said that I wasn't using the scientific method, that in fact I wasn't talking about the broad knowledge base obtained by science. by the scientific method, rather.
What did you use? What did you talk about that used science?
So in the sense of science being the base of knowledge obtained from the scientific method, I referred to science in the form of the neutrino experiment, for example.
Okay, what science is being done? Go ahead. What science is being done?
At the neutrino experiment? You want me to like outline?
Yeah, well, I mean,
how that's science?
If you say it's science, what is, you said like you're making up now what science can be. You're going to redefine it and you're going to make it sound like, oh, it's what I say it is now. Well,
these are pretty standard definitions.
Science? Really? It's not the systematic study of the physical world? It's now.
If you want to use that definition, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm using.
I wouldn't really use that definition, but if you want to use that definition, that's fine. So we weren't studying the natural world while having a conversation. That's not how conversations work, right?
So we're not studying the natural world.
We were talking about the natural world, right?
We're not studying the natural world at all.
We were talking about what other people have. We were talking about what other people have done when studying the natural world, right? A conversation is not science. A conversation, you can talk about science.
I know what a conversation is.
You can talk about other people. I don't think you do.
The content
you can talk about
of a
the science that other people have done.
You're talking about within the conversation.
So to be clear, we have talked about the science that other people have done. We've talked about the Minos experiment, for example. Absolutely super relevant. We didn't do any, none of us, neither you nor I, did any science in this conversation because, of course, we didn't. We're having a conversation. We're not out there making observations. I know that, and taking
dude.
Data
Don't be pedantic about it. We don't have to get.
Why are you being pedantic about it then?
Yeah, because I want you to at least explain.
Oh, so you are being pedantic about it.
In any of the conversation that you utilize science.
We talked about science
or the scientific.
I never claimed to use science in the conversation. I never made that claim.
Okay, so no science is being done here. So. What is the?
Yeah, of course we're not doing science. We're talking about science.
What is? Yeah, so we're talking about science. What science are you talking about that's being done?
For example,
in anything you said.
The kind of science that I talked about earlier was particle physics, which is a kind of science.
Yeah, particle physics. What does that entail? Telling people that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Well, the way that the particle physics experiment was set up requires that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Requires?
Or at least roughly spherical.
Why?
Because otherwise they would have missed their target.
Well, how do you know that?
Because we know what direction it was pointed in.
Yeah, so
and
what?
We can do geometry.
How do you know it's an oblate spheroid? That's giving them the foundation for this.
By the way, I did clarify that it at least requires that there's some curvature. It could have been that it's curved there.
How much?
It could be that it's curved there and then flat everywhere else, but that would be kind of weird.
How much curve?
Well, the curvature that they require for their experiment is about 1 degree of curvature every 69 miles.
Did you verify this?
Yeah, I've actually worked out the math myself.
Oh, the math. The math is reality, yes?
So their experiment has a certain geometric configuration.
Well, you're not answering my question, though. Is it math reality?
I am answering your question.
Is it math reality?
I actually think math is constructed. I'm not a mathematical realist, if you will.
There is a lot of those who would suggest that. But if you say
that's great, but it's irrelevant. The point is that their detector and their collider, their detector and their emitter have known geometry, and so all that's required in order for them to hit their target, knowing that we know what the angle is, we know where these things are located, how deep they are under the ground, all that's required is to just do some math to see how much does it have to be curved in order for them to hit their target.
I'm going to use them because you're not putting yourself in the way. You're advocating for it. But they are begging the question that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and their direction that they're pointing is going to give an outcome that's going to give them the biased confirmation that it is an oblate spheroid. How ridiculous is that?
They weren't. Their goal wasn't to test the shape of the Earth. They were just using.
Well, they didn't do anything then in regards to the shape of the Earth. Then why are we even talking about it being one thing that proves the shape of the Earth?
The fact that they had to arrange the detector and the emitter in a certain way in order to obtain their result has implications about the way the Earth is shaped.
No, it's not. You said it didn't prove it. So it has no implications. Sorry.
What do you mean? When did I say it didn't prove it?
Well, you said, I said from the very beginning, they already are conjuring that up within the test, saying that it has to be this in order for the outcome to be that.
No, that's me saying that it has to have some sort of non-horizontal structure.
Well, they weren't saying that?
I don't know if they've ever had conversations with flat earthers where they have to have that conversation.
All right, so
I don't know if they've ever said those words.
I'm asking for evidence of how the Earth is known to be
it's known to not be flat, and this experiment is evidence.
No,
the
it's
layout
not.
of this
You
experience
just
is
finished
evidence.
saying
Sure it
that
is.
they didn't prove that the Earth was a globe using this experiment, this test.
Well,
You
to be
said so.
clear, so what is true is that it could be that it's like curvy there and then not curvy somewhere else. But what it does show is it does show that the Earth isn't flat.
Wait a
Because
minute.
if it was flat, they would miss
do
their
you
target.
know? How do you know it's proving that the Earth is a globe? This is the whole.
I never.
This is the
So,
reason
so
why
look,
we even,
that's
you
the
even
point.
brought neutrinos up.
I said that it doesn't. I said that it,
Okay,
I
then
didn't
it
say that
doesn't
it does. I says that it
Can
proves
we
the
just
Earth's not
throw this-
flat.
Okay, let's just
It
throw
says
this
the
in
Earth's
the
not.
bin
It
then.
proves the Earth's not flat.
No, dude, there's land topography. Okay, they could have not
This
accounted
proves
for
that
that.
this proves there's land topography. So
Yeah.
they would have. So if the Earth was flat, we can actually. Do you want to run the math right now? We can just figure out
Oh my God. You
exactly
said you
how
weren't a math
how
guy.
high the
You
topography
weren't a
was.
math realist. You just
Oh, I know. I
finished
am.
saying,
I'm a math.
realist.
No, I'm not. I'm not a mathematical realist. Doesn't mean that I don't think math is useful. We can run the math right now. So they angled it down at 3 degrees, right? Roughly 3 degrees, like 2.8 or something like that. It's not really going to matter. So they angled it down at 3 degrees, and their target was 710 meters underground. So if it's angled down at 3 degrees, and we gotta put it into radians, and the target was 730 kilometers away, then we can figure out that in fact, if the Earth was horizontal, but there was just topography, the emitter would have to be 38 kilometers up in the air relative to the detector.
Great. How did they figure
Now,
out?
are
that
there any
it's-
mountains that are 38 kilometers tall?
Yeah. So what, dude? How did they figure out it was an all?
So what? Your evidence, it destroys my view. So what?
Yeah. The all blade spheroid doesn't exist.
Okay, you're just asserting that. This disproves the existence. This disproves the flat Earth.
No,
this
it
disproves
doesn't.
the flat
No, it
Earth, right?
doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It
No, it
does.
doesn't.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, does that mean that there's a 38 kilometer tall mountain?
If the Earth is flat, no, it's not.
Yeah.
If it is.
Is there a 38 kilometer tall mountain?
Yeah, 38 kilometer tall mountain. What does that have to do with all the tea in China?
Because if
bro?
they were if they were angling their neutrino beam
So
down
what?
at 3 degrees, which they are,
who cares? They didn't
in order to
prove
hit
that
the
Earth has no
detector,
blade spheroid. They're not. They're
in order to hit the detector
at the
730 kilometers away,
Bro.
they would and if the Earth was flat, they would have to be on a mountain 38 kilometers
sorry.
up in the air.
Sorry, the evidence here for your neutrino example doesn't show that the Earth is an oblate spheroid in no way, shape, or form.
It shows the Earth isn't flat.
Did the people
Shows the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah,
You're
did
avoiding
the
it.
people
AV,
that were using
you're
it-
running.
Listen, no,
Putting on your
no,
running
I'm
shoes.
actually showing how you are not providing
Stop
evidence
this.
using.
He's
your
already
neutrino
dead. Yeah, I
example.
know.
Yeah, you like to interrupt because you don't like this crescendo, and it is that your
Crescendo?
neutrino
I mean,
example
like,
doesn't
look,
prove.
you're
in
not
one
even
way or
understanding the
another. Dude,
geometry
stop
here.
over talking me.
You're
So
refusing
does
to
it, dude,
engage with the
are you
evidence I'm
gonna let me
presenting.
finish? Are you gonna let me finish?
Not
Or
until
I'm
you
gonna call
engage with
mod?
the evidence that I'm
I'm gonna
presenting.
have to call
No.
mod on you. Okay, now.
Okay, call him on.
Yeah, come on, just let him finish, please.
Ask him to engage with the evidence
No,
then.
no. The evidence that you brought forward, that neutrino example, was not evidence of the Earth's being an oblate spheroid.
I didn't make
because
that
you
claim.
even
I said it's evidence that the Earth's
here
not
we
flat.
go again. Dude, this is the reason why people like you get muted, because you don't let the truth come out. And the truth is, the neutrino example is no way showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, because they, according to you, conjured it up within their test, and then they confirmed their bias by saying, well, we've got a different angle coming out from this where we're shooting this neutrinos, so obviously the Earth is not a flat surface. So you're saying that based on the information you gathered from this information, it's nowhere showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, or that you know that it's not flat. It's not showing either of those. It's just your imagination, subjective interpretation that this information is showing anything relative to what your point is. But in no way did we start off saying that this example is showing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which is my question to you, the premise, where we should have started with. What shows us that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Your neutrino example is pretty much garbage at this point. You being a PhD should have known this coming into this topic. Now what?
Okay, yeah. So to be clear, my claim is that the neutrino experiment proves the Earth isn't flat, or at least is evidence that the Earth isn't flat. I don't want to use the word prove.
Sorry, you don't got that.
So can you provide an account for how it is that the neutrinos were able to hit their detector from 730 miles away while being angled into the ground at 3 degrees on a flat Earth? Can you provide an
Your
account
neutrino
for that?
argument is not providing evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Therefore, it is.
That wasn't my claim. AB, that wasn't my claim. Why are you misrepresenting me?
It's a bunk argument. Don't.
It
bring
wasn't my
up.
claim. Why are you misrepresenting me?
Is it going to prove that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or not?
That wasn't my claim. Why are you misrepresenting me?
All right. So that's my whole point.
DJ, can you ask him to address my claim?
My whole point, no, listen, dude. My whole point was you bringing up an example that shows that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and you brought the neutrino example, which is not that. You basically
brought up
have
an
diverted
so
away from
my
answering
claim.
my question at the very beginning.
My claim is that the neutrino experiment shows the Earth is not flat.
No, sorry.
What do you mean, no, sorry? Can you address it?
doesn't-
Can you explain
yeah.
how it doesn't?
Yeah, you didn't
Go
provide.
ahead.
What is the neutrino example showing? And as far as you can tell, what is it telling everybody?
The actual experiment was conducted to, essentially try to learn more stuff about neutrinos, about neutrino mass mixing and things like that.
Okay.
But
What was
the
end result-
setup
end
of the
goal?
experiment, the relevant part of the experiment is that they angled a neutrino beam downward into the ground at 3 degrees. And then they found that neutrino beam 730 kilometers away. And if the Earth was flat,
Sorry,
they wouldn't have hit their target.
you can't say that because you don't know that information. So you can't.
How do I
say
not
that.
know that information? It was
Because
angled down
neutrino
into the ground.
example, the neutrino example, according to what you're reading from the tests that have been conducted, is in
Mhm.
no way, shape, or form telling anybody, even all the 600 listeners that you have listening to you right now, Babylon, that the Earth
For
is
what
or
it's
is
worth,
not
I have
an
like
oblate,
2,000
that
listeners.
the Earth is or is not an oblate spheroid. So
It shows that it's not
asked
flat.
Specifically, I
Can you
asked
address
specifically.
the
Yeah,
claim?
I asked specifically from you and your viewers to hopefully coax you into telling me what is a prime example of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. Go on.
Why do you keep running away
Go on,
from the
sir.
claim?
Go on.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to
Tell
let you
your
run from
viewers
this.
how you know the Earth's
I'm not
an
going to let you
oblate
run from
spheroid.
this. I'm not going to let you run
I'm
from
not.
this.
I'm pointing out the fact that
Why
you
are you running?
scared.
Why
You're
are you
trembling
running?
in your PhD shoes?
Why are you
right now.
running?
You're trembling in your PhD shoes. You don't want to tell me how the Earth.
Why
is
are
an
you
oblate
running from
spheroid.
this? Why are you
Tell me
running
how the
from
Earth's
this
an oblate
proof that the
spheroid.
Earth isn't flat?
I'm not going to move from this point, PhD.
Okay, then I guess that we're done here.
No, we're not done here. You're running.
You can't
run.
engage with my
Run,
claim.
boy. Run, PhD. Run
You
back
can't
to your
engage with
little
my claim.
cave because you can't answer how the Earth's an oblate spheroid.
Why can't you engage with my claim?
Stunned into
my
silence?
claim.
I know
No, I was
that.
just,
I'm pretty sure your
taking a
listeners
breather.
are listening to you silent now because you never had evidence that the Earth is an oblate
Why can't you
spheroid,
engage with my claim?
even at the beginning?
DJ, you have to understand that I've clarified what my claim is, and AV just refuses to engage with it.
You never had
Go.
intentions. You never had intentions.
Are
of
we
coming
gonna
in here.
1 second? 1 second, AV. Sorry. All right. So your evidence has been the neutrinos experiment. Okay. You're asking AV to. AV saying it's not valid, right? And you're asking
He's
AV
not even
to present.
He's not even engaging with the claim. My claim is that the
why is
neutrino
it not
experiment.
invalid?
My
why is it
claim is
invalid? I
that
get
yeah. Why does it not show the Earth is not flat? What is wrong with this piece of data?
No.
That's my
wasn't what
claim.
I asked.
My claim.
He's
I
running
don't care
from-
what you're
he's-
asking.
Yeah,
I'm
see, you
presenting
don't
a
care
claim,
because
and you're
I set the
misrepresenting
premise.
me.
Blitz, I set the premise. The premise was provide.
You set the
evidence.
premise? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Did you?
I
Did you?
I
Or
did.
did you?
I did. I did.
Did you
I did.
form
Dude,
this
listen to me.
event?
I said. I don't. Dude, I don't care. You're not the princess of England, dude. You're not. You're just another guest on a show. And your thousands of listeners are going to hear you not provide evidence that the Earth is a globe right now.
So to be clear, the neutrino beam experiment is evidence, but it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's proof that the Earth is not
really?
flat.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
tell us how. Go ahead and show us how the Earth is a globe using that. You
Yeah,
just finished
so
saying you went on a
the-
long rant
so-
saying
so
that it's not
it is
evidence that the Earth is a globe.
It
Now
is evidence. It's not definitive evidence, but it is evidence. It's definitive evidence that the Earth is not flat, though. Just to be clear.
No, you just
So,
said it's not
to be
definitive
clear,
that the Earth
and
is a globe.
I'll lay out exactly what I mean. So it is definitive evidence that the Earth isn't flat, because if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't be able to detect these neutrinos. We do detect the neutrinos, therefore the Earth isn't flat. However, it's only you might call it circumstantial evidence that the Earth is a globe, because it is what we would expect to happen if the Earth were a globe. Now, this is deductively evidence. This is deductive, definitive evidence that the Earth isn't flat. It is inductive evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, would you like to engage with the claim that it is deductively the case that if the Earth were flat, we would not have detected the neutrinos? We did detect the neutrinos, therefore the Earth is not flat. Please engage.
It's your confirmation bias. That's what the engagement I'm going to give you. You just believe it to be a globe, and it's not flat. So
I'm talking about the flat Earth. I'm talking about the shape of the flat Earth, not the
shape of
not
the
globe
flat
right
Earth.
now.
Yeah, you keep going
Engage
on
with
to
the
that
claim.
because you think that
DJ, he's not able to engage with it.
Yeah,
This
you
is
think that the
embarrassing for
proof.
him.
Do you think the burden of proof is squarely on my shoulders? No, sir. You didn't provide
I presented
any
evidence.
substantial.
You're saying the evidence is false, so provide counter evidence.
Yeah, this engagement was supposed to be you provide as a PhD. You providing evidence to the world that the Earth is a globe. You can't do that. Even if you tried your hardest,
To be clear,
even if you went back to your books and
this
your
is-
learning, you cannot provide
this is
evidence that the
this
Earth
is
is a
evidence.
globe. This is the worst case for you
evidence.
right now. I want everybody to see how you are backing away from showing how the Earth is an actual globe. The best
This
you
is
can
evidence.
come up with is just statistics. That's it.
Statistics is how we do science. You know that, right?
So no evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. Just
This is
more,
evidence.
More numbers.
By the way.
Oh, I think it's a 50% probability the Earth is a globe. That's what I think.
So this is evidence. You know that, yeah?
Yeah, of what?
Are you aware?
Of
it's
what?
It's strong deductive evidence against the Earth being flat, and it's strong inductive evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, so obviously not proving that the Earth is a globe. So more
Yeah, we were talking about evidence. Why are you doing a Mott and Bailey with regards to evidence and proof?
When you show what evidence is, the court will examine what it is, and then we can toss it out as not being evidence based on your lack of, or
Who's the
inability to provide evidence. Yeah, everyone listening.
Oh, okay.
Court
Yeah,
right now. Yeah,
I can
they're weighing out what
assure
you're
you that
saying.
people are more in favor of what I'm saying than what you're saying.
That's great because they have a confirmation bias like you do. So many people want to believe so badly.
They have a confirmation bias like you
They
do.
want to close their eyes and want to believe, tomorrow that the Earth is going to be a round globe like they always thought it was, that they were believed it to be. And so all you're doing is soothing that they're there, poor little globers. I got this. I'll give you more confirmation bias to believe that it is without
AV,
showing any
can you
evidence that it's
explain-
an actual globe. No,
Can you
I'm not
explain
gonna
why the neutrino experiment?
Not gonna
Oh, he's
do
not
it.
going to engage.
No, because
so you're
you didn't
not.
provide
So to be
evidence.
clear,
You
just to be
didn't
super clear, you're not going
substantiate-
to
you
you're not
didn't
going to
substantiate that the
explain
Earth is a globe.
how the neutrino experiment is evidence against the flat Earth. You're not going to explain that.
Because you said that
Okay,
it's
you're
not
refusing to
evidence.
engage?
You
Okay,
said-
DJ, you heard
said
it here
that they-
first.
Yeah,
He's
no,
refusing
we're
to
not going to
engage.
listen to your fast talking. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to you not be able to tell us how the Earth is a globe using your neutrino example, because it's not one using that. You know it. In your heart of hearts, you've been using an example.
In your heart of hearts, you know that you're lying to
that the
yourself.
Earth is a
AV.
globe.
You know that there's no evidence the Earth is flat. In your heart of hearts,
Oh,
the
it is.
neutrinos, they're polling you. The neutrinos are polling you, but you can't. You can't say the Earth is a globe on a
Listen
live
to you,
stream
man.
because then all of
Listen
your
to you.
friends will abandon you. You'll lose the only
Do you
support
think
system that you
your
have.
audience will
Go
throw you
back
another
living,
super chat?
You'll have to go back to
because of what
living
you're
with your
saying?
grandma in the basement.
Oh, is that all you got, Mr.
Let's
PhD?
let's not go into that territory. Perhaps AV would like to present some counter evidence for the flat Earth side, right? That goes against what you've just presented.
DJ, I'd be happy for him to do that as long as he says, "Yeah, I'm not going to say why your evidence is bad."
Well, let's just put it out this way. Before I engage with him, I want the world to know that he never, not once, provided substantial evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid in any way. He never demonstrated to the audience that's listening to him right now, using the neutrino example that he thought was his championing evidence that the Earth was going to be a globe or not flat in some way. But all he has right now, he's relying on, is this information that he looked at and just said, "Well, this is going to be a champion
move the
argument."
goalposts?
Can't
Why did
do
we
that.
move the goalposts? You said you changed it
That
from
was the
evidence
position.
to substantial evidence.
Yeah, that was the position in the
Okay,
first instance.
what is the requirement for evidence to be substantial?
Yeah, you're going to have to provide some sort of field
What-
test.
what is
or
the
some way-
standard? I'm asking what the standard
I'm trying to
is.
tell you.
Go
Shut
ahead.
your big cake hole so I can say it. So what it is people testing in the field how to know or not whether or not the Earth is what they're thinking that it is. So all your listeners out there that are
Mhm.
listening to you yammer on, there's nothing that you've given them so that they can do, so they can verify and test that the Earth is an actual globe like they think it is. You haven't done that for any of them.
So substantial evidence is evidence that any random person can replicate. Is that your claim?
Obviously.
Oh, that seems pretty subjective.
Not if everybody
I
can
mean, I don't think that you could replicate. I don't think that you could replicate most experiments, but that doesn't mean that those experiments don't happen. Those experiments aren't real.
Yeah. You're just
For
gonna
example,
go
would
into
you
more
not
meta?
replicate the
You
photoelectric
didn't
effect?
provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I mean, you just moved the goalposts.
What?
Your standards just went through the roof. You're like it only counts as substantial evidence if literally every single dumb person can do it.
Oh, so now your listeners are dumb people?
No, I'm
I
talking about
want
you,
to see you
AV.
give them a super chat for that, y'all.
I'm talking
you
about
must
you,
love
AV.
this guy. He's calling you stupid. Wow.
So, AV,
Good
to be
stuff,
clear,
man.
do you agree that you've moved the goalpost?
No, the standard has always been providing evidence of
Oh, you never
Earth
said the
is an
word
actual-
sufficient before that.
Is an actual globe. You just finished demeaning all of your listening audience. You
Well,
thumb your
to be
nose
fair-
so high.
to be fair, I
you
was
thumb your
addressing you,
nose-
AV.
You snub your nose so high up above everybody, and I'm ashamed of you, man, being who you are. You should be ashamed of yourself for what you just said.
I'm
You should
good.
Apologize to your listeners
AV.
for what you said.
AV, so to be clear, do you understand that you changed your claim that first I wasn't providing any evidence. Now I'm not providing sufficient evidence.
No.
Do you agree that you've changed that?
Your evidence is lackluster. It's not evidence that provides.
So you agree that you did change that then, yeah?
No. Your evidence that you're providing.
DJ, can you play back the clip? Actually, I can play back the clip. I'm going to play back the clip really quick.
Play it back. Also play back the part you thought your whole audience is not able to understand anything. They're dumb. So.
Oh, you can't hear the clip. Maybe I can feed it through to Discord. Because I can hear it and my audience can hear it, but I don't know if you can.
That's great. You just finished calling all your audience dumb, so how are they going to interpret that? You should be ashamed of yourself, bro. Calling yourself
AV, I was calling you dumb.
No, you called everybody who doesn't understand dumb.
My audience understands.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, they do.
What's a metric that you tested all your audience is understanding everything you're saying?
Comments.
It's a metric. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And them saying
my audience understands.
Yeah, they want.
In fact, you can go read them right now. They're saying, yes, we do understand. Yes, yes, we do. Yes, yes, we understand. Yes, we understand. Yup, I understand. Yeah, we do. Yeah, they understand. I'm seeing hundreds of comments saying, yes, we understand. So yeah, they do understand. I'm not calling them dumb. I'm calling you dumb, AV.
Anyway, so there has been no standard of evidence for providing the Earth is an all.
No standard of evidence?
Yeah.
You're right. You haven't offered a standard of evidence.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. You don't have one.
A standard of evidence is a schema by which you use to evaluate the quality of evidence.
Great.
You haven't offered
that. Why don't you do that for the Oblate spheroid?
Provide a schema? Yeah, if you can provide quantitative data.
Me? No, you.
No, I mean people in general. If someone can provide quantitative data that reinforces a prediction made by a particular model, that is sufficient evidence in my view.
Yeah. So a model is sufficient.
Nope, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you did.
Do you have hearing loss? Because if you did, I would
model.
Understand.
You said model. Isn't that the word you used?
I really hope this isn't the flat Earth. This isn't the second best the flat Earthers have to do.
Second
best. I said model in a whole sentence.
Okay.
I said model in an entire sentence. The standard of evidence, the schema that I'm providing, the way by which I judge whether evidence is good or not is I examine if there is quantitative evidence that is in agreement with predictions made by a model. Then that quantitative evidence, that quantitative data is evidence.
Based on a model.
Or if it's in disagreement with the model.
Let's play that back. You said based on a model.
The data is the evidence. Whether it's in agreement with the model or not depends.
You said based on a model.
You have a really hard time understanding, don't you?
You said based on a model. That's what I heard.
Oh, well, then you heard wrong. I'll say it one more time.
Oh, I heard wrong. You didn't say model based on a model?
I said model. I didn't say based on a model.
Oh, you did.
No, I didn't. I'll say it again.
Audience. Yeah, play it back for your audience.
Okay. Can you shut up for a second so then they can't hear you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm playing it back, AV. You got to shut up for a sec. Did you hear that?
Nobody on this side can hear it.
Okay, so I'll just repeat it back. If the data is if the data agrees with predictions made by a model, not based on a model, made by a model.
Oh God, that's different.
It is. It's very different. Yeah, it's not based on a model. The data is not based on a model. The data is the data. The data will either agree or not agree with predictions made by a model.
So is the model correct?
If the data agrees with it, that's evidence for the model. Yeah.
What data?
Any data whenever you're doing a scientific analysis, right?
I thought we weren't doing.
So in this case, the data is the angle at which the neutrino beam is shot into the ground.
Your neutrino example again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's data. That's the data here.
Yeah, which you said doesn't provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate.
No, it does provide evidence. It provides inductive evidence. Doesn't provide deductive evidence, but it does provide inductive evidence.
No deductive, but inductive.
Yep.
Oh, this
do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, I do. It's bad for you.
Okay, can you tell me? Can you actually just so I can verify? Can you tell me what the distinction is?
So what we're doing?
Can you tell me what the distinction is? I'm sorry.
What we're doing is just
no. Hold on. We're not entertaining. To be clear, we're not moving on from this. To be clear, we're not moving on from this. Tell me the difference between inductive and deductive. No, we're not.
We're moving on from this.
Inductive or deductive? Define
We
those
have
terms. Tell me the
not-
difference, please.
Yeah, we have not provided evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid based on
He's-
a
he-
PhD.
DJ, he's running
who's
again.
been
I
in
asked
here-
him a very
who's
specific
been
question,
in-
and
Now
he's
listen to
refusing
what
to
I have
answer.
to tell you, bro. This is important, right? This is important. You have
You
come
you,
into
you haven't
this
answered
chat.
like any questions, by the way.
Yeah, you have
DJ,
come
can you
into
think of a
this
single
chat.
question that
Yeah,
he's answered?
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on.
No, I'm not
You've
holding
come-
on. I'm
yeah,
appealing to
yeah,
the mod
you
here.
need to.
DJ,
You
can you
need
think
to.
of a single question that he's answered?
Yeah, the one that you were asking about tides.
Yeah,
Specifically,
what question did you answer?
if tides were real or not. You said you were making a false claim.
You're right.
That I said
You're right.
tides
I'm
weren't
sorry,
real.
DJ. He answered one question.
Yeah, well, there you go. So see how you look.
He
You're a
hasn't
liar,
engaged with
bro.
anything else I've
Are
talked
you a
about.
liar?
No, I was mistaken. You answered one
You're a
question.
liar.
Absolutely. You answered one question. You're right. You've answered one question amongst 100.
All right. But I think the time here is already spent for you, and unless anybody else wants to come up and chat with this guy.
DJ, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you ask him to answer my question?
Nope.
Because he hasn't really answered any of my questions, ever.
You know,
He answered
because-
one like
because
an hour ago.
we started with it must have been, what time is it now? Oh, we're
It's almost
going
noon.
on. What is it? An hour and a half?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you
We're
ask him to answer
still-
the question, or
from
just admit
me-
that he
from
won't?
From Indio to me, you haven't anyway produced any information that the Earth is an actual oblate spheroid.
I did.
None whatsoever.
But can you answer the question, please?
No.
DJ, can you get him
He
to answer
can't
the
force me
question,
to say
please?
anything. He can ask me, but he can't force me. I'm not going to be forced into saying something. I'm my own man.
DJ, will you
Unlike
ask him to answer the question?
Unlike you, I'm not like a beta boy. They can ask me. Yeah, that's fine.
DJ,
Me
will you ask him
answering
to
it-
answer the question?
Oh my god.
He can hear your question. I don't need to ask him, right? He can hear it.
Well, can you do your job as a moderator and direct the
Oh,
conversation
no,
so that
dude,
he
you ain't
actually
gonna
can
do
answer the
that.
question?
No, you ain't gonna do that, bro. Settle down.
Because like he's refused to answer basically any questions that I've asked. He answered one question about the tides like an hour
I
ago.
already told you any question. I've already answered a few of your
I
questions.
said basically any question. It was like an hour ago. You haven't answered any questions since.
You're just being dishonest to your whole listening audience.
Okay.
I'm glad there was
Okay,
a
Avi.
lot of
Are
people
you satisfied with your conversation? Do you think that you've looked
Yeah.
good in this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we will let the YouTube comments decide.
I don't, dude. It's, they believe in their hearts what you think is
Dude,
the
you're
case,
a trip,
dude.
bro.
That's all it
I mean, look, if you think you looked good, like I can't fight that level of
Do you
delusion.
see what's happening here? You're always projecting and asking other people. You never reflect on your own self. You never look in the mirror and say, "What have I done in this conversation?" Which you
I've done
have
great.
not provided evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid by any empirical means. You haven't done that.
I've done really well, actually. Like I've presented evidence, I've
yourself on the
presented
back,
premises, I've
deserve
presented
a little plastic trophy for
deductive
being a
reasoning,
PhD.
I've provided explanations when you asked. I even did the analysis that Indio asked me to do like 2 hours ago, where I flipped the thing and then you overlay. Like I actually did that live stream, and if he was right, I would have been like, "Damn, you're right." I actually like honestly engaged, and I answered questions that were asked of me. You've avoided like all but maybe one or two. So I don't know. If you think you look good, then you should probably go
It's not
like
about looking good,
read
bro.
what the
It's
people
about
think
being
that you
honest
did.
with yourself. It's about being
I
honest
don't think
with
that
yourself.
you weren't
You're
honest
not
with
being honest
anyone,
with yourself.
let
You
alone
and-
yourself.
You're not telling your audience that you don't know
So
that the
DJ,
Earth is a globe or
it is
not.
noon.
Throughout
So
this-
I gotta go.
Yeah, see you
But
later,
thank you for having me. I don't know if we'll do this again unless we can get better moderation. I don't know if we'll do this again.
Dude,
because
get over
like
yourself.
I couldn't get any of my questions answered.
Yeah,
And
you
that's, like,
did.
a requirement
Stop
for a
lying. You already
conversation.
conceded that you did. Why would you lie again?
I was being hyperbolic.
Yeah, okay,
But
so
thanks for
maybe-
having
yeah,
me. I do appreciate
oh,
you guys.
maybe you're just
For
lying.
everybody who's
So
listening, take care.
How sure are you that you're unsure?
Goodness.
Exhausting, ain't it?
I mean, I knew I could go round and round with him, but I just wanted to
certainly
go to a
is.
certain point.
All right, well, we're going to open the floor up and see if anyone wants to come in and ask questions to the panel. Right, so if you're from the Globe Earth side, then put your hand up and we'll bring you in here and you can ask your questions.
Put your hand up in the air. Put your hand
Yeah, put your hand up in the air or come in, and if you would like to present some globe evidence, that
Let's
is
get
also
Small
okay.
Fox. Let's get Small Fox up here. He's been an anti-flat earther from on the rip. Small Fox, come on up here.
Does he even talk? He never talks.
Yeah, he
Probably
does. He's
good.
got a smooth voice. He's from like an Irish guy. Anyway,
So, it turned out that, my initial prediction said, hey, I don't want to talk about this because no one's going to understand what we're talking about. That was correct. That's why we didn't want to talk about it. Just got into, and then it turned out he didn't know what he was talking about. He said, I don't know everything about the experiment. I haven't seen the data. So then what are you talking about? So he's going to take his incomplete knowledge and present it to people with even less knowledge to try to prove the Earth is a globe.
I did that neutrino thing years ago on Gem server.
Oh, have I, dude? I could just go through the chat. I've talked to Quantanaut myself. I don't need him to freaking parrot what Quantanaut told him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because when I did it, I originally presented it as proof the Earth is flat. Because if you complete that triangle, you don't reach the center of the Earth. And they argue that they didn't know anything about it on Gems. They had no idea. And because for me, I presented it as flat Earth because I thought it was kind of convincing. At first look, this looks like it could be evidence for the globe. So I didn't really have a good counter argument to it. And they spent about 4 hours coming with all kinds of reasons why this is not a good experiment. So it was good to use them. And one of the main characters was Negator. Believe it or not, Negator negated the proof of a globe. And you'll look at it. The big thing is that the beginning of the neutron stream is 700 feet lower. They shoot it up from Wisconsin into northern Minnesota, which is about 700 feet elevation difference. And then it's like they make it try to seem like it's a beam, like a laser beam. No, it's like a wide angle sort of cone effect.
I said, what's the divergence? And he just made up a number that he pulled out of his ass.
Yeah, they purposely angled it down because they didn't want the top part of the cone to break into the surface and blast people across the 700 miles with neutrinos. They wanted to angle it down so only the very top part of the cone would hit underground. That they were buried it underground. It's like so many things you could go over. So this is like I mean, it was like, yeah, it's like, dude, seriously, like you're not even listening to this. Like this demonstrates how is the Earth not flat from this? Like, where is that? You kept going off inductive and deductive.
Yeah.
Like, walk through it instead of just say it. Say that, oh, this is deductively how the Earth is not a flat. Yep. Okay, because why? What was your first rule? That because this is a different elevation, like northern Minnesota and like mid Wisconsin have different elevations. You're like, I would say he's the one who doesn't understand inductive or deductive reasoning. He never even spelled it out. Like, this is my step-by-step, my 3-step process. General to more precise, and then precise to more general.
Yeah, it's like he was more or less just trying to clown people and trying to paint people in a bad light than actually prove anything. It was ridiculous. Like, bro,
it was a burden of proof reversal most of the time.
Yeah, trying to bully everybody. Like, oh, can you define this? Can you define that? It's like, how about some globe evidence, bro? Come on, brother.
This is the reason why we could never get to the globe evidence, because he never had some in the first place. So everybody that's listening that advocates for globe really wants him to keep putting the pressure on flat Earth, so that makes it sound like he's just trying to get us to say things. But because of the fact that he goes into a place where he can't be questioned on the things he says. So once he gets questioned, he gets to a point where he's just like, well, yeah, it's just inductive. We're not saying it's deductive. Like he said so with the neutrino test. So it's not conclusive.
Here we got Rob. What's up, Rob? How long were you here for?
I watched it when AV came in. I missed the Indio part. I wish I would have got that part, but I missed that part. And I got it when AV came on.
Well, that
So
didn't last very long. Well,
what's your take?
Hold on, I'll give him the recap. It didn't last very long because within 5 minutes he said he didn't know anything. So that was the end of that.
Gotcha.
So what's your take? What was the best proof of the globe offered by a PhD in physics or whatever he said it was, something like that, right?
Well, he gave so many, but I'll just go with the tide when it was the nail in the coffin. That's where AV got caught. He couldn't get out of it. And
That's proof.
Dude, all right, let's see.
But that was, no, not proof about something AV didn't know. Is it the proof of the globe that would stand on its own? That he said, here, this is my proof of the globe. Tides. Okay, what about tides?
It disproves flat Earth.
All right, let me post it. Hold on, Crit. Indio, I think you missed this. Let me post this for the chat. This is what he put. Hold on, this is what he put. Hold on, check this out, guys. Look. That's what he posted. Text channel.
Yeah, that water's curved though, AV.
No, it's not.
What? It is.
It's not curved.
It's called
Okay,
a
so
slope.
let me
It's
just
called a
explain.
slope.
Let me just explain.
called
He
curve.
said, hold on, Rob. What he said me, that's him, and his friend he called. That's how tides work. One place is higher and the other place is lower. But he said, this is what's happening. And I kept asking him for the field test. How do you know this is the case? Well, I called my friend. My friend says he's got a low tide. Wait a minute, dude. I'm telling you exactly what he was saying. So he was saying.
I heard that. I heard that.
So he said, in between me and my friend, that's what it is right there.
He doesn't
Okay,
know.
so I can tell you how I know.
No, stop. He doesn't know the relative position of him and his friend.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the caveat, though, DJ, is that the simple fact is anybody online can go and look at the tide level of anywhere around the world right now in real time and figure out the height of the sea level at that time. So
That's great.
It's a moot point.
Okay, so what is their elevation, me and friend, relative to each other?
Because if water is lower on one side of the pond than it is on the other,
how do you know that?
Curving. Because you can measure it.
Okay, listen. He has me on one side. That person has a high tide. Me on friend on other side, person or has a low tide, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what they see them relative to the water. How do they know what they are relative to each other?
That's what I said.
Can I tell you? The simple fact is that you can measure the median sea level at the time of where each person's at, and if they're at different. Even if they're at different elevations. Like say the one guy lives on a cliff on the sea, he's 200 feet in the air, and the one guy's on the beach. It's irrelevant to the consistency of the water level. We're talking about water being curved, and this proves that water is
one guy standing 1 foot above the water and the other guy standing 1 foot above the water. That sea level, they know where they are relative to the water.
Yeah, relative to the medium sea level that you would be.
Where are they relative to each other? Well, his argument was that the sea is not level.
Yeah,
it's not though. He's right. It's not level.
Now you're taking two sides.
No, hold on. No, because you guys hold on. No, because you guys are taking the word sea level and you're making it all encompassing because you're just playing semantical games. You know damn well sea level doesn't mean the sea level.
You just said that there's a sea level, and that if one person has high tide, say the water's 6 feet below them, they got low tide, and the person has high tide, the water's 1 feet below them. How do you know their orientation relative to each other?
Because you take the median sea level of every every day.
So we know the sea level. The sea is below.
I got 5 words.
Stop, Rob. Stop. Okay.
Of course stop. Of course stop.
One guy is 6 feet above that sea level, and the other guy is 1 foot above the sea level. Where are they? Is one person 5 feet higher than the other?
Dude, he's trying to say it equals exponential curvature. Come on, bro. What are you thinking?
I'm asking you a question, Rob. Is one person 1 foot higher than the other? Or 5 feet higher than the other?
Yeah, they could be. You know what I'm saying? Relative to the
okay, there you go. They could be.
So this picture that is in the chat here that Candrew posted, that's a perfect example. That water, I think in some places it goes down to like 50 feet, a 50-foot tide.
That water's flat. Look at that diagram. That's flat water.
Come on, man. I have to be quiet when you talk, man. I know you hate me, but still. So the bottom line is this: if that water has to displace, If that, okay, fine, even better. If that water has to displace 50 feet in this set area, that means somewhere, whether it doesn't matter what you want to live on, the water somewhere has to displace 50 feet to take the water that just came out of here. We all know how water works. If you add water or drain water, it's got to go somewhere. So you're just being disingenuous. The water is curved. It proves it by the fact that water goes up and down, but yet it's high on one side. You can call it a slope, whatever you want. It's a curve.
It's not curved, dude.
It's not silly. It's definitely not sloped either. That was insane of you to back that up.
Yeah, because if it was sloped, it would be a river. It'd be running, but it's not. So you guys can't say it's sloped.
Even the river's not sloped either. But he posted a sloped water, and then you said we all know how water behaves. Not like that.
Yeah, well, I guess you guys don't. I live in Great Lakes. I've been on rivers and lakes all my life. I know how water works.
Can I talk?
Yeah, I'd rather hear Elijah than Rob Max. Just talk, please, Elijah.
Man, so
Hello, guys. What is
being the backseat cheerleader, I'm definitely not happy with the interaction. From my assessment, as far as the other guy's audience is concerned, which was my only concern, the only argument they heard was yours in the beginning, India, which you put a pin in. From their perspective, it's not continued, not concluded, right? After that, I didn't hear any flat earth argument. I just heard everything that Globers always do. When you begin to lay out a point, they argue you down. Now, when AV was trying to say that he can demonstrate that he has hands, the guy is asking him for premise 1 and premise 2. So, in other words, me bitch slapping somebody isn't a demonstration of me having hands. The first thing I would have asked him is, what the fuck is a demonstration then? But it wasn't challenged. He just kept talking and kept talking. And I just heard you guys responding to what he was saying. Even if you tried to get the reins or the point back on topic, the more he spoke, he just, in the minds of the listener, just delegitimized why we should hear your point. That's the only thing he's done the entire time, but then tried to legitimize his point by double speaking, which I didn't. I mean, it was pointed out a couple of times, but not enough for my liking. So that's my take. There's not a lot of flat earth evidence in there for the actual audience, and we didn't fight like hell to give them that. They didn't come away with any points that we've spoken about over the last 7 years. So
Listen, I agree with you completely, but that dude wouldn't shut up, dude. He wouldn't stop yapping. He was over talking non-fucking stop, man. Non-stop.
India, mate, the question is about the flat earth, right? So that I give something to take right there. Is this Discord we see called the flat earth, and they want to prove that the earth is like flat, right? So if I understand this correctly.
Okay, we had like a discussion / debate with PhD that was just in here. Flat Earth versus globe. The people that are in here right now, I don't know about Kandrew Bate. Oh yeah, dude, what the fuck, bro? Why'd you change your name to that? Anyway, sorry. We're all flat earthers. We are all flat earthers.
You're flat earth, okay. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, mate. I'm gonna be honest. I cannot believe that the earth is flat. So if this would be the case, then let's be honest with you, then the whole Pearl Harbor must be like, I know that's a we call it the Stroman argument, but basically the whole Pearl Harbor thing must have been all the way to the Indian Ocean, all the way to the South Africa, and then to South America, the southern coast of the Southern America, all the way to Hawaii. Like the earth must be like a perfect.
If you were to demonstrate the particulars, it would probably sound something like a reification fallacy, where you're taking a projection of something and you're saying, okay, well, this is the layout, this is how they would have went, and so you're saying that Pearl Harbor is a lie based on the information and the way we have interpreted the information. So unless you're going to be hyper specific and post a map or whatever you have and say this right here is what I'm talking about, to which we then can respond to, We're kind of just talking.
You know the typical map. You know the typical world map when you see the whole world in the sense of like the North America all the way to
But when I
Japan
think of that,
from
I
the
think
left.
about something that can be practically used. That can be practically used for navigation.
But
So
let's be honest.
when you say
Let's be honest.
Yeah, Sultan, I
sorry.
think you might not know this, but they used aircraft carriers. They sailed from Japan, got close to Pearl Harbor, and the planes took off from aircraft carriers and then returned back to the aircraft carriers and then sailed back to Japan.
Of course, you need aircraft carriers because the fuel, but it has nothing to do. This argument makes no sense because this is literally about the issue about fuel and not about the issue of the Earth itself. If you have a plane back then at this time, look at this. Back then at this time, planes were not
you have
capable.
something that you're going to provide. Because my point was, if you're going to provide a world map and talk
I
about,
cannot. I'm playing a game right now. I cannot, unfortunately.
See, that's what I'm saying. Instead of appeasing him and apple feeding and baby feeding him to help him have a meaningless conversation for 2 hours, he just told you right here that he may as well shut the F up because he doesn't have anything. So he said something. I'm like, all right, well, you're going to provide anything? I'm playing a game. Why give him a platform right now?
Yeah, I wanted to
Oh,
react
yeah,
to that
Christopher.
conversation anyway. You kind of came in at a weird time.
I came random time right now.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, for all due
The
respect,
reaction
I mean,
to
you
it
looked
was
at,
bad.
for all due respect, you looked at the philosophers like Aristotle and Pythagoras. We say Pythagoras, and they were like the greatest mathematicians, like the Greek mathematicians at the time.
Yeah, he's
And
moving
also-
on again. If there's anybody
say, bro,
interested in
aren't you
giving
gaming
my
right now,
prior demonstration to this?
Yeah, they also had a lot of stupid ideas too. So who cares?
What do you not believe in the achievements what the Greek philosophers and the mathematicians
Yeah,
did?
yeah. Achievements? What achievements?
In mathematics, astronomy.
They put sticks in the ground. It was a big achievement.
Okay.
Instead of talking about demonstrations of how the Earth is flat. Yes, let's ask him more about this. Yes.
Well, how about just we can get another caller?
I'm just trying to get him to justify his appeal to authority. Like, is that what you just do? Worship
I
some
know,
guy
but
you
we've
heard a
been doing
story about?
everything other than being on the front foot for like 2+ hours. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We've been doing that for that long.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Elijah. You're right. You're right.
I was not 2 hours here, guys. In fact, I was like 5 to 10 minutes here ago.
It's a good language barrier.
Yeah, is there
So
another?
you're just bowing. So I mean, is this guy just like in awe of the almighty ancient Greeks, or does he have any actual like globe proof?
Okay, wait.
Cool.
Do you have gold proof, buddy? Do you got any gold proof? Do you have any information or evidence that proves the globe? Not somebody else.
He does that. But that was another thing I wanted to interject on. Dude, first of all, so also he was double speaking. And I wanted it to be called out like harshly and
No,
sharply.
he was. I did call it out a couple of times. To be honest.
No, you came back at some point, but I don't know if AV was listening to when you guys were talking about the neutrinos and you talking about it being a permanent consequence. So the bottom line is, come on, bro. So the bottom line is, here's the thing though. At some point, you got him to clarify that he was saying that it was a sphere because they're shooting the beam, quote unquote, into the ground. Like, so he did concede at some point that was his evidence of a sphere, to which he told AV that he never said that.
You know, the famous Aristotle
That
says,
had
I want
anything
to
to do with the shape of the Earth. Well, the shape of the Earth has to do with the Earth's surface, which he said had to be curving. So he kept tiptoeing and going back and forth between things, just like he kept going back and forth between flat as the quality of the surface versus the orientation of it. Again, it's
okay, Elijah. It's okay. We got what we wanted. because now there's a record of it, and I gotta download all that shit. Every time
Well, he did get like Jamie Foxx and be like, "Please excuse
Dude,
my
he changed his story. Said I didn't say that. The same thing they always do, Elijah. I don't know why you're surprised. Do you think? I mean, I think you're calling the appeal authority. You think he's gonna have honor just because he's a PhD?
No, I'm not surprised. When I heard how many people he had watching, I said, "Oh, fuck this guy. We got to have discipline to stop him from stopping his audience from hearing our position." So you know what the conclusion from my assessment of all this is? He did exactly that. I don't care what the conversation was about because I know at the end of the day, his audience did not hear any flat earth arguments, and the one argument you gave him was to be determined. That's a bad performance, bro.
Oh no, dude. Listen,
because everything you said, if I'm gonna be biased and
Elijah,
take my
Elijah, I
brain
know where you're coming from, man, but you're like run down. I want to run down there and fuck one of those cows, dude. I'm trying to walk down and fuck them all. I got him.
I just heard that for the
I
first
got
time
him to say,
recently.
"I will concede." Remember, he said, "I will concede." If he gets the quote unquote correct calculations, which he moved the goalposts on, but never mind that, I'll give him the exact calculation he wants, and he will have to concede. Not concede the argument, concede the earth is flat, dude.
Yeah, that's why I said you did do that. There's a pin there. You did. You did that
for the day, man.
So, like, I asked that guy the globe proof question, and he slid out the back door right away.
Oh,
Thought
of
he got
course.
removed.
Actually,
Just
someone
noticed
did.
that.
Someone did kick me during that. By the way.
Yeah, I seen that.
Weird.
You did get kicked.
But you did that did happen. But you notice like it's like they do pseudo judo, pseudo jujitsu, whatever you want to call it, because they go from like they would have to affirm the consequence. They kind of learn that we call them out on that, so they flip the burden of proof instead and kind of force you and shame you into doing it.
Yep.
And it's like when you don't do it, they say you're not answering their question. And I'm like, we could just point to and expose that instead of like dancing in a circle. Like it's disgusting watching somebody do that.
Yeah, I wanted to call that out too. When AB was like, "Did you do the test in the field?" And he's like, "Well, I went to space." And then
He did it a number of times.
later on, he was like, "Well, I answered all your questions, but I need, we need better moderation next time." He's like, "No, I'm being hyperbolic. I wasn't able to answer all the questions." It's like, what is this? What's this
double
flip flopping bullshit, bro?
Yo, please excuse my hands. If touching someone, moving someone, if that's not a demonstration of having hands, no, it would have been a good question to ask what a demonstration is. Because it sounds like him saying premise 1, premise 2, this is the conclusion, that's a demonstration. And it's like, let's put that side by side. Okay, so you said all that, and I slapped the shit out of somebody. Which one do you think people think is a demonstration? Like, let's stop being silly.
But that form is not the only valid form. Alpha was making the form of X is a necessary condition of Y. If you're going to move something with your hand, you have to have a hand to do that. Right? And objectively, he can move somebody with his hand. You slap them just like you said. You slap them with your imagination? It's just absurd. I mean, all I know is
he also did say
if you can accept that like worldview where the brain in a jar, like good luck to you. But my problem is that they're trying to claim both at the same time. I don't know everything, and I know the truth. They're trying to claim the both. That's why I pointed it out when we were talking. You're trying to do both at the same time. Because he said true, and then he said probably or likely in the same fucking sentence.
And he also said he did it. You was catching him there, AV, when he said he did it yesterday. Did what? Yeah, and the dude was tap dancing for like the next 30 minutes. It's like, you really did lie. You said you did something yesterday. What did you do? You said this graph was a representation of what you did. Like, and that's bullshit. Like, the words mean
on your burden.
I think when he posted that, it was like that was the for me the golden moment. He posted that image. I'm like, dude, this is great. Number one, that horizontal surface you're showing on water, even though it's at an incline, is still flat from point A to point B. I even said that I think during the discourse. But on the other hand, too, he's like, I just called my friend up. That's how I know. Like, bro, you getting your friend on the horn isn't validation of the thing in nature, bro. Like, you're not.
And that's the equivocation right there, because he used a flat line to say it wasn't horizontal, but that wasn't his argument. His argument was that things like the ocean couldn't be flat. He was talking about, like, for example, the flat line he gave. He wasn't talking about the orientation of horizontal, which he knows damn well what that is because he gave us a graph or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like switching between the two. That's another pet peeve of mine where people don't point it out. It's like, no, we're not talking about flat as in like. Think about it. What was he arguing for with tides? Because when he's talking about the surface not being horizontal and he's talking about tides, he's talking about not having any part higher or lower than another. So how does that even address his claim that level is curved? It doesn't. So I was wondering why he was allowed to keep meandering there. While he was switching between both.
It was just so obvious how like retarded he was sounding. So like we just kept on letting him speak, and AV just kept on asking the same question.
No, not to his audience. That's what I'm. Not to his audience, because people have no idea. No, it's not fuck his audience. It's like, all right. Well, I mean, you can feel like
we'll
that.
see what the comments say. It's like, yeah, your simps are gonna, tug on your nuts, of course. Like,
dude, he just
that's based on. It, like you took him down in a way that we understand that his audience probably won't understand, except for a few points where they know he was weak. Indio asked him a question one point and he didn't say anything for like 7 seconds. Like there might be moments like that where they're like, "Get up, Rocky, come on!" But like, I don't know, man. Like I would have loved to hear him apply mathematics to the Black Swan. Because if he would have did that, he'd have been screwed, regardless of what he did. Even if he was talking about, as he termed it, atmospheric effects. Then as far as he could go was the paper he cited, which wouldn't have given him much. So again, what would he have responded to in that moment? His audience would have heard it, but they didn't. We ain't talk about. Well, it doesn't matter what we didn't talk about. It's just, man. I want to get to the audience most of the time. I don't really care about. That's like me letting Zanuck come into my house to have a conversation with him. Why would I do that? If it's not about the audience, fuck Zanuck. Anyway, that's all I got.
I think intelligent people will be able to source it out. I mean, we can't rely on his like low IQ audience who's like super chatting him and then like, yes. Like, you said he lives in his grandma's basement. Yeah. It's like, that's not, I don't care about those people in particular. If there's probably some intelligent people in his panel who heard a few things. Not that I can confirm that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are a couple people in there who actually were listening to the argument instead of just being riled up by the "you live in your grandma's basement" comments.
Well, he was like every other Glober. He was like a super Glober, right? He's just like every single like little like tactic just combined together, just like on the offense at all times with ad homs, just like false premises, like just and like we were saying yesterday, like AV, like all these roadblocks, right? You were just batting them the whole time you were there. All you were doing was batting these roadblocks, right? And you didn't have the time to go on the offense because all it was is a bunch of fallacious statements. So like on our side, right? We see all this and we're like, okay, like this guy's a retard. Like AV's just like killing it. But on the other side, what Eli was saying, there wasn't much offense. But like our offense is just batting all this stuff and then him just falling flat on his face with, these, fallacies. So like, I totally get it. I get the visual effects of things, but that's what happens when you deal with these liars and deceivers.
I tested it yesterday. Okay, but what'd you do? Prove I didn't. How's that effective? Who can hear that and think, yeah, he's
that was
killing it right now?
crazy. That was crazy. Prove that I didn't. Yeah, well, you made a claim.
He had the goal to say that Mickey had the burden.
I felt the hot model that I went to. I don't know, some expensive Japanese restaurant with yesterday was totally televised. Oh, what channel? I don't have to prove anything to you. Prove that it didn't happen. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a bad one.
He literally said, "Oh, well, it's your burden. You've got to prove it." What, dude?
Yeah, like India said, we got the juice. It's all there.
I like that he ran really quickly too. As soon as it was over, he bounced like so fast. No,
He ran, like he made a shitstorm. He like stirred up a bunch of dust. Oh, you over there, you're bad moderator. Oh, maybe I'll come back. This kind of shit. Like, come on, man. What a like
DJ did
disingenuous.
a fantastic job. That was some bullshit. That he's like, you need better moderation. Like, what? That was amazing moderation. I was literally thinking of DJ the whole time. He's probably sitting there with his freaking fist in his mouth like that. I'm just not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. You did a great job, DJ. That was BS what he said.
You got one of the Bevites in the text chat. Fallen Friends.
Oh, is that Joe?
Yeah, he's a cheerleader. It was interesting. It was a bit lackluster. I thought he would have more for us than that.
There was a bunch of stuff that I was trying to tag. I think people were trying to tag you, AV. Like, fucking read this. You were too locked in, but it's all good.
But he was. He went from, I think, the neutrino example to the tides being caused by the sun and moon. And
I mean, we haven't even talked about the hands thing. Like, well, what?
Yeah, that was like you couldn't say anything, bro.
No way that people heard that and thought that he was making a good point. But the Simpsons here on Discord were thinking that was a good point.
How many people were listening, thinking that that's a good argument?
When you add the words, philosophy and PhD and higher learning, and so you prep the people's mind. That's like prepping people's mind to believe it's a globe first before telling them about the things that happen on a globe. So he's prepping all his, people who think the words that science are, not proving anything but giving you degrees of certainty. And all that talk, he's telling people to imagine. And so they did, probably. No pun intended. Like, if you tell people, well, based on philosophy, when you think about it like this, how do you really know? How do you really know? People go, oh, yeah, that's that good stuff. Oh, how do I know? I don't really know. Oh.
Contemplate the mysteries of the universe. Oh, man, I mean, are we really made of tiny things called atoms? I don't know. What if we're not? So funny.
How do you think it went, AV? What was your analysis?
Yeah, most of it was just him not wanting to answer the very first question that Indio came up and told him, like, how do you know the Earth is a globe? He went off into a tangential points that he brought up. So he never wanted to, and towards the end, he was just saying that even the neutrino example wasn't an affirmation that the Earth is deductively known as a Earth being a globe, oblate spheroid. He just went into like saying that it was inductive argument. So that's what he says, not conclusive. So we can just say that he never provided evidence, not one time, to any of his listening audience that the Earth was an actual oblate spheroid. Which is my
He never
whole
even
point.
wanted to talk about it. He never.
He was more like trying to debunk flat Earth. Dude. It was like really
like a straw man though at best, because you talked about the water and he's like, yeah, well look, it slopes. Okay, are tides Earth curvature? Like that's not even tides is not Earth curvature.
I even said, wait a minute, I thought the Earth was curving between the, because he showed the example, that little diagram that he posted. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought the Earth was curving. He's like, oh yeah, it is, but I was like, oh then how does?
Y'all gotta let the pin drop, where you understand that he literally tried to formulate his argument around proving that the ocean isn't horizontal. When our claim isn't that the ocean is flat, it's that the surface is horizontal in orientation. How the fuck do you disprove that? But he didn't. It wasn't set up for him to prove that or disprove that, because he was equivocating, going between flat and flat, which can mean two different things. Flat can be synonymous with horizontal, and flat can be synonymous with smooth. Like, we have to point that shit out. That's the most important. When somebody's talking about flat instead of flat, that has to be pointed out. I don't know how it's not pointed out.
Yeah, they tend not to understand what flat means. So when he's like, well, I can debunk it, I can show you it's not flat. It's like, well, you don't know what that means. So you're not really debunking our position. You're creating a ghost and then running away from it on your own. But there was a moment, Miggy, when he was like, do you know Australia exists? And I typed in the chat a few times. I'm like, oh, Miggy, just call up a friend. Because you know how he said, well, I can prove the water is sloped because I called up my friend. It's like, okay. When he said, can you prove Australia exists? Just be like, oh yeah, I called up my friend in Australia. Let's see if he accepts that.
Yeah, but I was trying for him to see that if we're going to move a claim into knowledge, that we're going to have to be able to test that claim. So testing it is paramount. And, for me to say that I'm going to be able to test the claim, I can do that. It's
just say you went to space.
So if he says that something cannot be tested, it's unfalsifiable. How can you test something that you just conjured up in your imagination? Can't do that.
Yeah, I think that's what India was pointing out in the first half. India was like, I'm doing the same things you're doing. I'm doing the same thing you're doing. And then he's just like totally hit a wall there. And he just started freaking out.
Yeah, you got to point out their logic to them, like back to them, so they can see how ridiculous it is. They feel confident with the double standards.
He was saying that I was second best, so obviously, Indio, you're the head cheese, I guess.
Let's not even talk about Peterson. He said, I clicked on this by accident. I didn't mean to do it. He's like, I'm better than everyone in here. Okay, then go on. Back that up. And then freaking, what's his name? I don't do 2v2s. This needs to be scheduled in advance for me to agree to that.
Planet Peterson, yeah.
No, that was what freaking Blitz said. He's like, I never agreed to a 2v2, so you have to schedule this with me prior or else I'm not going to do it. All right, bro. That 2v2 would have been pretty good.
Yeah, that would have been sick. If anyone has any takes on the debate that just happened, feel free to raise your hand, give your opinion, or if you have any takes on the globe, if you want to prove your globe, raise your hand. Come to the panel.
Yes. Am I audible? Okay, I think I am audible. Okay. So, AV, we had a discussion yesterday, I guess, about the radio wave propagation, right?
Yep.
Okay, so, I read something. So, what basically you said, I guess that was half. You spoke half, because the radio waves get reflected from the ionosphere. Like what you said was correct, because when he did at 1901, how it traveled from wait, let me tell that place, from England to wait, one second. England to Australia. I do not get Australia, but yeah, no problem. There will be no problem if that would be Australia also. But wait, he did that experiment from something like G. Just one second. It's like 3,000 miles, by the way, or 2,200 miles, I guess. But it does not matter because everything gets reflected from the ionosphere, and it was proved by Arthur Edwin Kelleny, I guess. Yeah. And what? And he got Nobel Prize for that thing in 1947 to prove that how Guglielmo Marconi, how he used. I mean, he did not knew that in 1901 that he was using the like the ion from the ionosphere. It gets reflected the radio wave, but later on it was proved by British scientist Edward V. Appleton, and he received 1947 Nobel Prize for that. He described this thing. Let me just share the ionosphere thing, how everything gets reflected. The whole, the radio waves. Yeah, I've shared in the chat. If you know ionosphere and all, I read a little bit, like whole documentation, and yeah, I think I don't know how. And it uses if basically we talk in small concept, it uses total internal reflection, and they get reflected from the ions, and they travel like that to big distances, because when the satellites and other things were not invented, or not innovated, these things were being used, the ionosphere thing.
Okay.
And you are right.
So,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
hold on a second. So, what was the frequency used for the broadcast from the UK to Australia?
UK to Australia. No, I did not got that experiment, but I got the Guglielmo Marconi, which AV was talking about. Okay, let me just check what frequency they were using. But it does not matter. Like they could be using any frequency because there are layers of ionospheres which can reflect.
That's a claim. Okay, that's a claim. Can you prove? Yeah, that's a claim. So can you prove? Hold on a second. Can you prove any of what you just claimed? So they proved that the signal was reflected off of the ionosphere, whatever that is, to the receiver.
Okay. Okay, let me just give this guy who got Nobel, British scientist Edward. Let me just search if he has something, any proof for ionosphere. By studying the superposition or interference of radio waves that had taken different paths, Edward Appleton established the existence of this layer, the ionosphere, in 1924.
It doesn't prove the existence of the layer. All it proves is that there is some sort of divergence at perhaps a certain altitude. Is that altitude in relation to a horizontal plane by chance?
So says who, like, what's proof? Like, if the ions existed in the atmosphere, that is the proof. I don't know what else prove you're asking.
So so what you're essentially doing is affirming the consequent. Then you say we have some kind of radio interference or beam divergence or whatever you want to call it, and therefore that proves an ionosphere.
Wait, okay, so what is ionosphere according to, or it does not exist?
I don't make a claim about it. You would have to prove that it exists instead of just inferring it.
Okay, so ionosphere, I told you like how it is. They see that.
Okay, so it's a logical fallacy that proves the ionosphere. Is that what you're telling me?
No, okay, wait. What is ionosphere? So according to like what ionosphere tells, I'll tell in a simple sentence that in a neutral atom, when you remove the the negatively charged, which is electron, when they get removed, so those are in form of ions, and that's what they consist of. And which I have given the
That's a claim. That's a claim. Can you tell me where it is and what it does and how that was proven? Instead of just telling me what it is, tell me where it is and how that was proven.
Okay, how ionosphere was proved? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I did not look into that. But
I mean, this wasn't my first question. I think it's interesting that you decided to divert off into this topic when I asked you who proved that these radio signals bounced off of any ionospheres. And you decided to debate whether or not. Okay, how'd they prove it?
Yeah, I told you, Edward V. Appleton, and he got a Nobel Prize for that in 1924. No, sorry,
Yeah, no,
1927.
the Nobel Prize. I want you to tell me how they did it for Marconi.
Okay, like it's written in one sentence, but let me just give you any. Sir Edward Appleton, early ionosphere research. Yeah, let me just. I mean, it will take some time to give you authentic resources, so you can just carry on.
Well, wait a minute. Why didn't you get yourself some authentic resources? So you read a debunk article, and you said that the article probably said, "Oh, it bounced off the ionosphere," and that was sufficient for you. But you actually didn't tend to ask how they proved that.
No, because I I read about ionosphere, and that's what it's stating. You want me exact experiments and
Yeah, that would be great. But why is your standard of evidence so low? Where if somebody says, "Oh, it just bounced off the atmosphere," just kind of gave you some dumb excuse, and you bought into it. Why'd you do that?
No, like a Nobel Prize thing is enough for me. I don't want any other.
Give
Maybe
a shit
it's not enough for you. No problem.
See, why is the Nobel Prize good enough for you?
No, it is enough for me. Why does it matter? Like, if it's not enough for you, I'll give it to you.
So what you're saying is that we have a radio transmission from one continent to another continent, line of sight transmission. You don't know the frequency of that. You don't know how much internal reflection there would be. You don't know how far that signal is broadcast to any ionosphere. Excuse me, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. You don't even know if it bounced off of any ionospheres. You don't know what the ionosphere is, the proof of it, the altitude of it. You don't know any of that, but you had someone tell you, this is what happened, and therefore that's what happened. That's a good enough excuse for me. So you have a low standard of evidence. It is an excuse because you don't have any evidence for it. Give me the evidence.
Is it completed? Okay. I never get this thing whenever I come to you guys. You just try to show that your side is no problem. Calm down. I'll give it to you. Yesterday when AV made that claim that of these radio waves, I went and I read something and I came. Why are you trying to show that you are superior? Calm down.
No, I'm not trying to show that I'm superior. No, I'm asking what your standard of evidence is so for. In fact, why is your standard of evidence that somebody else commits a logical fallacy and you accept that as evidence? Why do you do that?
What do you mean by why do you do that? I told you, a Nobel Prize is enough for me. Okay,
no, why is an appeal to credentials a logical fallacy good enough for you? Why are logical fallacies good evidence for you?
Wait, I told you about ionosphere. Now you're questioning that how that ionosphere exists. That's the question, right?
Sure. Give me, no, I mean, there's many questions. Why is your standard of evidence so low? What is the evidence for the ionosphere? What is it composed of and where its location is? Okay. We can do that. I know you don't want to talk about your low standard of evidence, but yeah, we can discuss something else, I guess. Yeah,
I don't have any problem. That's what I said. But you always try to show that you are the globe earthers. You don't want to,
No, I'm not talking about stereotypes. I'm asking you specifically. I'm not stereotyping anybody. So that's a straw man that you just created. Why, in fact, are you straw manning me now? I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to any Glovers, just you.
Okay, I won't do anything. Okay, give me some time. Yeah. Go ahead. Time talk something else if you want to.
I'm talking to you, man. Are you abandoning this conversation because I pointed out that you now committed a logical fallacy?
Find it, right? I'm still in the stage.
You have to find the answer about the question that I just asked you about why you're straw manning me. You gotta look that up, do you?
Okay. So you are saying that you never acted like that in any conversation. You did not act like. Why are you guys trying to tell me this?
Bro, why are you crying right now? This is not necessary. You don't have to be a victim today.
You always acted like that. That's the thing. That's why I'm imitating you.
Now, this is ad hominem. I'm pointing out now your ad hominem fallacy.
Okay, it's my fault. No problem. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
I accept. Okay, no problem.
This is not about superiority. I'm genuinely curious why your standard of evidence, you individually, why your standard of evidence is so low. You don't want to answer that question?
No, I already answered you. Maybe the Nobel Prize is not enough for you, but it is for me. So yeah, maybe it's a low kind of thing for you, but it's not for me.
Okay, so a Nobel Prize for somebody, whatever they did, what did he do? How did he get that Nobel Prize?
By proving that thing.
Proving the ionosphere. How did he do that? And how did he do that?
That's what I'm searching. Let me get some authentic resources, then I'll feed you.
Okay, so you're sure that this is going to be something that's really going to knock my socks off. So he got a Nobel Prize for something you don't even know what he did.
I told you he did something. Let me just find the authentic research, like the article or any kind of research papers. Please give me some time.
My goodness gracious. So the same situation with Blitz applies. Essentially, we're arguing with people who really don't think that knowledge can be attained, that there isn't, an objective truth or a reality, that things can be known. So if things can't be known, then I can make science whatever I want it to be. I can have a certain level of certainty that I appreciate, and that's all that I really need to believe. We can't argue out of your preferred position, everybody. If you prefer the globe for whatever reason, that's fine. Just admit it at the beginning. I prefer the globe. That's what you should say. I prefer it. I don't really want to be talked out of it. I like it. It's my friendly little pet. It's kind of like Santa Claus to me. That's what I want to believe. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush.
Yeah, like if you have to get me to agree that there's a probability that my hands aren't real in order to like further the conversation, then like I don't like.
Yeah,
man, that's a start.
I'm not joining that team, bro. I'm not joining that team. Team, you can't be sure you have hands. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah, team slap a hoe.
Exactly. That was crazy.
You guys want to head back over to the main channel?
Yeah.
Close this event down. Can move everyone over there.
Awesome. Thanks everyone for showing up. That was the Dr. Blitz versus the Indio.
Yep.
And
W.
here we'll be back again.
WDJ.
Yeah, so Fallen Friends, you had your hand up for a while. I was wondering what you were going to say.
Can you guys end the event, please? Thank you. Thanks, DJ. Good stuff there, brother.
Hey, good modding. Thanks.
That W mod. That was some BS. He said, "Oh, we need better moderators." I think you were super unbiased.
I mean, he cried for mod one time, maybe like 2 at max.
I mean, he was interrupting the moderator. Like he wouldn't let the moderator come in. He's like yapping through the mod, bro. Like that was crazy.
Well, and then there was one point he's like, "Well, I'm just gonna turn my mic up so nobody can hear anything." And like he said that into the audience. Like what a prick.
Very misbehaved.
I would too, nigga. You kept over talking and shit.
Yeah, the other guy.
Can we get some emoji hands in the side chat for anybody who doesn't know that they have hands?
I was just thinking that. Yeah, honestly, they took the L, biggest L when he started saying that, and then the chat started being like, "No, how do you know you have hands?"
Mike really pissed off to realize he never knocked anybody out.
Oh yeah, bro's never been punched in the face, 100%.
Yeah, he didn't have hands.
Why are so many people here? Honestly, wow.
It is
So, guys, I do have a question.
So people ask questions. That's why.
I have a
Is there
question
a
for.
debate happening right now? Who debates who?
I have a quick question for anyone who holds to the Black Swan event.
Which one?
Yeah.
Which one?
Specifically, I'll post the image that I saw. I don't know if you hold to this one. This was posted yesterday. It's the one with the platforms in a distance at 10.1 miles.
Oh yeah. About it.
It's more like 30 miles away. You know, you can see that in some images too, right?
Bye ball.
Okay,
Bye,
dude,
ball?
dude,
What is that?
control your mic, buddy. Okay, he's asking a question. Can you let him ask it?
So, I think the idea here is that the max geometric horizon is 3.46 miles. That math is correct, right? I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's from an 8-foot observer height.
So is this supposed to prove that either A, the Earth's radius is far larger than we thought, or B, like that there's no curve at all? Like, what is this supposed to show?
Meticulous, you got a hot mic.
Okay, that there's no that the claim that there's a geometric horizon that blocks boats, blocks sunsets, all that shit is incorrect.
But that there's the claim that there's a geometric horizon at the expected radius, based on the expected radius of the Earth.
Well, yeah.
Is wrong.
Yeah,
so either the Earth radius is far larger than we thought, and the Earth might be curved, but we might just be on like a super planet, or B, there's no.
The idea that the horizon is created by geometry is false.
That the geometry is that where the curve starts, and it starts curving down. That's what the horizon is. It's either geometric or it's optical. Has to be one of these two. So when a globe Earth says, "Hey, sunsets prove the globe," what's the sun setting behind? A horizon. Well, what is that horizon? Is it the ball, or is it an optical effect? Just proves it's an optical effect. In either paradigm, even within the globe paradigm, it has to be an optical effect.
Okay, but then I'm wondering why the wrong formula was used then. I mean, the geometric horizon was used when we're looking optically, so why wasn't the refraction the factored in?
Oh, hey, no, before,
wait.
okay, Elijah, come on, man.
All right, go ahead.
This way. Are you asking why? First of all, the horizon should be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer site in feet distance away from the observer. So, are you asking why like refraction wasn't added into that formula?
I'm just asking why the wrong formula was used.
What is the correct formula?
Ooh.
What's the correct
The one
formula?
that factors in the refraction coefficient.
Post it.
Oh, what number is that?
Well, it could be anywhere between 0 and 1, right? I mean, and we've measured it very
Really?
close. I mean, for this experiment, for this distance, it would have to be
measured the
0.88.
refraction
We've
coefficient.
measured that consistently, and I
Okay,
can give examples of it being
Okay.
0.88.
So, what is the refraction coefficient?
For this, it would have to be around 0.8.
No, what is it conceptually?
It's a number
What is it? What
between
does it mean?
0 and 1. If it's closer to 1, it's
No,
going to be
that's the
super
value. I want to
refraction.
know what it is.
How much the light bends.
Really?
Yeah. Like when you look into a pool and the light bends.
Okay. I don't know if I should tell you. You don't know enough about this
but
to
the
have a
idea-
conversation. Okay, so the refraction coefficient is the ratio of the radius of a ray of light versus the radius of the Earth. Okay, so for example, 76R is the ratio of a radius of a ray that is 0.66 larger than the radius of the Earth. Okay, so the coefficient would be 1.6 or 0.16, sorry. That's what the refraction coefficient means. But they've never actually measured this curved ray. So the way it works is, let's say they sight in on a surveyor stick, and they're expecting to sight in at 6 feet, and they sight in at 6 feet far. They go, okay, if that was true, how much larger would the Earth have to be for that to be sighted in at that? They come up with that value. So that larger value, Earth, right, is used as is. So you divide it same way, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? So the ratio of the radius of the ray to the radius of the Earth, and that will give you the refraction coefficient. You're not actually measuring a curved ray.
Andrew,
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
you need a medium for that?
The point that I'm making is just that 10.1 miles is within the expected distance that you would see factoring in.
How much larger?
Coefficient.
How much larger would the Earth's have to be radius? The radius have to be for this for this observation to have a 10-mile or a 10-mile away horizon from 8 feet.
You could use the actual radius of the actual Earth. We don't have to hypothesize.
No. What do you mean how? What are you talking about? To find the refraction coefficient, you would need to figure out what the radius of the ray is, and that radius of the ray would match the hypothetical Earth, a hypothetically larger Earth.
I don't know what you mean radius of the ray, like the ray of light.
The ray of light. The ray of light. Yes.
Okay, it's going to be curved. I don't know, like it's not a straight line.
Yeah, a curve has a radius, right?
It's going to have a length. I don't know if it. Like I think a radius is a straight line. Radius is a straight line from the center of a circle.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so if you have a curve, right? If you have a curved line, it'll have a radii, meaning it's radius of curvature. That's what they would call it.
Okay, I mean, like, here's the idea: is that if you plug in a fraction coefficient of between 0 and 1, how far could you see? What's the max that you could theoretically see based on observed coefficients in optimal conditions that are very common? And if you plug in
Not common. Don't say stuff like that. Don't say stuff like that, bro. Don't say stuff like they're common.
You have to plug in like other situations that we've observed very commonly or previously, right? In ideal conditions.
Tell me. Listen, tell me a single data set you've ever looked at measuring refraction in any paper ever published.
In any paper, I mean,
anything ever that you've seen. Like, you said we did all this stuff. You haven't even seen what the data shows.
I mean, I could show you examples if you really want.
Measurements.
Yeah,
refraction. Done like a theodolite.
We've seen before.
No, they're not measuring the refraction coefficient. They're inferring one from measurements. Right? So you take a measurement. You go, hey, I just explained this. Okay? It should be here. I should be cross-aired at 6 feet. I'm cross-aired at 6 feet 5 inches. How big is that Earth? Okay, that would be Earth this big. What is the Earth? What is the Earth size we claim? We're going to come up with a refraction coefficient. That's the ratio of one to the other. Okay, and that is the coefficient.
Okay, I mean, like I can give you Okay, so here's one from San Diego.
W.
And they commonly exhibit critically refractive, super refractive gradients close to what was observed in this black swan, which is close to 0.88. This one's actually 0.92 in this example, which is
that's more. Refractivity. That is not. They don't come up with a coefficient for that.
Okay, so it's dn by dz.
You're just randomly searching for shit. You don't even know what this shit says. Refractivity is typically used in radio or radar.
Okay, this is negative 140 n by kilometer, which
and I read, it says introduction 200 megahertz radar.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we've commonly observed. So if you plug in a K coefficient of this amount, you would see over 10 miles of the black swan. Like this is well.
Yeah, you can plug in any value you want. The only thing that matters is there empirical support for this meteorological condition.
Support.
What is?
This is empirical support that we can consistently measure K coefficients around 9.
No, dude, you're making a post-diction. You're not measuring any K coefficient. You're saying Earth is a globe with a 3,959-mile radius. We see a horizon 10 miles away. If we see a horizon 10 miles away, well, the ray must be bending this much. And that would lead to a refraction coefficient of this value. But you're not actually measuring that.
Well, I mean, like these engineering documents, like I can dig up more if you want, if you really need to see.
I can show you actual measurements where they measure the angle of arrival, which show that the max deviation of any ray is 4 mgon, and mgon is a different unit of angle that they use in Europe, and that equals 0.0027 degrees.
Well, the max theoretical one in toy models is going to be like you could theoretically.
No, this is empirical. This isn't theoretical. This is empirically measured.
Well, in theory, if there's no I guess ducting or leakage, you would be able to see your own back. You would be able to look around the Earth and see your own back with perfect refraction.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, in toy models, that's theoretically possible, but not actually, because you're going to have ducting, and that's going to leak, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Bro, it's not theoretically possible. You'd actually see fucking... No, it's not. Okay, it's not theoretically possible. You're using a very, what'd you call it? worse than simplified geometric optic freaking model, if that. Yeah, theoretically possible in total imagination land. Because when you have high refractive conditions, you get dispersion of the wavelengths because refraction is wavelength dependent. You know that, right?
Yeah, but the point is that 10.1 miles isn't impressive.
For the horizon, it is.
No, with refraction.
This would fit a globe that had a radius of 300,000. This would fit a globe of a radius of 300,000 miles.
The point is, a lot of people are convinced of flat Earth because of this Black Swan event where you show that geometric horizon is only like 3.4 miles, but then you could see 10.1 miles. Like many people are convinced by that, right? But it's not.
Yeah,
true.
why shouldn't they be?
Because you're using the wrong formula. You're confusing them, and it's a basic
You've given
error.
no justification for the formula you're using.
That we're factoring in refraction?
Yeah, what's the justification of that?
Very basic.
What's the justification?
What's the justification for factoring in refraction?
For using the
Because
formula you're using.
We can observe mirages. We have formulas for this. We know how light bends.
We have formulas for mirages. Post one of those right now. Post a formula for mirage.
Well, if you want the factor, I mean, like, look, like
I want a
engineering
formula
docs
for
call
mirage.
the K factor.
Because now you just, I know what that is. I knew what that was a fucking decade ago. You're just learning about it now, brother. I'm trying to be nice to you, and
I'm not just learning about it now. It's just sad that you guys are still.
I asked for the
spreading this
justification.
nonsense and
No, you don't know what you're talking about. There's no justification for the K value. Okay?
Okay, so you're
Because
saying
it
this doesn't
assume
exist.
you're goddamn right.
Okay, so you're just
Because the
deciding.
globe Earth, no, I'm going to
You're
tell you
just
why it
deciding
doesn't
we should
exist.
use the
Because the
wrong
globe
formula.
doesn't exist. No, the
Okay, that's
formula
begging the
exists.
question.
No, you're begging the question. You're trying to prove the globe using the globe.
Oh, you want to use the geometric horizon formula when we're using optics, right? And you're not factoring in refraction or how light.
I don't know how to factor it in because you've given me no justification or no reason to use any particular formula.
Well, then you don't know how to factor it in. I don't know. You shouldn't take a position.
You don't know how to factor it in. Okay, this is how it works, right? You come up with a model, and then you go test the model against reality and do measurements to see if your model works. Okay, your model, what you're saying is a post-diction. It's ad hoc, after the fact. You have to make a prediction, right? You take the model, you measure the meteorological conditions, and you go out into the nature and see if nature matches what your model says. But guess what, buddy? It doesn't. And this is what I'm trying to get through to your head, is that if you look in academic literature on this topic, refraction, atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, it point blank says that it is impossible to model with any deterministic formulas. Means you can know a priori all the conditions, the meteorological conditions that would affect it. CO2 content, water vapor content, all that shit. Okay?
Yeah, people are posting the Black Swan video inside chat. The first giveaways, look how warped these look.
How warped is the
You can see
horizon?
mirage effects,
How warped is the
like,
horizon?
Just so you know, sorry,
How warped is the
Indio.
horizon?
Reductio, have a look at the last two images. As you'll notice, heavily refracted as you word it, but the horizon's in where? So you guys claim that the refraction is bringing the horizon all the way to the back so we can see these magical extended distances. Well, you've just shot yourself in the foot, my friend. The last two images, even more so refracted than the original Black Swan image, and the horizon's in front. So you're gone, mate. You're way out of your depth on this one.
So,
That's expected, by the way. That's a complete non-understanding of how mirages work.
You don't understand how mirages work. You've never read anything in the academic literature about them, dude. First of all, so let's go back to what you originally posted. Those oil rigs at 10.10 miles. How closely did you look at that?
How close? I mean, how
closely did you look at the
explained
image?
what I've done. I've ran it through the model.
How close?
And to get 10 point, I'll explain what I did. I'll explain one more time.
No, I want to know
So what
how
I did-
closely you looked at it because you missed a key feature in the image.
if you want to calculate the K coefficient, what would K have to be to see 10.1 miles out? It would have to be around 0.88.
Yeah, great. You
0.88,
calculated a
0.9.
coefficient if the Earth was a globe. Fantastic.
And then we have to see, is 0.8 to 0.9 realistic, or how rare is that event? And it's actually very common.
How do you know that?
This video, because we've seen it time and time again. Like I showed you one from San Diego.
That's begging the question. That's begging the question.
Not begging the question. It's been measured and observed out in the field many times.
What has?
A K coefficient around 0.8 to 0.9.
Okay, but that is begging the question because it assumes the globe in the first place. That's what the K coefficient is. But you don't understand that.
The point.
No.
The point is, this is compatible. The black swan doesn't prove. This just means that the black swan isn't evidence for flat Earth at all. Because it's compatible
evidence
on a globe Earth model.
An argument, because I told you what the argument is, that the horizon is not physical. Okay, but here's a big problem that you missed in that image. Do you see that there's lights on those oil rigs?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see
I
them?
don't see the light on I don't know which one you're.
There's a bunch of lights on the oil rigs, right? The 10.10 mile one. You see that they're reflecting off the water? See underneath them? Those lights, the reflection of the lights are. Okay.
Oh, I see it. I'll post the image one more time.
Okay. Yeah. So if you look under the oil rigs and look at the water under the oil rigs, you see light reflecting off of them. Right? Off the surface of the water.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that.
I see.
Wait, what do you mean?
Some sun. I see some like suns. There's like a sunset, and some of the sunset's reflecting off the water. Like where specifically? Can you circle this? Or is someone circling
arrows?
This here? Okay.
You don't see the arrows drawn on that image.
Okay, how can we see these lights reflecting? Because
off the
light
water.
Okay, because light can reflect.
Does it reflect off? Does it reflect off? Yeah, cool. Does it reflect off a mirage? Because that water has to be a mirage. Oh, right. Light can reflect off a mirage.
Light can reflect, and all of that can come to you.
Does it follow the law of
from the
reflection?
observer's perspective? I don't understand what this isn't like doing anything.
Yeah. Cool story, bro. So light has to reflect off of a real surface. Doesn't reflect off of imaginary surfaces or optical illusions. So that surface that it's reflecting off of is tilted away from the camera because it's past the geometric horizon. This is like being behind a mirror and seeing the reflection off the surface of the mirror. Okay, from behind the mirror. Because you got to remember, the physical globe is already curving down at that point. The oil rigs, it's curving down already, physically. So how can the light bounce off the other side of the globe and bounce to you?
Because that's how light works. You can see it happening with the sunset as well.
That's how light works.
The light is reflecting off the ocean with the sunset.
Yeah, the ocean, correct. Correct. It's reflecting off the ocean, not a mirage.
Okay. I don't know if you know how mirages work, but the point, it just is.
I know exactly how mirages work.
And you guys are using the wrong. You guys are refusing to use the correct formula. This is like an explicit refusal. And the formula that is
there is no correct formula. Okay, you never look at the academic literature. Listen, brother, there's a couple ways that they do this in the academic literature. Sometimes they use the refraction coefficient. Sometimes they use angle of arrival. Okay, in surveying, there is no correct formula. In fact, there is a paper called Empirical Modeling of Refraction using Trigonometric Heighting, where they try to make a model using a series of meteorological measurements and surveying measurements, and they can't actually make a model. Don't tell us what the correct formula is. There is no correct formula in existence because none of those formulas can make predictions. Okay, absolutely. Let's do this. I'm going to prove they can't make predictions. I'm going to give you an image. I am not going to tell you. You're going to tell me from the image the meteorological conditions. Okay.
I don't know. I'm going to do that on the fly.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna
Meteorological
tell you.
conditions.
So I'm gonna.
I'm not a
So
meteorologist, by the way, so I don't know.
no,
how I'm
you
gonna
should
do
be
that.
able to. Listen, you should be able to calculate the refraction coefficient and get the meteorological conditions that cause that condition.
I mean, yeah, sure. A meteorologist could do that in theory if you ask them to.
What do you mean a meteorologist? No, dude,
I'm
you
not a
just use
dog.
the right. You just
I'm
use
not
the
a
right
dog
number,
that can
dude.
bark for you.
No, you just use the model you got, dude. Use that model.
I don't understand that you're trying to make me jump through these hoops like a dog. All that's
No,
been
I'm not
shown
trying to
is
make
that
you do anything because if you
once
had a predictive model, that like right, so you have known meteorological conditions, right? You should be able to predict which way the ray goes, and that's how the coefficient of refraction is, right? It's a curving light ray around a spherically symmetrical temperature gradient. Okay, so and it creates something being lifted up or down, right? Appearing to be lifted up or down. You should also be able to reverse this, meaning if I give you the geometry and tell you where it is in the image, you can reverse the entire process and get the weather that day. Can you do that?
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit frustrated because I keep saying that if we factor
repeat what
in
I just said to you.
I'm not gonna bark
Repeat
like
what
a
I
dog
just
and
said
jump
to
through
you.
that hoop.
Repeat what I just said to you. Because you're not listening. Repeat what I just said to you.
I'm not going to predict or give you the meteorological conditions.
You can't. Admit you can't.
But what I can do.
All physics models are reversible. All deterministic physics models are reversible. Meaning, if you know the starting conditions and you can calculate one way, that means if you know the ending conditions, you can calculate back to get the starting.
You can give it. You can, out of curiosity, you can give it to me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it now. However, like I am a little bit curious about it. But I do want to restate my position, which is that if you factor in a refraction coefficient of 8 to 9, which is very common, you could very easily see 10.1 miles out. And if you use the wrong formula and you resist like factor in refraction at all, then yeah, you could just, I guess, like believe the Earth is flat.
Right
that's the
we
claim,
asked
dude.
you a long time ago, but what's
the point
right
is,
formula?
the black
No,
swan is
you
not evidence of a
what's
flat
the
Earth.
right
That is the
formula?
point.
The
Okay,
is
no
what's
one
the
said it was.
formula?
Okay, so
No,
why are you
what's the right?
strawmanning again? No, stop, Elijah. Hold on. I want to point out he's strawman again after he was explicitly told that it's about the horizon not being geometric. So now that you've heard it for the third time, are you going to keep strawmanning?
You're misusing geometric horizon. Geometric horizon is just
what is the horizon?
Just a theoretical value.
What blocks votes, buddy?
No, hold on. I have to interrupt here. Geometric.
No, you're not interrupting. Go.
Geometric means Earth measured, Earth distance. That's what it means in this context. Number one. Number two, they would be talking about a tangent to a point on the sphere that they beg the question of. You cannot say what you just said and be honest. That wasn't honest.
I don't know what you mean. Geometric horizon is just a theoretical formula, right? But when you factor in light, refraction, then you're going to be able to see further than that. And
when
ideal conditions.
You can't even say how to do that. You can't even tell us how to do that.
You
can't even tell us how to do that, buddy.
So wait, when you factor something in, he just said there's a theoretical formula. Then you factor it into the theoretical formula. Yeah, you're begging the question. But initially, the first premise is defeated or completely abandoned, which is that the Earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959, and you can put a tangent to the tangent point being the horizon on a globe.
Look, we can just cut through this crap. Like, what does ships disappear behind? Is that the geometry of the Earth, or is that an optical illusion? It has to be one or the other. Is it an optical illusion of the geometry?
Yeah, even the black swan, like you can see the wave. Can you
answer my question? What does ships disappear behind? What do ships disappear behind? You didn't ask one.
What do ships disappear behind?
Yeah, what cuts off a ship halfway? What is the sun set behind?
The Earth.
Oh, the geometry of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that line that cuts the sun in half, that's the geometric horizon.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like, the thing is, when you keep going to geometric horizon, you're not hearing my point yet again, and you keep saying geometric. You keep screaming geometric horizon.
You just said it yourself.
You don't understand what that even.
You just said it yourself, dude.
Is. The sun sets behind the optical horizon. Stop equivocating on geometric horizon. It's getting very annoying.
No one's equivocating. I asked you a question and you answered.
Okay, if you say geometric horizon one more time, I'm gonna just point that out again.
You said it.
You just said it.
No, you keep trying to shoehorn me into geometry.
I said what cuts the sun in half? You said the geometry of the Earth.
Yeah, the theoretical geometry of the Earth, but in reality,
So
you
the
have to
sun is
factor
cut
in
in half by a
optics.
theory.
So factor in the optics yet again. Stop ignoring
Okay, so not the
reality.
geometry. So not the geometry.
It's very annoying when you ignore.
But here's a simple question, and it should be yes or no. Is the horizon a measurable distance?
In theory, yeah, absolutely.
In theory, has it been done?
But light bends downwards near the surface, and so you got to factor
Is the
in.
horizon a measurable distance? You said in theory. How has it been done?
Well, even if you're using radar, you have to factor in refraction.
Okay, how has it been demonstrated?
How has the geometrical horizon been demonstrated?
No.
The distance that you said was theoretically
I
measured.
don't understand why we're going back to the geometric horizon.
Measurable distance. The answer here is yes, the distance to the horizon is measurable, but it's not a fixed distance. Okay, with all of the knowledge you have, how do you determine the distance, fixed or not, wherever it is? Do you ever get to an answer of this is the measured distance to the horizon that we can then validate by demonstration? Yes or no?
Yes or no? The question is how do I measure it, and then the question is yes or no. Like, look, like there's beyond horizon. There's beyond horizon radar.
Why do you guys ask a question that wasn't asked and then start talking instead of confirming that yes, what you've summarized to be the question? Why can't you just ask me if what you've summarized is valid?
Why can't you just engage in what my argument even is? Like, you keep going to geometric horizon.
No, you don't. You don't have an argument.
Even radar.
You keep barking refraction.
I have a
radar
question.
factors in
Listen,
refraction.
I jumped in to ask a question. Let's just take a moment for a second. If your premise is that the horizon is the result of us living on a sphere, whether it moves or not due to refraction, you're saying it is a measurable distance. If that's the case, when and just when, I need to see when it's been demonstrated.
Yeah, so you want me to demonstrate that the radius of the Earth is actually calculatable. When we plug it into this formula, it comes out as expected, and we reverse engineer and derive the formula. I'm not going to be able to do all that on the spot.
No, I said no. I said no. You asked the question I didn't ask. You asked the question I didn't ask you, and then you kept.
He isn't listening to anything anybody says, dude.
So
I'm not going to be able to do what you're asking right now.
You said
ask the question.
No, stop. Said we didn't address his argument. Well, hold on. He said we didn't address his argument. His argument was a straw man.
But he asked the question.
For the fourth time.
He asked a question that I didn't ask, and then tried to respond to that. Again, I tried to stop him. So let's just stop it right there. Again, I'm gonna ask you again. Is the horizon a measurable distance, and has it been demonstrated? You don't have to have demonstrated it with the power of your fingers, which may or may not be the hands that you may or may not have. I want you to scour the internet for someone who's demonstrated that the claim the horizon is a measurable distance is true.
Yeah, Elijah, I don't know why you keep going off into the weeds on this. I mean, yeah, we could
No,
demonstrate.
he's on point. You're sidestepping. Get back on point, Reductio.
Yeah, he's sidestepping.
You are. You're not listening. The problem is, Reductio, listen up carefully, mate. The problem is you're affirming the consequence, a form of logical fallacy. Your model requires the ball in the first place, which is what is in contention. So you have to remove the R from your model. So please redo your model without the ball in the first place. You can't do it.
Okay,
this is what we're trying to get to.
That, again, did the same...
We're out there showing you we're coming in as neutral, trying to prove curve or another, and you're just going, it's a ball, it's a ball, it's a ball. Here's our model proving it's a ball, showing that there's a ball within a ball. Why are you doing this? Your whole claim so far, I've been listening for about 15 minutes. Shut up! I've been listening for about 15 minutes, and all you keep doing is barking refraction and then complaining that they can't tell the difference between a geometric model, which is what you're trying to prove in the first place. So what is it? Is it refraction and that's all you've got? Your claim is what? Your claim should be simple. You live on a ball.
The only claim that I've made is a black swan event is not evidence of flat Earth.
I know.
Okay,
we never claimed it was. So stop and listen. Stop. That means you have not heard a word that Indio has spoken to you. The black swan does not prove flat Earth. No, listen. The black swan does not prove flat Earth. Do you want me to say it again, loud and clear? The black swan does not prove flat Earth. But by hell, it disproves the globe by a long shot.
Okay, well, again...
Yeah, exactly. Now that you understand that, because Indio said it 3 times, you chose not to listen to him. So maybe you should start listening, my friend.
It's entirely compatible with the globe. I've shown that in this conversation.
No, it's not.
And that's been all my objective was. If you
all you keep doing is barking refraction, yet you can't prove it.
No,
we're just going to disagree here, right? But if you're going to go back to using the wrong model, or the wrong formula...
You haven't presented anything.
Elijah, let me point something out. It needs to be pointed out. Okay, it's fine.
He just said
it's fine.
Listen, he just said that he gave you the distance to the horizon. No, he didn't. That's what I was asking. That he said that it was a side step. That's
no,
crazy.
What he's really, yeah, I understand. Like what he's really saying is this true or not? Is there any observation of the horizon that could falsify the globe? That can't be accounted for by your K coefficient. Any observation?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Horizon distance 500 miles.
Of course,
is there any observation that can falsify the globe if you account for it with the K coefficient?
Yes, once you're accounting for ducting, there's going to be the maximum expected based on the coefficients that we've observed consistently. If it's going to be an outlier, that's going to be interesting. If you can consistently show outliers, then the model might not be expected.
You said you could see the back of your own head, though.
If we consistently expect you to be able to see 10.1 miles out, that's not going to be evidence against the globe model at all.
Okay, so what observation how far away does the horizon have to be to falsify the globe?
If we plugged in K coefficient, well, I mean, we've observed it around 1 anyway, right? And then we factor in, then we have to go to ducting and factor
in. What is 1? What does 1 mean?
K coefficient of 0 to 1, right? 0 is no refraction, 1 is super refraction. If we have super refraction, then there's just going to be ducting, which is like leakages of light. So you're not going to be able to see your back all the way around Earth. In a toy model, you would, but there's going to be ducting in reality, and so you would expect to still see as far as you can. But the fact is, we're not even there yet.
Okay, what distance, man? That's a long way to not tell me the distance.
Miles out on the globe model.
It's a lot of words not to tell me the distance. I want to know how we can falsify the globe so we can go out and do it. So, how do we falsify the globe?
You could present evidence of it.
No, how?
You could present. Well, evidence would be if we could consistently show outliers.
Horizon observation. I'm going to give you some scenarios. 100-mile horizon observation, 5,000-mile horizon observation, 25,000-mile horizon observation. Which one falsifies the globe that you can't account for with your K coefficient?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to go and get data.
You know the answer is none,
which
makes it unfalsifiable pseudoscience.
No, that's not. I was going to answer your
Unfalsifiable
question.
pseudoscience. Then give me a value.
I was just about to answer. So my answer.
You don't have an answer.
We'd have to have a data set factoring in outliers to see what the maximum like what ducting would be, what with maximum K coefficient, and then we would just plug in how far that would be.
What
But
do you mean
I don't
the
have the data on
maximum
hand
K
right now. I
coefficient?
don't have
You don't
the data
have
point.
one. What would the maximum?
I don't have the number on hand. Yeah, but there is a number, and it is
okay. There is. Okay. What? There's a number. There's a cap.
Yeah.
So what would determine what the cap is?
What would determine what the cap is? Well,
yeah.
If we consistently have outliers, that's not predicted by the model.
No.
In the
model, dude. In the model. What are you talking about?
Yeah. If our observations are inconsistent with the model, then the model's probably not it's less likely the model's true.
I am trying to figure out what is an observation that is actually consistent with the model, and you won't tell me.
An observation that's consistent of it is the black swan thing that you keep saying is evidence against it.
Inconsistent. I said inconsistent with it.
I don't have. I'd have to plug in the number. I would have to go out and get numbers for ducting, factor it in, and come back to you. I could do that tomorrow if you want.
Really? So you think you can go out there and get a value that if we made an observation outside of this value, it would falsify the globe?
Falsify is a really strong claim, but what I would say is if you can at least provide evidence of the flat Earth or that like the globe Earth is inconsistent with observations, that would be interesting to me. It's just all I'm trying to do is show that the black swan is not that.
That's a lot of words to avoid the question again.
Exactly.
I directly answered it. I directly answered
it. I want a quantification of a value that you can't enter into your K coefficient, right? Like, oh my God, this is too big of a value. This is unjustified to add this in. I want that value. You know there is no value because
you want numbers for ducting.
This is ad hoc, and you know it. This is all ad hoc. You're retroactively inserting a number that if the Earth was a globe with 3,000, did you look in the chat? Look in the chat.
Okay,
look in the chat what I posted.
Chat here.
Yeah, look in the side chat. I posted.
Am I scrolling up here? How far am I scrolling up?
What I posted. Atmospheric refraction. The atmospheric refraction coefficient K. The value of K varies depending on atmospheric conditions. It quantifies how much a light ray. It quantifies how much a light ray bends due to changes in the density. It is defined as the ratio, what did I say, of the radius of the Earth to the radius of the curvature of the light ray. You're not measuring K at all. You're ad hoc. You're doing an ad hoc. I see too far. The only way I should see too far is if a ray bends this much. That's why
we can measure is
hammering down on this falsifiability thing, because there's any value that you can insert into this coefficient to justify anything. It's unfalsifiable gibberish.
It's not unfalsifiable. I've even given the falsifiable condition.
Okay, then tell me how to falsify it.
You would be able to consistently show outliers. Which
outliers
is
from where?
Model,
from what?
The model wouldn't.
From what value are the outliers?
I mean, I don't have the ducting numbers on hand, right?
You know it's falsifiable, but you don't know how it's falsifiable.
We would need numbers from the field for this. I don't have them. Sorry about
the model. I want to know when is the. Listen, I'm trying to falsify the K value. The model. We're trying to falsify the model. Can that model be falsified?
Yes. Can yours?
How? Don't ask me a question. How?
That we would consistently
that
we would be able to observe. We would take our outliers.
Outliers from
Yeah.
where?
We'd take our
You're
outlier.
outliers
An
from
ideal,
what value? Outliers from what value? Let's say it again. Outliers from what value?
Okay, we would take super refraction, K value of 1. We'd plug that in. We'd factor in
Can we use K value of 2?
We'd factor in ducting.
Can
And
we use
without
K value of
ducting,
3,000?
if we had
Can we
perfect
can we
ducting,
make an
you'd be able to see your own
observation?
back. Or on
Can
the
we make
Earth.
an observation and use a K value of 3,000?
I don't know.
No?
I mean,
you don't know?
K value is like between 0 to 1, be clear.
So you can't have a radius 3,000 times larger than the Earth? You can't have a radius of a ray 3,000 times larger than the Earth.
The
Is that what you're
ratio is
telling me?
just between 0 to 1, to be clear. It's not going to be 3,000.
I've seen values of 20.
I think we're
I'll
done
tell
here.
I'll tell you.
Okay, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. these terms
There's
at
values
all,
of 20 in the literature. There's values of 20 in the literature. Do you want me to cite the document? Told you don't know enough about this, dude. This shit is ad hoc.
How's it ad hoc?
Because it's done after the observation.
I don't know how what you're doing is any different than that.
What are you talking about?
Because something that you'll do is you'll look and then you'll like draw like a horizon on the graph, and then you'll point to how is this possible, and you'll like start reasoning after the observation as well. We're both just trying to give our
No, this isn't reasoning after observation. This is saying you have a predictive model when it's a post-predictive model. That's unfalsifiable when using predictions. So I'll give you the ones with 20K value. It's called monitoring refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal zenith angle measurements. Journal of Geophysical Research, Atmospheres, Christian Hurt, 2010. Now they have values of 20. Literally any observation you can make, you can insert a refraction coefficient into that to say the radius of the ray was this relative to the claimed Earth radius. It is unfalsifiable. It is a post-diction ad hoc nonsense. It's completely unjustified physically as far as experiments, measurements.
Tell me their DN by DH values before they converted to refractivity. So are you talking about
refractivity is used in radar, dude?
Okay, how much
Not using
pressure,
light.
temperature, humidity with height? And then was this before or after they converted to refractivity, or did they take the vertical gradient already? Which step are you talking about? 20? Because
in radar they use refractivity.
Okay.
They don't use.
So we're just talking about different values.
K value.
So, and we're just
So
talking
in
past
radar,
each other.
typically they will use something like 4.3R as a rule
Okay,
of
so we're just
thumb.
talking past each other. So it's just a minor misunderstanding. No big deal. But
What are
the
you talking
point,
about?
the
There's no-
point again is just like, and all that I've even claimed, I haven't even like claimed a globe necessarily in this conversation, but what I have shown is that black swan image that everyone keeps posting every day it's tiresome because I mean it's been disproven so many times that it's actually still
No, it
consistent
hasn't.
with the globe Earth.
No, you still haven't.
Yes, I
You
have.
created a straw man and disproved the straw man. No one ever claimed there was proof of flat Earth. Now for the
Okay, this is gonna-
sixth time. Now
this is
for
gonna
the
be a big
sixth
circle,
time,
isn't it?
dude. Now for the sixth time.
I can
You've
see
been
the
told-
circle happening. It's happening in real time. We're going back.
You're the one generating the circle reductio.
You're the one
You're not
continuing with the
listening.
straw man.
All I said was give us a formula for the distance to the horizon. You haven't done that.
Oh, that guy keeps
Look.
talking about geometric horizon. He's very confused.
No. Give me the formula for the perceived distance to the horizon.
What would you measure? What, like you said, you can measure. to the horizon.
No. He keeps saying the formula. Give us a formula to which you can measure the distance to the horizon. since the horizon is a measurable distance, in your opinion? You see, that's what's supposed to happen is silence. Like I don't know why we feel.
I don't know what you're. I don't know what you're doing.
Not, but
Yeah, we know you don't. You don't know what you're doing.
We already listen. I was already on Google. Google already said that the horizon is a measured distance. So give us the formula that would make that claim true. That we can determine based on demonstration. That's what I asked you 30 minutes ago. India went on you on a magic carpet ride, and that was cool and all. But if you can't do what I'm asking, just say that. Because you keep saying that you did, and that's a lie. And that's being overshadowed by the bullshit conversation you're having with India. No offense.
I mean, I could give you a simple one here if you want, but
So you haven't given.
Are you going to measure to? Which horizon are you going to measure to?
how can I post this?
In the chat, side chat, can
Keeps getting deleted.
Probably wouldn't even help if you sent it to somebody. Because they'll just be, we're not that high up. They'll be deleted from us, too.
No, there's a message that popped up. It said his thing was too long. He has to cut it up.
Oh. Can you tell us what you're posting?
It's there. He's got a formula.
Oh,
and it's got an R. It's got an R in it, like I said.
What else is
straight
new?
away.
But in any case, I'm wondering why you guys you guys keep using the geometric one, and when you post the black swan image, it's really confusing to people who don't understand any of this stuff. So you'll typically how it goes.
Like you.
I've heard it go.
It's literally
hold on. Just let me. Hold on.
Oh,
just let me go on.
No. I don't like what you just said.
I'm in the middle of a.
It's not confusing. It's not confusing. It's written down on the image what the argument is.
Okay, I don't know why you're railroading. I was talking. I'm not railroading.
It's
you guys.
written down on
I'm
the image.
AV1 come on,
what
have
the
some
argument
patience.
is. If they're confused, that's their fucking
screaming?
problem. Dude, because you're not listening.
Okay,
because you're not listening.
I am listening. You're not listening. Hello.
So tell me.
Hello.
Is it
I'm about to
confusing?
finish. Please listen.
How is it confusing?
Okay, now he wants to talk.
Then
What?
take back, take
my
back
point
what you
was
said
first.
then about it being confusing.
Okay, is this how you want to do it? Okay, so if you want to do that, we can.
Doctor, stop being a menace.
Yeah, I can.
People like you normally start getting muted. Please don't.
A little bit if you're going to interrupt me.
Reductio, step back, please.
No, you're not
As a moderator of this room.
This fucking claims, dude, about the minds of others. There's no reason they should be confused.
This is getting ridiculous.
It's written down.
India, hold up. India. Reductio, please don't. The sliminess is just not going to cut it, mate. I'm not in the mood for it this morning. So, get back on point. You made the claim that is too confusing. Reductio, listen. You made the claim that the black swan image is too confusing. Go from there, please.
Right. Oh yeah, that was the point I was making. Thank you. So, when you present the black swan event to people and you post that image, you show them the number for the geometric horizon, right? I don't even know why that's written on there because people are going to look at that. Hello.
So
because the argument's about the horizon.
This guy again.
Seven times now.
Where are
7
you?
times you're fucking straw man, dude. 7 times.
India.
Are you serious?
Hold up.
Yeah, you guys are using the wrong formula.
Reductio, before you have a meltdown, we don't care about the formula. What is the black swan argument about, from your perception?
From my perspective, the way it's presented is that the
way it's presented.
It's impossible that you'll be able to see the platform 10.1 miles out. That's how I've understood it, because the geometric horizon.
So,
my God,
stop. You don't know what the argument's about then. Reductio, that just tells us you don't know what it's about then. So what you're doing, you're creating a straw man, you're attacking an argument that we haven't put forward.
So wait a minute. So okay.
He's been told 7 times now.
Wait a minute. You're not saying that the globe Earth is impossible because of the Black Swan event.
Can't get it. So here's what I propose, right? First of all, he keeps stopping us from has the Black Swan actually been presented today? Like in verbal form as well as posted? That's number one for the people who are listening today. And number two, again, he keeps talking like there's some formula that will give the appropriate number for the distance to the horizon. I don't know. Nobody seems to be interested in that. You keep moving past that to talk about.
No, we're just trying to get him to focus on the argument.
All right. So that being said,
the argument then.
Anybody with no impedance presented the Black Swan yet today?
No, he said he's seen it a bunch of times, so we didn't bother to present it to him because he said he saw it a bunch of times. So we assumed he understood it. But then we told him, me personally, 7 times that's not our argument, and he just keeps making it.
It's getting presented.
Elijah, if you want, why don't you present it
every
to
2
him?
minutes? I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't Elijah present it to you so you can understand it? Because you obviously don't, even though you can just read it.
He's asking you if they've been presented verbally, not presented as just an image.
Okay, go ahead with it then.
So what y'all do? So okay, so the Black Swan is initially, from Karl Popper. So ultimately, it's has an assumption of all swans being white, and it only takes seeing a black swan to disprove that. Now, as far as the black swan that we call goes, we call the horizon a black swan because the white swan would be a horizon that is a measured distance of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we put it into the form of a Modish Toland. So if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, every horizon distance measurement, would be no further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth isn't a sphere. So that's the argument. The argument is the distance to the horizon, period. I haven't heard you discuss anything about the horizon. Now, we can argue about whether or not mainstream is talking about geometric horizon because I have showed video and I wish I had the width to do it. It would only take 7 minutes, I guess, to pull up a video on YouTube. What most people say the distance to the horizon is, then that would be cited by other sources like Washington State and things like that. The geometric horizon, of course. Now, to example this, so to demonstrate this, CFI investigators powered by Nat Geo actually went out, put a camera 1 foot off the ground, and made the claim that the horizon would be 1.22 miles away, thus blocking the stripes on the boat. The conclusion of that observation was that there was no horizon, actually what you would call a local horizon because of mountains or anything in the background impeding a horizon would be there. In this case, it was the other side of the lake. So
okay,
we're not under any illusions that the horizon isn't claimed to be a measured distance. That blocks things. We even have examples of our enemies, I suppose, making the claim.
Okay,
Now,
I just want to point out that I let you
understand it.
I let you make your point. I didn't argue. I didn't jump in and insult you like you guys are all doing to me. Dogpiling. Now, the response to this is just you guys are. It's the same. You use the wrong formula. You're using observations. You got to use optics.
Excellent. So give them the right formula.
Great. I love how I let him talk for 5 minutes and then I get cut off.
You're whinging. You poisoned the well to start off with. You're a debate bro. Don't try your shit on me. You're a debate bro. Don't try your poisoning of the well to start off with.
Stick to the
If they're using the wrong formula, all you had to say is, sorry chaps, you're using the wrong formula. Here's the correct one. Thank you very much. That's all you had to say. You didn't have to give us a 5-minute monologue and then not provide anything.
Okay, I'll say that then. Yeah, I posted the right formula above. He used the wrong formula. That he's confused. He's confusing people. You should not believe the flat Earth in virtue of this. Not evidence for the flat Earth. There's not evidence against the globe Earth.
So use the formula. So hold on. So use the formula right now that you posted to give us a measured distance to the right.
You have, and the coefficient, the K coefficient only has to be around 0.88 to be able to see that far out.
No. What is the measured distance in number using your formula to the horizon? Using your formula, what would the distance?
Where is this formula?
I posted it above.
He posted something. So again, what would the distance to the horizon be using your formula?
The distance to the horizon, or how far you would expect to see.
The distance to
you're doing the same thing where you're like
the one that you see. How far would be the distance to the right? If I'm using the wrong formula to give the number, then give us the formula that will get us to the right number in your estimation.
Okay, so your question,
because the formula that's there. Hold on, Reductor.
No, he's not doing. He's about to not do it because he's about to say something that I didn't.
The formula that's there is the distance to the horizon. So you have another formula for the distance to the horizon?
Okay, but you can optically see beyond the horizon, right? Like that's
not the question. That wasn't the question. You said we had the wrong formula. So can you post again the formula for the horizon? Tell us what you got and give us a distance to the horizon. That's what he asked you. Give us a distance to the horizon.
Distance to the horizon, it's like confused because you can see the light bends, so you can see beyond the horizon.
So he's not. So he's
confused.
So he can't answer the question. So the question,
so he's refusing to understand the clarification.
There is no clarification because
if the formula is giving us a distance to the horizon, quote unquote, and you're saying it's the wrong formula, then what is the right formula to the distance to the horizon? Do you have one?
Yeah, I mean.
He's saying
yes and no. To go over this again, like the geometric horizon formula is correct. You guys are using it correct. It's just you want to make claims about optics where you could see beyond the horizon.
Hey, what's the optic formula then?
Downwards towards the surface.
And what's the optic formula to the horizon then? Give us
that. Is broken. You can't. Your brain is absolutely broken.
Ask you again. Okay, give us the optical distance to the horizon formula.
To the horizon just means optically you can see beyond the horizon. So I don't know what that would mean.
No, I'm not talking about beyond. I'm talking about at.
It's gibberish when you say that.
See. If you stick them to the point that they have to address, they'll pretend that they've addressed it to the point where they'll say, "Well, I'm not addressing it. It's ridiculous." Because if I would
the correct way to frame the question. The correct way to frame the question is what is the maximum theoretical amount that you could see beyond the horizon in ideal conditions?
No,
that's the correct way to ask the horizon.
No,
we only want the horizon.
Okay, that's a theoretical value, and you're using the value correctly in the formula.
No, it's a formula that's in the globe model.
But you're misusing the extrapolation based off the formula. It's like a very, very simple error, but you refuse to engage. Why aren't you engaging with
we are engaging. We are engaging. We're engaging. You're saying, hey, this is a misuse. Okay, you're using the wrong formula. You need to add this other variable into it. Please give us that formula where we can take that variable and get a predicted horizon value. That's different than the geometric one.
I don't know. Okay, so that's the same confusion again.
Wow.
When you factor in, okay. I'm going to say it again. Okay, so the black swan. What the black swan shows, because I don't know why we're doing this like
Okay.
Elijah,
So
please continue.
thank you very much. So I typed in, for everybody who's sensible, the question is there a measurable distance to the horizon? Everybody hears me asking that. He's saying that that's a nonsensical question. So again, I asked Google, can the distance to the horizon be measured? I wonder if they tell me that's a nonsensical question. No, it says from sciencefocus.com, whoever that is. Nevertheless, if you assume very flat terrain and good visibility, you can multiply your height in meters above the ground by 13 and take the square root of that. This is the distance to the horizon in kilometers. That's 4.8 kilometers for a person of average height standing at sea level and looking out to sea. Now, he would say that this citation, whoever wrote it, is just as delusioned as me, right? Because they're saying the same thing that I'm trying to say is his claim, right? So whoever wrote this at sciencefocus.com, this is a dumb question. That's why they're telling you a distance to the horizon. Now he's saying that they're using the formula wrong too, of course, because they used it the way they did. So the question then becomes again, okay, what formula do you use for the distance to the horizon? I'm not going to accept that that's a dumb question because that's obviously an ad hoc.
Yeah, he's trying
And
to
just
say
to have it on record, Elijah, just so you know, he decided to headphone himself. That's the level of arrogance we're dealing with here. When you're asking a basic question that he will not answer, he's headphoned himself so he doesn't have to listen to you put forward your question, so he can't just ramble over the top of you, mate. And then has the nerve, let me know when you're done rambling. Dogpiling when it's 5v1, muting me is ridiculously bad faith. So not listening is also bad faith. So now I've got a bit of a fork in the road. Do I leave this idiot muted, or do you just want to continue the conversation and get nowhere? Because he doesn't want to listen. We've purely established that, and clearly. Do you just want to keep going with him or not?
He doesn't want to drop the straw man. He just don't want to drop it.
Yeah, there's no way to communicate with him. We want to talk
What we
about
have here is failure to communicate.
we want to talk about water. He wants to talk about birds. What about the birds beyond the water? That's what we should be calculating. Your question is wrong. No.
He's a bird humping naturalist.
Like,
are you guys continuing with that guy?
The idea that I can't ask if you're telling me that the value that we get for the distance to the horizon is wrong because we're using the wrong formula. And then he says, I've given you the answer with the formula. I'm like, okay, so what's the distance to the horizon with your formula? And he's like, oh, that's not what I'm. Get the fuck out of here. Like, for real, y'all. Come on. Am I tripping? Like, because I'm about to.
No, we all see what's going on, bro. That's why I tried to put. That's why I pointed out is he's just going to make any claim that's unfalsifiable, and that's his whole point. If we're asking him what's the correct one, he's just saying, "Oh, you can see beyond the horizon." He's basically moving the goalpost, not paying attention to what's being said, and just saying something else. He knows. That's why he wouldn't give me a value, a K value, right? That could not match any observation because any K value can be entered and match any possible observation, making it unfalsifiable pseudoscience and nonsense.
But let's give credit where credit is due, real quick. He did have a very profound truth, which he admitted, and I agree with him 100%. We're blood brothers in this regard, and that is that the idea of a geometric horizon is gibberish. I agree.
Gotcha, bitch. Yep, I also agree, which is our argument in the first place, which I told him 5 times.
I also don't agree that you can see
Is that
beyond
previous argument over? Sorry to interject, but
yeah, he said multiple times.
We got. Did someone have a question?
Zeus.
If that previous argument is over, I can ask the question.
Oh yeah, that's over.
Okay. So I guess, yeah, like AV or like says who. I guess they were talking with me before. Are you guys like says who? Are you there or AV?
Yeah,
Okay,
give him a second. What's up?
yeah. So we were talking about ionosphere. Yeah. So I mean, I looked into so many things. I'm giving you the exact if you want. Also, it could be
How did
explained
they,
through. Okay.
what is it? What is the altitude and what is its consistency? How did they prove that?
Okay, so you want to know like how the proof started or like the details?
No,
How did they prove it? Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay.
I remember the conversation. Wait,
sorry. Okay. Who is asking?
I remember the conversation from yesterday, and it was brought up that based on the angle of transmission, uh, and them receiving the transmission horizontally across the surface, that was a proof of line of sight. That was an example given to you. So to find information that says, well, actually what's happening is that these radio waves are bouncing off the ionosphere. I understand that you found some literature about that. How do you prove that?
What do you mean by how do you prove that? What I have to prove, Elijah? What thing?
Well,
Ionosphere
essentially, you would have to trace the signal from the transmission point off the ionosphere, and then the angle of reception would have to be consistent with the ionosphere that you're claiming.
Okay,
so I'm asking if that was done. You did not provide any evidence. You said Nobel Prize was good enough for you, right?
I have patience.
Concave
Okay.
surfaces.
Please, nobody. Can you tell them to just not to spam on chat, like if you can, so that I can provide you the links. Okay, that
Did
was
you read
API.
these links?
Sorry.
Did you read these links?
Yeah, I read most of the part. The API thing, which is wait, one second.
Wouldn't you have to beg the question of a sphere? Because I'm just thinking of, if we're talking about an ionosphere and we're talking about the inside shell of a surface that is curving for all intents and purposes, and so the reflecting of radio waves off of a gas, first of all, is interesting, but the fact that you would need to know the size of the Earth and actually how would you even hit this, what is it, convex surface in a way it's all crazy to me, bro.
Wait, can you make that question simple so that I can
Well,
you're begging the question of a sphere.
First of all, you have to beg the question to understand how far the radio waves are from the ionosphere, and then the angle with its curved nature, the distance from the angle of the ionosphere from your position. All
No, I literally respect whatever you're saying, but like what says who asked me first, like to prove ionosphere if ionosphere existed. So I was just providing if ionosphere existed, and if you agree that ionosphere exists, then I can drop
Excuse me, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked you for.
Okay, so what did you ask then?
I asked you for the location of it and what its
Location of
composition
ionosphere.
was. Yeah, and what its composition is.
Oh, location. I already posted that thing, the location of ionospheres. By,
Okay, so how did they prove that? How did they prove that?
Location of ionospheres.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's why I gave you. Oh my God, you're not looking at it.
How did they prove? I'm not asking. The claim is not the evidence. You understand that? You saying
they use API technique. They use artificial periodic.
So how did they prove it? What did they do?
Okay, so they did artificial.
Just tell me about it. If you read it, just tell me about it.
Okay. Yeah, because I cannot tell you if I cannot tell you the exact wordings, right? I just have to read some parts like the. So if you followed that link which I gave you recently, one thing. Because I am taking this source as my information right now. So the recent one. So here it is written recent experiments which is 3 recent experiments. So it has showed how API scattered signals prove that DEF regions of ionosphere existed because the ultraviolet rays, when they scatter, they basically throw the, what we say, sorry to use this kind of words like throw and all, but when they remove the electrons, like the negative charge particles, this API, which is the artificial periodic irregularities, they get formed, and in that link there has been shown the, you can see the thermal, like they heated up that environment. Okay, and it was done for so the details are like 80 to 120 megawatt power and frequency of 4.7, it is mentioned in that, to 5.6 megahertz. So this frequency was taken, which was more higher than the what Marconi did for his experiment. And it was Sura heating, which is very famous one, Sura heating facility in I guess Russia it's written. Yeah. So these are the details. So
Can you post whatever you're talking about? Post a reference to it so I can follow along. First of all, not that.
Okay. I have given you the recent link, the mdpi.com, www.mdpi.com. Yeah, that one. The Sura heat facility in Russia. And also what Sezu asked the initial, for whom he got the Nobel Prize, right? I gave that right now the NVL pubs. That's the, I guess, the Nobel Prize research paper. Yeah, by L. I mean,
does it have anything to do with what you're discussing? His Nobel Prize?
Yeah, it is. It is. They proved through experiments. This one API, Sura heat facility, they heated the air, and yeah.
Okay, so he aimed radio frequencies at the sky. Is this about right?
He aimed radio frequencies. Yeah. No, that's in the Nobel Prize winner one. This one which I gave, that is API scattering technique. It's written.
API scattering technique. Okay.
Yeah.
So API scattering technique, and you do what in API scattering techniques?
Okay. I mean, that's they did so many calculations that is way beyond me, but I can tell you in short.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that I'm asking you about how they prove the ionosphere, and you're telling me API. Okay, and that is, and how it proves.
Okay, yeah, you told the correct thing. They send the power, the radio waves to the sky. Yeah, and
so they shine some radio waves into the sky, and they came back, right?
And they came back, but that doesn't. But then you can say that it could not, prove the ionosphere. So what they did, they heated up that atmosphere, and the disturbance of electrons leaded that there is ionosphere, which is creating artificial ripples on that.
You said eluded. Artificial ripples. So what did you say?
Eluded.
Did you say eluded to the fact? So they shined?
Leaded. Sorry, leaded. Maybe lead to the fact. I don't know what's that.
Leaded. Okay, led. The word you're looking for is led to the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so you led to the fact, or led to the idea, more so, that there is an ionosphere. So all we have is we have lights pointed at the sky, we have a reception back down here of some kind, and then we're going to say that there's an ionosphere. That, my friend, is affirming the consequent.
No, because there is, when they heated that, what do you say, that part of atmosphere, they found some layers, like the electron, not the electron layers, of course, because from the neutral atoms, the electrons have been scattered. So they found atoms without electrons, the red colored line, if you were following that video, disturbances.
Yeah. So, they heated up the sky. Go ahead, Elijah.
Are you even reading along? Are you looking at what he posted?
Yeah, he's looking, I guess, because I think he's looking. Whatever.
I'm not asking you.
he's already here to answer for himself.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I can't read and listen at the same time. I'm not a woman, so I can't multitask.
And no problem. I mean, if you want, we can discuss tomorrow also.
And here, when it starts at 1 after the contents, it says historical summary. Marconi's first successful transatlantic radio transmission in 1901 aroused a great deal of discussion regarding the propagation of radio waves around the curvature of the Earth's surface. But they're already begging the question. Theoretical reasoning showed that the phenomena could not be due to diffraction alone. In 1902, A.E. Kennelly II published the first suggestion of an ionized upper region in the atmosphere in connection with radio wave propagation. He showed that this region, for the lower limit of which he calculated provisionally a height of 80 kilometers, would be conducting. It is interesting to note that Kennelly used the expression electrically. Now, electrically conducting strata, indicating that he had in mind several layers.
I guess you're reading the historical summary.
Here's the things that I'm looking for based on the summary. So they already said theoretical reasoning showed that the phenomena could not be due to refraction. I guess that's with the assumption that the Earth is a globe. And I know that that's the case because they're also saying here, he showed that the region for the lower limit of which he calculated provisionally a height. So I'm going to assume that you would have to calculate the distance from the center of the Earth to where this layer starts. Again, if I found that, I'd be able to point out to you that they're begging the question. This isn't even any demonstration of anything. They're talking about what radio waves could do theoretically if you were on a globe. There's nothing actually proving that the Earth is a sphere.
And Elijah, didn't they say?
No, that's
Elijah,
the thing, Elijah.
Hold on, Zeus. Elijah, didn't they say Marconi couldn't do that because the Earth was a globe to start with? That he couldn't do a transit.
Who said it?
Correct. They said they couldn't. He couldn't send a radio wave that far transatlantic because the hump of the Earth would be in the way. Wasn't that the original claim?
Whose claim can Elva?
Hold on, Zeus. I'm talking to Elijah.
I'm not sure.
Originally, that was the call that he shouldn't be able to send it that far due to the nature of the curvature.
Right.
And that's why he proved them wrong.
Wait, who is talking? I guess Matrix guy is talking.
Yeah, and then they switched it to that it bounces off the ionosphere.
This is a false story. Do you have any correct information?
And definitely true.
And they're not even. Look, I'm still reading where it says Appleton and Barnett in 1925 reported direct evidence. Now, I like words like that. Direct evidence of the existence of a reflecting layer. They employed both the frequency change method and the angle of incidence method using a frequency of about 750 kcs. And I'm trying to figure out what would the basis foundation be for these measurements. I hope it's not a flat Earth. But
which one? You're reading the historical summary, right, Elijah?
No, I'm past that. I'm looking through it. I'm skimming through it to figure out where all the assumptions are and how this is supposed to prove that they're actually bouncing radio waves on an ionosphere versus just picking up a signal.
I get it. Yeah, right. So this was the basic one which he used, to explain through path difference. Like bringing two different wavelengths, and he explained to path difference thing. If you know path difference, the delta x, how we calculate it, and after that you can.
You point me to that in this reference. Where is that at?
The second one, the recent one which I gave you.
No, let's just deal with this paper here. This one.
Okay, this paper. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you. Wait, no worries.
Studies of the ionosphere and their application of radio transmission. Let's just focus on just that.
Okay.
I mean, you didn't give me a citation. You gave me 37 pages, so at least one thing at a time.
Yeah, I mean that was also like he used more difficult math. That's why to explain says who I used the experiment which was used by the Stura
You know,
facility.
whatever math you're talking about, just point me to that page and let's talk about it.
Okay. Wait.
Now, not me though. Whoever's good at math, you guys, if you could look along and
I mean,
help out.
maybe people were good at math. I mean, I was
Me
not.
too. Being in the middle of me talking to the room. What's wrong with you?
Wait, how am I? Am I?
I'm
disrespecting
talking and
you?
you're talking with your mic open.
We are having a normal conversation, no problem. Okay, I'm
No, I'm
muting.
in the middle of talking, and I was actually talking to the
Okay, I'm
room.
so sorry, Elijah. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Is there anybody else able to follow along good at math? Yay, nay.
Can you tell me which topic all are talking about?
Let's see. Experimental method, investigations of the E layer, investigations of the F layer, F1 layer, investigations of the F2 layer, scattered reflections, some correlations with results of radio transmission. I'm trying to look for where the sphere is implemented in this at all. That's what I'm trying to find.
Which theory? Sorry, what did you say?
That the Earth is a sphere, and the radio waves are bouncing off this sphere, and using some sort of method where you're an observer on the surface of the sphere, trying to take measurements to a point in the sky that is also curved. I'm trying to understand because that's what you're saying is happening. I'm not seeing that in the math though. I'm not a mathematician. That's why I'm asking somebody else if they know better than me.
Zeus, I just posted it saying, and I have other sources say, despite the ever increasing range of Marconi's radios, many physicists of the day contended that since radio waves travel in a straight line, transmissions of signals beyond the horizon, as in across the Atlantic Ocean, was impossible.
Where are you reading this from?
Thought.co. I just posted the citation. Look at the chat, and I can post you. I can post you another one. I could also post you one. I could also post you from history.com. That says the same thing.
Wait.
Well, the same thing. Physicists thought the Earth was flat. They gave information that the Earth was flat, and they realized that it wasn't.
These are just claims because this is in 1901 to 1910, but later on it was totally supported by the Nobel Prize winner, which I gave you.
Yeah. So then the radio signal got there, or he received the radio signal, and they say, "Oh no, it has to be bouncing off the soundosphere." It was then the claim that it didn't travel in a straight line; it was bouncing off the ionosphere. First, everybody thought that radio waves traveled in a straight line. But now, no, because his line made it there, and there's a curve of the Earth. It had to bounce off of something.
Albert, wait, chill. Okay, so you said something. They thought. What do you mean by they thought? You know how the experiment was done at the first. Let's go on.
Listen to what I just read to you. Despite the ever-increasing range of Marconi's radio, many physicists listen. He says many physicists of the day contended that since radio waves travel in a straight line, it was impossible to transmit a signal beyond the horizon, as in across the Atlantic Ocean. It was impossible. because they thought the radio signals travel in a straight line. Now, since the radio signal got there, there had to be another explanation. It had to be that it bounces off the ionosphere.
Okay. Wait, one by one. Why are you continuously speaking something? Alberti, tell me what's the minimum distance which the radio waves goes to, the line of sight. Can you tell me that data? You can Google it. It's simple.
I'm not a
or you can use any.
I'm not a ham.
Okay, so it's 30 to 40 miles. And the experiment.
Well, that's if there's nothing in the way.
Radio distances are based on energy levels. It's based on frequency and the medium it propagates through.
Yeah, it is best. It is based on that.
And things that are in the way. That's in other words, we have tree lines or mountains that will get in the way.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is, when Marconi did it, it was 2,200 miles, and that was not possible.
That's impossible on the globe. Yeah, I understand that. But now they supposedly it does. Now it happens because now they say, oh, it had to bounce off of some. Yeah,
it's a far-fetched line now. Let's talk about ionosphere thing. Ionosphere exists or not? It was the first thing which we're discussing. Then we can come to the next claim or whatever.
Well, it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Okay, let's give it to you. Let's say that these radio waves are bouncing off something up in the air. That's great. Due to the laws of reflectivity, wouldn't it require it to be flat in order to be predictable? Because if it's curved, it'd be bouncing all over the shit.
Okay. So Matitrix, you said that
because it's been one of the theories put forward is not only the ground planar, but the sky above us is also. But anyways, that's just a thing that's been.
Okay, no problem. No,
speculated.
Thank you for this thing. Yeah, thank you for this thing. I don't know. Yeah, Elijah, 1 second. I don't know why then AV. Elijah, sorry to interrupt, but just 1 second. I don't know why then AV claimed he should know these things that why they are claiming then these things. You can tell your 21.
Why are they claiming what thing? You're trying to use radio waves as proof of curvature. Well, if that's true,
you did not know. No, I was not using it. AV told me that radio waves. Yeah, just 1 second. AV told me that radio waves takes the line of sight thing, and it explains.
They do.
That's true.
They do use line of sight. What you're doing is you're using line of sight to a point of reflection. So it'll get to that point and reflect off it. So it's still dead straight. You're claiming that it's bouncing off of something. So it still needs to get to that position. Here's the problem, my friend. With you using your reflective trick, you need more energy because you're going a further distance. So why wouldn't you go straight anyways? We had this discussion with another chap one day, and he was telling us how it's more efficient to bounce it off the sky and then bounce it back. And it's like, mate, number one, the signal will disperse as it gets further and further out. You like light rays, they're divergent. It spreads out. So it loses energy, basically follows a inverse square law, as energy does. So number one, instead of going from point A to point B directly, which would have worked out to be 15 miles, he was claiming the signal goes up in the ionosphere, comes back down, and he's claiming that that energy level
he's not claiming. It
would have sent 45 miles instead of going 15, with an energy level that wasn't even capable of going that far in the first place. So the energy level worked out correct for 15 miles, but then when you factored in it's got to go up and come back, it wouldn't have made the distance.
All that's true. I just everything that I'm reading right now.
Oh my god, there's like hundreds of people here.
Yeah, reading what I'm reading now makes everything he said like a load of crap. Now I'm gonna go back to El Bariqua, okay, and I'm gonna ask him what he said about thought code, and then I'm gonna follow that up with everything that I've found. So, what did you say about thought code that he couldn't believe was the case? I don't want anybody else talking. If your name isn't don't open your mouth.
Right. So it says, despite the ever-increasing range of Marconi's radios, many physicists of the day contended that since radio waves travel in a straight line, transmission of signals beyond the horizon, as in across the Atlantic Ocean, was impossible.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah, because that's because the Earth is a globe
Hold
and
on, he
not
was
flat.
gonna follow. Hold on, Tails. He was gonna follow up something else.
Oh, okay, sorry.
AI overview. Yes, many people, including eminent scientists, believe it was impossible for Marconi to achieve radio transmission.
What do you mean by eminent scientists? You did not give me any names. You said many physicists. These all are claims.
He has to be muted so that
No, if,
Marconi can be
what do you mean by
unimpeded.
Zeus, just hold up, please. Thank you.
So I'll start over. Yes, many people, including eminent scientists, believe, because he's saying, what do you mean? No, I'm just reading something. And anyone who is interested in this particular topic could just look it up and go, oh, okay, and then look deeper. But the point is that, yeah, as El Buriqua said, this is also saying, yes, many people, including eminent scientists, believed it was impossible for Marconi to achieve radio transmission over 2,200 miles across the Atlantic Ocean. They reasoned that radio waves traveled in straight lines and the curvature of the Earth would block the signal beyond a certain distance, estimated at only a couple hundred miles. So scientific consensus, the prevailing scientific understanding at the time suggested that wireless communication was limited to the line of sight. It was thought that the curvature of the Earth would cause the signal to be lost in space, unable to reach the receiver thousands of miles away. Decades of work, Marconi and others had already proven that the wireless signals could travel for dozens or even hundreds of miles. However, extending this range to cover an entire ocean was considered impossible by many. So let's keep going. History.com. Ironically, detractors of the project were correct when they declared that radio waves would not follow the curvature of the Earth as Marconi believed. So the point in me reading all of this is to say that, yes, people initially said that transmission would be impossible because radio waves travel horizontally. Now, I'm sorry, not horizontally, in straight lines. And so he, the guy we're talking to, that will be taken off mute now, said that's ridiculous. Who said that? Well, history.com and I guess 7+ other citations from this AI overview. So let's just start from there.
I have another one from the history. Oh yeah, you got the history.com already?
wait,
Yeah.
wait, who is talking?
I'm kind of
It's your
kind
turn.
of at a loss, bro.
Oh my god! Like what was the end line? Because I just missed the end line.
Yeah, it's your turn. Zeus. Oh,
Yeah,
because
so
I don't know. I was kicked out or something happened.
yeah, you said that him saying everything that I read was ridiculous, but in fact, this is just a citable thing.
Wait, is it like my phone or?
Yes,
Wait, let me
it's
just
you.
increase your voice.
It's you.
Can you say it loud a bit, Elijah?
Yeah, when you were saying that it was ridiculous that people believed that it was impossible to transmit radio across thousands of miles because the curvature of the Earth would be in the way, that's exactly contradictory to all of the citations that I just read out.
Elijah, one thing. I did not talk about. See, both the things can be possible in flat Earth and also in the globe Earth. The only thing which I was discussing in first place, did the ionosphere exist or not? What are you saying? Does it
Sounds like
exist? Yes or no?
Sounds like a non sequitur to me.
Wait, what's the answer? Like, says who? If you, I don't know who is answering right now. The ionosphere exists? Yes or no?
His citation was ridiculous, as if it was coming from him, and it was ridiculous. That's what I'm telling you now, and you completely.
Yo, Lala and Amnesia, y'all want to dip and go to a different channel? Because this is not productive.
You want to ask a question, bro? Because he's not answering any.
Oh my god, you.
This shit is not productive, bro. There's like 100,000 people here, and like this is just not productive in any way, shape, or form. Y'all have a good one, though. Stay blessed.
Well, Juice, if you want to make it productive, feel free to ask a sensible question. And if you get asked questions, feel free to answer them honestly.
Of course, bro, but
I already
I'm gonna
answered
skedaddle
him.
with my friends. It's all good.
Matic, can you talk with me because I don't know Elijah's mic. There's problem or something because I cannot hear
So
him
mute the
properly.
other.
Because
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me, right?
You're clear, man.
wait, who muted? Oh, I don't know
Yeah.
what's happening.
Mute him, please, because he just somehow is unmuted.
Okay. Okay, yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah, you said something.
Him,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. Now, do you want to ask a question? Either the gentleman or the lady that is sitting there talking about it's not productive. You want to make
No, the other one just wanted to complain about it being non-productive, and then he left anyways.
They both left?
I don't know about the lady. I don't know who that was. I heard the voice, but I didn't see who flashed up. Sorry.
All right, then. So, yeah, I don't know. Second of all, I mean, again, nothing in his reference talks about the thing it does talk about is the Earth's gravitational field, which has to do with a horizontal plane. First of all, so I don't know where the sphere fits into all of that from what I'm reading.
Well, from what this fellow said, Elijah, is he's not even claiming the shape of the ground. He's just claiming there's an ionosphere. That was it. So I think he's in the wrong chat. I've never heard any of our FE guys whinging about an ionosphere there or not. So yeah, maybe this guy needs to be redirected to another room or change his subject matter.
Hello.
Hi.
Wait 1 second. Who said hello? Please 1 second. Hope.
Oh my God, mute him as well.
Okay. Yeah, Zeus, put your feet up for a second, bro. Have a relax. Hope, please ask your question.
Okay, so I really don't know much about the flat Earth, but I don't really believe in like the globe either because I don't know. Just I've been like more open to like conspiracy theories, and I think the fact that they don't let people like just how they stop people from like going to like Antarctica. I think that like they don't let you like cross around the world. That's so suspicious to me, right? So it makes me like doubt everything. And like 1 minute. I just think like what makes it like maybe it's not the globe, but like what makes you so sure it's like the flat earth, like the way that it's like the way you guys describe it with like the ice walls and like what makes you so sure about that, you know?
You'll probably find a lot of people in here don't claim anything to do with an ice wall.
Okay, yeah, that's the only one I know of. Like what yeah.
Of the ice wall was it was a US military thing when they were doing Operation High Jump. They went down to Antarctica. They saw the ice shelf there, and it's actually couple of 100 feet in some places. And they when they went down there, they had cranes on their ships to lift military equipment up onto the ice shelf, and that's where this whole ice wall thing came about. So yeah, it's not a flat earther thing. Normally, every now and then someone will spit it out, but yeah, it's a US military thing coming from Operation High Jump. But you being skeptical of a lot of things, there's nothing wrong with that. My only advice would be, instead of listening to the stories, go and try to verify them. Go and prove them and see what happens. So what do they claim about the Earth? They claim that it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. So how do we prove this is true? Well, from that, we can calculate the circumference, we can calculate the diameter, but we've still got to prove it. So what do you think we could do to verify this so-called radius, this so-called circumference? What do you think we could do out in the real world? Well, she doesn't want to be on YouTube. That's fair enough. I've got no problem with that. A lot of people don't. But we record all of our
We have
gatherings.
to record. Yeah, we have. It's like it's mandatory that we record because what's happened in the past is people have come in here, then left the chat, then gone on to like ModMail and said that flat earthers were doing all kinds of crazy shit, like giving death threats. I mean, like the accusations just flew. Then when also the person's like, the moderator or the admin tells them, "Can you get a clip of that?" The person's like, "Well, no, it wasn't recorded." And they're like, "Yes, it is. It's recorded on YouTube." Then the person's like, "Oh, fuck." Like they had no clue that they just lied. They lied out their ass to try to get the channel shut down. Well, that's why we have to record, because there's no honest people that will come in this channel. No, there are some. Okay, there's you will get daily people come in here with the sole purpose of trying to shut it down. So we record for your safety and ours.
There you go. There you go, Hope. So it's to help protect yourself. So if someone accuses you of saying something, you can go back to the recording and go, ta-da, no, I did not.
It's been a really big boon for why we've been in all these other communities is because of that. They said like, wow, these people are very angry at you guys for some reason. And they'll lie. They'll just come up and straight up say that you guys are planning terrorist activities. They're like, okay, well, great. Let's hear it. Let's hear the audio clip.
Now, about 10, maybe 15 minutes ago, Crit, did I hear Robert Utah speak up? Name Alpha One. Someone got him real quick.
They yeah, I don't think people will even give Robert a chance anymore after some of the stuff he's pulled. But it's exactly
he's banned on site. As soon as we hear him, we grab his
Yeah.
account and just boot. Yeah, he's banned on site.
Yeah, that's like on the young lady who was just talking. That's a perfect example of why we record. A guy like that. That guy is completely incensed, nuts. Like stalks flat earthers, tries to find out where you live, all these crazy shit, lies about us all the time. Without the recording, it would be he said versus she said or whatever. He said versus he said. With the recording, we've been able to demonstrate that this guy is just a pathetic loser. And that's why he's got to keep switching accounts, because the admin end up banning him for all these lies he says about us.
Oh, look at poor Zeus inside chat having a meltdown. I totally debunked that guy by providing proofs of ionosphere and real research papers. And yet he chose not to listen to anything that was said back in response to it. Amazing. Oh, Retro Mind is unmuted. Do you have a question there, Retro Mind?
Yeah, let's see what he has on his mind.
Do you know you have hands or not? And did you go to space this morning?
Careful, Retro Mind. Think before you speak.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Hello? Sorry, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? That was just asked to like speak up. Yeah, I was AFK. I'm here now though. If you guys wanna
Oh, just that your mic was unhooked for.
Oh, no,
ages.
wait. This guy's telling me I'm not at work. Oh, okay, my bad. So sorry, bro.
No, all I wasn't that. All I was saying was your mic was unlocked for a long time for someone that was AFK.
Oh yeah, that's okay. By
You wanted to
AFK,
put forward a
like,
question.
well, like I'm at work, so occasionally I go to the back and I just hang out and I type in the side chat and then I just go back and forth. Like, so what if my microphone is open? I wasn't saying anything. Like, nothing was coming through. So,
Well, normally most people, when they want to talk, they open their mic ready, and yours was available. And we thought, since you were typing in side chat, we thought you might want to ask a question.
oh, okay, yeah. What's up, man? You got me here. But unfortunately, like at any point, I could go AFK. Like, I'm not in like the position to debate over. I'm way better on text because I can like work in text. Actually, I have to go right now, for example. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Just come back when you're not at work.
Yeah. So how did Indio and that was it Brits someone PhD or Blitz whatever his name was? How did that go? Anybody? Bueller? Actually, Indio's here. How'd it go, Indio? Well, without having heard any of it, I'm going to have a guess that our opponent would have done everything he possibly could to avoid the subject matter. Few straw mans. I don't know if he would have spun out or not, being that he's a PhD. And he would have done his best to make sure that everything is spoken of except for the shape of the ground. How did I guess? My issue was it was on at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I got to about 11:30 and went, yeah, nah, this is not happening. All right, more casual, yeah. All right, yeah. Oh yeah, Toby. Yeah, someone said he's a bit of a debate guy, so I'm not into the whole debate bro thing myself. He brained about himself less than 10 minutes into it. Oh wow, he didn't even last that long. Damn. 99%er. Oh wow. Did Indio laugh? I love when they do that. As soon as they go 99%, Indio does this little chuckle. It cracks me up.
Yeah, Matrix. Matrix. I realized you wasn't here. I wish you was here early on. Debate that guy because I know you wouldn't tolerate any kind of stupidity. What's the word I'm looking for?
The debate bro tactics. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it myself.
Yeah,
Like,
I
don't
know
get me
you.
wrong. I don't mind a good debate when it's clear and there's no fallacies and there's none of the crap tactics. So it's just point up. Person A puts forward his point. Person B rebuts. Person B puts forward their point. Person A rebuts, and it's a good, clean debate to and fro. I love that. It's nice and clear. Everyone gets to hear what's going on, and there's no problems. But when they're using shit tactics, that's what does me, and it's just the sophistry. And the whole gotcha moments. It's like I'm going to cut off my nose and spite my face just to get one gotcha moment. They're the ones that annoy me. And you know the guys I'm talking about. Eggshells, Mez, Fligu Gigu, the whole GF6 Muppets. When they do their debate tactics thing, they're the ones that trigger me. I'm not putting up with your shit. Get your point across. Make it clean. Make it clear. Get out of the way. And it's when they're just being annoying. That's what I hate it, because there's plenty of guys here that can converse in a much more cleaner, clearer, calmer tone than myself, and I'm happy to admit that. But yeah, I'm always get in, get the job done, get out of the way. So that's just me, I suppose.
Yeah, Matrix. I've heard you talk many times, and I know you won't tolerate any kind of nonsense. I know you get straight to the point. If you was there earlier debating.
But no, I missed it. She was on at 2:00 in the morning, and I was just too tired. I was cooked. I had a big day yesterday, and I tried to stay up late.
I'm trying to remember because it was about 5:00, and he was talking something about I can't remember now. That long distance observation something, and I can't remember now. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, they don't seem to like the long distance observations. Every time that gets brought up, just the knee-jerk reaction. Refraction! It has to be refraction. That's how I'm going to get out of this. It's like a get out of jail free card. Every time they mention observations, I'm just going to throw refraction at it. It's actually getting old. So it was just a debate, bro, eh?
Yeah, Matrix. He was talking. He was saying something about neutrinos. Some machine or something from a long distance, shooting off neutrinos. And something about 3 degrees.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got to think about it. There was allegedly they were collecting. There's these devices across the world where they collect neutrinos, and they claim that these devices collect them through the Earth from the opposite side because they're basically they come from the sun, and that they're collecting them from the opposite side through the Earth. So that's how they know it's a globe, because these devices are catching them from the opposite side. But someone else said that it's a load of crap because the machines are only set up to collect above the ground because they're pointing up, not down. So there's so many unknowns, and the fact that it was something really stupid, like neutrinos also pass through things. So how do they even know what angle they're coming from? There's a whole heap of factors that weren't accounted for. So it was really odd. But I have heard something about that a while ago. If anyone knows any more, please feel free to enlighten me. But I haven't heard that for a while. I haven't heard a good tokamak reactor claim for a while. I'm due for another one of those. As proof of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, Matrix, I tagged you in a video that shows
with Blitz PhD using the most insane debate bro tactics ever. It's 25 minutes of pure annoyance. Just listening to like 5 minutes of it, it'll give you a headache.
All right, I'm going to have a listen to that. If you guys want to have a yap, I'll go on silence and have a listen. And if you hear me throw up, you'll know what happened.
Hi everyone. I just thought I'd share a new tactic. That seems to shut up lobbies when they make claims like if Earth's flat, then explain this or that or this or that or blah 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 as they do. I just reply, well, if Earth's a globe, explain moon cheese, and that just sort of shuts them up and then gets them back to reality.
All right, Travis. I got to 2 minutes and 35 seconds. I've had enough. I know that guy's voice. Check it out. I know that guy's voice. He's been in politics before, and I got the privilege of putting my foot on him and stomping him.
Yeah, right on, man. Yeah, he's hard on the ears, and it's just like.
As soon as he spoke, I knew the voice. It's like, oh no, it's this dude. I remember him. He was a menace. Just fingers in ears. I'm here to lay down the rules. I've got a PhD. I'm special. He had a real chip on his shoulder, and they're the ones I really dislike. Not that I got anything against people that have been to university and are well educated. I'm quite certain in their fields they are exceptional, but they lack common sense. They need to have just common sense university, I think, where people can just go, now this is how to click the button down to turn the kettle on. I know you like coffee. No, it doesn't come from the coffee shop. You can do it yourself. Just get back to basics, like seriously. But nah, knew that as soon as he spoke, I knew the voice. And yeah, I've had a run-in with him before. Thanks, Travis.
Yeah.
Common
Matrix,
sense is earned.
Matrix, would you debate him again?
What? Why would I want someone to waste more oxygen?
You already destroyed them in the past.
No, it wasn't that I destroyed him. It was just the fact that, like, as you know, I don't go much on the debate bro tactics. So it just turned into, look, if you're not going to be useful, go away. And he probably got red flagged, like the majority of them do. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. I understand, Matrix. Yeah.
I don't think you can teach common sense there, Matrix. Common sense is a flower that doesn't grow in everybody's garden.
It's only common to commoners.
Yeah,
if you're out there doing the job all the time, then you see things that those that are not common won't see. So that's why I say that common sense is only common to commoners. And that's why also, on the flip side, if you've got someone from outside of that field looking in, they will also see things that you won't, because you become sort of blasé about what you do and you miss stuff because you don't see it as necessary. Whereas that's why when you're dealing with safety shit, getting fresh eyes on the project is also a good thing, because someone outside will walk in and go, "Oh my God, why are you doing this? Someone could get hurt." Dude, we do it like this all the time. No one's been hurt in the last 50 years. What's the issue? Just because you're stupid. And so, yeah, it is good to have an external view on some subject matter.
Yeah, true that, but if they're a retard, they're probably not going to catch it anyways.
Now, my biggest gripe with most of the uni people, not all of them, some of them are really chill, super chill, very respectful of how they got their positions and whatnot, is the attitude. They got a real chip on their shoulder, and yeah, there's nothing better than just knocking that off their shoulder. It's like, dude, you go to university, you think you're intelligent. You don't have to go to university to be intelligent. And they can't understand that. They just think, yes, you do. No, you don't. I know heaps of guys that are like crazy smart. I actually went to a political meetup for one of our local political parties, a bit of a meet and greet, because I wanted to find out what was going on. And there was a gentleman there who's an electrician, and he said he does a lot of night shift. So on night shift, you basically sit and wait for things to break. And when they break, you go and fix them. If they don't, you get a pretty crude run. And he was going through, myself and another bloke I used to work with over at the jail, we're having a chat to him about some of the literature that he's gone through. And yeah, this guy would have to be one of the smartest, well-read persons I've ever had the privilege to come across. Absolutely brilliant mind. And he was just sit back, super casual, like the type of dude that you'd meet down at the pub, having a beer, minding his own business, probably putting a bet on watching the races or something. That's how chill he was. And it was just so out of place. Like, if he turned around and said, "Oh yeah, I've got 6 PhDs and 9 masters in 15 different things," I'd have believed him. He was that level of awesome. But just a super chill dude, just another tradie. Absolutely mind-blowing, it really was. So that's why it makes me skin crawl when these so-called educated clowns come in and, I've got a PhD, and I'm rubbing my hands together and I'm looking around going, Indio's in, AV's in, this PhD's going to get crumpled up and thrown out the door.
Yeah, gonna get folded.
Well, today, that dude, the best thing that he had, as far as evidence was concerned, was in affirming the consequent. So it kind of went like this: if the Earth is a sphere, we will detect neutrinos at a certain level of depth, which is according to a horizontal plane, but depth from a transmitter that we, sent these neutrinos. Oh, we did get these neutrinos detected, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That was his argument. And that's what they'll always do. I mean, I don't think that there is a piece of evidence that they have that doesn't affirm the consequent. So it's like a debate bros or not. And this guy was a guy that said you can't even prove that you have hands deductively. So apparently no one can prove that they have hands. I don't know. So it was a waste of time as usual, but whatever.
Did he go into spiral mode, or was he pretty chill?
No, he's a motor mouse, so he just constantly talked, and then he would talk through Indio, and then he would divert, and he would pick up, just pay attention to little things, and it was chaos. Actually, is what it was.
He'd cling on to everything, every part of the conversation except the main points.
Right. So it's, for example, AV was talking about the level surface of water at rest, right? And so now he's saying, oh, the ocean's not even at rest, we have tides. And so he wanted to stay on the fact that tides mean that the ocean's not at rest. And so he was talking about the level of water raising here versus over there. He drew a picture of a differential of water level according to horizontal, by the way. He gave us a flat earth multiple times, the height or the level of water. But those are the things that he wanted to kind of hang, and he didn't want to talk about the fact that water is horizontal on its surface at rest. So he went to everything except for that. He was scattergunning. He was just, running us all over the place. That was his tactic.
Was it pointed out that he was doing that?
Not necessarily. We tried to keep it on topic. DJ tried to keep it on topic, but he wanted to talk about the meta. He didn't want to talk about the horizontal nature of water. He definitely did not want to talk about that.
Yeah. So that means he understands it. So he's just using debate bro tactics to skip around it.
Yep.
He's another, because he's a up and coming internet celebrity. He doesn't want to be a flat earther because you don't need that kind of negative exposure now, do you? You want to get as many members in first so you can keep the coins rolling in.
Yep. I mean, ultimately, we want to have conversations with people that can just be intellectually honest about their everyday experience. And, we can even bring in the mathematics and physics and stuff if we need to, but if people are just going to be intellectually dishonest, it's not worth our time. The guy was a brain in a jar for the most part. He said he had a certain level of certainty about things, but there's no way that you could know anything. And he also conflated, what science actually is. He said, science is very broad. Yeah, you have the scientific method, but science is very broad. And I'm like, oh, man, there's no point.
So that's basically a very weak poisoning of the well. So anytime you mention science now, that would be his defense in, oh, no, science is very broad. I've already stated that. So he's it's just technically a poisoning of the well. So he stated because it's so broad, you can't really use science for anything.
Correct.
Well, you can't use it for the shape of the earth, that's for sure. But he said you couldn't prove you have hands? Didn't he ever get a flogging off his parents?
I was going to say, obviously never been to the pub and said something.
That's not what he said. He said AV couldn't deductively prove he had hands.
This guy in the side chat's never seen the interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the edge of space jump.
There you go. Premise one. Hands are attachments at the end of an arm that have 5 fingers and a palm. I have an attachment at the end of my arm that has 5 fingers and a palm. Therefore, I have a hand. I have 2 of those. Therefore, I have hands. There you go. Simple. However, you don't need to deductively prove you have hands. You can demonstrate you have hands. All you have to do is know what hands are, right? So when someone says, show me your hands, you show them, and there's the proof. But he said that he knows the globe as certain as he knows he has hands. But the problem with that is that you can see your own hands in their entirety. You can feel them. You use them every day. No such analogy exists with the globe.
I would be thoroughly annoyed to have a real life friend that acted like that. Like, I'd tell him, hey, can you pick me up at work at 4 o'clock? He'd be like, well, I think so. I can't be 100% certain. Or can I trust you to come to my house and, do anything? I would hate to have a friend like that cannot be certain of anything.
There's certain and not certain. There's no levels of it. There's no percentage of it. I think that's just dumb.
Retro Mind, with your distortion of the lenses, actually it affects things further away at an increased rate. It's really odd how it does it. So just because it's in view doesn't mean it all gets distorted at the same rate. As you get further away, the effect worsens.
Yeah, it's called near field and far field diffraction. 2 different things. It's interesting.
So your classic example of that is I think it's called Mage 2, where they put the GoPro in the box with the 2 wires, and they put it up in the sky and say, see, the wires are still perfectly straight. And that is a classic example of it.
Yeah, how does the lens distort the astronaut in this photo?
Who was making that claim?
Yeah, the photo I posted.
Yeah, who said that the astronaut was distorted? Nobody? You came off of mute for that?
That stuff is
So if you were reading, I mean, maybe you don't know the context, but the guy was saying you couldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from the Red Bull jump point. So I've been posting pictures of it, and like you can clearly see that the astronaut's not distorted in the photo, right? So like that was the original. Like,
who said that the astronaut, even though it's not an astronaut,
we're having a
who said that they
conversation
were
at side chat,
distorted?
man. Dude, I don't know.
I know.
Man.
Relax.
Look
I
in the
don't
side
know.
chat and scroll up, man. I don't know.
I don't know, man. So who said that the astronaut was distorted? Nobody.
Holy crap.
Right. So this is
hey,
your claim.
bro, let me help you out. Don't interject into VC when you're having a text conversation and then get upset when somebody engages with you with their voice, because you literally asked for it by opening your mouth. So if you want to speak up, why not engage with the convo? You got the Red Bull jump. You got Felix Baumgartner. He's in a suit. He's in a pod high above the earth. When he gets out of the pod, it's a flat horizon. Then when it switches to the other camera, then it's a curved horizon. Planet New Mexico, right? It's very interesting. It's worth talking about.
Yeah, that's why I asked for the curvature rate in the photograph, and he didn't engage with that. So I'm just curious: is New Mexico a planet?
So the Red Bull jump was 20 miles high. There's another clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the Bezos flight and saying no curve could be seen from that one at 60 miles high or 300,000 feet. That I just put in the chat. So that one kind of, any claims about the Red Bull jump are null and void right there.
Oh, 24/7 crew. I got a search party. Parameters are we're going to look for the original video of the planetarium director, Paul Larson, giving his lecture at his university about you can't see curve from the ISS. So we're going to scour 24/7 main. We're going to scour Flatmaker's playlist, and we're going to scour Canto stuff that he posted, because he actually had an alternative link to it back in the day, because he didn't want to get it from the original channel. So if anybody's ever interested and they got time to kill, spend a little time looking for that. All right, thank you.
Can you chuck the names up in back chat for me? Because that'll help me remember later on. Thank you.
Retro Mind, do you want to discuss the curvature rate in the photograph, or any other topic you'd like to discuss, maybe?
Yeah, you can discuss with me in the side chat. I'm actually at work right now. Chatting over the VC isn't preferred because I have to AFK. So you're gonna be sitting there over and over again trying to chat with me, but I'm not there. So just anything you want to say, just like give you a little type C, wipe C, click send, and then I'll reply.
You have to go AFK to check those fries at McDonald's going on, Retro.
Oh, no, he didn't. Hey, I'm glad you're working, man. Welcome to the chat.
That was nice. That was nice of you to say. It's normally people aren't as nice.
Well, I've given up on hostility for the most part. Every once in a while, somebody will, drag me to that point. But for the most part, I'd like this just to be a conversation with people that could be honest. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, since no one's in the store right now and we're chatting, figured mention honestly, like I haven't personally measured the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, everything that I know is from like the education system that I grew up in. Society was taught me like what I know. Obviously,
sure.
I was being pasting answers to questions that often flat earthers have, like how do the weather system work, and they try to come up with their own idea. But I think these are all thoroughly explained through Round Earth, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel with this stuff. I mean, I feel like it's pretty obvious,
I understand 100% what you're talking about. I really do, because pretty much any flat earther you talk to, unless they're Amish or from a third world country, was exposed to the same education that you were exposed to, right? So most of us, for the majority of our lives, lived under the impression that the Earth was a curved ball floating in the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space. So fair. The problem is, once we went out and tested the claim, we cannot find that curvature. That's the end of it. Now, the weather systems and the sun and moon and all that stuff really has nothing to do with the nature of the surface of Earth. So it's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about looking at what is directly observable and provable and measurable. All right. Everything else is kind of ancillary to the main point, which is everybody measures, even the surveyors, the Earth to be flat. That's just the way it is. So, that's where we're at.
Ooh. Holy crap, bro. 5 vocab points and 7 enunciation points.
Earth is not flat.
Oh boy. Okay. Why do you think so?
I think it's rude because I never said that he was dumb, even though we disagree.
I guess I don't know what we're responding to here.
Yeah, everyone's clowning on me in this side chat. Everyone's like, you're an idiot, you're stupid, you had no idea what you're talking about. Man,
you're trolling.
Personally verified that I, and it's just like, oh man, like I never said these things to you guys, man. Like we don't need to. We can at least be nice to each other.
I
like,
also get it that you're thinking about it. You're at work. You can't just stop and watch the clip that I want you to watch in the middle of work.
I can. Well, let me see. You probably posted something. Let me scroll up.
There's a shorter version of it before I posted the longer one. I just posted one on the site where that came.
One where Neil deGrasse Tyson says. So I've been posting the one where Neil is holding Trump hats. Yeah, I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson is exactly. at the cognitive level that I thought, he was maybe 10, 15 years ago.
It's non sequitur.
The
The point is, the dude. What in the?
I just don't really care what Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks. I think this is just an appeal to authority. Like, I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks. He's just some fucking guy, dude. What the fuck?
Well, I can appreciate that. So what we would need is just, measurements of curvature at the end of the day. We don't have to use personalities or whatever. We can just go ahead and see what the Earth tells us about what it is.
There's a tensor that contains all the information that specifies the curvature of the surface. It's called Riemann curvature tensor, and this tensor expresses the curvature of a surface and the tensor components. Like if you put the values obtained from the measurements above, like the way the unit vector changes and the way the distance between 2 points on the surface is calculated, which is related to the metric tensor of that surface. So the formula that calculates the Riemann curvature tensor, like we will get the Riemann curvature tensor of that surface, and we will find the Riemann curvature tensor's components are all 0 for the flat surface, while the Riemann curvature tensor's components are not all the 0 for the Earth surface, which means the Earth surface is not flat. Like,
can you show me the measurements, please?
So the measurement is, I think, the formula. I think to consider a common coordinate.
Can I stop you real quick? Formulas are not measurements. The actual measurements gathered in reality is what I'm looking for.
So it could be a common coordinate system on the Earth's surface, like it's
not a coordinate system, a measurement. No, not a coordinate system. Those can be arbitrary.
Why?
So I need why? Because it's a coordinate system. It's in the name. It's a system. It's arbitrary. I can create any kind of coordinate system that I want. What I need is the measurement itself. Where's the measurement?
But every point of their intersections and that are parameterized at equal intervals in like 360.
Okay, 360 degrees. Fine, no worries. So where's the measurement at? Can you show me the measurement? That's what I want to see.
Like, I'm not a math pro, I think.
We've been using a lot of math terms, bro. So then certainly somebody has measured something that you're speaking about.
What?
You're using mathematical terminology. Okay, great. And you're talking about the tensor and all that stuff. What is the measurement that we're talking about? Or are you just using vague mathematical terms?
It's a three-dimensional surface.
Like a three-dimensional surface. Wait a minute. Okay, so are you assuming that the Earth is a ball in the first instance?
I can't sure.
So why assume a ball when we should just go ahead and measure what we have?
Because there's a procedure, the determination of the curve of a manifold.
Okay, so what's the procedure? Walk me through it. I'm a surveyor. I want to measure the curvature of the Earth. What should I do?
There's a math calculation, but I don't have it right now.
So you used all this math terminology. You didn't mention the actual measurement, but you concluded just by saying a lot of mathematical terminology, even though you're not a math pro, that the Earth has to be a ball based on no measurements at all.
But the measurement, I think, it should be used with latitude and longitude.
Latitude and longitude. So that would be a Cartesian style grid. So that would be a flat surface.
Like perpendicular to each area at the point of the intersections.
perpendicular to each of the intersections. So we're talking about a flat surface.
Like if it's like it's 360 unit, it could be curved.
60 units. 60 units of what?
360 units of the surface.
Oh, so you're presupposing the globe. You're using 360 degrees? Okay. We don't want to presuppose. We just want to go ahead and measure. We don't want to presuppose anything. Just take a raw measurement. Where's that at?
There's no...
There's no measurement of Earth curve. There you go. See? Nobody's measured any Earth curve. So all the measurements, even by the surveyors, are taken in very small sections, and they assume those small sections. In fact, they don't assume it. They measure them to be flat. They use a horizontal baseline and measure all angles according to that datum, that level 0 degree datum. And then everything that rises above or below that datum will give them the topography of that certain section. Now, what they will do is they'll take that section, which is flat, and then they'll take it like a Post-it note or a little square, and they'll lay it on top of what we call the WGS 1984 geoid, which is a presupposed Earth, which is a curved Earth. So you have a bunch of little flat spots all around this curved, presupposed reification of something imaginary, which we haven't measured yet. So we have flat measurements in reality, and then it's assumed to be laid over the top of a ball that doesn't have any measurements. So RetroMind, you don't have to respond to me in the VC if you don't want to, or maybe you're AFK, it doesn't matter. But, you know, the Red Bull jump at very best is inconclusive. So what we are looking for as quote-unquote flat earthers is actual measurements of the curvature of the Earth. We have yet to find those. And it's been, I don't know, however old the Earth is since we've been waiting to get those measurements. What we have is, oddly enough, retroactive claims or circular arguments about the curvature of the Earth. It's more of an affirming the consequent. And so we are not satisfied with affirming the consequent most of the time. Meanwhile, everybody else who is flying or mapping or building, all of the practical applications of why we would need to know the nature of the Earth's surface is always done flat. So if everybody is measuring the Earth flat and describing the surfaces flat by everybody, I mind you, even the up and down claims about everything, things falling up and down, that's in relationship to horizontal. Everybody uses and measures the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Now, if that's what they're doing in practicality, and everything else is just kind of this wishful thinking, the idea of it being curved, then I would say that the fiction is the curvature of the Earth. That's just an idea, and then the practical usage of the Earth and the measurements of it are flat. So easy. Probably because you were in here yesterday and you were a globe proponent and you were just kind of muddying the waters at best. Why don't you disengage with retroactive? Because you're not a friendly as far as I'm concerned.
From a mile away. You're not going to get under my skin, pal. This guy's also a glober arguing with me. Like, I want to talk to a flat earther, man. Not some little kid pretending to be a flat earther.
No, that's kind of what you're dealing with. So, yeah. Easy, you can let it go. Or just disengage. That would be my recommendation. Easy, let me put it this way. This is your final warning. Why don't you disengage, or I'll disengage you. Pretty simple. Thank you. So anyway, to recap, the practical usage and measurement of the Earth is always going to be flat and stationary. That's not even me saying that. That's just the reality. And you can go ahead and dive into this if you want to, Retro, and just look into the information. We've done our homework. This is the way it's measured and treated by everybody. Don't shoot the messenger kind of thing,
وش سالفته بس بثوث؟
Wow, what?
ايش الفايدة طيب؟
It's English in here only, bro. He left, probably.
The other thing about that Red Bull jump, if I was a globe believer, I would look at it, and what it really boils down to is they're like, well, it looks curved, it must be curved. There's no type of measurement there. There's no land points that you can be like, oh, that's 300 miles distance. I can see this much curve between them. There's no measurement in that at all. It's just distortion from a fisheye lens.
Wouldn't a fisheye lens also distort the astronaut, though? Wasn't that the whole point that I made?
How much curve are we looking at in that image that you keep talking about?
He's not going to answer my question. Okay.
I don't know if it would or not. Maybe if you got another picture.
You're just going to skip over what I said? Okay.
Trying to answer
nice combo, man. Good conversation, man. Good back and forth, bro. Good back and forth, man. Good job.
If you get another picture from a helmet and overlay it on that one, maybe we can see if there's any distortion.
Would a fisheye lens distort the astronaut? Yes or no?
It distorts the whole image.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Right? And in the image, it's not distorted. So, yeah, crazy.
Well, you don't know though. It may be. It might not be distorting it to the degree that it's going to distort something as vast and wide as like the horizon.
Well, Retro, tell us how much curve we are looking at, and if it matches what we.
Yeah, I already answered this question. I never measured the curve. I don't know what it is.
Retro, calm down. And if it.
I already answered this question. I don't know.
Excuse me. Let us know if it matches the radius, what we would expect on a radius.
I don't know the curve.
Okay, well then why are you bringing it up?
What do you mean? Why did I bring it up? I didn't bring it up. Someone else brought up that apparently you can't see the curve from the Red Bull blimp experiment. Then I posted a photo where you can clearly see it, and then everyone's saying it's a fisheye lens.
It is a fisheye lens.
So I say, wouldn't the fisheye lens distort also the astronaut? And you're saying, yes, it distorts the whole image. But clearly in the image, the astronaut is not distorted.
It's not up in contention. Have you seen the clip with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Okay, so with the Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm gonna fucking if someone mentions that the Neil deGrasse Tyson again with appeal to authority, bro. This is actually like you guys are like saying that I'm committing fallacies. You've mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson appeal to authority 5 times.
Okay,
like what? Okay. I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, bro. I don't care what he said.
Relax. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, if that footage is authentic and that's not, and you think it's not fisheye lens, and that's like just a raw, uncut image, unedited version of what you would see from that altitude, good for you, man. Like, I guess like,
it was not. It's a video.
Like, are you trying to convince us it is?
The whole thing.
I'm going to give up on trying to convince you it's not real. Like it's not fisheye. I'm not going to try and convince you it is fisheye. Are you going to remain here and try to convince us it is? I mean, it isn't.
No, it's just you're talking about the Red Bull experiment, and I'm the primary one arguing in favor that it demonstrates that there is a curvature. So until someone else jumps in, another round earther jumps in with another plane, I will continue to.
All right. Okay.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not trying to be like, you know what I mean?
Fair enough. All right. So how come why do then we have conflicting imagery from said altitude and from lower altitudes equaling that curvature, and then from higher altitudes equaling that curvature and being less curved and flat or more curved, like from lower? I mean, you've got varying altitudes, you got different imagery from varying altitudes showing all different types of curvature. Okay, so how do we determine like what is and what isn't, and what was fisheye, what was rectilinear lenses? Like, how do we determine that? Have you got specs on the camera? Have you got like, do you know the camera type, model was used? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if your standard is, I see the imagery, I don't see that Felix is distorted, so I'm happy to just accept that that's the real curvature of the Earth. Then I guess, like, good for you, man. I guess that's the end of the discussion as far as you're concerned. Unless you want to talk about like the conflicting imagery from differing altitudes showing different types of curvature.
In all honesty, man, it's just we were talking in the side chat. Someone brought up the Red Bull experiment. I'm posting what I thought. You're right. I don't think there's really much to go ahead of this. It's just one thing, and there are conflicting views. I've seen you guys post satellite images of in China, and apparently, like some satellite images from China depicts the Earth as being flat. It's like obviously that lens is distorted, and the ones I'm showing you are not distorted. But we're just going to disagree.
Right. So there's no point continuing a discussion about it.
No, those aren't equivalent, because in the Red Bull jump, you clearly see New Mexico taking up the entirety of what would be approximately a fourth of the Earth. So unless you're claiming that the Earth is 1/32 the size, then it's not congruent with that being the curve of the Earth that you're seeing. So clearly that's the one that's distorted.
Yeah, that's another great point.
So I put a picture of the Red Bull space helmet while he was up at 20 miles, and then a picture of the helmet.
That photo is a doctored photo. I could see it's clearly
and
Photoshopped.
See how the lens distorted the helmet. They don't match. There is a curvature difference in the helmet. So
It's clearly a doctored photo. There's two helmets. One has clearly been displaced on top of the photo.
Right. I put it on top of there so you could see the comparison.
So you edited a photo to prove to me that the photo is edited?
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. I overlaid one image on top of the other to compare them, and we can see that
You edited the image. You call it overlay. No, you edited the image. Right. He's editing images to prove to me the photo's edited. Oh my god.
Yo, Retroman, genuine question. Are you retarded?
Genuine question. Did you get your microphone from the dumpster behind an Applebee's?
No, can you not answer?
That was a rhetorical question, just like the one that you gave to me.
Hey, bro. We're not asking those questions, and we're not answering those questions. If you want to keep talking about that, I'll just kick you from the room, indefinitely. So talk about the topic, not about whether somebody's retarded. Thanks.
Guy's a time waster.
That may be the case, but he's trying to be a time filler. Like you said, he's the only apple in the orchard at the moment. I'm actually quite happy with him proclaiming to the live stream that Planet New Mexico is what we live on, because that's quite in our favor, actually.
So, all I can find AI is the segment of that conference where Paul Larson's talking about it from one of from a video that Indio posted called "Flat Earth: There Is No Curvature."
Okay, that's a good start.
It's at seven minutes into the video. It's 8 minutes and 20 seconds long. It's at 7 minutes in, and it's like goes through. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
That's actually it starts. 6 minutes. Goes till about 7 minutes 20 seconds, or 7 minutes.
Yeah. So
It's about a minute.
the guy who filmed it is kind of a scandalous dude in some people's eyes for various reasons, and so they didn't want to constantly be pinging his channel as a link, so they saved it somewhere. Like I believe Panto did it, and if that's the case, it's probably on Flat Sniper's playlist. But definitely ping that to me. I want us to compile a little list of all the Paul Larson stuff because it's good stuff, and not simply because it says it, but the reasons why he says it. Right? He goes through some math, he goes through some analogies, he explains the horizon. It's a circle, it's a drop angle, it's the same distance, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just appeal to authority because he's a guy that said it. No, it's the reasons. But what's interesting about why he said it is that he is a planetarium director, right? So he's a hostile witness.
Yeah,
So it's not on
yeah,
our side.
that's right. He wants to debate flat earthers. He's on. You know, you search him on Google and you find him. You know, interviews and articles about him wanting to perform the Eratosthenes experiment and all this. But yeah, I just watched him explain how, like, if you take the field of view from the height of the ISS, right, and then you draw that onto the as a circle on the globe, and then you slice that off, and then you sit it on a table. It's flat, right? So it's like, but even though you've got this hump, right, it's flat. It sits on a flat surface. So it's like and everyone's like, yeah, you're agreeing with him. So he's like, so we all agree that even at the altitude of the ISS, you wouldn't see Earth curvature, right?
Well, it's like this, brother. Think about it this way: if you're looking out, right, and the horizon is curved, then you would imagine the apex of the arc being in the center of your vision, as Orbit imagined, and then it descends to the left and the right. So that means the high point is in the center of your vision. Here's the problem. The horizon at the center of your vision is the exact same distance and the exact same drop angle as the horizon to your left and the horizon to your right. So where's the difference coming from? Where's the downy coming from? It's the same drop angle and the same distance. There's no difference in the information. So how in the world is it hearing curve?
Right. Yeah.
So you have to be far enough away and at an angle enough to where the distance to the one or the other is in a differential in your field of view. It's either a higher drop angle, a lower drop angle, or a further distance, right? It has to be one of those things. Otherwise, there's no difference to the point that's in the center of your vision and the point that's on the side of your vision. So the most rational thing to conclude would be that it's an artifact of the optic that's causing that apparent, slight curve at the edge. That's what I would say. I mean, unless you can demonstrate to me how something that's the same distance and the same drop angle, 360 degrees around here, is rendering differentially in your field of view on the X or Y axis. Can you show me that? Can anybody?
Hello everyone. Hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Welcome in. How's it going?
Hi there. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How about you?
Fine. What's your name?
Hey, you can just call me T-Dub.
What?
T-Dub. You can call me T-Dub.
Tida. Nice to meet you, Tida.
Hey, you too. What's your name?
Can you hear me, Victor?
Sorry, say again.
Victor, Victor. Where are you from, Tida? Where are you from?
What are you saying? Victor or Vector? Oh, Vector.
What? Vector, Vector.
Like a direction, T-Dub, Vector.
Yeah. What's your vector, Victor? Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Australia. Yeah, I'm from Asia. You know Egypt?
Asia? Yeah, yeah. North of
Egypt. No. Egypt.
Egypt. Oh, sorry, Egypt.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cool.
Yes.
We get a few people from Egypt coming in.
Yes, I'm from Egypt. YouTube. YouTube is where. Bullshit.
So, cut straight to the point. What do you think about the shape of the Earth? You still there, Vector? Did we lose Vector?
What's up, T-Dub?
Hello. How's it going? I think we did we just lose Vector? Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm working, so I'm not by the phone, but I was just hopping in because no one said anything to him.
Someone ping him in the chat, or was that a Glober?
It was just someone from Egypt up for a bit of small talk in English, I think. I don't know.
All right. Got any new people in? Want to have a discussion? Questions? Welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Say hello.
Hey, hello.
How's it going?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to come here to see how are people arguing that Earth is flat, but I see everyone is muted, so
That's okay, I can tell you.
yeah, please enlighten me.
So, Earth, as in the surface beneath our feet that we live on, is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, not curved. So it's flat because that's how it's measured and used in reality. It's only a globe on TV or in the imagination, you see?
Okay.
In the school books. So yeah, our argument would be direct measurement, observation, and usage. Have you noticed that you don't observe curvature or motion of the ground?
Okay, but that does not.
Yeah, you've been
That does
told
not.
it's just so big. It's just so biggy.
Yeah, I
That's why.
understand, but it's not like.
Yeah, that's just the story.
I understand where you're coming from, but that doesn't make any sense because it's not like if an ant got on an elephant, okay? Would the ant say like that's not an elephant?
What if the ant got on a flat surface?
All I see, the ant says, all I see is just curled skin, but that doesn't define particularly that this is an elephant. You see what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
You're saying because we're so small, the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not
to
saying
us.
that. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's what you're saying. What I'm saying is Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat. There's no size that it starts to curve. Right? So, yeah, if you're an ant on an elephant, imagine you have a load of tools like lasers and telescopes and shit. You as an ant could start to figure out, oh, it's actually starting to curve at this point, and it turns out we're on a giant elephant. Well, that's not the case with Earth. It doesn't curve.
You can look at the trunk too.
Your thing would be more like, what about an ant on a flat surface? That's more like what's going on. But they tell us, yeah, they're like, oh, don't worry, guys, it's just so big, it looks flat, it just looks motionless. But trust us, we go somewhere where you can never go, and we can see that it's a thing that you can never see. And we just have to take their word for it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that argument for now because it doesn't make any sense to me. So let me use another argument.
Well,
What
do you
time
think
is it for you now?
can see an elephant's tusks?
Well, I don't
Sorry?
understand. What do you mean? You say when a surface measures flat, it doesn't make sense to you that it's flat. How does that not make sense?
Well, because I'm only measuring a very small part of a very large thing.
It doesn't. It's any distance measured. There's never been a measurement of any curvature. How does that not make sense to you? You understand that a ball must have a curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, the Earth's surface does not curve in that way. Well, it's like as simple as it can get. I mean, if you can't get that, then I don't know what else you will get.
Okay, so I have two questions here. Okay, let's assume that you're right and the Earth is flat. Okay, I have two questions. First, what time is it now for you? And second, what does the other side of the Earth have? If the Earth is flat, it has two sides, right?
Well, we just live on the surface. I mean, I'm not claiming about anything that we don't experience or live on.
Okay, that's the second question. The first question, what time is it for you now?
Well, it's nighttime, but I don't know what that's really got to do with it.
Okay, so let's say I call someone from Europe, someone from America, someone from what's it called, Japan or something, whatever it is. Like all these countries have different. Just hear me out. What I'm trying to say here is that we all have different times. The sun comes out to us at different times. You know what I mean? So we don't all see
moving above us. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't all see sun at the same time.
Correct.
That's that. If Earth is flat, we should all see it at the same time, right? We should
No.
all have the same sunset and the same.
No, not at all.
Why?
Why would you? Well, why would you?
Because it's flat.
Yeah. So
Yeah, if it's flat, all the
Your light
surface
still-
will
light has
see
a
the
limit,
same
you know?
thing at the same time.
no. Light has a limit to its travel, right? So you could have a light source that doesn't cover the entirety of the Earth at once, and
Okay,
only
yeah,
lights a portion of it at once.
I
Yeah?
agree with that, but that would be the
So there you
difference between that would be like the difference if we say like the first light that touches the first of the Earth, let's say that, it would be like maybe between the first points of the Earth and the last point in the Earth, it would have like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Nah, you can't say that. You can't say that because it could be the light could be any strength or any size sufficient to make it light the portion of the Earth that it lights, and that's what it
Well,
does.
No, that doesn't make sense because
Well, it
there's
does.
no
That's
there's
what's
no
happening.
kinds of lights. It's just light speed.
Yeah, it's sunlight.
Yeah, so it's the speed
Yeah.
of light. So it's
Well,
the
no, you don't
same
need to go
speed
into
that
the
we
speed
know.
of light. It's just the sun's light only covers a portion of the Earth in its vicinity. And as it moves away from that vicinity, it takes its light with it. So it takes day with it as it moves across the Earth.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say here is that it would take like 7 minutes to fill the whole Earth with sunlight.
no,
if the
that's
Earth
because-
is flat.
No. That's just because you've got this story in your head about what the sun is, what its light does, how fast it travels. But none of that's true, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so that actually comes to another question. Like, if you're saying that the Earth is flat, does that make the sun flat as well?
No. Well, I'm not making a claim about the sun's total shape. I mean, we observe it as a circular disk of light moving in the sky, but what that means its 3D shape is, if any, I don't know. How would we know?
Yeah. Okay.
So we're talking about what is observable in reality. We're not talking about things that no one can actually prove. Yeah? Like if you say, I know the sun is made of this and it's this far away and it's this big, you don't know that. That's just a story that we're told. Okay? But what we actually observe is a moving disk of light going in a circuit above the Earth.
Okay.
And has done for all of recorded history. And the surface measures flat, so whatever the sun's doing, it's doing it above a measurably flat Earth.
To be honest, your arguments have a lot of loopholes in them.
No,
but
if the surface measures flat, then that's what it is.
Yeah,
If it's got a loophole,
the thing is,
the loophole would be you can show that it actually measures curved to be a ball. That's what you would have to have in order to even attempt to debunk my argument.
Okay.
So do you have that? Do you have any? Who's measured the Earth to be curved ever?
Yes. So you see, you're doing something here where you're putting an argument, and you're saying the only way out of this argument is this pathway or this door, and
Yeah.
this is the only way that you can win the argument. And I'm saying that the whole argument, including the door, does not make any sense to me. That's why I'm trying.
Well, no, it does.
trying
It
to
does.
understand.
Well, let me explain it. Because if the argument is the Earth is a ball, which is what the argument is, they're telling us the Earth is a ball.
Okay.
Right? Then that necessitates, absolutely physically necessitates, curvature of the surface. If the Earth's surface does not have curvature, then by consequence it cannot be a ball and it can only be flat.
Okay. And when did
that makes sense? There's nothing illogical about that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I understand that one. When did we go to the explanation that we don't have curvature of the Earth?
Well, that's just always been the case. It's never had curvature. That's why it's never been observed or measured.
Okay, and how did we go there? How did you
go where?
How did you say that it's always been that?
I went looking for measurements of curvature, and then I went to try and detect it myself using long distance observations and horizon distance tests. And yeah, it doesn't exist. So Where the globe model claims, for example, do you know how much curvature the globe model would claim should exist over, say, 10 miles?
How much?
Curvature, like drop over distance.
Yeah, I understand. How much?
Well, they say, well, have a guess. Do you think it's what, like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 20 meters? What would you think? Just average. I don't expect you to know, but.
So for 10 miles.
10 miles.
I don't know, probably like millimeters or something. I don't know, maybe.
Millimeters, right. Yeah, see, this is the thing. This is why they've got so many people believing in it, because people don't understand what they're actually claiming. So we all think, oh, yeah, it would be nothing. It would be like 0.01 millimeters over that distance. No. They claim it should be over 66 feet, right? Like the height of a five-story, six-story building.
Okay.
Right? So if you were standing on one side of a 10-mile lake and I was standing at the other side of a 10-mile lake, they're telling us there should be like a 60-foot hump of water between us. Right? So if I was looking at you with a pair of binoculars or looking in your direction, would I be able to see you if there's a 60-foot hump of water between us?
No.
No, I wouldn't. So this is one very simple thing that people are doing to test this claim. So they're going to lakes that are 10 miles wide or longer, and they're saying, right, can I see this guy on the other side of the lake? Yes, I can. Okay, where the hell's the curve? Where's the hump of water? So this is basically what's going on. We're taking the actual math of the globe, the claimed radius value, the claimed curvature values, and we're testing it in reality using long-distance observations, laser tests, horizon distance tests, a whole bunch of things. And it doesn't exist. It's not there.
Okay,
it's never been measured.
I
observed.
can argue that the number your or whatever came up with
that would be the globe. That would be the globe number. You could argue against that, but then I'd just say welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but I could just argue that the number is wrong, and I could say that, like I said, it's just millimeters. So you would have to measure it, but
so that would mean
by not 10 miles, but maybe 100.
Well, yeah. We can do hundreds of miles as well, and it's still flat. But if you were to argue with that number, then you would be disagreeing with the entire globe model, all of the stories about space, the size, the distances to the sun, moon, and stars, because it's all based on a 3,959-mile radius ball Earth. Right? That's where that 66-foot drop has to come from. It has to be that. Right? They're saying this is what they've based orbital mechanics on. Right? This is how they're getting shit into space, by knowing that there's that 66-foot drop. So if you turn around and go, oh, well, I don't believe there's a 66-foot drop over 10 miles. Welcome to flat Earth. That destroys the entire globe heliocentric model. Everything is built on it. Yeah?
Okay.
So it's not really a thing where you can kind of be like, oh, okay, I just don't believe in the globe numbers. Nah, the globe numbers are the entire globe model. That's the entire thing. But you'd be right to not agree with them because they don't exist in reality. It's just theoretical math.
Okay, well, someone here called Obvious It Be, I think that's what he's called. He sent me a picture and mentioned me in it. I'm gonna have to look into that for a while.
You should look into it. If you've not looked into the topic, you should look into it, because you'll probably have just heard like the media cartoonery where they tell you that we think we're on a disc in space, where none of us actually think we're on a disc in space. We're not actually in space at all. Space doesn't exist. Imagine that.
Okay, well that's a whole other thing. What do you mean space doesn't? Yeah, what do you mean space doesn't exist?
So they tell us that the Earth is flying through a giant vacuum.
Okay.
And the vacuum is beyond the sky. And there's just loads of floating balls and stuff, and it's just empty space for billions and trillions of miles and all that shit. Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. Why?
So, well, because we have gas pressure here on Earth. Yeah? Right, we're in a pressurized system.
Yeah.
Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
I can probably imagine, but I don't know like the.
Okay, so it's defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You understand that? So it's like the gas would, it's like if you fill up a tire with air or you put air in a balloon, right? The force of the gas pressing against the container, whether it's the tire wall or the balloon, that material, right? That press, that's pressure. That's why it's called pressure. It's got press in it because the gas is pressing off of a physical surface. You understand? So in order for you to have gas pressure, the gas needs to be contained. Yeah, because the gas needs to bounce off the walls of a container. Right, it needs to press. Okay? Now the air you breathe, the air that we breathe, is a pressurized gas, about 14.7 psi at sea level. Yeah?
Okay.
So in order for us to have a gas pressure system here on Earth, there has to be containment. The gas has to be contained, and it cannot be adjacent to a low pressure space, especially a vacuum, right? Gas will fill a vacuum. Gas will rush into a vacuum. You know that, or you've heard that high pressure flows to low pressure. You know that law of nature?
Yeah.
So that's why your hot coffee will go cold. Your food will go cold. That's why heat will escape from your house, right? The high pressure is constantly looking to equalize with a lower pressure space. So if we've got, let's say, two containers, let's say we make a vacuum on one side and we fill the other side with gas pressure and we put some kind of barrier between those two containers. Right, so we've got gas pressure on one side, we've got a vacuum on the other. If we remove the divider between them, all that air is just going to rush into the vacuum and the whole thing is going to equilibrate. Right, so it's just going to fill the available volume. You understand that? Can you imagine that? You've got two containers, one's full of gas, one's full of nothing, and then you open the two so that they mix. All that air pressure is going to flow into that low pressure space where there's nothing there. Yeah?
Okay.
So if their story was true, well, hold on, just let me finish it off. So we know that we're not in space because if we were, we would all be dead. All of the air that we breathe would have rushed off into outer space. Now they'll tell you gravity keeps it down, but observably that's not occurring. Air is not being pulled down to the surface. There's no demonstration of being able to maintain a ball of gas in a vacuum due to gravity. That's just a fantasy story that they've had to tell us because otherwise they know that just the whole thing doesn't work. But yeah, we're in a contained system. So we're not flying around in a vacuum. We're motionless and we're contained. It's like a terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
No.
So terrarium, you can look it up. It's got terra in it, which means earth. So basically, this is a closed container where someone fills it up with, say, soil and some seeds and plants. And you add some water and you seal the container. So it's airtight. No air getting in, no air getting out. The terrarium will form its own gas and water cycle. And those plants will grow. And, insects and stuff can live in these things. So you can look it up, vivarium or terrarium. And it starts its own gas and water cycle within that container. And that's pretty much exactly like we've got gas and water cycles here on Earth. You see?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be honest with you. I have no like zero scientific background about this, so
that's all right.
I can argue with you about Earth being flat because that does not require much.
You could, but what would be the point? I mean,
yeah.
I get it. You don't really have the information. You could argue, but you don't have any information to do so. So you'd be better just like asking questions, listening, and researching. Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. But about the space thing that you just said, I might have to do a lot of research to even I can ask questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Because
I mean, the concepts themselves are very simple. Well, actually, the concepts themselves are very simple. I mean, we can explain them to you. Yeah, if you don't have any science background, it can seem at first maybe overwhelming, but honestly, these are pretty simple concepts to get your head around. And actually, they're very intuitive. You know what that means? Like it makes sense to you. You'll recognize it. So this is what you've known about gas all your life. When you think about it, you've only ever experienced deodorant in a can or air in a tire to, you need a tire to have air around the rim of your wheel in your car. Like, you've only ever experienced what we're talking about. The globe claims you've never experienced. They contradict what you experience. But if you don't think about it, you'll miss it. Yeah, it takes someone bringing it up to you to make you go, oh, wait, that is true. Water does find its level. That's another good point. You think about water, right? Where you got like a glass of water. You got a glass of water next to you?
No, but yeah, I have.
Okay, so, or any liquid, but water is good because it's the most prevalent liquid on Earth, right? So you got water. Look at that water being still, right? The surface of the water, so the natural properties of water is it takes the shape of its container, and the surface will be level when it's at rest, right? It finds its own level. No matter where you tilt the container, the water will level out. And this is why people have used water to find horizontal level for building and all other kind of things for thousands of years. Yeah. So you scale that up to a bathtub. What's the surface of a bathtub like? Flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you scale that up to a swimming pool. What's the surface like?
Flat.
Okay, so we scale it up to a pond. What's the surface like?
Probably still flat.
Yep. Okay, we scale it up to a lake. What's it going to be?
Well, I understand where you're going, but
So this is it. This is it, right? So what they've taught us is that at a certain point, that no longer holds true. Something else happens. But, that's a positive claim. And when you actually go and investigate, it turns out, nope, water just does what it always looks like it's doing. It's finding level, does exactly what it shows us it does. There's no point beyond our comprehension where it does something else and starts curving. That's just a story we've been told, I'm afraid. And that's borne out by observation and measurement, direct measurement. So these lakes and oceans, they're not curving, bro, which they would have to be.
Well, I've always liked to hear the other person's perspective. That's what you just did. Yeah. So you just added some good questions, I would say.
Okay, good man.
Yeah. So
if you've got more questions, anytime, feel free. Also, we've got a server that's full of resources like documentaries and articles. If you want more information, we can send that to you.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'll probably definitely come back.
Yeah, come anytime. We're on YouTube as well. If you go on YouTube and type in 247 Flat Earth Discord, you can listen to us. We're always in here having debates and discussions. So yeah, just come in anytime, ask questions, or just listen. It's up to you.
So
yeah, welcome to the channel, bro.
Glad to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Have a good day.
Peace. See how easy it can be, guys? Doesn't need to be blood, sweat, and tears.
That was very well done.
Yeah.
I'd just speak to wankers, mate. I don't know what else to say.
That's a Jedi. They seek you out.
That's what it is, man. Yeah, they come and trigger me. But that was good, man. It is nice when you, as say another moderator or another flat earther, when you just don't even have to hover near a mute button, or you're not getting triggered by anything, where the conversation is going well, the person is actually listening to you and not being an idiot. So those are the things that usually trigger me. So yeah, that was a really good conversation, man.
Yeah, I feel like it's, I mean, you can just get lucky, and some guys are just like genuinely like, okay, I'll listen, I'm interested, and then that's pretty easy. Sometimes they're kind of teetering, and they could start going down a kind of globe-headed route, but you can just kind of steer them and say, come on, no, think about this. And if they're willing, if they're actually curious, they'll kind of go with you. If they're obstinate and they just want to debate, I mean, there's not much you can do really, but yeah, he was chill. And just keeping it high level.
That was good stuff, man. Did anyone catch the Indio debate earlier with this PhD guy? Did anybody catch that? Did you see it, Cyclone?
No, I caught a snatch of what Indio was doing, and then maybe 15 minutes of Miggy speaking to the guy. It was a bit of a train wreck, from what I heard, to be honest.
Yeah, I jumped in and out. I listened for a bit here and there, but I was busy really, so I couldn't hang around for too long.
Dude didn't know if he had hands or not. He really
I heard
was
something
confused.
about the hands.
was great. He said, like, I don't know if I got hands. Can you give me an argument for why I have hands?
At that point, it's just frustrating because it's like, okay, so the PhD has arrived and he doesn't know if he has hands, guys. What are we gonna do? Like, just mock him at that point. But folk are like trying to be like, oh well, if I start building or inventing something with my hands, I can know that I'm using your hands. It's like, come on, dude. He's saying he doesn't know if he has hands. Just mock him. Get him out of it.
Poke him in the eye.
Give him a slap. You'll figure it out.
I was like, it was just anything to say that, India didn't know what he was talking about. That was basically it.
Oh, okay.
And he was just being like totally he was just being just obtuse on purpose, and it was more for his audience. He was trying to entertain his audience by trying to make us look stupid, and all he did was succeed in making himself look disingenuous.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So he had an audience as well. I was going to ask, is he one? Sorry, Chris, just quickly. Is he one of these guys that only appears on stages, or is he expected to come down into this channel? Does anyone know?
Stage only. Yeah, it took a week. It took a week to get him here, and it was just one demand after another. And he advertised himself as an anti-flat earther, a super anti-flat earther. Like he's sort of been able to deprogram other flat earthers and get them all the cult and whatnot.
No, he hasn't. What, by saying, hey, think about it. Maybe you don't have hands. Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, and then he also advertised himself as like super professional and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And one of his questions was that AV will have to stop his grift and move back into his grandma's house. If globe. If there's a globe.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then people were like what the hell, And that it turned out that someone went to his YouTube channel and that was like a super chat. It's like, here, ask him if he's going to move into his grandma's house.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was a fucking train wreck, and that's PhD level. That's what you expected.
Yeah, okay.
He could have been taken apart so easily. Well, I say easily. I mean, it's easy to say, but there's so many bits that he could have just been humiliated, essentially, and we just didn't do it. So
He kept threatening to leave. He kept threatening to leave. So it's like we're trying to, it was like walk on, like broken ice, or eggshells, just trying to keep the guy from running away. And he kept saying that I was invited here. No, you said you would come if we did this, and this. An invitation would be like, hey, jump in the chat. Let's talk.
Yeah, right.
The thing that frustrates me is I think we spoke to him for a few hours, and I don't know if anyone presented a single observation or made him present some evidence for the globe. It's just like he went off on his non sequitur tangents about neutrinos, hands, and tides, and no one really called him out on it. They just kind of went along with it and just tried to kind of explain how that's not really an argument, but without really holding his feet to the fire. So I think it was just a bit frustrating, really.
I hear what you're saying, dude. I understand.
Although, in all fairness, I didn't hear the majority of it. I only heard little snips.
I was doing cement, so I was pining to get in.
Oh, could have used AI.
I just want to know if those neutrinos had serial numbers or something on them so they could be traced.
But my strategy and things like that, when you know that he's got an audience and he's playing to his audience and he's using tactics, which he clearly was, using argumentation style tactics, is you gotta demonstrate a chink in the armor of the position, which is kind of what he was trying to do. He was trying to frame our position as a worldview that's based in erroneous claims about the nature of truth. So at that point, it doesn't matter what we say, right? Because we don't know how to arrive at truth. So his audience could just dismiss us. So my tactic, and this is one of my tactics lately, is just to put a chink in the armor of the horizon being the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up, because you can demonstrate that that's not true. And you can demonstrate that it's an optical effect. And you can force them to concede that that's necessarily the case. And that will open up a can of worms in somebody's mind where it's like, hey, wait a minute. I've been told my whole life, and I believe my whole life, that things disappear from the bottom up is exclusive globe proof. But I just found out that the horizon is not geometric, and what's happening is clearly an optical phenomenon. That right there is enough to get the cogs turning. So
Yeah, and
everyone
also
knows
just-
the Sky Free. Real quick, everyone knows the Sky Free boat. And you could do that yourself. Go to a lake 1,000 feet across, approximately,